Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 988, The Failed Experiment. As the false voice of faith and life of pain took effect, the residents of the town of pleasure began to change. Their faces twisted, as emotions like fear, despair, hatred, shame, and numbness surged through them all at once. The strong clenched their teeth and endured, though their expressions grew increasingly distorted. The weak and the ordinary, however, collapsed to their knees and prayed desperately to their gods for salvation, only for their prayers to be redirected by the mentor of deceit's ability, all flowing instead to Lubo. Once Ebner judged the timing to be right, he resealed the false voice of faith and gestured for Terence to try persuading the townsfolk again. Although Terence didn't quite understand what had just happened, he trusted Ebner and obeyed. To his astonishment, those who had previously argued with him now looked upon him as though he were their savior. Many nearly clung to his legs, begging him to take them away from this cursed island. Lord Brian is truly incredible. So this is the power of a demigod. It's far beyond human reach. Terence thought in awe, a thrill of vindication running through him. After all, these people had refused to listen before, some had even mocked him, and he hadn't been able to argue back. Now, seeing them pleading before him filled him with a quiet satisfaction. Of course, he didn't realize this was entirely deliberate, a little catharsis that Ebner had arranged for his descendant. Ebner really is amazing, Miss Gwen murmured in admiration, though beneath her praise lingered a trace of frustration. She had worked so hard to grow stronger, yet the gap between them only widened further. After a round of pleading and persuasion, the townsfolk began heading toward the dock under the direction of Terence, Lydia, and the sailors, preparing to board the ships. It was worth noting that Miss Gwen had anticipated the relocation of the islanders. In addition to her flagship, the Black Throne, she had brought along over a dozen Seeger galleons. Those ships had been supplied by a southern warlord supported by the Seeger Duchy, and the islanders would soon become his subjects. This arrangement was, in truth, the primary reason Gwen had worked so hard to convince them to leave, not merely pity, but an agreement she had made with that general. And as for how Gwen had come to know a southern warlord, that was thanks to Ebner. Feeling guilty about the immense value of the laurel, he had asked the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom's local prophet, Luca, to connect them. Moreover, now that Lady Dragonmight was wanted by both Intis and Fasak, it was only natural that she would find new allies. And once they became allies, cooperation followed naturally. While the townsfolk were boarding the ships, Gwen returned to Ebner to thank him once more and bring up their earlier unfinished topic. Madame D of the Aurora Order left Corsica Island last weekend, Gwen reported. They say she's been reassigned to Trier to oversee missionary work. Madame D sent to Trier. Ebner's eyes narrowed slightly. Did the true creator send something and wish to protect her, or is he deliberately sending her into my reach? After all, in Trier, his influence and resources were second only to Backlund's. Could it be that the true creator also wants me to completely decipher the secret of those 5 survivors, and perform another of those hidden, important rituals? Since the god of luck once joined the Rose of Redemption, the ancient sun god must have known me. And whether Adam or the true creator, in some sense, both stem from the ancient sun god. Not to mention, that Machine Emperor, Evans once had a tacit understanding with the true creator as well. Could this be the same kind of arrangement again? Though, honestly, that Russian priest's tacit understandings don't have a great track record, one cost the god of luck, another killed the Machine Emperor. With such thoughts spinning in his mind, Ebner decided that once he returned to Trier, he would have his Owen persona handle the capture of Madame D. It fit perfectly with Owen's lustful gentleman persona, no one would suspect a thing. And even if something went wrong, it was only a clone lost. After discussing Madame D, Ebner struck up a conversation about mysticism with Gwen. Naturally, he did most of the talking. The books left behind by Emperor Roselle aboard the Black Throne were too scattered, and Gwen was not one for systematic study. Often, a few of Ebner's sentences were enough to make her eyes light up in sudden comprehension. This, too, was his way of repaying her for the laurel. Although Gwen always insisted that the map to the laurel had been payment for saving her from Owen, Ebner knew better than anyone how contrived that rescue had really been. Since he couldn't exactly explain that, this was the least he could do to make amends. When all the townsfolk were finally aboard, Ebner concluded the impromptu lesson. Around that time, Cullen approached. Seeing this, Gwen tactfully excused herself under the pretense of supervising the division of supplies and returned to the Black Throne. After all, they weren't leaving empty-handed. The remaining goods of the town of pleasure had become spoils to be divided between Lady Dragonmight and the Seeger-backed general. Cullen glanced at Gwen's tall, graceful back, and said with a faint, teasing smile, I take back what I said after the demoness of affliction raised death, you're growing more and more like Roselle. Roselle. Compared to me, he might still fall short. Ebner thought dryly. His diaries alone show how much he envied me. He didn't voice the thought, instead replying evenly, "What did you want to talk about?" "I've searched the island," Cullen said seriously. "Owen Delian and Hal Constantine are nowhere to be found." "Did you let them go?" "Both men had once harmed his sister, Lydia, one nearly causing her to be lost at sea. His coming along this time was as much to protect her as it was to settle that score." Ebner looked at him, faintly surprised. So, Cullen didn't know Owen was his own clone. Helen and Crossvia certainly did. After all, that lust aspect had once pathetically taken on 9 opponents at once. Since Cullen doesn't know, there's no need to tell him. After a moment of thought, Ebner replied vaguely, "Owen still has his uses. I'll be keeping him for now. As for Vice Admiral Deep Sea..." He paused, then briefly recounted how Hal had been controlled, how he'd secretly betrayed the sea monster, and how he had ultimately chosen to submit to Ebner. He ended with a request. "I've already promised not to pursue his past actions. Could you give me that courtesy?" After all, Lydia wasn't actually harmed. Cullen studied him for a long moment before nodding. "If you can forgive him, I suppose I shouldn't keep holding on either." Then, after a brief silence, he changed the subject. "By the way, thanks to Terrence's efforts, Lydia's bloodline flaw has been corrected. She can now advance to sequence 6. Ebner immediately caught his meaning and nodded. "I'll procure the materials for a potion professor soon." Ever since Lilith reclaimed the goddess of beauty characteristic from the original moon, the surviving vampires, those who hadn't been brainwashed, were few. Most had taken refuge under other deities or never truly believed in the original moon to begin with. Even so, their states were unstable, they struggled to suppress their thirst for blood. And whenever they acted on it, they left traces. With prophecy, tracking down a wild potion professor wouldn't be difficult. After that, Ebner didn't linger on the island. He bid his friends farewell and teleported back to Backlund. He planned to wait until next week to have Owen appear in Trier. Since that persona didn't have teleportation, showing up too soon would raise suspicions. No sooner had Ebner returned to his villa than the 3 young relatives introduced at the previous night's ball by Patrick Brain arrived at his door. Ebner welcomed them warmly, personally interviewing each one. He gave them each a relocation and settlement allowance of 100 gold pounds, instructing them to tie up their affairs and prepare to move to Belden City for work. During this time, he arranged for a doctor to draw their blood under the pretext of a health examination. Only Patrick's illegitimate son showed any hesitation, the other 2 complied readily. After a brief pause, even he agreed. Once that business was settled, Ebner took the collected samples and teleported to the steam workshop in Mr. Surrey's Westborough villa. Since the Surrey family was still consolidating power, Fanny had gifted the villa to him, making it one of Viscount Brain's Backlund estates. There, Ebner planned to conduct a private experiment, testing the power of the rank 1 sealed artifact Wild Hunt obtained from the City of Dawn, and researching its underlying mechanisms to create a similar artifact capable of summoning, in complete mythical form, entities. After all, he still held the characteristic of the Despair Nightingale. If this worked, he would no longer need outside help to study the demoness pathways in complete mythical forms. Thus, after more than a full day of experiments, Ebner stared at the woman now standing before him, radiant yet languidly seductive, and fell into silence. "I was trying to craft an item like the Wild Hunt, something that could summon an incomplete mythical form creature. So how did I end up summoning Panacea, the Despair Nightingale herself?" The experiment had failed. End of chapter. Chapter 989, The Goddess's Calculation. Although the Wild Hunt metal from the City of Dawn had formed naturally, I had already fully analyzed its structure through the pure white eye, and the simulation in the White Tower showed no issues. So why didn't it produce the mythical form directly, and instead condense the body of Despair Nightingale Panacea? Moreover, this Panacea was stiff and lifeless, lacking the fluidity of a historical projection. She was like a puppet, moving only when controlled. But the problem was, my simulated, spiritual threads couldn't actually manipulate her. She belonged to a different system, one controlled through the language of the dead. So where did I go wrong? Was it because the spirit lingering in the Wild Hunt had some peculiarity from the demon hunter? Or was it something innate to Panacea herself? After carefully studying the Despair Nightingale and comparing both artifacts piece by piece, Ebner suddenly had a flash of insight. Panacea, she was killed by the pale flame breathed out when the Lord of the Dead Vincente Miranda transformed into the feathered serpent. Ordinary souls of the dead go to the underworld as their final resting place, but those slain by Vincente's pale flame might not. Panacea's soul may have been trapped deep beneath Calderon City, near a tributary of the River of Eternal Darkness. That means, while reproducing the artifact, every step of mine was correct, except when I reached the part that required contacting the remnant spirit of the corresponding dead soul within the underworld. Because Panacea's soul never returned to the underworld. In simpler terms, it's like searching the underworld's database and getting no data entry back, only a broken hyperlink. So the system couldn't reverse build the full, mythical creature form, and instead only printed her soul's shell based on the basic template data. But this shell is nearly useless. While it can perform extraordinary acts through external control, its intelligence is limited. The language of the dead can only express so much, it can't execute complex functions. And since both the spirituality and divinity that power the shell come from me, she can't transform into her incomplete mythical form. Unless I already possess the knowledge of the Demoness pathway's incomplete mythical form myself. But the very reason I wanted to trigger her transformation was to learn that knowledge in the first place. That's a complete paradox. Letting out a sigh, Ebner was about to accept the experiment's failure. When his gaze fell upon the black gemstone hanging over his chest, a gift from the goddess. And suddenly, several daring, even mad thoughts began surfacing in his mind. Vincente Miranda, the Death Archon, and Alwyn Abraham, the Wanderer, both had ties to the goddess. These two Mies pathways are also connected to the Phoenix ancestor Gregory. Vincente's mythical form, the feathered serpent, bears the traits of a phoenix. I once speculated that he might have been a resurrection fallback for the Phoenix ancestor, who was then used by the death god Salinger as his own contingency, until I took that body for myself. But after learning much about the god of luck from Yalaran, I no longer believe that was mere coincidence. After all, the teleportation tunnel beneath the fragrant manor implies that the god of luck had a close relationship with the Phoenix ancestor. And Count Silvereye Rhine once collaborated with the Emperor of the Underworld on research as well. So perhaps Vincente's lifetime was actually part of a controlled transmigration experiment, and a successful one at that. Regardless, Vincente's state is clearly special. From the fact that he slumbers deep beneath Calderon City, I suspect he's connected to one of the River of Eternal Darkness's tributaries. With the goddess's intellect, if she knows of my existence and of Vincente's uniqueness, she couldn't possibly resist scheming around it. She may have already meddled with the death pathway, seizing some minor authority over a tributary of the River of Eternal Darkness. She must have found a way to hide it all from the God of War's perception. If my guess is right, and cross-referencing the events in the original timeline, the goddess will soon leak that information, accidentally, to lure the God of War into her trap. Then if I pray to her now, asking her to temporarily release Panasia's soul, would she agree? She would likely need to do it through Vincente's body, and Vincente was slain by the God of War's high priest. The God of War cannot possibly ignore his movements. That would be the perfect bait. Wait, when I entered the land of night, I happened to control Alwyn once. By chance, I summoned Vincente's historical projection, the one with the highest compatibility, and even used the pale flame to kill Panasia. And now, I just happen to need her soul's data. Could this all really have been arranged beforehand? It seems unlikely. Many of those decisions were my own will, choosing to study the Demoness pathway's incomplete mythical form, for instance. Panasia wasn't my only possible target. But with so many coincidences stacked together, it's hard not to suspect something more. If this truly is the goddess's calculation, how far does her understanding of me go? How deeply does she know me, to predict every one of my choices so precisely? I need to confirm this. After much hesitation, Ebner finally made up his mind. He began arranging a ritual and offered his prayer. O goddess of the Evernight, higher than the stars, older than eternity. I beseech your gaze. I beseech the power of crimson. I beseech the power of calamity and terror. I beseech the power of darkness and death. I pray you free Panasia's soul, let her briefly escape the grasp of endless night. Deep beneath Calderon City, within the colossal underground hall supported by towering bone-carved pillars and adorned with fragments of corpses, a figure lying inside a stone coffin suddenly trembled. Moments later, ripples spread across the illusory river flowing in the depths below, and a woman wandering along its bank split, an identical copy of herself formed in an instant. The copy vanished swiftly, while the original continued to linger by the shore. In Faysac, within the dusk cathedral outside St. Milan City, a high-ranking archbishop who had been preaching suddenly paused for several seconds. Then he bowed deeply toward the holy emblem of the God of War and intoned reverently. Thy will be done. He immediately summoned a senior deacon and instructed solemnly. Gather all our brethren of the sleepless and corpse collector pathways. Send forth their spirits to locate Calderon City, and capture every extraordinary being who approaches it. This is the will of God. May the glory of dusk ever shine. May the glory of dusk ever shine, the deacon echoed, bowing. After finalizing the details, he left the cathedral and returned to the demon hunter office. There, a stack of new documents awaited him, transfer orders and employment papers for the forger couple, recently reassigned from Upper to St. Milan. Flipping through the files, the deacon noted that one of them was from the Sleepless pathway and the other from the Corpse Collector pathway, both mid-sequence, powerful sequence 5s. After brief thought, he wrote a new line on the document. Transfer revised, forger couple to be placed in the Special Operations Unit. At the docks of Bayam, the City of Generosity, Dunn and Daly had just arrived by ship. Receiving their infiltration documents, they read the assigned aliases aloud. The Forger Couple. Code name. Dusk. Back in Backlund, within Mr. Surrey's old workshop. As the ritual concluded, the shell of the Despair Nightingale visibly came alive. Her eyes turned vibrant, her gaze toward Ebner growing increasingly dangerous. Ebner, without hesitation, resealed the artifact he had created. Panasia's form faded away, leaving only agitated, furious emotions echoing from within the metal. It really worked. The goddess truly has touched the death pathway. Besides Vincente, she probably holds the Phoenix Ancestor's special soul stone too. Her ability to influence the river of eternal darkness might rely on those relics. And since she responded to my plea, either I've become important enough in her eyes, or her game against the god of war has officially begun. Or perhaps, both. Ebner frowned slightly. If everything is within the goddess's calculations, then just how well does she know me? To know me this deeply, can that truly be harmless? After all, I am not ordinary, the more you know, the stronger the pollution. Even with my permission suppressing the backlash, doesn't she worry about the risk? Honestly, seeing Flora's state, utterly lost in devotion, it scares me. After a moment of silent thought, Ebner sighed and looked down at the imitation metal before him. Sensing the emotions emanating from it, he murmured to himself. With Panasia's soul within, this is no different from a living sealed artifact now. If I release her, she should be able to manifest her incomplete mythical form. She's just a little disobedient. A faint, mischievous smile tugged at his lips. But that's fine. I'm very good at negotiating with living sealed artifacts. And as that wicked grin deepened, the workshop fell into a hush, the black gemstone at his chest gleaming faintly under the dim light. End of chapter. Chapter 990, Klein's Request. Bayam, Black Rose Bar. Klein, wearing an utterly ordinary face, stepped through its doors. The bar's patrons were mostly dark-skinned, curly-haired locals or mixed bloods, members of Bayam's many gangs, mercenaries secretly serving the rebels, or both. Ordinary people were rare here. They drank strong rum and traded gossip about the sea's latest legends with a few weather-beaten adventurers. As for pirates, since the Admiral of Blood had recently come ashore and clashed several times with both the military and the Church of Storms, none of them dared to show their faces openly, lest the authorities seize them to vent their anger. Klein scanned the room, spotted the bar's manager, and approached him directly. I want to meet the couple who arrived here today. This is the token. He took out a badge and handed it over. It was something Mr. Tower had passed to him not long ago. The manager examined it, then looked up at Klein with a cold expression before nodding. Follow me. Since you're the boss's guest, I won't charge you the entrance fee. Klein followed silently, though inwardly he couldn't help complaining. Is this really a secret outpost of the Church of the Evernight Goddess? Why does it feel exactly like a gang den? Maybe that's precisely why no one suspects it, it doesn't fit the goddess's usual style at all. They slipped through a hidden door and descended a long underground passageway. Near the end, the men suddenly turned left into a large stone cavern. The cavern was about the size of a basketball court, with numerous heavy doors set into its walls. The manager led Klein to the last one. They're inside. Go in yourself. The man's tone was frosty. His aura was similar to Fry's from the old Blackthorn Security Company, probably a corpse collector or gravedigger. Klein nodded thoughtfully, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door. At once, his eyes fell upon a figure achingly familiar, the figure that had once been his strongest support, that had shaped his principles and methods, that now, he noticed, had a slightly higher hairline than before. Mr. Tower once said I've always been a guardian, first imitating others, then being imitated in turn. And the very first person I imitated after coming to this world was him. To me, he is friend, superior, mentor, and elder all at once. I'll never forget that deep voice saying, we saved Tingen. Captain. It's so good, that you're still alive. Klein barely managed to keep his expression neutral by using the clown's ability, then quickly shifted his gaze to Daly. Mrs. Daly was visibly pregnant now, yet even more beautiful than before. Of course, she used to intentionally dress dowdy, thinking it would conceal her feelings and keep other men away. But honestly, who in the Nighthawks didn't already know? Recalling those days in Tingen, Klein felt both joy and melancholy. Joy, for the warmth of that time. Melancholy, because he could never return to it again. Even though the captain was willing to reveal his true face out of respect for the fools blessed. I can't. Aside from friends like Ebner or Sharon, who have both power and background, anyone else who gets close to me would only meet misfortune. While he sighed inwardly, Dunn and Daly stood up one after another. With polite but cautious gestures, they greeted him. Honored blessed, we're pleased to meet you. I'm Dunn, this is Daly. No matter how harmless the fool appeared, or toward such a great being still lingered in their hearts. Klein thought for a moment, then shifted back into the form of Gairman Sparrow. Removing his hat, he bowed slightly. Good day, Mr. Smith, Mrs. Smith. Then he pointed to himself. I'm Gehrman Sparrow. Gehrman Sparrow? The strongest adventurer who hunted down the massacrer. Dunn exclaimed in shock. Gehrman Sparrow? The adventurer with those ambiguous relationships with Admiral of Ailment Tracy, Admiral of the Stars Catlia, and Admiral of Iceberg Edwina. Daly blurted out as well, though her focus was quite different. Ambiguous relationships? Are you making me sound like old Huang or old Lu? Lady, your sense of humor hasn't changed at all. Klein grumbled inwardly, then caught sight of the room's only mirror, and, as expected, saw Sharon reflected within it. The blue-eyed, porcelain-faced lady rested her left elbow on her right palm, her chin in her hand, watching the scene with quiet interest. Curiously, only Klein could see her. Dunn and Daly remained unaware. So Miss Sharon's become even more elusive since reaching demigodhood. If I didn't already know she followed me here and harbors no hostility, I might not have noticed her at all. She had arrived in Bayam earlier that morning. After some discussion, Klein had agreed with Admiral of Iceberg and Admiral of the Pale to join their hunt for the Admiral of Blood. Since the handover concerning the identity of Dwayne Dantes might require her assistance, she had accompanied him here. Ignoring Daly's teasing remark, Klein adopted Gehrman's usual cold courtesy. My time is limited. Let's begin. If he couldn't reveal his real face anyway, better to end things quickly. Dunn and Daly exchanged a glance, seeing nothing strange in his tone. Since that brusque manner suited the famous adventurer's reputation, they both nodded. All right. Dunn then began recounting in detail everything he had done over the past few months under the guise of Dwayne Dantes, producing a small notebook filled with notes on his social network and pending matters. Daly's report was simpler. Having married Dunn, she had left Nighthawk duties for months, maintaining only polite contact with the wives of several bishops. Finally, Dunn added, according to the script, I'll make a large profit here in Bayam. When we return, I'll move to a new residence, hire servants, and a butler again. So you needn't worry the staff will notice anything off. Klein nodded seriously. What kind of business earns that profit? You probably noticed the natives and rebels at the bar, Dunn said with a faint smile. I'm smuggling them a shipment of weapons. Smuggling arms. That really is a lucrative trade. But why would the Evernight Church's secret network handle such business? Does the goddess intend for the Rosette Islanders to gain their own militias? That sounds quite like the fool's stance. Outwardly calm, Klein asked again, and how much have you earned? I don't know, Dunn replied. You don't know. Klein forced his brow not to twitch. Then how much money did you actually receive? Truthfully, I didn't take part directly. My name's just on the papers, a convenient cover, Dunn explained. So the mansion, the servants, the entire wealthy merchant facade, I have to pay for all that myself. Klein nearly broke character, but barely maintained Gehrman's stoic mask. After going over several more details, he finally took his leave with polite composure. Once he was gone, Dunn let out a long breath. Despite the polite exchange, the man's reputation for madness, and his identity as a blessed of the fool, had been overwhelming pressure. At least he hadn't gone mad in front of them. Daly, however, remained silent, her expression thoughtful. What's wrong? Dunn asked gently. That crazy hunter gave me a strange sense of familiarity, she murmured. Meanwhile, back in his rented hotel room, Klein was busy persuading the composed figure standing before him, Miss Sharon. I'd like you to impersonate that Mrs. Smith we just met. No, I should say Mrs. Dantes. It won't be hard. You saw her yourself. She's over 4 months pregnant. You only need to stay at home pretending to be resting, occasionally appearing before the servants. What do you think? The doll-like Sharon turned her head and gazed at him silently for a long moment. When Klein was nearly squirming under the weight of her stare, she finally gave a small, graceful nod. Very well. End of chapter. Chapter 991, The Tarot Club. Ah, she agreed just like that. Klein had prepared a whole lot of arguments, yet now none of them were needed. I mentioned before that after becoming a demigod, I need occasional indulgence to maintain my sense of self. It's part of the act, Sharon said, speaking more words in one breath than usual. Acting as Mrs. Daly counts as indulgence. Miss Sharon, I think you might have a slight misunderstanding of that word. Just as Klein was secretly complaining in his heart, he suddenly saw Sharon slip into her puppet state. Her voice grew calm and mechanical, more lifeless than even Hormic's automatons, as she began to narrate a fragment of the past. More than 900 years ago, the Son of God, Sia, was born. The Roselle school changed from within, unrestrained desires and bloody rituals gradually became the mainstream. My teacher managed to hold things together for a while, keeping the faction of restraint intact. But as time went on, the influence of the mother tree of desire grew stronger, and Sia succeeded in ascending to a true god spawn. War broke out. My teacher sheltered us, leading us to flee from the plateaus, the valleys, and the steppes. I watched as he fell under the siege of Sia and the other high-ranking members. Yet, he did not truly die. He had prepared for this. In the spirit world, he revived in a special state, yearning for the restoration of his complete body. At this point, she paused, her sapphire eyes flickering faintly as she looked toward Klein and said softly, I need you to exchange from Mr. Tower the extraordinary characteristic of the cursed object, and give it to my teacher. So that's the condition for Miss Sharon agreeing to play my... No, Dwayne Dante's wife. The prisoner pathway characteristic in Mr. Tower's hands, wasn't that from the bizarro sorcerer demigod he killed on the first floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower? But I remember Mr. Tower calling it Silent Disciple. Thinking this, Klein simply voiced the question. Sharon calmly met his gaze, her tone airy and ethereal, almost inhuman. To them, it's Silent Disciple. To us, it's Cursed Object. Ah, I see. Sharon had once said that the prisoner pathway was essentially a road from indulgence to restraint, or rather, to bondage. The indulgent faction, having given in to their desires at lower sequences, only reached the level of Silent Disciple at sequence 3, barely learning the meaning of restraint. But for the faction of restraint, this sequence had no acting difficulty, so they named it simply after its ability traits, Cursed Object. After mentally translating Sharon's words, Klein's face showed sudden realization. Then, he began considering what he could trade to obtain that characteristic from Ebner. After some thought, Klein excused himself to the washroom, then took 4 steps backward to enter the world above the gray fog and rummaged through his pile of odds and ends. The Sea God Scepter. Its value was equivalent to that of the Cursed Object characteristic, but without it, the Sea God would vanish again, and the believers in the Rosette Archipelago would lose control, leading to countless deaths. No, can't do that. The upgraded, Creeping Hunger. Though only sequence 4, its price at auction would easily surpass the Cursed Object's value. But first, I still need it myself, and second, Mr. Tower already has similar items, he wouldn't trade for this. Also no. The Death Knell and Undying Bird. Both were only sequence 5, and the latter was sold to me by Mr. Tower in the first place, pass. Admiral of Hell. Worth a lot, yes, but Mr. Tower isn't short on money. Pass again. After searching for a while, Klein's gaze finally landed on the embers, gloves contaminated by the True Creator's whispers. The embers may only be sequence 6, but the True Creator's pollution is of the highest level. It's practically useless in my hands except to scare Miss Hermit, but in Ebner's hands, it might serve some purpose. Even if he doesn't agree, it's worth trying. With that thought, Klein simulated the feeling of falling and returned to reality. Stepping out of the washroom, he told Sharon, I can try, but I can't promise anything. It doesn't matter. I'll fulfill my part first, Sharon replied with a faint nod. Why do I feel like Sharon's just using this as an excuse to help me? The thought flashed through Klein's mind, but he quickly shook it off. It was baseless anyway. Afterward, the two discussed a few details until the Tarot Club meeting was about to begin, and then they separated to return to their own rooms. Before leaving, Klein remembered something and reminded her, during the Tarot Club, remember to order a mystical item from Mr. Tower, something that can change your appearance. All right. Sharon responded with a small On the future, the ship sailed smoothly over the swelling waves. Admiral of Stars Katlia stood by the window, gazing into the endless horizon. From the front deck came Nina's furious voice as she scolded Frankly for breeding a bunch of rapidly multiplying, fish-eating, beef-flavored mushrooms, an idea Klein had planted in him before disembarking. Katlia sighed silently, pushing up the heavy glasses on her nose, muttering inwardly about how the world always brought her trouble. At that moment, her intuition stirred. Looking down at her desk, she noticed several yellowed sheets of paper that hadn't been there before. Roselle's diary, she finally sent a messenger. Excited, Katlia turned and reached for the few sheets, clearly just a small test batch. But before she could touch them, she saw a familiar figure standing beside the desk. You're willing to see me? In Backlund, inside what used to be Mr. Surrey's workshop. After a full hour of friendly communication, the sealed item despairing Nightingale finally gave in, agreeing to cooperate with Ebner's experiments and begging him not to use mind extraction or psychic detonation on her again. Satisfied with his negotiation skills, Ebner resealed the metal containing the Nightingale and returned to the villa's living area, waiting for the Tarot Club to begin. At 3 in the afternoon, as the illusory crimson radiance surged over him like a tide, Ebner's inside-eye avatar appeared at one side of the ancient bronze table. Across from him, Miss Justice rose gracefully and, in her bright tone, led everyone in greeting the figure at the head of the table. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Audrey's mood had been excellent lately. Since returning to her family's castle, she'd successfully helped her mother, Lady Caitlin, resolve several psychological issues caused by age and health, earning heartfelt gratitude. It gave her deeper insight into the psychologist pathway. The most important lesson she learned, to help others heal their hearts. She suspected that was why the potion was named psychologist and not psychiatrist. Moreover, after today's tarot club, she'd be going with Mr. Tower to the City of Miracles, live seed. Just thinking about it made her heart flutter with excitement. Miss Justice seems quite happy today, but tonight, once she arrives at the Hall of Honesty. Klein couldn't help smiling faintly, returning the greeting with a nod. During this, he noticed that Mr. Hangman seemed troubled and hesitant, as if struggling to make a decision. Miss Hermit, meanwhile, looked as though she'd recently cried, but her mood was strangely good. Mr. Fool Klein withdrew his gaze calmly after surveying the group. When Miss Justice finished her greeting, Miss Hermit was the first to raise her head and address the figure at the table's head. Honorable Mr. Fool, I have collected 3 pages of Emperor Rozel's diary. They're here. I wonder if the pages the Mystic Queen personally selected will contain any valuable information, perhaps clues to the blasphemy card corresponding to the diviner pathway. That could offer me a new possibility. But Argel, Will, and Ebner all said I must go to St. Samuel's Cathedral, so my chances are slim. Klein's heart was torn between anticipation and resignation, though his expression remained serene. Very good. You may make a request. Yes, Mr. Fool. Katlia responded respectfully, then requested to project the diary's contents. Her demeanor was impeccable. Comparing this to how she used to behave in her dreams, Klein felt an odd sense of pride, like a teacher watching a once wayward student finally mature. Miss Hermit's first time offering Rozel's diary, could it be from the Mystic Queen? Miss Justice thought to herself, deducing that the Queen, Rozel's eldest daughter, must have quite a collection. At the same time, she noticed that Mr. Hangman looked off today, clearly troubled, which piqued her curiosity. Soon, 3 pages materialized before Klein. All the other members fell silent as Mr. Fool began to read. February 9th. Today is Benova's birthday. He is a healthy, strong, honest, and kind young man, so pious that he's already gained the church's attention. Everyone congratulated me, saying Benova would surely become a Holy Spirit, praising his faith as pure and unblemished. I should be proud, yet my heart is filled with an inexplicable sadness. I wish my child could be more human, more emotional, more himself, not merely a servant of the gods. But nearly everyone around me truly believes Benova's current state is ideal. Matilda thinks so, Charles thinks so, and all my nobles and ministers think so. Only Bernadette shares my sentiment. She told me privately that people should be more self-aware, as long as it harms no one. It's worth noting that Lubo said if I dislike Benova's state, I could try praying to him, believing in him. But I rejected that immediately. As if I don't know what becomes of those who worship you wholeheartedly. The former pope inside the magic mirror was someone I personally sealed away. Compared to him, Benova's condition is actually not that bad. End of chapter. Chapter 992, Diary. In old Huang's eyes, was his son's faith in Lubo even worse than becoming a fanatic believer of the god of steam and knowledge? So this was the pollution of Lubo. But I remember Rhodes once said that as long as Lubo permitted it, the problem wouldn't be too serious. In other words, by this time, the Emperor had already lost faith in the seal of calamity. At that thought, Klein looked down again. February 12th. I made a magical item for Bernadette, something that suited her very well. This will help her effectively avoid the nagging of the hidden sage, as long as she doesn't take the initiative to pray or to seek a response. It seems this item can also help saints enter the Divine War ruins on the far eastern edge of the Sonia Sea, unaffected by the murmurs of the true creator. Lubo once let slip that the secret of the forsaken land of the gods was hidden there. Ha! I was merely making a little gift for my daughter, yet it turned out to have such a powerful effect. Bernadette, your old man truly is the world's greatest artisan. The world's greatest artisan, that meant that when the Emperor wrote this diary, he had already advanced to sequence 2 of the savant pathway, becoming an angel. With the existence of the god of steam and machinery, that rank was the highest an artisan could reach. No wonder the Queen of Mysteries could enter and leave the Divine War ruins freely. It turned out she had a gift from the Emperor. As expected, a child with a powerful parent is like a treasure. Klein sighed inwardly. Also, the Emperor's distrust of the seal of calamity had already begun by then. Later, when he insisted on bringing Lubo with him to the moon, perhaps it wasn't just out of stubbornness, but also because he was unwilling to leave the seal of calamity behind unattended. Unfortunately, the Lubo of that era had clearly seen through his thoughts and ran away in advance. In the end, the influence that the god of steam placed on old Huang's youngest son not only failed to make him feel honored, but instead ignited his rebellious spirit. Old Huang later became the enemy of the world, not only because of the pollution he suffered, but perhaps also due to this very rebellion. Klein nodded slightly to himself. After skimming quickly through that part, he turned to the next page. The content wasn't continuous, it was something new. March 20th. I've begun to seal the Black Throne, making it part of the treasure set that matches the Golden Snake Sword. During this period, inspired by Lubo, I decided to use the principle of mysticism to allow the future wielder of the golden snake sword to obtain the power of the Black Throne, transforming into a ship girl. TSK, this is starting to feel like one of those tokusatsu dramas from before I transmigrated. I have to admit, most of Lu Bo's emotions seem feigned, but when he shows this sort of wicked humor, he actually feels more human to me. Anyway, his suggestion opened up my mind. Maybe in the future I can develop entire series like Kamen Rider, Magical Girl Squadron, and Six Gods combined. After all, cultural transplantation shouldn't be biased. Although I don't like that island nation, some of their ideas are still worth taking. So that's how you later created the transformation wand, and even gave it to Count White Maple, leading to the current magic wand craze among the subordinates of King of the Five Seas, Nast. And old Lu, so you're the one who started all this. Klein couldn't help complaining as he recalled how, after accommodating the Demoness card into the spirit world, he had accidentally attracted the Black Emperor. March 22nd. The sealing of the Black Throne has been officially completed. I look forward to the day when Cullen, or one of his descendants, will open this seal. Of course, preferably a man. If it's a woman, it just wouldn't be as fun. Afterward, on our way back to Trier, Lu Bo and I casually talked about the legendary treasures scattered across the sea. When I used to sail, I tried to find those treasures' locations. Unfortunately, perhaps due to wrong directions, even though I discovered the route to the southern continent and even reached the abyss, there were still no clues about those treasures. Lu Bo seemed quite familiar with them, but the damn fellow wouldn't say anything directly. Like a charlatan, he only told me. The Key of Death already has an owner. Solomon's legacy belongs to the new Black Emperor. The Ghost Empire is lost within the domain of the Demonesses, and the Lost Nuenes is shrouded in mist. As expected from someone who once was an astrologer, I really wanted to punch him, but alas, I couldn't beat him. The Key of Death already has an owner. Did that mean the treasure had already been taken? Or that someone had obtained the crucial clue? Or perhaps, more simply, that Lu Bo himself had taken it. After all, he had once been the Death Consul. Solomon's legacy must have been found by old Huang, otherwise he wouldn't have later ascended to Black Emperor. That prophecy turned out to be quite accurate. As for the Ghost Empire, Mr. Tower had once told me that it sails within the mirror world, which indeed can be considered the domain of the Demoness. But in essence, the mirror world is a collection of doors, not something the Demoness pathway exclusively controls. I can't help feeling this statement hints at a deeper secret. As for the Lost Nuenes, I know nothing of it, so I can't make any judgment. What exactly does this mist refer to? Klein's mind churned with thoughts, but he neither had the time nor sufficient information to analyze them further. He could only put the matter aside for now and used his will to pull the third diary page to the top. April 2nd. After finishing official business, I continued my discussion with Lu Bo on the topic we hadn't finished yesterday. At the end of yesterday's conversation, Lu Bo told me that the Night Emperor had certain connections with the dark side of the universe. Not only do the three demon families, Belia, Andralad, and Nos, secretly support him, but even the succubus family among the Demoness lineage also serve him. In fact, there are also succubi among the demons. The Belia that Yaldabaoth presented to me was one of them, but their pathways have long since diverged from the succubi of the Demoness family, each undergoing their own purification through the long ages. This is similar to how the dragon race evolved from many varieties into the psychic dragons of the spectator pathway and the gem dragons of the reader pathway. The rest became lesser dragons. Back to the point, because the Night Emperor valued both the demons and the demonesses, it aroused the discontent of the vampires who supported him. The sudden betrayal of the Nos family led to the fall of the Blood Moon Queen Ornia, and the disappearance of the beauty goddess characteristic caused the vampires to abandon the Night Emperor completely. After that, the Night Emperor's mental state became increasingly unstable, unable to maintain his principle of balance. This gave the still mortal, primordial Demoness a chance. She joined forces with the God of Death to hunt down the leader of the succubus family, a Sequence 1 Apocalypse Demoness. End of this chapter. Chapter 993, Alger's Condition. Tower once speculated that the Night Emperor most likely completed his ritual and ascended to true god status with the aid of the surviving ancient god, dark side of the universe, Farbadi. So it was quite normal that there was a connection between them. I remember that when I traveled by ship from Baklund to Bayam, we passed by Demir Island, where there was a rumor that it was the fief of a demon from the Andariel family. Perhaps it was the very place once bestowed by the Night Emperor. And that succubi could actually be divided into two kinds, demons and demonesses. Did old Huang deliberately point that out just to brag that he had tried both kinds? Klein made a silent jab at that, then continued to think. Besides, the primordial Demoness only obtained her final Sequence 1 characteristic during the War of the Four Emperors. That's much later than I expected. I had thought she became a true god during the Age of Strife or even earlier. After all, her ascension ritual required a divine war and the complete breakdown of the boundaries between the real world, the spirit world, and the astral plane, returning the area to a primordial state. When I obtained the Demonis card, I thought she had completed her ritual somewhere in the forsaken land of the gods, since neither the northern nor southern continent has a place that could return to such a primordial or chaotic state. Maybe it was just hidden away. Wait, the Demonis domain, mentioned earlier in the diary when speaking about the Ghost Empire, could that actually refer to this? The Mirror World, a collection of doors. Could that region have been sealed by a high-ranking being of the Door pathway? Perhaps the Mr. Door before he was banished from the world. A series of thoughts flashed rapidly through his mind. Klein didn't waste time and made the 3 diary pages vanish, then smiled toward hermit Katlia. Have you decided what to ask for? Katlia gave a formal bow as though she had already prepared her question, and spoke. I wish to know how Emperor Roselle was contaminated in his later years. Audrey the Justice, sitting in the same row, blinked in disbelief, thinking she had misheard. She hadn't expected the hermit to start with such a weighty question. Wait, Emperor Roselle was contaminated in his later years. What kind of contamination could affect him? I remember Tower once mentioned that the Emperor was preparing to ascend to true godhood by then. And also, the hermit only contributed 3 pages of diary, yet she's asking something at this level. Doesn't that go against the principle of equivalent exchange? Various thoughts surged in Audrey's mind as she waited, strangely excited, for the fool to respond. The Hanged Men Alger, Moon Emlyn, Magician Furs, and Judgment Zio all held their breath and turned their gaze toward the head of the long bronze table. Temperance Sharon's blue eyes also shifted ever so slightly. Tower Ebner glanced between World and Hermit, guessing that Klein must have spoken to Bernadette earlier, which led to a question different from the original story. And with the Seal of Calamity involved, the later parts of Old Huang's diary must be completely different from the original version. After this meeting, I'll have to ask Klein for a look at it, Ebner thought inwardly. As for son Derek, although he had often heard the name Roselle, he couldn't quite grasp the man's true significance, so, like World, he didn't pay it much attention. The fool, Klein pondered for a moment. After reminding hermit Katlia that he was not omniscient and omnipotent, he chuckled softly and said. Perhaps it was related to his journey to the moon. None of the Tarot Club members found anything strange about the fool's modest disclaimer. After all, none of the current true gods or evil gods bore the honorific of omniscience or omnipotence. Instead, they began contemplating the meaning of his answer. Journey to the moon. Did he mean literally landing on the moon? Could a human even do such a thing? Had Emperor Roselle truly reached a level so close to that of a true god before his assassination? Justice Audrey was both stunned and awed. For a moment, she imagined that grand act of lunar exploration. It must have been so romantic. The Hanged Man Alger was equally shaken, though his thoughts went further. He speculated that the moon might be the domain of a certain true god, ancient god, or evil god, and that Roselle's contamination stemmed from that. In his mind, the names of the Evernight goddess, the ancient god Lilith, and the evil god Primordial Moon flashed by, only for him to quickly banish them. Matters involving the divine made him both thrilled at the secrecy he was glimpsing and fearful of knowing too much and bringing calamity upon himself. Hermit Katlia also pondered over what could have been so wrong about journeying to the moon. After more than 10 seconds, she nodded thoughtfully, expressed her gratitude, and withdrew her gaze. However, the fool then added casually. Tell Bernadette not to attempt to go to the moon. The danger there is beyond what she can withstand. Even Lubo refused to go, that alone speaks volumes about how perilous it must be. That girl of Old Huang's is bold to a fault, it's best to warn her, Klein muttered inwardly. Even though the fool's tone was light, Katlia still felt a chill run down her spine. Any place deemed dangerous by such an existence was beyond terrifying. When I return, no matter what, I must persuade the queen not to attempt going to the moon. Katlia resolved in silence. Seeing her express solemn thanks once again, Klein said nothing further. He leaned back in his chair and looked around the table. You may begin. After saying that, he noticed the Hanged Man Alger glancing a few times toward the lowest seat where World sat, then turning to face the head of the table. Honorable Mr. Fool, I request to speak with World in private. The Hanged Man wants to talk to me. Klein thought with mild curiosity. Is he planning another joint operation against a pirate? He felt a spark of anticipation. After all, the money for his future Richmond disguise would have to come from his own pocket. Once he had isolated the other senses, Alger waited 2 seconds, then turned toward World Gehrman Sparrow and said. I want to exchange one condition with you for the coordinates of an undiscovered primitive island. That island is home to many beyonders that are extinct on both the northern and southern continents. It also hides ancient ruins of an unknown era. There are traces of high-level beyonders, possibly demigods, on it. To you, this should be of great value. I can swear to Mr. Fool that I am not lying. As for my condition, I hope that when you explore that island for the first time, you take me as your companion. With Mr. Fool observing, you have no reason to worry that I harbor any malicious intent. After listening to Hanged Man's proposal, Klein was indeed tempted by the offer but grew cautious about the condition. The value of such an island was undeniable, whatever Alger wanted in exchange would surely be significant. What do you need? Klein had whirled, asked in a deep voice. I've discovered the location of an ominous sea monster. It's near Sonia Island, under the control of the Faceac military. I want your help to capture that sea monster. End of this chapter. Chapter 994, Emlyn, about to fall into the consumer trap. After hearing Alger's request, Klein's first thought was whether Mr. Hangman had been switched with someone else. The Hangman he knew had always been extremely cautious. How could he possibly risk sneaking into a military base to steal something so important? Moreover, from what Klein knew, the Faceac garrison stationed on Sonia Island included at least 2 demigods, one from the Navy and one from the Army, and the new Archbishop of the Church of the God of Combat could provide backup at any time. With just a Sequence 6 and a Sequence 5 attempting such a theft, wasn't that no different from throwing meat buns to a dog, never to see them again? He thought for a moment and didn't reject the idea outright. Instead, he tactfully asked, "Is your source of information reliable?" If it wasn't certain, it would be better to proceed cautiously. It's reliable. It was mentioned in a mission issued by the Church of Storms. Alger paused for a moment to steady himself, then added, I was in a bit of a rush earlier, so I might not have explained it clearly. The Church discovered that the Faceac military was secretly raising an ominous sea monster, so they gathered all privateer captains like myself who serve the Church, as well as elite squads without public identities. The plan is to launch a sudden strike on the Faceac naval port on Sonia Island and kill the sea monster. What I mean is that I hope you can take advantage of the battle between us and the Faceac forces to steal the sea monster while the fighting distracts them. So, there would be agents of the Church of Storms holding off the Faceac military. In that case, the difficulty would be much lower. Perhaps it could even work. The ominous sea monster is a key material for the advancement ritual of the ocean songster. The Faceac military keeping such a creature clearly means they intend to cultivate their own ocean songster, which the Church of Storms, the true holder of the sailor pathway, would never tolerate. If they sent an official army, that would basically amount to declaring war on Faceac, so the Church naturally decided to use their secretly sponsored privateers and deniable elite squads instead. This way, even if things blew up afterward, the two nations could just trade diplomatic accusations. The attackers were only a bunch of pirates, after all. Having understood the full picture, Klein didn't respond immediately. He thought a bit longer before asking again. When does the Church plan to launch the attack? The hanged men, Alger answered openly, in about a week or two. Gathering so many people while maintaining secrecy isn't easy, even at sea. I'll inform Mr. Fool through prayer once I have the exact date. Klein grunted softly. I'll think about it and give you an answer later. You can share the coordinates of that primitive island with me then. As an experienced seer, he had to confirm the level of danger first. But he could already be sure this wasn't a trap aimed at him. He had no use for a sea monster, after all. All right, Alger said with an unchanged expression. Clearly, he had expected this reaction. In truth, the matter wasn't urgent. The reason he had brought it up now was to commit himself, to cut off his own escape route. Whether it was revealing the long-hidden coordinates or attempting to steal the sea monster amid a war, both decisions were difficult. Now that he had spoken the request aloud, he felt much lighter. With no retreat left, the only path forward was to charge ahead. He hadn't chosen the stronger members like Tower or Temperance for 2 reasons. First, World was Mr. Fool's blessed, so he felt safer. Second, although World Gehrman was formidable, the pressure he gave off was still less than that of a demigod. After all, even under Mr. Fool's gaze, he couldn't be sure how much of the island's benefits he could claim if he cooperated with a demigod. Besides, considering the relationship between World and Temperance, maybe the latter would even help for free, Alger thought quietly. Once the matter was settled, Klein lifted the sensory isolation from the others and mused inwardly. Although this isn't targeting me, the fact that the Faceac Empire's sea monster breeding plan was discovered by the Church of Storms seems a bit too coincidental. And if the Church's operation succeeds, even if they use pirates, the Faceac military will surely know the truth behind the scenes. Relations between the two countries will definitely deteriorate. When Audrey noticed that the private conversation between the two had ended and that Mr. Hanged Man's mood seemed much lighter, she guessed, did World perhaps help him resolve some kind of dilemma? At that moment, Hermit Catlia withdrew her subtle gaze from World, turned to Justice Audrey, and said, The spinal fluid of the black hunting lizard has been confirmed, 1,800 pounds. As for the fruit of the illusion bell tree, there's still no clue. That was fast. Hermit really worked efficiently. Audrey sighed in admiration and sincerely thanked her. This is already great, better than I expected. Thank you, Miss Hermit. She didn't even care about the price. Ever since investing in the establishment of the Antique Collection and Preservation Fund, she had gained much more freedom in her actions. Her financial movements were now better concealed and drew no attention from her parents. Hermit Catlia hummed in acknowledgement, then glanced between Magician Furs and son Derek, saying, "I've obtained the formula for the notary." Furs perked up immediately and followed with, "And I've found the formula for the judge." Because the Abraham family and the Tamara family had intermarried frequently throughout the fourth epoch, they exchanged the formulas of their respective pathways below the demigod level. Thus, Dorian had the judge formula in his possession. However, it hadn't come for free. Furs had paid £1,500 up front, using the earnings from the Roselle Gustav film and the money from selling the magical materials lent by his son. As a result, she had to start writing the screenplay for Ebner's new movie. Fortunately, he had provided the outline, a love story set aboard a shipwreck in the frozen sea, something she found quite intriguing and worth polishing. The pressure now shifted to son Derek. As the last part of their three-way exchange, he lowered his head and said shyly, "Miss Magician, the complete Asman brain you wanted hasn't been retrieved yet, but once the chief heard of your need, he personally led a team to hunt that Asman. The result should come within a day or two." Hermit Catlia nodded at that and said to Furs, "Shall we exchange first?" "Sure." After getting Mr. Fool's permission, Furs manifested pen and paper, wrote down the judge formula, and handed it to Catlia while receiving a parchment inscribed with the notary formula. Sequence 6, Notary. Main ingredients, 1 portion of crystallized root of the elder tree, 5 tail feathers of a contract spirit bird. Auxiliary ingredients, 100 milliliters of sap from the brilliant contract tree, 1 golden-edged sunflower, 1 white-edged sunflower, and 5 drops of water fern extract. She quickly skimmed the content and, before anyone could comment, thoughtfully said to son Derek, "I trust your integrity, so I'll give you the formula first." With Ebner's support, Furs had grown more generous, and she truly did trust Derek's character. Giving the formula up front was also a way to earn his goodwill. Derek was visibly delighted. He accepted the formula solemnly. "I won't betray your trust," he declared. Once the transaction was settled, Catlia, now more engaged with the meeting, looked around and asked, "Any clues about the blood of a mythic creature?" Klein immediately had World respond with a low chuckle. "Do you mean pure mythic creatures?" "Pure mythic creatures. There are impure ones." Justice Audrey and the others were both puzzled and intrigued. Hermit Catlia froze for a second before replying. "The pure kind, the blood of an angel. Just a single drop will do." She had only asked this to show her active participation, not expecting anyone to actually answer, though World had promised last week to ask around. "I have a lead," Klein said through World, "but I'm not sure I can obtain it. It'll take at least 3 months." The Tarot members all fell silent. They hadn't expected World to have leads even on angel blood. As expected, Klein's target must be Will's umbilical cord blood, Ebner thought with a smirk. Then, to break the silence, he looked at son and said with a friendly smile, "Can you help me find the corresponding sequence 6 vampire beyonder characteristic?" He was asking on behalf of Lydia. If he could buy it from son, it would save him the trouble of hunting one himself. "Of course, Mr. Tower." Son Derek agreed without hesitation. He didn't even name a price. After all, he felt that both he and Silver City owed Tower a lot. Without him, Laloya would have died in that afternoon chapel incident. But even if son didn't bring up payment, Ebner wouldn't take advantage of him. He asked with a smile, "What materials are you missing for your notary potion formula?" Derek waved his hands in refusal but couldn't evade the question. Finally, he admitted honestly, the crystallized root of the elder tree. The tail feathers of the contract spirit bird were already available in Silver City special stores. Exchanging a sequence 6 main ingredient for a sequence 6 characteristic, no matter how you look at it, I'm coming out ahead. But if I insist on giving more, son would never accept it anyway. With that thought, Ebner turned past Derek to Moon Emlyn, smiling. "You have elder tree root crystal, don't you? I'll pay £2,200. How did you know?" Emlyn gave him a suspicious look before suddenly realizing he had once supplied Justice with elder tree fruit. He thought for a moment, then nodded. "That price is fair. I'll get it for you soon." Emlyn even thought the offer was a bit generous. As a middleman, he'd earn at least several £100s from it. Ebner, however, didn't mind in the slightest. For one, he wasn't short on money, and second, with his new line of collectible film figures about to hit the market, whatever Emlyn earned would only end up boosting his own film company's profits anyway. End of this chapter. Chapter 995, Commission and Conversation. After finalizing the three-way exchange with Emlyn and Derek, Ebner looked around the table once more and said with a smile, "I have a commission. I wish to obtain information about any surviving elves. As for payment, I can promise to forge a free mid-sequence beyonder item." Of course, the grade of the item will depend on the value of the information provided. Elves. Could it be that Mr. Tower made some kind of deal with the Queen of Calamity in Kaba's town? The moment Justice Audrey heard that Tower was searching for elves, she immediately recalled Ebner's previous secret meeting with Gashinam and drew her own connections. The hanged man, Alger, also thought of that possibility. He glanced deeply at Tower, his mind likely spinning with all sorts of assumptions. Hermit, Katlia pondered for a moment before speaking. After the Great Cataclysm, the elves were originally trapped on Sonia Island. But as time passed, that ancient race of Beyonder suffered under various factors and gradually declined, leaving only occasional, fleeting appearances to prove they weren't completely extinct. What I can confirm is that there are no elves left on Sonia Island now. They are most likely hiding somewhere on an uncharted island, outside the regular sea routes. I can help you keep an eye out. Ebner understood that by keep an eye out, she meant asking the Queen of Mysteries or using the information network of the Moses Ascetic Order. He nodded slightly and expressed his thanks to Katlia. At that moment, Temperance Sharon suddenly turned her head toward Ebner and said in her ethereal, dreamlike voice, I know of an elven settlement. Where? Ebner's spirit lifted immediately as he asked. Temperance Sharon didn't answer right away. Instead, she looked around at the others. That gesture was clear enough, Ebner didn't even need world to translate. Smiling, he said, you can speak openly. There's no need for a private exchange. Temperance Sharon met his gaze and said calmly, without a ripple of emotion. About 500 nautical miles west of Baron's Port in West Bayam, beneath the sea. That place exists independently of the physical world. You need a special method to enter. Beneath the sea west of West Bayam. Hiding deep indeed. Ebner sighed inwardly before asking, what method? Every year on the 7th day of the 7th month, a bridge forms between the settlement and reality. She paused for a moment, then, after requesting permission from Mr. Fool, manifested the image of a wooden sailing ship. In her emotionless tone, she continued, 700 years ago, one had to ride this ship, which could travel beneath the sea, to cross the bridge. Now, I'm not sure. The 7th day of the 7th month, a bridge. Could it be a place I created in one of my past lives? Over 700 years ago. Is this the handiwork of Danit Tynekur? Before Ebner could think further, the hanged man Alger, staring intently at the projected image, murmured softly, the trident. Though quiet, every Tarot Club member present had at least sequence 7-level perception and heard him clearly. All eyes turned toward him. Seeing this, Alger explained, the trident is a ship the Church of Storms often uses for covert missions. It can dive into the deep sea and cross the raging sea without following regular routes, and its appearance is identical to that image. Rumor has it that the trident surfaced from the depths of the sea after the 20-year war and appeared near Paso Island. But originally, this ghost ship wasn't called the Trident. Its true name was never recorded in history. So it's the Trident. I remember a passage in Roselle's diary mentioning that Danit had used the Trident to escape from the southern continent to the northern one. After his death, the sealed item formed from his characteristics had also been delivered to the Church of Storms by this very ship. It seemed likely, then, that the elven settlement was indeed his creation. Ebner nodded inwardly, then looked at Miss Temperance, and said with a smile, your information is extremely helpful to me. What kind of item would you like in return? One that can transform into others for long periods, Sharon replied succinctly. Ebner rubbed his chin thoughtfully. For an item meant to be worn long-term and capable of transformation, simply infusing spirituality into materials wouldn't suffice, the residual power within the materials would be used up too quickly, and the item would soon degrade. So at least the main material must come from a faceless. That would cost around 2,000 to 4,000 pounds. An elven settlement's exact location, along with the time and method of entry and exit, such information is easily worth several thousand pounds. After considering for a moment, Ebner nodded. All right, I'll craft it as soon as possible. The prophet, tailor of the Church of Knowledge, had already risen to the upper ranks of the secret order, so tricking him into providing a faceless material shouldn't be difficult. If that didn't work, he could always reclaim the bizarro sorcerer characteristic he'd lent to Taylor and use the unshadowed ability to extract the relevant components. Temperance Sharon gave a slight nod, then reverted to her puppet-like stillness, ceasing all movement. After a brief silence, the fool Klein tapped lightly on the mottled bronze table, signaling the start of the free discussion phase. Inside the grand, mist-shrouded palace above the grey fog, the hanged man Alger turned his head toward the sun beside him and asked, "Are you still stationed in Afternoon Town?" Derek nodded honestly and answered in great detail. He described setting up their camp, clearing the roads, and other specifics, so vividly that magician, justice, judgment, and even hermit listened with great interest. Justice Audrey raised her hand slightly and asked, "You've been in Afternoon Town for so long, what are you using for food? Is there black-faced grass nearby? Or perhaps the provisions Miss Temperance once supplied us with?" Our main food comes from the monsters we hunt, Derek replied seriously. Most of them, once their beyonder characteristics are extracted and their hides burned away with flame, are safe to eat. Oh, and thanks to the secret technique Mr. Tower taught us, the residual spiritual pollution in their meat no longer poses any risk, so we can eat with confidence. After answering Audrey's question, he turned to thank Tower, then nodded to Temperance Sharon and added. Of course, we also brought some of Miss Temperance's wolf fish cans and Silver City's black-faced grass powder, though we can only afford to eat them once every day or two. Wolf fish cans. At those words, Hermit, Catlia, Judgment, Zio, Hangman, Alger, and even the Fool himself all showed the slightest flicker of expression, exchanging subtle glances filled with newfound respect for Sun. Simultaneously, several of them turned their gazes toward the doll-like Temperance, as if seeing her in a whole new light. Temperance Sharon ignored their looks, merely turning toward the world and explaining simply, long shelf life. Cheap. At that, Justice Audrey recalled Island's miserable experience, as well as Mr. Tower's previous description of the wolf fish can's dreadful flavor. Comparing that with how casually Sun spoke about eating them, she became convinced that Mr. Tower had exaggerated on purpose. After thinking it over, she asked again for confirmation. I heard that wolf fish cans taste terrible, that some people vomit the moment they open them. You didn't have that problem. Derek fell silent for 2 seconds before replying. The wolf fish cans do have a strong smell. But it's clean meat that doesn't need purification rituals to be safe. He paused, instinctively glancing toward Moon Emlyn before continuing. For survival, we've eaten all sorts of things, even the pus-covered, hideous monsters of the deep darkness, like vampires. We don't really have a choice. If it's edible, we eat it. Compared to those, the wolf fish doesn't taste bad at all. Some people even like it. His voice grew low, as though weighed down once more by the cursed tragedy enveloping all of Silver City. Emlyn, meanwhile, completely forgot to correct him. It was Blood Clan, not vampires. His face turned pale green as an indescribable shudder ran through him. The massive, cathedral-like palace fell silent again, until World broke the stillness by bringing up Mad Captain Connors Victor and the clues linking that pirate to the Great Smog incident and a certain royal faction. From World's words, everyone inferred that Mr. Fool had been having him investigate the true cause behind the Great Smog. Judgment, Zio straightened up instantly upon hearing this. After glancing at Ebner and seeing him shake his head, she pressed her lips together and refrained from asking Mr. Fool about her father. Later, Ebner and Audrey held another brief, private chat, finalizing the time and location for their meeting after the tarot gathering. He also asked if she would mind having the Queen of Mysteries accompany her. Audrey thought for a moment. With her Mask of Lies, Mr. Tower's protection, and Mr. Fool's blessing, there was nothing to fear from Emperor Roselle's eldest daughter. She nodded her agreement. When their conversation ended, the free discussion continued for a while longer before concluding completely. As the others departed, Klein tossed the recent diary pages toward Ebner, officially announcing the start of their small meeting. End of this chapter. Chapter 996, Klein removes his mask. The key of death already has an owner. Holding the diary in his hand, Ebner skimmed through most of the contents, but his gaze lingered on that one line. That means my earlier suspicion was probably correct. The current, artificial death, has most likely changed surnames. I just don't know whether it's Lou or Amon. The reason the goddess has kept this matter hidden is probably because, at that time, the apocalypse was still far off. If a divine war were triggered immediately, there would be one fewer true god to plug the cracks in the Earth's barrier. And besides, that wouldn't fit Adam's script. As his thoughts turned, Ebner put down the diary and looked at Klein, who seemed hesitant to speak. Smiling, he said, if you've got something to say, just say it. Compared to the Roselle in the diary, who was filled with suspicion and caution toward the Calamity Seal, Klein's habit of removing his mask in front of him made Ebner feel truly comfortable. He decided that whatever Klein wanted, he'd try his best to help. It's like this. I'd like to make a trade with you, Klein said carefully. Specifically, for that item in your possession, the Silent Disciple characteristic you obtained from the Rose School demigod. The Silent Disciple characteristic. Ebner recalled for a moment, then remembered. Yes, he had obtained it as spoils from the first layer of the Dream Labyrinth Tower, after fighting a Rose School demigod's spirit. And what do you plan to exchange for it? Ebner asked after some thought. He didn't really have much use for the characteristic. If the price was good, selling it to Klein to help him please Miss Sharon wouldn't be a bad deal. Hearing the question, Klein took a deep breath, then retrieved the Seed of Fire gloves from his pile of miscellaneous items. He launched into a persuasive pitch, describing the item, and the true creator corruption it carried, with such eloquence that he nearly made flowers bloom in the underworld. It wasn't entirely exaggeration when he demonstrated the true creator's corruptive power. The gray fog itself seemed to stir and ripple faintly. Finally, Klein concluded with hopeful eyes, in your hands, this item could unleash its full potential, far beyond that of an ordinary demigod's might. So, what do you think? Ebner was silent for several seconds. Then, as if trying to reevaluate the men before him, he looked Klein up and down for half a minute, until Klein began to fidget, before saying slowly, "Tell me, is it possible that what you're trying to do is convince me that a Sequence 6 extraordinary item is equal in value to a Sequence 3 characteristic?" Klein froze, speechless. Though a bit embarrassed, he nodded in agreement. "You've got a point. How about this, if I add this blood-red crystal, would that make up the difference?" As he spoke, he took out the long, slender blood crystal extracted from Slaughterer Gilchie's body and placed it before Ebner. "What's this?" Ebner frowned slightly, feeling that it looked familiar. It resembled the soul stones formed from the deaths of those special beings tied to the primordial, like the Mechanical Emperor or the Elf King, but it was inferior, somehow incomplete. It was more like an early prototype or a low-grade version of a soul stone. It came from the Slaughterer Gilchie's. Essentially, it was the medium through which the Death Announcer controlled him, Klein explained briefly. He then projected the scene he had divined through the crystal for Ebner to see. In the vision, a grey, misty world appeared, filled with blood-stained altars inscribed with foul symbols and words. They seemed to chant something blasphemous. Then, a handsome man over 3 meters tall placed the condensed blood crystal and a soul onto one of the altars, performing a ritual that turned the soul into an egg. "It really works," the man murmured to himself. The vision ended there. "This was what I saw when I divined the crystal's use," Klein explained. "That handsome man performing the ritual, that's the god of luck. No, that's me, using a demon to conduct reincarnation experiments." According to Yalarin, the egg roselle found in the abyss that later hatched into Yaldabaoth was one of my experimental products. So it's normal that there were other trials before that. Perhaps the Death Announcer was one of the failed ones. As Ebner pondered silently over the crystal, Klein resumed his pitch. "With this crystal, I think you could easily track down the Death Announcer. It's a Sequence 3 existence, after all." "Easily. Didn't the two of us once try to ambush it, only for it to chicken out and flee?" Ebner couldn't help but mock inwardly. Outwardly, though, he smiled thoughtfully and said, "Aside from these two things, if you agree to one more request, I'll give you the characteristic." Klein immediately sensed something dangerous in Ebner's smile and asked cautiously, "What request?" "It's simple," Ebner said with deceptive ease. "I want to study the secret hidden within Admiral of Pale, Maria. You just need to persuade her to agree to it. I know she seems to trust you quite a bit, so that shouldn't be too difficult, right?" Then, realizing how that might sound, he quickly added, "It's purely academic research, don't get the wrong idea." "You call that simple?" "I don't believe you for a second, you sly old fox who's lived thousands of years." Klein grumbled internally. Thinking about how he himself had done a few so-called academic studies before, he could only blurt out one word in reply. "Scum." Ebner raised a brow and shot back immediately, "Scum. Hardly worse than a certain mad hunter entangled with 3 female pirate generals." The scandalous stories of Gehrman Sparrow's ambiguous relationships with the Admiral of Stars, Admiral of Pale, and Admiral of Blood had spread from the seas onto land, and Ebner had even seen tabloids about it in Backlund. His company's script department had already submitted a film proposal for an action-adventure movie based on Gehrman. "How are you as gossipy as Miss Daly?" Klein thought in exasperation, then shot back, "Says the Playboy detective, aren't your own scandals even worse than mine?" After exchanging a few jabs, both men felt much more relaxed. Klein then began seriously considering Ebner's request. He could guess that Mr. Tower's desire to study Maria was to uncover the truth behind that experiment 11 years ago, not for any indecent reason. Still, he had a headache. How was he supposed to even bring it up to her? But if he didn't agree, Mr. Tower wouldn't give him the silent disciple characteristic. And given the characteristic's value at Sequence 3, he'd still be coming out ahead. After a moment's hesitation, Klein decided to try. But he didn't dare make any firm promises, so he said vaguely, "I can ask her and try to persuade her, but whether she agrees, that I can't guarantee." "That's more than enough. You can tell her that whatever terms she asks for, I'll do my best to meet them." Ebner nodded with a faint smile. "Then it's a deal. I can even give you the payment up front." "Thanks." Klein's heart lifted with delight. With this characteristic, Miss Messenger's strength would rise again, and the stronger she was, the smoother tomorrow's hunt for the Admiral of Blood would go. Thinking of that hunt, Klein suddenly remembered that Admiral of Pale had said Mr. Tower would also be participating, so he asked about it. "Edwina wrote to invite me earlier, and I agreed," Ebner nodded, understanding Klein's concern. He smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, the Mother Tree of Desire is currently tied up with something far more important and can't spare the focus to deal with you. At most, Sia A might show up, but her true body won't descend." And when that happens, there'll naturally be someone to hold her back. As he spoke, a fleeting image crossed Ebner's mind, a delicate, doll-like figure who had sought him out shortly after he received Edwina's invitation. End of this chapter. Chapter 997, Melissa's Misunderstanding. Backlund, Sherwood Borough, 26 Kingster Street. Benson had just returned home from work. He removed his hat and coat, handed them to the maid, Sarah, and looked toward his younger sister Melissa, who was sitting in the living room, wholly absorbed in her writing and calculations. Melissa, today's your birthday. You ought to learn to rest once in a while. Without looking up, Melissa continued reading and calculating, replying matter-of-factly. That's why I gave myself a full encyclopedia of alchemical materials as a gift. I plan to master it completely tonight. Ever since becoming a savant, Melissa's learning speed and memory had improved remarkably. Finishing an entire book in one night was hardly unusual for her anymore. Melissa, you're getting funnier by the day. I like it, but jokes are jokes, don't take them too seriously. Oh, right, take a look at what I bought for you, Benson said with a grin. He didn't think she was being serious at all, only that his little sister was acting out a little because there was no proper birthday party. Still, to him, this was far better than how overly mature she usually acted. Seeing her act like a normal young girl again made him happy. Melissa, of course, easily guessed what he was thinking and let out a faint sigh before putting down her pen. She knew her memory and comprehension had long surpassed that of ordinary people, so she didn't want to scare her brother. And truth be told, she was a little curious about the gift Benson had prepared. So she gave him a casual glance and asked, "Are government jobs really so easy that you can come home this early?" "No, not at all. But since it's my dearest sister's birthday, I asked for leave, of course. Besides, the first installment of repayment for the film company's government loan just came in. My work's a bit lighter now." Benson glanced at the mirror in the living room, instinctively straightened his hair, and added with a hint of dissatisfaction, "And because I handled the case so well, I got a commendation from the Deputy Minister of Finance. At least I've survived my cursed internship. From now on, my weekly salary is £3. £3. A savant potion costs at least 300, meaning that if we don't touch Klein's pension and save every penny, it'll take 100 weeks, almost 2 years, to pay it off." Melissa automatically began doing the math, then chuckled at herself. After all, her brother wasn't the only one earning money now. Her own work as a prop designer for the film company paid even better than his. Pulling her thoughts back, she took another look at Benson's empty hands. Though she said nothing, her eyes clearly asked, "Where's my present?" Benson just smiled mysteriously. "You'll know in a moment." He hadn't even finished speaking when the maid Sarah hurried back in and reported, "Sir, there's a Miss Elizabeth here to see you. She says she's Miss Melissa's friend." Elizabeth. Melissa's eyes lit up at once, her whole expression brightening. Who wouldn't want a friend to show up on their birthday? But here in Backlund, she hadn't made many friends yet. The only person she was close to, her mysticism teacher, Miss Hazel, hadn't even asked about her birthday. So Elizabeth's visit came as a wonderful surprise. Turning to her brother, Melissa smiled, lips pressed together in delight. "I'm so happy, Benson. This is such a pleasant surprise." With that, she pulled Sarah along to greet her friend at the door, leaving Benson standing there in confusion. "Goddess above, that wasn't the gift I prepared. I only ordered a custom ice cream cake from a well-reviewed shop in the North Borough. They haven't even delivered it yet." At the same time, from the window of the villa at 28 Kingster Street, Ebner quietly observed the scene before pulling the curtains shut and vanishing from the room. As expected, after her exploration in Kaba's town, Elizabeth chose the visit Melissa to confide in her option. This is also the one branch of her river of fate that leads to the Beyonder path. East Chester County, Stone City, Antique Collection and Preservation Foundation. The newly established organization was still in its startup stage, leaving piles of paperwork and tasks to handle. Audrey had deliberately delayed reviewing several financial reports, then used the excuse that it was too late and unsafe to return to her family's castle to stay overnight at the Foundation's manor instead. The manor was hers to begin with, fully equipped, which was why Earl Hall didn't object to her staying there. Of course, a professional security team stood guard outside. In truth, Audrey had left all the paperwork to her personal assistant, Island, while she herself returned to her bedroom, waiting for a certain gentleman's arrival. At exactly 8 o'clock, a human silhouette took form before her, and Audrey saw Mr. Tower appear before her with a subtly altered face. "Good evening, Professor," she greeted brightly. In the real world, she avoided addressing him by his tarot club title, just in case. It wasn't as though Ebner would mind, but it was better to be careful. At the same time, Audrey's spiritual intuition picked up the emotional state on the surface of his psyche, his mood, in other words. He's in such a good mood. Mr. Tower always seems so cheerful, rarely showing anything else. Is it optimism? Or something deeper? Recently, as part of her psychologist role, Audrey had gotten used to analyzing people's mental states like this. What she didn't know, though, was that her partner's cheerfulness came from the simple fact that he was about to drag her into a situation that could only be described as social suicide. Good evening, Mississippi. The crimson moon tonight is dreamlike and beautiful, perfect for a moonlit outing, Ebner said, quoting a line from some novel, before smiling and asking, "So, are you ready?" He looked her over. She was dressed in a practical hunting outfit, with a small satchel at her side filled with charms and ritual materials. Audrey nodded, picked up the lie mask, and put it on. "I've already told Susie and Island to cover for me while I'm gone. But we should try to get back before dawn." Technically, that's fine, but putting Susie and Island in the same sentence still sounds weird somehow. Ebner mused silently before giving a proper, elegant invitation to dance gesture. Audrey immediately understood and placed her hand gently on his. In the next instant, the colors before her eyes deepened, the crimson moon grew brighter, the shadows darker, and the hues of reality separated, layer upon layer. Countless faint silhouettes seemed to retreat backward as Audrey, guided by Ebner, soared through the astral currents. So this is what teleportation feels like. The thought had barely formed in her mind before she felt herself falling, colors fading away as everything returned to normal. A confined space, earth above, below, and all around. An ancient altar. They were underground. Audrey looked around and was about to ask a question when her eyes caught sight of the old book resting on the altar, surrounded by 3 blasphemy cards. Door, Error, Black Emperor. Her eyes flickered with curiosity. Does the exploration of the City of Miracles live seed have something to do with this book? Yes. Our destination lies within it, Ebner answered with a smile. Inside the book. Audrey was surprised, though not overly so. After all, to her, the cave in the collective subconscious they'd explored before was hardly any less mysterious than a book containing a world. Yes. This is a very special book. Inside it exists an imagined world, and Liveseed rests within the collective subconscious sea of that world. An imagined world. I see. Audrey immediately caught onto the key word, her eyes lighting up with comprehension. She had heard Mr. Tower say that the sequence 0 of the spectator pathway was the visionary, and that City of Miracles was the divine kingdom of the Dragon King, the ancient god Ankwelt, the dragon of imagination. That it lay hidden within a book born of imagination was perfectly logical. Seeing her nod thoughtfully, Ebner didn't elaborate further. "I'll go fetch the Queen of Mysteries," he said before vanishing into the air. Audrey felt a twinge of nervousness. After all, she was about to meet one of the most powerful and enigmatic figures in the Beyonder world. Though she believed Mr. Tower would not be weaker than the other party, she couldn't help feeling a little anxious. So, after taking a few calming breaths, Audrey silently prayed to Mr. Fool for protection. Up above the grey fog, Klein, waiting to watch the broadcast, perked up immediately, granting her blessing at once. Along with summoning a paper angel, he strengthened his connection to Miss Justice, making the vision before him clearer. Meanwhile, back in the underground chamber, Audrey, basking in the faint warmth of divine protection, recalled the gentle presence that had embraced her and muttered to herself. This time, the blessing came from a female angel. I didn't see her face, but she felt so beautiful. Mr. Fool is really considerate. Hearing this from above the grey fog, Klein could only feel a bit awkward. It wasn't that he meant to, he simply had no choice. His Error and Black Emperor cards were both loaned out, leaving only Witch and Moon available to channel power from. Of course, for the sake of preserving the dignity of Mr. Fool's image, his angel couldn't appear too seductive, so in the end, Klein had chosen to use the Moon card. End of this chapter. Chapter 998, The Honest and Earnest Bernadette. Rorsted Archipelago Seas, aboard the slowly sailing future. Admiral of Stars, Katlia pushed up her glasses and glanced at the Queen of Mysteries, sitting not far away, fiddling with a chessboard. A faint smile curved her lips. Ever since leaving the Dawn, she had dreamed of such a peaceful, heartwarming scene, and now it was finally real. Praise Mr. Fool, she thought silently with gratitude. Then, remembering the message the world had relayed through the great existence, she couldn't help but worry for the Queen. Although Tower was also a member of the Tarot Club and had once traded astral dust with her, she only knew he was a powerful demigod, nothing more. Wouldn't it be dangerous for the Queen to accompany him on an expedition so recklessly? But, it was Her Majesty's own decision. She couldn't interfere. At least Justice would be there too, a kind-hearted young lady favored by Mr. Fool. With her around, Tower was unlikely to act improperly. As Katlia's thoughts drifted, she suddenly saw the Queen of Mysteries, Bernadette, pick up every chess piece on one side of the board, then place down even more. The young woman's brows furrowed slightly in confusion. Why does this feel different from the chess Her Majesty taught me before? Just as Katlia was puzzling over it, Bernadette stopped her movements, tidied the chessboard neatly, and turned toward the other side of the captain's cabin. Katlia's spiritual intuition stirred, after only a few seconds' delay, she also turned her head. There stood a black-haired, black-eyed gentleman with sharp features and a slightly sickly pallor. He wore a black shirt with leg of mutton sleeves and a hooded cloak draped over his shoulders. Catlia's eyes narrowed slightly. After a brief hesitation, she asked uncertainly, "Professor?" After all, this professor had become notorious for publicly distributing educational recordings that solved the astrological cult's aftermath straight into the homes of Lone's admirals and the Storm Church's demigods. He wasn't wanted officially, but his face was already widely known. Catlia had never expected the flamboyant professor to actually be Tower. But thinking about it, that fits his image in the Tarot Club, erudite and fond of teaching others. While she was still digesting the realization, Mr. Tower lifted his hood, bowed politely, and greeted them with a smile. "Good evening, ladies." The young man who appeared so suddenly in the captain's cabin was, of course, Ebner. With Klein's help, he had accurately locked onto Catlia's location, appearing before the Admiral of Stars and the Queen of Mysteries. Of course, he had obtained Catlia's consent beforehand. After a few seconds of silence, Catlia turned to Bernadette. The latter gave her a slight nod before returning her calm gaze to Ebner. "Good evening. When do we depart?" she asked in her usual toneless, tranquil voice. "Any time you wish, my lady." Ebner smiled, then swiftly began setting up the teleportation altar he had prepared. Unlike the mid-sequence Audrey, Ebner dared not directly teleport alongside a high-sequence being he didn't know well. Even if Bernadette was famously upright and kind, and had always been good to Jane, he still kept necessary precautions. Besides, that saintly Bernadette probably wasn't fond of physical contact, so this was also out of courtesy. A ring of flames flared into existence on the cabin floor. Ebner gestured politely, saying, "After you," before stepping into the fire circle himself. Bernadette gave Catlia a reassuring look, then followed without hesitation. Intis, Tosk, in the underground ritual chamber of the Surrey family. Her temper and aura, they remind me of my younger self. So graceful and composed, and such overwhelming presence. Truly the Queen of Mysteries. She's even more perfect than I imagined. After exchanging greetings, Audrey and Bernadette studied one another, the same thoughts echoing in both their minds. Neither spoke further, they weren't familiar, after all. Instead, both turned their gaze to the one leading the expedition, Ebner. Bernadette's attention, however, briefly lingered on the 3 blasphemy cards laid nearby, her expression pensive. Ebner wasted no time. After surveying the chamber, he said directly, "Let's go in." "All right," replied Audrey, her voice muffled behind the silver-white mask. The Queen of Mysteries glanced again at the 3 cards before simply nodding. "Okay." Ebner immediately performed the ritual, opening the passage into Grozel's travels. Soon, amidst snow the size of goose feathers and a biting cold wind, a massive frost dragon lay sprawled pitifully on the ground, allowing Ebner, Bernadette, and Audrey to climb onto its back. Audrey's eyes lit up as she admired the dragon's translucent blue scales, as beautiful as carved sapphires. "Can I collect a few scales to take back as souvenirs?" she asked excitedly. "This is an imagined world," Ebner replied while using his nightmare power to draw the members of Grozel's team into dreams. "The scales can't be brought out." "Oh." Audrey sighed in disappointment, running her hand lightly over the King of the North, Ulyssen's scales. At that moment, Ebner suddenly had a thought. The state of the King of the North, Ulyssen reminded him of the Morning Star City nightmare back in Afternoon Town. He smiled and added, "Unless you make a wish to me." "Make a wish?" Audrey blinked, puzzled. "Make a wish?" Bernadette repeated softly, her calm eyes tinged with curiosity. "Yes, make a wish." Ebner nodded lightly. "If I remember right, your birthday's next month. Wishing on your birthday might work even better. After all, Alvin wasn't revived yet, but by next month, that should be about right. And in a world where mysticism was real, perhaps, birthday wishes truly did carry power." Audrey grew even more confused, about to ask further when the scene before her abruptly changed. Before her eyes appeared a colossal, island-sized city at the bottom of a deep-sea trench. Its foundation was gray-white, supporting countless towering stone pillars, dozens or even hundreds of meters tall. Some stood alone, others upheld magnificent, ancient palaces, an architecture both strange and grand, clearly not the work of any ordinary race. Having visited several times before, Ebner skillfully guided the King of the North through the collective subconscious sea, entering the City of Miracles and landing in the Hall of Honesty. So this is the City of Miracles. How magnificent. The same thought crossed both Audrey and Bernadette's minds, followed by their voices overlapping, Audrey's soft, curious tone and Bernadette's calm yet inquisitive one. So this is the City of Miracles. How magnificent. Wait, did the hall just echo our thoughts aloud? This is the divine kingdom of Ankwelt, the dragon of imagination. It makes sense that it can read minds. Hold on, no, Ebner's been here before. Why didn't he warn me about this? Ah. I just said, Mr. Tower, out loud. Hearing her own inner thoughts being broadcast, Audrey instinctively covered her mouth, but it made no difference. Ebner. Ebner Bryan. Bernadette's cool, measured inner voice also rang through the air. The young man who taught Jane all those strange new chess rules, he's already become a demigod. I remember just a year ago he was only sequence 7. Strange rules. That's called Wan Ning chess, thank you very much. But really, why is that the first thing she remembers? Right, Emperor Roselle did say she was beautiful, gentle, clever, dutiful to her father, protective of her brother, loving toward her mother, and at times, a little too honest, too earnest, almost naive. He used to cheat when playing games with her just to tease her, and she never noticed. Don't tell me she actually studied the new chess rules seriously after learning them from Jane. Glancing at Bernadette, Ebner deliberately relaxed his secret technique's restraint, letting those thoughts slip out. Bernadette froze for several seconds before her surroundings echoed with her voice again, now carrying rare astonishment. This came from the Seal of Calamity. He cheated back then. End of this chapter. Chapter 999, Bernadette, who dares to look at everything. The Queen of Mystic was actually this adorable when she was little. And she only just now realized Emperor Roselle was cheating. That's so slow. It doesn't match her current image of being free-spirited and elegant at all. Humans truly are complex creatures. I never thought the noble and aloof Queen of Mystic would have such a side, I didn't even read that from her expressions earlier. No, I didn't mean that. Nor did I describe you that way, Your Majesty the Queen of Mystic. Really. Please don't misunderstand me. As her real thoughts kept surfacing, Audrey could no longer suppress herself. Her lips twitched upward despite her hands still covering her mouth. Ha ha ha. Ebner let out a laugh at just the right time, deliberately releasing his own amusement and allowing part of his thoughts to echo through the hall. How did you know I was connected to the Seal of Calamity? Ah, I see, it must have been that talkative lion, Leon, who told you. That means some of the assistance I received in Trier was actually arranged by you. Bernadette could only look helplessly at the pair laughing in front of her. Even with her power as a clairvoyant and all her mental disciplines, she couldn't completely suppress her own thoughts, and her voice began to echo in the vast hall as well. This young lady really is like me when I was her age, so lively in mind and heart. Maybe that's a trait shared by all children who grew up loved by their parents. Wait, why am I thinking about that? I'm not even 200 yet, that doesn't count as old. No, forget what I just said. Fine. Focus. Detective Bryan, yes, I did send someone to offer you some help. 200. No, Audrey, don't think about such impolite topics. A lady's age, especially one of a certain age, is a forbidden subject. You discovered that already when helping your mother with therapy, didn't you? Wait. I think I just said my own name out loud. Hearing her own thoughts and Ebner's laughter echoing as background noise, Audrey shot him a deadly glare, then glanced nervously at the Queen of Mystic, who looked on the verge of losing composure herself. Ebner was already full of delight when he came to get me earlier, and he's clearly been here before. He must have known exactly what would happen. And yet he didn't say a word. He definitely planned to watch me embarrass myself. How awful. I need to warn Furs and Zio to stay far away from this man. As the thought crossed Audrey's mind, the Queen of Mystic Bernadette gradually calmed herself and began to control her own spirit again. Her steady inner voice resonated next. Now that I think about it, Gehrman Sparrow's expression back then wasn't quite right either. I'll have to tell Katlia to limit her contact with him. After a few more moments, even Audrey, the lowest sequence among them, managed to learn how to suppress her mind's voice. Only then did Ebner, slightly regretful that the fun had ended, lead the two ladies on a tour through the hall. For the record, all the small objects Ebner had left behind here during his earlier research on Bianca and Abby's secrets had already been removed before this visit. The last thing he wanted was to be mistaken for someone indecent. Eventually, Ebner and the two women reached the passage behind the throne, where they beheld the inverted tower that pierced through the collective subconscious sea behind the City of Miracles. The Adra Great Lighthouse. It's been moved here. Looking at the marvel that had once driven a wedge between her and her father, Bernadette's blue eyes misted over with emotion. Under normal circumstances, she would never reveal her feelings so easily, but after what had just happened in the Hall of Honesty, she had already lost enough face before these two juniors that she no longer cared to hide it. The Adra Great Lighthouse, the legendary wonder built at the cost of countless lives, only to vanish suddenly one day. So, it truly was the prototype for the Dream Labyrinth Tower. As Ebner sighed at the revelation, he suddenly heard Bernadette let out a low groan. Dark, viscous blood trickled from her eyes, and spectral white swan feathers began sprouting from her back. At the same moment, Audrey's own body shimmered with the projection of an angelic figure that embraced her protectively. Huang Bebe, you're just like Huang Jiejia, always daring to peek at everything with that eye of mystery prying. If you hadn't quickly used your fairy tale spell, Ugly Duckling, to imitate a mythical creature form, you'd have already lost control by now. Realizing what had happened, Ebner's mind raced. Seeing the black mud shadows around the dream labyrinth tower begin to stir, he wasted no time. Grabbing Audrey with one hand and Bernadette with the other, he activated Dream Traversal and brought them straight back to where Grozel's team was. As for the King of the North still left in the Hall of Honesty, that didn't need concern. After all, it was merely a product of imagination. As long as Grozel's story continued, even if it perished, it would manifest again. Back in the underground ritual chamber of the Surrey family's ancestral estate, Bernadette had already used the Savant's Diadem to completely cleanse the corruption. Closing her eyes briefly, she then spoke sincerely to Ebner and Audrey. I'm deeply sorry. I will make amends for my rash behavior. Fortunately, no irreversible consequences occurred. Audrey was still shaken. If she hadn't prayed to Mr. Fool for protection beforehand, witnessing a mythical creature would have been enough to turn her into a monster. She had been angry at first, but seeing the lofty Queen of Mystic lower herself so humbly and apologize with genuine remorse softened her heart. Just as she was about to respond, Bernadette continued. Miss Audrey, you're a Beyonder of the Spectator pathway, aren't you? As compensation, I can offer you a Dreamwalker Beyonder characteristic. Then she turned to Ebner, hesitated for a moment, and summoned a servant to bring forth a sealed card. In this card, she said, is imprisoned the Beyonder characteristic of a strange creature at demigod level. It does not belong to any of the known 22 pathways, yet its abilities were extremely troublesome. It could ignore most extraordinary powers. I foresaw that it might be of use to you. Not part of the 22 pathways, that means it might come from the stars beyond the sky. Wait, able to ignore Beyonder powers. In the second half of Feast of Blood, there's mention of a secret art called the Black Domain Technique, which requires materials from stellar monsters. And the effect of that technique is precisely to render one immune to nearly all extraordinary attacks except physical ones, authority-based powers being the only exception. As these thoughts spun through his mind, Ebner remembered the laboratory where he, Solomon, and the Emperor of Death had once conducted experiments back in Rhine. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he asked, Madam, where did you obtain this characteristic? End of this chapter. Chapter 1000, Prelude to Battle. Hearing Ebner's question, Bernadette thought for a moment before answering. In the ruins of a small island. You can ask Gehrman Sparrow for the details. I mentioned it to him before and even sent him an invitation. So, you didn't want to invite me? That didn't feel right. Normally, after realizing that I was connected to the Seal of Calamity, she should have wanted to learn more about the Emperor through me. After all, as old Roselle's daughter, she should know about the relationship between her father and me. Unless. Old Roselle warned her specifically. As that thought crossed Ebner's mind, a vivid image surfaced, Roselle gently ruffling young Bernadette's hair and saying earnestly. If one day you become someone important in the mystic world, always remember, be cautious of anyone tied to the Seal of Calamity. Stay as far away from them as you can. Shaking his head to dismiss the unnecessary imagination, Ebner stopped pursuing the matter. He carefully put away the sealed card containing the characteristic. On the other hand, Audrey did not refuse the Queen of Mystic's compensation. Even though she was currently only a Sequence 7 psychologist, obtaining a Dreamwalker characteristic ahead of time was certainly not a bad thing. After the apology, Bernadette turned her gaze toward Grozel's travels on the altar and said thoughtfully. You mentioned before that the tower is composed of layers of dream labyrinths, and that one of his avatars is hidden there. So, is there any way for me to go and take a look at the first floor you mentioned? If possible, what would I have to pay? Take a look. Seeing the phantom of the Chaos Sea wasn't enough for you, you want to look at the remnants of the Mother Goddess's pollution too. Suppressing the urge to sigh, Ebner replied after a moment of contemplation. Directly entering the first floor isn't possible. But I can help you obtain a permission. You can start from the 9th floor and climb upward. But it's difficult, you might not even reach the 4th floor within a few years. Of course, unless I completely master the Dream Labyrinth Tower, anything beyond the 4th floor remains disconnected. He didn't voice that last thought aloud. I still want to try. What's the price? Bernadette pressed again. Ebner shook his head. It's just a permission, you don't need to pay anything. But you'll likely be stuck on the 9th, 8th, or 7th floors for a long time. As he spoke, he briefly described the general conditions of those 3 levels. At that point, Audrey, who had been quietly listening, felt her curiosity stir. Upon learning that the first few levels weren't particularly dangerous, she asked cautiously. Professor, could I have a permission as well? You can. Ebner looked at her and nodded. Her green eyes lit up instantly. She lifted her skirt slightly and gave a graceful curtsy. Thank you for your generosity. At the same time, she gave up on her earlier plan to warn Furs and Zio. It clearly wouldn't help anyway. Bernadette also bowed lightly to express her gratitude. After Ebner transferred part of his Dream Gate's permissions to them, he escorted the two distinguished ladies back to their respective homes. Audrey needed no special mention, but Bernadette didn't linger on the future. Instead, she returned directly to Backlund and, unable to contain her excitement, opened the Dream Gate to enter the 9th floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower. By the next morning, she returned to her room exhausted. After soaking in a bath, she finally regained a bit of energy, rubbing her forehead as she muttered to herself. How can that little boy named Conan be so brilliant? Who was his prototype? There's no one around him that clever. The upright and honest Queen of Mystic, who never cheated in games, had already fallen into trouble on the very 9th floor. Sherwood Borough, 26 Kinster Street. In the bedroom, Elizabeth was happily eating a slice of the innovative ice cream cake while recounting to Melissa her adventure last week in Kaba's town. Finally, she said mysteriously, Melissa, I suspect your brother might actually be a seer, an official beyonder of the Church of the Goddess. Melissa showed no surprise. She had already heard from her teacher, Hazel, about the Night Watchers, and long suspected that Klein was one of them, that his death must have been tied to some extraordinary incident. She still didn't know what exactly happened in Tingen last September. However, after learning from Hazel how dangerous the Beyonder world truly was, Melissa didn't want her friend getting involved. So she put on a stern face and scolded Elizabeth's recklessness, warning her to stay away from such matters in the future. Elizabeth, having experienced both the Selena divination case and the nightmare in Kaba's town, understood those dangers even better than Melissa did. But she was still full of yearning for the extraordinary. Knowing Melissa's concern came from care, she didn't argue, she simply smiled and agreed, all while deciding that once she returned, she would visit the Academy's vice professor or Senior Wallace. After that, the childhood friends dropped the serious talk and devoted themselves to celebrating Melissa's birthday. The next day, yawning as she boarded the steam train back to Eastchester County, Elizabeth happened to run into another extraordinary incident. Using the talisman Klein had given her, she successfully resisted the mental interference of a swindler and held out until the Nighthawks arrived. As a result, she was drawn into the organization, assigned as the assistant to a lady named Cherry. The ripples of the River of Fate had thus carried her into a new Beyonder current. Bayam, near the governor's mansion. In a spacious basement, candles flickered quietly, casting dim light across the stone walls. The silver coin viper, Odell, had taken off his hooded robe. Trembling slightly, he looked at the middle-aged man across from him and said nervously, Lord Senor, according to our information, Hermit is likely hiding in the forest west of Bayam City. Senor, wearing an old tricorn hat, looked like something between a ghost and a man, sunken-eyed and deathly pale. He wiped the two thin black mustaches above his lips with a gloved hand, and his light brown eyes swept coldly over Odell's face, making the notorious adventurer lower his head instinctively. After a few seconds of silence, the man in white trousers and a red coat, the Admiral of Blood, spoke in a hoarse tone. I hope this time your intel is accurate, and not another trap leading my men into the Storm Church's encirclement. This time it's true. Absolutely true, the silver coin viper promised quickly, terrified of punishment after previous blunders. He knew well how cruel this pirate admiral could be to subordinates who failed him. Senor's lips twisted into a cold smile. If it weren't for you, and your mistress, providing me plenty of amusement, I'd have made you pull out your own intestines by now. Still, you're lucky, the adults above aren't angry this time. Hearing that, Odell silently let out a breath of relief, glancing fearfully at the blood-soaked altar behind Senor before bowing deeply. Yes, Lord Senor. For a moment, he had thought he would end up as one of the sacrifices. After Odell left the basement, the Admiral of Blood turned to the altar filled with severed heads, organs, limbs, and gore. His tone became far more reverent than when speaking to subordinates. My lord, I believe Odell's information is correct this time. Therefore, I plan to personally capture Hermit and offer him as a sacrifice to the Mother Tree. I sense this capture won't go smoothly, came a cold, emotionless voice from behind the altar's curtain. There will be obstacles, but Hermit is there. If we miss this chance, we'll never catch him again. What should I do, my lords? Please instruct me. This time, we'll go with you, rasped another voice. No matter the cost, the Mother Tree's task must be fulfilled. I'll have the death announcer wait in nearby waters to provide support, a weak voice murmured directly into their minds. Lord Stra is watching as well, came a sultry, alluring tone. Though he is at a critical stage, he will intervene if necessary. At the mention of Stra, Senor's forehead twitched, just the name alone was enough to inspire dread. Taking a slow breath, he answered. Yes, Lord Hardy, Lord Pran, Lord Nos, Lord Idith. After replying, Senor instinctively touched the necklace hanging at his chest. It seemed to be made of pure silver, its pendant an ancient-looking coin. At the same time, Ebner's figure appeared directly in the captain's cabin of the Golden Dream. End of this chapter. Chapter 1001, Because of the Prophecy. Ebner looked around and found that, aside from Admiral Edwina, there were two other women present in the captain's cabin. One of them was wearing an Inti-style suit of knight armor, a long sword hanging from her waist. Her delicate yet heroic face made her identity unmistakable, Admiral of Pale, Maria, whom Ebner had met once before. Standing beside Maria was another lady with black hair and brown eyes, dignified and beautiful. She wore a robe bearing the characteristic style of the southern continent's Bayam Empire, with the unique crest of the Aegis family sewn over her chest. So this must be old Roselle's lover, the former princess of the Bayam Empire, Bruna. Jane mentioned her once, saying she was gentle and kind, though in his diary, Roselle said she wasn't particularly bright. Well, that much doesn't show on her face. While Ebner was quietly studying the two women, Edwina stepped forward and introduced them. This is Lady Bruna of the Numinous Episcopate's royal faction, a Sequence 3 ferryman. And this one you already know, Admiral of Pale, Maria. She's a Sequence 5 wraith, but through the Pale Justice, she can unleash an attack powerful enough to kill an ordinary demigod, though that attack is uncontrollable and easily harms her allies. Such a detailed introduction. Ebner raised a brow. Is she laying everyone's cards on the table for coordination in battle? But won't that annoy them, revealing their trump cards so openly? Thinking that, he glanced again at the two women's expressions, yet both Bruna and Maria looked perfectly composed, as if they'd already known what Edwina would say. Then Edwina half-turned and said to the two ladies from the Numinous Episcopate. This is my associate and the demigod I brought for this operation, the prophet, Professor. Upon hearing his introduction, Ebner removed his hood and gave a formal bow. As for me, Edwina continued, I'm Admiral of Iceberg, Edwina Edwards, and I command a Grade 1 sealed artifact, Silent Winter. It allows me to summon a demigod-level spirit for 30 seconds of combat. Silent Winter hadn't originally possessed that ability, but after being reforged by Lilith on the first floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower, it had taken on its current form. Ah, a prophet. I know one too, Bruna said with a teasing smile. She's very resourceful, but when it comes to fighting, she lacks strong offensive means. Good at bullying the weak and supporting allies, but against a real opponent, she either runs or stalls. Of course, prophets rarely fight head-on, they always prepare the battlefield first. Edwina shot her a look and said seriously, Lady Bruna, please refrain from badmouthing Miss Isabella when she's not present. It's just a joke. You readers take everything so seriously after years of teaching. Bruna pouted lightly but didn't press the matter. Instead, she asked, where's the other group? Just me and this prophet won't be enough to stop Hardy and Edith. Admiral of Pale, Maria, spoke calmly, Gehrman will be here soon. Gehrman. My, Maria, you say his name so naturally, Bruna drawled playfully. Seems like you're quite fond of him. Maria's expression didn't change. She replied earnestly, the Pale Justice trusts and likes him, so naturally, I trust and like him too. That's not exactly what liking means, Bruna thought, opening her mouth to tease further, when her spirituality suddenly stirred. She turned sharply toward the dressing mirror in the cabin. A moment later, a lady in a black Gothic court dress and small hat stepped through the mirror, holding the arm of a cold, sharp-featured man with a parasol in hand. They were none other than Sharon and Klein. Because he had stayed up late last night watching the live broadcast of the exploration through Miss Justice's perspective, Klein had slept in, which was why he hadn't arrived earlier. As the two demigods turned toward them, Sharon floated slightly off the ground, light as air, curtsying elegantly, though her eyes flicked subtly toward Maria a few times. Klein followed suit, greeting politely, good morning, Lady Bruna, Miss Maria, Miss Edwina, and good morning, Professor. He had already met Bruna after agreeing to participate in the hunt the day before. After the greetings, Edwina, as the organizer, checked her pocket watch and said evenly, it's about time. If we teleport now, we should arrive just in time to intercept Senor. At that, Ebner frowned slightly, watching her begin to prepare the teleportation altar. Something didn't sit right. No tactical discussion. We're just going straight in, he asked. Before Edwina could answer, Bruna chuckled. There's an upper demon among the enemies. The more detailed our plan, the easier it'll be for it to perceive. So it's better to strike directly, and ambush on instinct. I know you prophets love to plan everything, but not every fight goes your way. You need to learn to adapt. Adapt. This sounds less like strategy and more like recklessness. Still, what puzzled him even more was Edwina's uncharacteristic aggressiveness. She's usually so composed. Whether hunting the Admiral of Blood or rescuing that scientist, she could have chosen a better opportunity, one when fewer demigods were around. But now this. This encounter battle feels more like picking a fight on purpose. If not for his many hidden trump cards, and the lack of any ominous premonition, Ebner might have refused altogether. Even the spirit angel Falzina seemed to be expecting something. Out of habit, he glanced toward Klein, only to find him calm and unbothered, as if he knew more than he was saying. What he didn't realize was that Klein was thinking the same in reverse. For Mr. Tower to take part in such a sloppy operation, there must be something deeper going on. With his background, losing is nearly impossible, and I didn't divine any danger in the gray fog. Hopefully, after this is over, he'll tell me what's really happening. The two exchanged a look, each thinking the other understood, but completely misreading each other's intent. At that moment, the teleportation altar activated. A ring of flame appeared midair, reflected in everyone's eyes. What a delicate piece of mystic art, Bruna murmured in admiration before stepping through the fire with Maria. Sharon and Klein followed, and finally, Edwina and Ebner entered last. Just before stepping into the fiery circle, the Admiral of Iceberg, carrying her oil lamp Silent Winter, spoke in an almost offhand tone. Because of the prophecy. End of this chapter. Chapter 1002, The Purpose. Prophecy. Ebner recalled that aside from using the mirror bestowed upon her by the 2-5 dragon, Edwina's so-called prophecies in important matters were usually derived from the oracles of the god of knowledge and wisdom. So this time, is it also a divine arrangement? On the surface, it looks like a hunt for the Admiral of Blood, but in truth, there must be another hidden purpose. No one knows what that purpose is, perhaps it's all to confuse that being. This method feels awfully similar to when Daniel rescued the chained god. Will that one fall for it again? But thinking from another angle, that being is currently locked in a deadlock with the tenebrous world. Having suffered one lesson already, he would likely assume this is another diversion, a ruse to make him relax his grip on the tenebrous world. So he probably won't interfere. And maybe, that's exactly what the god of knowledge and the others want. After all, I've already suspected that the tenebrous world is a trap. The more the righteous gods act, the tighter that being clings to it, refusing to divide his attention. That should be the core calculation. As for the secondary motives, they're impossible to guess. Of course, for that one's subordinates to cooperate so precisely, he must have his own schemes as well. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Ebner followed beside Edwina, stepping through the teleportation gate and emerging into a lush, verdant forest glade. Bruna, Maria, Sharon, and Klein, who had arrived earlier, were also there, all raising their heads toward a large tree. Ebner followed their gaze and saw a thin, gray-haired old man sitting on the steps of a small treehouse. The man smiled faintly at them, then turned his gaze in another direction. Following that line of sight, Ebner and the others saw Admiral of Blood Senior and over a dozen subordinates emerging from the shadows of the forest. They had arrived simultaneously. A true encounter battle. Ebner thought, just before the world around him twisted. The forest scenery warped into mirrored reflections. Klein, Sharon, Bruna, and Maria vanished, only Edwina, whose hand he was holding, remained beside him. The mirror world. Having once gone through Daniel's labyrinth, Ebner recognized the sensation instantly. The Rose School of Thought must have activated a sealed artifact the moment they saw them, splitting the battlefield apart. At least a grade 1 sealed artifact, maybe even grade 0, he muttered, activating his pure white eye to analyze the mirror world structure, searching for weak points. But before he could locate any, a pale man with black hair and strange markings on his face appeared before them. Bat-like wings flapped behind him as he hovered midair, looking down on them with a cold, twisted smile. A sequence 4 and a sequence 5, His tone dripped with mockery. Such powerful desires, that thirst for knowledge. Perfect, truly perfect. Both of you are fine nourishment to make up for my losses. Remember this moment well, you are about to have the honor of becoming one with the great Earl Alvon Noise. Alvon Noise. Ebner blinked. Wasn't that the same, Grand Duke of Blood, from the Noise family who got pummeled by Vera in the Sea Monster War, and later cursed into a toad by Tolsna? What's he doing here? And if my senses aren't wrong, his current state feels like a whisperer's level. Though his angelic soul still makes him stronger than an ordinary one. Ebner stepped slightly forward to shield Edwina but didn't panic. The opponent might once have been an angel, but now. He doubted this fallen creature could truly defeat him. Any of Ebner's hidden cards could make the former angel regret his existence. Seeing that Ebner didn't reply, and his mental connection attempts failed, Alvon Noise grew faintly puzzled, but still said arrogantly. Enough talk. I'll end this quickly and go help the others, though honestly, I'd rather see them all dead. Too bad that doesn't work. As master of the magic mirror, Ebner knew demonic tricks too well. With the illusory sun suppressing within his pure white eye, most spiritual corruption barely affected him. Edwina's mechanical mind and techniques wouldn't hold forever against a whisperer, but they could resist for a time. So. Ebner glanced briefly at Edwina's darkening pupils, then looked back up and smiled coldly. How coincidental, he said evenly. I was thinking the same thing, deal with you quickly, then support the others. At that, Alvon Noyes opened his mouth to mock him, but before he could, a surge of angelic might erupted from Ebner's eyes. From the flowing information emerged the form of a silver-haired, silver-eyed girl of breathtaking beauty. Song of Night, Yalaran. At the same time, elsewhere in the mirror world, two elderly men fused together, even their hair intertwined like gnarled vines, appeared before Bruna. Facing their four greedy eyes, Bruna sneered. "Hardy, Pran, stop staring," she said coldly. "Or I'll dig those eyes out and feed them to my little pets." "Bruna," one of the heads rasped, "this is Bayam, not West Balam. Your empress can't protect you here." "You should have been ours more than a century ago," said the other. "Too bad Roselle showed up and stole you away. But today, your luck's run out. We came here knowing there'd be opposition, not only because of Mother Tree's command, but also because we want you." Bruna's lips curved into a mocking smile. "Oh. You think one head staying silent counts as playing the silent disciple? Didn't know being conjoined twins had its perks." Her tone then turned icy. "You think sealing space with a sealed artifact and cutting me off from the underworld means I'm helpless?" As she spoke, pale and greenish sigils flared into being behind her, weaving together into a tangible bronze door. "This is authority. Impossible. You're part of the royal faction, how could the artificial death favor you?" Hardy exclaimed in disbelief. "Take a guess," Bruna said with a faint smile, and the bronze gate swung open. Meanwhile, the Admiral of Pale, Maria, covered in wounds, finally drew her sword Pale Justice. She fixed her gaze on the High Summoner Edith, who was laughing as she battled Sharon, and swung with all her strength. In an instant, blinding radiance erupted, brighter than the sun. Back in the real world, Klein glanced at where his companions had vanished, then at the Admiral of Blood and his subordinates closing in around him. How did this ambush turn into me being surrounded? Still, he stayed composed. Before the enemy could act, he unrolled a scroll, summoning his only marionette, the Admiral of Hell Ludwell, and pulled out a small adventurous harmonica to blow it. But before he could play, the voice of the great inventor Turani von Helmasuin echoed above him. "Beware of Sua. The Mother Tree of Desire has never given up on claiming you." "Sua." Klein frowned, confused, then the messenger beside him grabbed his arm, pulling him toward the treehouse. Before they reached it, the sky darkened. A massive, 10-meter-long arm, black, viscous, and covered in twisted hands, descended from the heavens, crashing toward the forest. What in the world? Before he could react, the black parasol Sharon had given him suddenly opened on its own, expanding rapidly into a massive canopy that shielded them from the blow. At the same time, in an unknown space, within a withered body entwined by brown branches, a puppet's eyes flickered pure white for a split second before dimming again. The withered being, Sua, was too distracted by her distant descent to notice the anomaly within herself. End of this chapter. Chapter 1003, Farewell. In the woods outside Bayam, a gigantic arm more than 10 meters long appeared out of nowhere. Its surface was covered with skulls, protruding eyes, and fanged tongues. The mere emergence of this monstrosity made the entire forest tremble. All the leaves around it withered instantly. Every insect stiffened and died. The beasts either collapsed on the ground in paralysis or went mad, tearing at their own flesh until blood drenched their bodies. The horrific scene made Klein's scalp tingle, and for a moment, he doubted his earlier divination that had concluded, not too dangerous. Divination really isn't omnipotent. I shouldn't depend on it too much. Besides, an event that's safe for Lu Bo might not be safe for me. Watching Sharon's black parasol expand into a massive shadowed canopy to block the falling arm, Klein finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. At that moment, after placing Klein inside the wooden cabin, Miss Messenger allowed her four blonde, red-eyed heads to detach and fly upward before returning to the stump of her neck. As the neck wound writhed and the severed heads reattached themselves, her body swelled and expanded, transforming into a towering Gothic castle. Intricate carvings, vines, and reliefs emerged over the surface, emanating an aura of mystery, corruption, and unspeakable dread. This was her true form as an ancient evil object. Once, she had lived as that very castle for 3 centuries, giving rise to countless terrifying legends such as the Man-Eating Castle, the Haunted Fortress, and the Church of Hell. Now, Miss Rainette Tyneker, in her most powerful state, joined the Spirit Angel's parasol to resist the descending arm of Sua. With the messenger leaving to fight, the Admiral of Blood Seigneur and his remaining subordinates once again encircled Klein. Because of that monstrous arm's previous strike, half their numbers were already dead, only 3 men remained. Klein, however, felt no fear. With his upgraded creeping hunger, the Phoenix revolver, the Death Knell revolver, and the puppet Admiral of Hell at his command, he was well prepared. He ordered Ludwell to use the Death Knell to hold off 2 mid-sequence Beyonders, while he himself wielded the creeping hunger in one hand and the Phoenix in the other to face the Admiral of Blood. Indeed, Seigneur's strength was formidable. His extraordinary items harmonized perfectly with his own powers, and with the mirror gifted by Lord Noise, one that imprisoned a demigod-level succubus, even the enhanced Klein found himself momentarily pressed back. But soon, Senor sensed something amiss. His luck was rapidly deteriorating. First, the mirror shattered under the residual shockwaves from the angel's battle, releasing the succubus inside. Fortunately for him, Gehrman Sparrow devoured it with the creeping hunger. Though this would strengthen that dreadful glove further, it would need time to digest, rendering it useless for the remainder of the fight, a grudgingly fair trade. Yet Senor's misfortune only worsened. A puddle he used for mirror jump turned murky, causing the technique to fail. A stray bullet from the other side wounded his throat, leaving him unable to shriek. Finally, he misjudged a distance and allowed Klein to seize his spiritual threads. Damn it, everything's working against me. The Admiral of Blood cursed inwardly. Why? Why am I so unlucky even after unleashing all my accumulated luck? Before he could think further, his movement stiffened. A crimson flame flared, he had taken a shot from the Phoenix revolver. Klein never intended to turn Senor into a puppet, he simply wanted to end the battle quickly and remove a dangerous enemy. After all, with Miss Sharon at his side, another Wraith-type puppet was unnecessary. The Phoenix revolver, crafted by Ebner Bryan, dragged the victim's soul into an open gate of the underworld. Without a countermeasure, there was no escape. Unfortunately, Senor possessed such a countermeasure. As the gate of the underworld opened, a grotesque phantom puppet emerged from his soul and substituted itself, plunging into the bronze doors and being seized by countless dead hands. There was no joy on Senor's face, only grim anger. That was his final life-preserving trump card, originally meant to replace him at the moment Klein fully controlled his soul, allowing him to counterattack. He hadn't expected Klein to simply kill him outright, forcing him to use it prematurely. Klein, too, was momentarily surprised. Still, he focused on his next move. The Phoenix could not fire another underworld bullet for 12 hours, the creeping hunger was still digesting the succubus, and the death knell was occupied elsewhere. Without an instant kill method, he couldn't risk letting Senor escape his control. I should have paid for Miss Magician's Lemino's travel notes, he thought ruefully. But he knew that was hindsight, that magical notebook overlapped too much with the glove's functions, and he hadn't expected the glove to be out of action. Fortunately, I only need another 3 or 4 minutes to turn Senor into a puppet completely and end this. Just then, the greatest scientist, mathematician, and mechanical genius since Emperor Roselle, the second father of the differential engine, Tulani von Helmasuin, walked toward him. Klein's eyelid twitched. While maintaining the control of spiritual threads and commanding Admiral of Hell to suppress the others, he shouted, "Mr. Helmasuin, please stay back." Helmasuin stopped, gave a weak chuckle, and said, my life has reached its end. There are things I must say before it's too late. Allow me to reintroduce myself. You may call me Orange Light Healerion. Orange Light Healerion. Klein blinked. Indeed, the 7 lights of the spirit world often descended as humans to guide civilizations, even founding the secret organization known as the Brotherhood of Pure Light. Their method of reincarnating into the world wasn't unlike the way Tower had traversed realities. After a pause, he asked, "Why have you come here specifically?" Helmasuin smiled faintly. "I just wanted to remind the great lord above the spirit world of the real reason the Mother Tree of Desire wants me. In the Yellow Light's prophecy, that lord above the spirit world is one of the variables of the apocalypse. I cannot be certain that you are he, perhaps you are his vessel, his child, or his chosen emissary, but that does not stop me from showing goodwill. So that's how it is." Klein mused. If not for Emperor Roselle, another transmigrator tied to the Grey Fog, and the Evernight goddess confirmed by Tower, and if I hadn't once divined my own origin to see Earth clearly and recall more memories, I might really suspect I'm the reincarnation of that lord above the spirit world. Judging from the broader pattern, Roselle, the goddess, and I are more like chosen emissaries of that existence. The lord above the spirit world, the same title Tower mentioned but refused to explain further, the one he half-joked might be the blessed infinite heavenly venerable. He even once mistook the fool for that being. No, he probably still does. Various thoughts tangled like threads of yarn in Klein's mind. Forcing himself to focus, he looked at the nearly subdued Admiral of Blood and asked, "Why does the Mother Tree of Desire want to capture you?" Helmasuin coughed lightly and replied, "I suspect 3 reasons. First, she wants to compare my mode of existence to understand the connection between the imprint and the tenebrous world, so as to better corrupt it. Second, by exploiting the link between us 7 lights and the Lord above the spirit world, she hopes to locate and invade your, or his, domain. Third, treating the capture of me as a smokescreen. The gathered pirate admirals and demigods here are all disposable bait. Her true goal has always been to stir the river of fate, luring you here, then having Sua strike suddenly to seize you. Unfortunately for her, Sua was stopped by the spirit angel, and she underestimated the demigods on your side. I suspect even if Sua failed, she planned for 1 or 2 groups to finish off your allies first before turning on you. Of course, she may still have other contingencies. No sooner had Helmasuin finished than he coughed twice more and added, for example, Death Announcer. At the mention of that name, Klein's body went rigid. He dared not divide his attention any further, devoting himself entirely to the final stage of control. After all, he had recently slain that ship's first mate and, together with Tower, prepared to ambush it. The king of the undead Egalita might well seize this chance to intervene and drive him into a corner. At that same moment, Ebner, having already broken free from the mirror world and brought Edwina back to reality, looked out over the sea. In the distance, a gigantic sailboat was speeding away from Bayam, its black sails painted with the image of a tombstone. End of chapter. Chapter 1004, You Don't Know Either. Yes, by this point, Ebner had already seen through it. Using Klein as bait to lure a portion of Sua's body into descending, then forcibly trapping it and stripping away an entire sequence of characteristics from 2 to 9 to give to Miss Messenger, that was clearly the Spirit Angel's main objective this time. But why did the God of Knowledge, along with the existences behind Maria and Bruna, intervene as well? Could it really be just to weaken the Mother Tree of Desire's subordinates? That wouldn't even sting Sua. After all, she currently possesses the Chained God's original body and can replenish any losses at will. This entire encounter battle feels so bizarre. Ironically, the Mother Tree's motives are the easiest to understand. As I guessed before, she must have realized this was a trap, an intentional provocation by the Earth's gods meant to draw her attention. So she simply chose to counter it with stillness, guarding the tenebrous world herself while sending only subordinates like Sua to handle things. To her, the servants on Earth are expendable pawns. As long as she secures the tenebrous world, it doesn't matter even if they're all lost. Her second goal, though, would be this: since the gods used the mysterious one as bait to lure her, she decided to reverse the game. If there was a real chance, she'd seize the mysterious one outright. But when it failed, because of the gods' tight arrangements, she smoothly transitioned to a third layer of strategy, leaving a dark hand beside the mysterious one. That dark hand might be the succubus orange light mentioned, or something else. But I think that plan's wasted effort. Klein isn't like old Roselle at all. All in all, this game was merely an amusement gamble for the Mother Tree. Even losing wouldn't hurt her much. But if she succeeded in capturing the mysterious one, she'd profit enormously, so of course she played along. Still, the question remains, what's in it for the God of Knowledge and the others? Could it truly be only to mislead the Mother Tree, preventing her from noticing something wrong within the tenebrous world? Or perhaps to weaken the Rose School's active strength? But compared with Daniel's scheme, or the first phase of the Silver Moon plan, the results feel rather underwhelming. While Ebner pondered this, bolts of silver-white lightning suddenly crashed from the heavens, illuminating the entire mountain. The lightning interwove with crackling sounds, forming a mythic cage that enclosed Miss Messenger, who had just devoured the giant chocolate arm. High above, clouds gathered and condensed, shaping into a face with brows, eyes, and a mouth. This was clearly Sea King Yen Kotman's doing. The commotion from the earlier angel-level clash between Tolsna and Sua had reached Bayam. After ordering the Punishers to activate certain sealed artifacts, he struck across the distance. However, his attack came a little too late. Beneath the cover of the parasol, Rainette Tynekur emerged from the void once again. Her intricate, dark gown was utterly pristine. Her neck split anew, 4 blonde, red-eyed, beautiful heads flew up. 2 shrieked to block the falling lightning bolts, while the other 2 vanished into the mirror world to assist the others in resolving their own battles. By then, Klein had finished collecting all the spoils and beyonder characteristics. After resealing the Admiral of Hell back into the scroll, he looked toward the orange light and said quietly, "Thank you for the warning, Mr. Hilarion. You're welcome. Once you become a demigod capable of exploring the depths of the spirit world, we'll meet again." After speaking, Helmasuin fell silent, and died right before Klein's eyes. That fast. Klein blinked. He remembered Hilarion's earlier words, "My life has reached its end." He'd assumed there were still a few days left, not just a countdown of 3, 2, 1. At that moment, Rainette Tynekur appeared in front of him. Now, she had only one head on her shoulders, yet her expression seemed far more vivid than before. She extended her empty left hand, grabbed Klein by the shoulder, and pulled him directly into the spirit world, shuttling rapidly through its layered, vivid colors. After only a brief dizziness, Klein returned to reality, finding himself once again aboard the Golden Dream. Ebner, Edwina, and Bruna were already waiting there. Only Sharon and the Admiral of Pale Maria were missing. The next second, space rippled, 2 of Rionette's blonde heads emerged from the spirit world, each biting onto one woman and carrying them through. Immediately after, the head on her neck split in 2 and rejoined the others in her hands. Rionette's 4 heads each glanced around, as if taking roll, before nodding together and speaking one word each in sequence. Already. Safe. For now. Don't. Go. To. Bayam. After that, she vanished again, apparently rushing off to deal with something else. Once she left, Klein finally processed what had just happened. He and Ebner shared the same feeling. Though the harvest from this battle was considerable, the entire affair still felt strange, and somewhat anticlimactic. Nevertheless, their apparent objective had been achieved, the Admiral of Blood had been successfully hunted. As thoughts flickered through his mind, Klein turned to release Señor's remains, but then noticed Sharon's aura had weakened. He asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Sharon's blue eyes shifted slightly, she cast a subtle glance at Admiral of Pale Maria before shaking her head. "I'm fine, but Edith escaped." Edith, the high summoner whom she and Maria had fought together earlier. Maria added, "Edith's strength far exceeded ours. If not for Miss Sharon sacrificing herself to restrain her and giving me the chance to unleash pale justice for a heavy blow, it would have been us who fled." Sharon glanced at Maria again, parted her lips as if to speak, but closed them silently in the end. "So Tolsna performed a Majin Bu chocolate curse, and now you two reenacted Piccolo's special beam cannon, huh? Still, Sharon doesn't seem like someone who'd selflessly risk herself for a stranger's killing blow." Maybe Maria misunderstood something. Ebner's inward comment mirrored Klein's own thoughts. He sighed inwardly. Though he knew Maria's temperament, he couldn't help distancing himself slightly. Cherish life, stay away from the saintly. Bruna, seeing this, rolled her eyes and changed the topic. "I've dragged Hardy and Poulin into the underworld. But as silent disciples, they won't fall so easily. They might find a way back from there." After speaking, she looked toward Ebner. Seeing everyone report their results, Ebner shrugged. "I only managed to tear off one of Alvon Noise's wings. He himself escaped." "You tore off Alvon Noise's wings?" Bruna stared at him in astonishment. As an angel who had existed since the fourth epoch, Alvon Noise was infamous. The idea that Ebner could rip off one of his wings was incredible. She couldn't help but chuckle. "Then I guess he's now a literal fallen angel." Everyone else exchanged puzzled looks, clearly missing the joke. They gave awkward laughs, only Ebner curved his lips into an amused grin. Under Bruna's light-hearted tone, the atmosphere relaxed again. Klein then took out the Beyonder characteristics and items from the Admiral of Blood and his two subordinates, 3 items in total. Although Klein had slain Señor alone, without the help of Edwina and the demigods Maria and Bruna had summoned, he could never have succeeded. The spoils had to be divided. After hearing the descriptions, Edwina consulted briefly with Ebner and chose the mystical item Klein named Lucky Scales. It came from a Sequence 5 winner of the School of Life. After his death, his characteristic fused with his spirit and a simple silver necklace, forming this magical object. It could grant misfortune to enemies or good luck to oneself. However, luck was conserved, fortune was always followed by calamity. The luckier you were, the worse the backlash. Only someone exceptionally cautious could avoid a comically tragic end, and even then, they risked dragging others down with them. The Admiral of Pale Maria, after some thought, took only the ghoul's characteristic. As for the 3 demigods, they had already been compensated beforehand for their aid, so they did not share in the spoils. Afterward, the Admiral of Blood hunting squad officially disbanded. All but Ebner and Edwina departed the Golden Dream. Above the grey fog, after cleansing Señor and the succubus inside the creeping hunger to eliminate any hidden corruption, Klein controlled Señor's body to search every pocket. He found exactly £325, 16 soldi, and 8 pence in cash. So poor. Klein muttered, then seriously considered whether to cash in Señor's bounty through the black market. After all, the reward from a single nation alone was £42,000. Still, I should probably lay low for a while. With all the commotion in Bayam, even if they did pay, it'd probably be a trap. Anyway, the Admiral of Blood won't depreciate anytime soon. And Lubo is such a schemer. After driving off his opponent and escaping the mirror world, he stayed hidden with Edwina just to watch the show. In the end, I took all the blame. Fortunately, I'm about to become Dwayne Dantes, and Gehrman Sparrow won't appear again for a while. Right, I should ask him what really went on behind this incident. With that thought, Klein extended his spirituality toward the crimson star symbolizing the tower. With Ebner's permission, he drew him up into the grey fog. Both sat silently on their high-backed chairs in the ancient hall for a moment, then spoke at the exact same time. "All right, talk. What was really going on this time?" Startled to hear identical words, both Klein and Ebner froze, staring at each other in disbelief before blurting out together again. "You don't know either." End of chapter. Chapter 1005, Destiny. It doesn't exist. "So you're saying you saw me joining this operation and assumed everything was under control, that's why you looked so calm and confident." After a short exchange, Ebner couldn't help covering his face with one hand, speaking weakly. Klein also felt somewhat speechless, but still explained earnestly, part of it was also to fulfill Gehrman's acting requirements. Then I guess that extra portion of the faceless potion you took must have been digested because of that, Ebner teased, then stopped dwelling on the topic. Instead, he shared some of his own deductions with Klein and finally asked. What do you think? What do I think? So I was just bait from beginning to end. Klein couldn't help grumbling internally. Still, he wasn't too upset. After all, those big shots behind the scenes were trustworthy enough to ensure his safety. It's just, the last time I played bait in the first layer of the Dream Labyrinth Tower, I got quite a few rewards. Why didn't I get anything this time? Klein asked, puzzled. That wasn't the point. Ebner sighed silently, but after talking with Edwina earlier, he had some idea and explained, actually, whether it's the Lundberg side, the numinous episcopate, or the power behind the spirit angel, they all owe you a favor now. Favor. Klein looked at Ebner, waiting for him to go on. For example, if you want to cash in the Admiral of Blood bounty, you can go to Edwina. She can use her Izara connections to claim Signor's bounty in Lundberg. That was something Edwina had mentioned earlier, so Ebner wasn't bluffing. I see, then I'll keep those favors for later, Klein said happily, feeling that his network had just expanded again. Once business was done and it was clear Klein didn't know any more, Ebner couldn't resist joking. Come to think of it, out of the 4 pirate admirals, 2 have become your puppets, and the other 2 are, well, complicated with you. TSK, Gehrman Sparrow will soon earn the title Pirate Admiral Hunter. And you, Goddess Hunter, have the nerve to talk about me. Klein ignored him, changing the subject instead. These past 2 days have been so busy I nearly forgot Melissa's birthday. Find a way to give her this badge, it'll be my gift as her brother. He took out a black badge radiating a tranquil, night-like stillness. Tiny stars shimmered faintly on its surface, giving it a mysterious air. It was the Nightmare Badge, a mystical item he had once traded from the artisan's proxy using a stalk of berserk grass during Mr. Eye of Wisdom's gathering. The badge had originally had 14 months of active use. Back then it was early October, now it was early May, meaning 7 months remained. This looks like something Fanny sold, definitely Mr. Surrey's handiwork, Ebner muttered and accepted the badge casually, agreeing to deliver it for Klein. With Ebner's current spiritual strength, he could bring items from above the grey fog into reality without any ritual. Outside Bayam City, on a mountain slope, a forest had lost all vitality and was half buried under collapsed rocks. A tall, broad-shouldered middle-aged man with thick, dark blue hair stood in midair, wearing the robes of a storm priest. Fury burned unmistakably in his eyes. This was Sea King John Cotman, Cardinal of the Church of Storms, Archbishop of the Worsted Sea, and Senior Executor among the Punishers. At that moment, Cotman was using his mutated water curtain ability to replay the battle's traces. He saw a rose school angel descend in the form of a massive arm, clashing with another angel wielding a cursed object. Later, the only remaining mortal had blown a whistle, summoning a strange spirit world entity of angelic rank. That eerie creature entangled the rose school angel's arm, giving the other angel a chance to cast the curse that turned it into chocolate. The forest space was distorted, there were likely other separated battlefields. Though he couldn't peer inside, the auras alone suggested no fewer than 6 powerful beings had fought there. In the end, the sole mortal survivor, after somehow killing the great scientist Talani von Helmasuin, had escaped into the spirit world with that bizarre being before Cotman arrived, making pursuit impossible. Still, John Cotman recognized that man. An adventurer capable of killing a Sequence 5 Apostle of Desire, his file certainly had a place on the Sea King's desk. What's more, he was connected with Vice Admiral Ailment, Admiral of Pale, Admiral of Stars, and even Vice Admiral Iceberg's crewman, Danitz. Though this placed him among the lesser-known figures, anyone who had walked the sailor pathway could recall such details easily. In a low, thunderous voice, Cotman murmured the name. Gehrman Sparrow. After spending the afternoon discussing mystical knowledge with Edwina, Ebner didn't leave the Golden Dream until dusk. As thanks for his help, Edwina gifted him the giant's key she had recovered from a sunken ship on the seabed. Holding the massive black iron key, Ebner couldn't help feeling a wave of emotion. He remembered, during his very first voyage, he had reached that same cavern containing the wreck and had obtained the Sword of Dawn. But back then, he'd been too weak and had missed out on the key. Now, after all these turns of fate, it had finally come back to him. Recalling the tacit understanding between the mechanical emperor and the true creator, he suddenly felt a faint sense of destiny. But Ebner quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. Nonsense, when I literally hold the wheel of fortune in my hand, how can destiny exist? Besides, I could just hand this thing to the beacon of fate and wash my hands of it. After putting the giant's key away, Ebner adjusted his watch back a few hours for the time difference, realizing that in Backlund, it wasn't even dinner yet. Taking one step forward, he appeared directly inside Dr. Alan Chris's home. After using the Wheel of Fortune to bait Ouroboros for so long, it was time to check the results, wasn't it? Not to mention, tomorrow he'd need to use furs as bait to fish for Mr. Gluttony, he'd better wrap up her previous commission first. End of chapter. Chapter 1006, Mr. X, still powerless to resist. The same pitch-black, desolate plain. The same unchanging black spire. Seeing the familiar scenery before him, Ebner knew that little snake had once again drawn him into a dream. He walked deep into the tower, where, as always, a ring of tarot cards lay scattered across the ground. However, on the raised platform in the center of that ring, there were no longer any silver words, only a black baby carriage resting there quietly. Wrapped in silver silk, Septon sat in the stroller. He looked at Ebner and sighed helplessly. I know what you're going to ask, but next time, please don't come in so abruptly. At least let me sense your approach. You know, when you entered just now, I thought something had gone wrong and almost ran away. So you didn't sense my arrival at all? Ebner thought. Then you only knew what I wanted to ask after I appeared. He pondered briefly but followed the flow. Next time I'll knock, or you could give me a paper crane too. But Little Snake ignored the comment and said directly, if I hadn't been disturbed by the true creator, Ouroboros really isn't in Backlund right now, but he'll return at midnight. You have only a few hours. Also, the Aurora Order is holding an extraordinary gathering tonight. Besides your target, the Saint of Darkness will also be there. The Saint of Darkness, Cosma. I've heard Zio and Vera mention him before. He's a black knight who even herds a vampire at the demigod level. With my current strength, killing such a versatile demigod quickly would be nearly impossible, but he's not my target. As long as I deal with Louis Veen, Mr. X himself, would he really dare keep pestering me? This is Backlund. If I get caught by official Beyonders, I might survive, but if he gets caught, he's finished. Thinking this through, Ebner felt calmer. After a pause, he asked tentatively, does the god of luck have anything to do with you? Will gave him a look, then suddenly burst into tears. What kind of reaction is that? Ebner was bewildered. Could it involve something too secret? Before he could think further, Will stopped crying and said softly, it's because I owed too much back then that I couldn't merge with the uniqueness later, and that stupid snake kept bullying me. So. Little Snake was the god of luck student. He owed too many favors, and even taking one of my reincarnations as a student wasn't enough to repay them. Before Ebner could finish the thought, Will continued, but you once said that compared to the Key of Light, I'm actually more suited for the Ring of Destiny. Then, the black baby carriage slowly rolled backward into the shadows and vanished. The Ring of Destiny? Did I, my former self, make some sort of grand vow? If Will is like this, then what about the god of knowledge, the Evernight goddess, Lilith? Are they helping me for similar reasons? Ebner's scalp tingled as if he'd just learned he was buried under a mountain of karmic debts. Well. I can only take it one step at a time. Hopefully, my past self didn't agree to everything that was asked of him. As the tower walls collapsed around him, Ebner didn't hesitate, he activated Dream Jump and left Dr. Allen's house directly. Confer Elit, 18 years old, a lone Bayam half-blood, illegitimate son of Patrick Bryan, a demigod of the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death god faction. Born half a corpse collector, he was already a Sequence 7 spirit medium and a follower of the death god. As a relative of Viscount Beldane, he had been recommended by his father, passed the new Viscount's interview, and was about to take up a post in Beldane City, with a 100 gold pound settlement allowance. But as a believer of the death god, Confer had other missions too. Before leaving, he planned to buy some extraordinary materials as backups. After all, Beldane was a small city, almost devoid of any extraordinary trade. At 8 p.m., in an unnamed alley in the East Borough. Disguised, Confer wound his way through the streets until he reached the house where Mr. X was hosting a Beyonder gathering. Recalling the usual knock sequence, he curled his fingers and tapped, 3 light, 3 heavy, followed by 2 long and 3 short knocks. 10 seconds later, the door opened silently. A servant wearing an iron mask examined him for a few seconds before stepping aside. Inside the parlor, Confer found a random seat and sat down, pulling his hood lower to hide his face deeper in shadow. After about 10 minutes, once nearly everyone had arrived, Mr. X entered soundlessly. Wearing a brass mask and dressed in an archaic black robe with a pointed wizard's hat, he walked toward the main seat. His aura was restrained but powerful, forcing Confer to lower his gaze instinctively. Confer couldn't help but feel envious. When will I ever reach that level of power? But just as Mr. X turned and prepared to sit down, he suddenly vanished. Confer froze for a second, then immediately dashed toward the door, pulling a feather from a tin case in his pocket, ready to throw it at the first sign of danger. He wasn't the only one reacting like that. Most attendees were low-sequence wild Beyonders. Without that kind of survival instinct, they'd have died long ago. Then, suddenly, the room darkened. The floor rippled with thick, eerie liquid shadows that surged together, forming a solid cage around them. Within that darkness, the shadows themselves came alive, staring coldly at their trapped hosts. Demigod-level power. As the son of a demigod, Confer was no stranger to such strength, but that only made his despair worse. Under the shadow's imprisonment, he couldn't even twitch a finger. The next instant, radiant light filled the entire building, harmless to ordinary beyonders, but it burned away the living shadows instantly. A few unlucky ones who carried evil, corrupted, or deathly auras were also scorched, though not fatally. Confer was among those unlucky few. But despite the pain, he ignored his wounds, broke through the wall the moment he regained mobility, and sprinted down the street toward his prearranged safe house. Meanwhile, within Alvin's puzzle labyrinth, Mr. X, Louis Veen, was desperately praying to his lord, begging for the power to break through the mirrored space and escape. But in the next instant, he forgot what he was praying for. Then, after glancing around, he tried teleportation again, only to fail. He prayed once more to the true creator, then forgot again, repeating the process endlessly. Alvin's puzzle labyrinth couldn't truly trap a demigod, or even many low-sequence beyonders with sufficient backing, but Ebner had anticipated this. Beforehand, he stationed his fanatic follower, Parasite Flora Jacob, within the labyrinth, completely cutting off Louis's path of escape. Meanwhile, Ebner's avatar, Owen, held the magic mirror and switched the soul within to the marionettist, beginning to seize control of Mr. X's spirit body threads. Since Louis Veen wore the blood flower ring, ordinary attacks wouldn't kill him. If anything, they might alert him prematurely, which would be counterproductive. Flora and Owen both lacked powerful offensive means, and a direct mental strike might draw the true creator's wrath. Thus, Ebner instructed them to use this safer, controlled approach, to let Louis slowly sink into death. As for Ebner's true body, he was outside, blocking the Saint of Darkness from intervening. 2 demigods escorting you to death, quite a send-off for an Aurora Order Divine Messenger. Looking at the shadowy figure coalescing before him, Ebner smirked inwardly, then transformed into a blazing sun, unleashing countless searing, radiant beams. End of chapter. Chapter 1007, Reflection. As the full might of the sun domain erupted without restraint, several streets across Backlund's East Borough were illuminated as bright as day. Every trace of filth, corruption, shadow, and depraved power below the demigod level was completely burned away in this realm of no darkness. Inside the St. Wind Cathedral, the newly appointed Archbishop of Backlund, Deep Blue High Priest, Redal Valentine, immediately shot out from his room and ascended into the sky. At St. Samuel Cathedral, behind Cheney's Gate, Archbishop St. Anthony, who had been kindly watching a new night watcher complete his induction paperwork on the staircase between the first and second floors, suddenly stiffened. His expression changed, his brows furrowing deeply. Meanwhile, at St. Hilland Cathedral, only a few seconds after the sun burst forth, a figure launched from the tallest chimney atop the church roof and streaked toward the East Borough. It was one of Archbishop Horamic's mechanical bodies. Even the distant demigods reacted so strongly. Naturally, the first to be struck head-on was the Aurora Order's Saint of Darkness. He appeared as a tall knight clad in black full-body armor, wielding a long, broad sword. The twin scarlet flames flickering in his eye sockets were fixed coldly on the blazing orb that Ebner had become. Just as he was preparing to end the fight quickly, unleashing his spirit flesh blade to slice apart the glowing sun and rescue Louis Veen, his spirituality suddenly sensed danger. He hastily switched the soul he was hurting and leapt through flames to another position. The very next instant, the shadow where he'd stood erupted in black fire filled with disease and curse. Borrowing the shadows, it spread rapidly toward the Saint of Darkness. Seeing this, the Saint of Darkness, Cosma, didn't dare underestimate it. The spirit flesh blade he'd meant for the light sphere instantly turned around and slashed toward the burning shadow instead. At the same time, he activated his Black Knight powers, forcing the shadows to wrap around the assassin that had emerged from his own. Rip. The spirit flesh blade hit its mark. The seething black flames recoiled like a nest of venomous serpents, swiftly condensing into the form of a languid woman dressed in a simple white robe. Despair Nightingale, Panathia. You're still alive. The Saint of Darkness Cosma was so shocked that he actually spoke. But Despair Nightingale didn't answer. She merely smiled faintly at him, then ignored the binding shadows and vanished completely, like one of those assassins who strike once and disappear into silence. By this time, Ebner had already stopped radiating. He returned to his human form and quietly pocketed a homemade medal before bowing slightly to Cosma like an actor performing his curtain call. But the Saint of Darkness didn't dare make another move. He had no idea where the Despair Nightingale was hiding, and feared that engaging the Sunless One before him would invite another deadly ambush. The two faced off for a few seconds until a sonic boom echoed from high above in the distance. Then, with poised calm, Ebner withdrew his power and departed from the building, now reduced to scorched foundations by the light and heat of his sun. Watching the detestable men who had abducted his divine messenger disappear before his eyes, yet powerless to pursue, the Saint of Darkness scowled and cursed under his breath. Damn it. Then his figure dissolved into thick black sludge and sank back into the shadows. He had to conduct a ritual at once, to pray to his lord for Mr. X's whereabouts. Meanwhile, the other attendees of the gathering had already fled the street. If I hadn't worried about dragging those ordinary Beyonders from the gathering into this, I wouldn't have even needed to fight the Saint of Darkness. Once Louis Veen was captured, I could have left directly. Thankfully, he didn't think things through too deeply, or he might have used those people as leverage. Then I'd have been forced to send in Yalalin's avatar to end it. But this is Backlund, a single full-powered demigod fight already stands out enough. If I used angel-level power, I might draw the attention of the Kingdom's Balancer or even the Hand of Order. Inside Alvin's puzzle labyrinth, Ebner conducted a quiet self-examination of the operation while checking over Mr. X's body, now completely marionettized, truly dead. He studied the man's face, comparing it to the sketch Furs had provided. Confirming it was indeed Louis Veen, Ebner nodded in satisfaction. Then he activated the pure white eye, channeling the power of the Sunless One to extract each of the man's extraordinary characteristics one by one. Traveler, Recorder, Astrologer, Trickmaster, Apprentice. Before long, 9 traits floated before him, 2 copies of each except for Traveler. The Traveler's trait must go to Furs, leave that untouched. As for the Recorder, Furs already has one main material, the cursed object, Ancient Wraith's Malediction. The other, Complete Brain of Asman, is already being traded with the Sun. It should be settled by next week, so she doesn't need another trait. The Recorder's characteristic is excellent for crafting magical items, it'll sell well at the Tarot Club. The remaining pairs of Apprentice through Astrologer traits can be used to cultivate or reward subordinates. After a moment's calculation, Ebner turned his attention to the gold ring with the embedded ruby he had pulled from Louis's hand. This was the Blood Flower Ring, a powerful item that allowed its wearer to revive like an enhanced Rose Bishop, as long as their flesh and blood still lived. That was precisely why Ebner had instructed Owen to use the marionettist's power through the magic mirror to kill him. Otherwise, only a Reaper's lethal strike or a Gatekeeper's underworld door could have finished him off, and neither method was as secure as controlling his spirit body threads. A pity though, strong as it is, the ring's drawback is brutal. It causes random, unpredictable bouts of insanity, making the wearer lose rational thought. Better sell it at the Tarot Club. As he thought this, Ebner drew out one of his blank cards and sealed Louis's body inside it. Then he carefully arranged materials for a ritual, praying to himself and placing Evans's hidden barrier upon the card containing the corpse. If he cast the rite personally, Ebner estimated the barrier could deceive ordinary angels at best. But now, with the gemstone the Evernight goddess had left on his chest, one imbued with the authority of secrets, even if the true creator personally tried to divine its location, the result would remain obscured. And it wasn't as though the Saint of Darkness would dare bother his lord over such a minor matter. At most, he'd ask the Great Serpent. Once everything was properly secured, Ebner turned toward Owen DeLeon and Flora Jacob, who had been waiting quietly. He gave Flora a few words of praise, which made the fanatic devotee, who had given her entire being to Lubo, tremble with ecstatic devotion. Sometimes, the god himself felt embarrassed by how fanatically his believers worshipped him. Ebner muttered inwardly, but outwardly, after giving a few more instructions, he dismissed her back to reality to continue following Emma. As for Owen, there was no need for reward. As one of Ebner's avatars, he obeyed like an extension of the Eyes of Wisdom. Other than the oddity of multitasking through multiple perspectives, he was no different from Ebner himself. However, as they sat side by side, Ebner felt a mischievous urge and, imitating Klein, started talking to himself. The president just sent word, the Alchemical Psychology Society's council meeting is set for Friday, Owen said casually, sipping a 1-pound cup of coffee. Unlike the weekly tarot club, the society's council only met once every few months. This was the first such summons since Owen's creation as an avatar. With just the president, it's unlikely he can see through your replacement, Ebner analyzed. As for Adam, he probably knows, but since he hasn't exposed you, he's allowing it. The question is whether Arrogance, the Dragon King, will tear off your mask. He expose me. He's pretending to be Vin Rambies himself. If he's dirty, he won't report me. At worst, we just blow each other up, Owen replied indifferently. After a bit more back and forth, Ebner compared his demeanor across different bodies, and to his mild surprise, he noticed that when speaking through Owen, his tone carried a slightly more flippant edge. That subtle difference wasn't due to Owen's personality, but the nature of the unknown land's pollution. Ever since he descended to demigodhood and touched the brand of Giuseppe Castilla within the unknown land, he'd still thought and acted as Ebner, but his temperament had shifted ever so slightly. For example, this strike on Mr. X had been far less calculated than usual, a bit reckless. That kind of impulsive state resembled the days right after I first transmigrated, before I'd been tempered by experience. At first, I thought it was just the mindset of a new demigod, or the natural reaction to absorbing Giuseppe's memories and forbidden knowledge. But perhaps not. Could it be that neither I, nor any of my prior selves, are the complete Lou Bo, but merely fragments of him? And the more of those imprints I absorb, the closer I come to him, until, if my self-awareness isn't strong enough, he will replace me. End of chapter. Chapter 1008, Wednesday. The more brands I come into contact with, the closer I get to him. No, it can't be that simple, otherwise, the gods would never have allowed me to advance to demigodhood and gain access to those brands. Sigh, after being Lubo for so many years, I suddenly feel like I don't even know myself anymore. Letting out a faint sigh, Ebner stopped dwelling on the matter. He stepped out of Alvin's puzzle labyrinth and, with a stride, returned to the villa at number 28 King's Street, appearing directly in the guest room allocated to Furs. Recently, Zio had been out on field duty in Eastchester County, while Furs needed to partner with Ebner on a daily basis for her acting role. Thus, she had been living in his villa. Seeing Ebner appear so abruptly, Furs wasn't surprised at all. She simply complained that he was getting more and more casual, he didn't even bother knocking anymore. "I've brought you a gift," Ebner said with a smile, ignoring her complaint. "What gift?" Furs instantly perked up, putting down the stack of manuscript pages she had been reviewing, the draft for the shipwreck in the frozen sea, and asked curiously. Without hesitation, Ebner took out the card that sealed Mr. X's corpse and handed it to her. Furs accepted it, but as her fingers brushed the surface of the card, an image flashed through her mind. A man dressed in an old-fashioned black robe and pointed magician's hat lay quietly in a confined space. His face was calm and expressionless, he looked as if he had died peacefully. Louis Veen. You've already killed him. As a medical school graduate and a former doctor at a reputable clinic, Furs had seen plenty of corpses. She wasn't frightened, only surprised at Ebner's efficiency. Barely over a week had passed, and he had already completed the job. However, she soon frowned with concern and asked, "That son in the East Borough earlier, what's that you're doing? You're not hurt, are you?" Ebner smiled and shook his head. "I'm a demigod. How could I get hurt killing a Sequence 5? That huge commotion was just to make the Aurora Order's Saint of Darkness retreat, and to mislead the church's investigation." "I see." Furs first sighed in relief, then froze, her eyes widening. "Wait, you fought a saint." "Just a brief exchange. We both had our reservations, and the church's saints arrived quickly, so there wasn't any real fight," Ebner explained honestly. "I'm sorry. I underestimated how dangerous this commission would be. I'll find a way to compensate you later," Furs said apologetically. She had assumed that having a demigod kill a Sequence 5 wouldn't be dangerous, but she hadn't accounted for other demigods being involved. If she'd known that earlier, she never would have let her friend take the risk. She'd have gone through the Tarot Club and asked the Tower or Temperance to handle it instead. "I'll look forward to that," Ebner replied with a grin. Under the pale moonlight, the sea appeared deep blue, almost black. Standing at the bow of the ship, Alger Wilson gazed at the faint silhouette of Paso Island lying quietly across the waves. This was the headquarters of the Church of the Storms, the land favored by the true deity himself. As a mid-level member of the church, Alger had only visited 3 times, once when he was promoted to sailor after discovering the Blue Avenger, once last year for his annual report, and once long ago, as a blue-haired half-blood child chosen to join the cathedral's choir. But since he had no talent for singing, he'd been swiftly dismissed, sent back to his island's tiny chapel to serve as a menial under a harsh, abusive priest. Whenever he recalled those memories, Alger's expression would darken, and ambition would burn even fiercer in his heart. This time, however, he was returning because of an emergency summons to plan the surprise assault on the Sonia Island naval port. With the wind howling, the Blue Avenger sailed quietly toward the harbor. At the peak of Paso Island stood a towering church, the Abyss of Storms, the holiest sanctum within the church's entire headquarters. Of course, Alger's rank wasn't high enough to enter there. He was instead assigned a room at the Outer Thunder Church, where he was to rest while awaiting other summoned privateer captains. Inside the Thunder Church, the vaulted ceilings and sweeping arches were adorned with golden and blue frescoes that left not an inch of wall uncovered. The sheer sanctity and grandeur made anyone walking inside instinctively lower their head and tread softly. Though Alger had long lost the awe he once felt, having dealt often with hidden beings and attended gatherings within divine palaces, he didn't show it. Like the sailors around him, he kept his head bowed, steps light, and even his breathing restrained. In this solemn atmosphere, the group followed a priest to the clerical quarters at the back of the church, where each was assigned a room. Alger had barely set down his luggage when a knock came at the door. He opened it to find a man with soft blonde hair dressed in a robe embroidered with lightning patterns. His name was Sans. He and Alger had been partners for quite some time before parting ways, Alger choosing to captain a ghost ship, while Sans returned to Paso Island to serve as clergy. Alger smiled, placing his right fist to his left chest in salute. "May the storm be with you." "And with you." Sans mirrored the gesture with a grin. Then he lowered his voice. "Why did you come back for this mission? You know we may be facing the Fasak regular army, it's incredibly dangerous." As a free-spirited ghost ship captain, Alger could have easily created an accident or delayed his return to avoid the draft. Though he would have been punished, it wouldn't have cost him his life. Because I need the ominous sea monster. I need to advance. Alger thought silently, but outwardly gave a wry smile. The moment I saw what was implied in the mission order, I knew this summons couldn't be evaded. Still, his friend's concern softened his tone. True, but this whole operation is strange, Sans mused. Announcing such large-scale orders and even hinting at the objective. Even the most devout captains might let something slip. Perhaps there's another plan behind it, Alger replied meaningfully. Indeed, he wasn't surprised by such a move. That sea monster couldn't be quietly relocated anyway, its massive body made that impossible. In fact, the church hierarchy might want to strike during the transfer, since attacking it inside a fortified port was far more difficult. That only makes it more dangerous for you, Sans sighed. If things get truly dire, I'll just dive into the sea. The fool has claimed the sea god's authority, he will protect me. Alger thought to himself but said nothing. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Sans quickly changed the topic. Do you know Admiral of Stars Catlia? Not just know her. Alger thought before answering, I met her at the Pirate Congress. And Vice Admiral Ailment. Admiral of Pale. Sans pressed. Also met them at the Congress. Why? Alger asked, more confidently this time. Sans hesitated for a few seconds, then sighed regretfully. If you knew them well, you could have taken the mission to approach them and infiltrate their crews, to investigate Gehrman Sparrow. Then you wouldn't have to risk Sonia Island. So that's it, because of Gehrman hunting the Admiral of Blood. Alger feigned confusion. What did Gehrman Sparrow do this time? Sans's eyes lit up, his tone excited. He nearly destroyed Bayam. He's a dangerous man, rumor has it there's a secret, evil organization behind him, one with demigods, maybe even angels, enemies of the Rose School. Almost destroyed Bayam. An organization with demigods and angels. Enemies of the Rose School. But aren't our tarot club enemies of the true creator and the original witch instead? Alger deliberately displayed visible astonishment. On Wednesday morning, Ebner didn't rush to take first to Constant, the capital of Jianhai County, to fish for that gluttony gentleman. After all, she had spent most of the previous night helping him perform multiple rituals to disguise her bloodline well enough to deceive Mr. Gluttony. She was utterly exhausted. But Ebner himself was full of energy. After a simple breakfast, he called for a carriage and headed toward Mr. Surrey's workshop in the West Borough, ready to craft several new magical items. End of chapter. Chapter 1009, Decay. Name, The Book of Endless Teleportation. Appearance, a palm-sized hardcover pocketbook with a total of 33 pages. Abilities, each page can record a teleportation ability with nearly a 100% success rate. Additionally, every time a recorded teleportation is used, there's a 50% chance the page will automatically record it again. With enough luck, the book can be used to teleport endlessly. Side effects, the book demands at least one teleportation per day. If unused, it will forcibly teleport its bearer to a random location, one that will most likely be near worshippers of the true creator. If left unattended, the book will teleport itself at random. Sealing method, either satisfy its daily craving for teleportation, or confine it within a space where an imperative mage has forbidden teleportation. Inside the Steam workshop, Ebner finished analyzing the mystical item crafted from the scribe characteristic extracted from Mr. X. He sighed, realizing that he hadn't used his artisan abilities for quite some time. His hands had gotten a little stiff. Compared to Furz's Lemino's travel notes, this pocketbook's effects were clearly lackluster. It must be due to Louis Vine's lingering obsession before death, Ebner thought. His thoughts were constantly stolen by Flora, trapping him in a loop of endless teleportation attempts, mental pollution that lingered and warped the resulting item. You can even see traces of it in the side effects. He must have been desperately trying to teleport to the Aurora Order Saint side before he died. Still, teleportation is an incredibly practical ability. This book of endless teleportation isn't half bad. Klein would probably pay quite a sum for it. After filling all its blank pages with recorded teleportations, Ebner chose not to touch the second scribe characteristic. His luck didn't feel right today. It wasn't a good day for crafting. As for the Faceless Man item he'd promised Miss Temperance, he'd have to put that aside for now. He was still short on materials. Putting the book of endless teleportation away, Ebner glanced at the wall clock. It wasn't yet noon, and Furz was likely still asleep. After some thought, he took out another card, the one Bernadette had gifted him as compensation. It contained a characteristic from an unknown pathway. It was special because it didn't belong to any of the 22 known pathways, much like the wealth pathway tied to Alvin's puzzle labyrinth. It might have originated from another world, or even from an outer god. He extracted the characteristic and, following the ritual recorded in the Feast of Blood, Volume 2, cast the secret technique known as Dark Domain. Then, activating his pure white eye, Ebner carefully observed the phenomenon. The physical enhancements from the potion still exist, but within the Dark Domain, all Beyonder powers vanish. Completely vanish, even mine. Of course, when I activate the pure white eye, I can ignore the effect, but for ordinary beyonders, or even demigods, this would be fatal. Especially for those pathways that don't emphasize bodily enhancement. Interestingly, this resembles what happened in the original account. The Nighthawks investigating the Astral Research Society case in Constant encountered a similar phenomenon. This must be the power of decay, an unknown pathway possibly connected to the outer god known as the King of Decay, perhaps. Judging from its potency, it's roughly at sequence 3. Let's call it the Antimancer. He casually named it, then summoned Yalarin's avatar to reseal the Antimancer characteristic back into the card. Ordinary sealing methods were useless against it, any Beyonder energy approaching would simply dissipate. Bernadette had likely used a grade 0 sealed artifact to contain it. The experiment had taken considerable time. Seeing the clock hands pointing to 3 in the afternoon, Ebner packed up and returned to his villa at number 28 Kings Street. Inside Furz's room, Miss Magician, now dressed and refreshed, was holding a square box made entirely of pure gold. Within it rested a wrinkled, uneven, semi-transparent grayish-white mass. It was one of the main materials for the scribe potion, a complete Asman brain. At the last tarot meeting, the little son had mentioned that the chief was leading a team to hunt such creatures. Ebner hadn't expected the material to arrive by Wednesday already. When he entered, Furz flinched slightly before calming down and said smoothly, "My teacher just sent a letter." She wasn't lying, Dorian had indeed written, but the Asman brain hadn't come from him, it had been granted by the fool. She worded it this way deliberately, hoping Ebner would misunderstand. Unfortunately for her, such small deceptions only made Ebner quietly amused. She was simply adding another note to her own black dossier. And what could he do? Naturally, he went along with her act. As expected of an ancient family, even rare materials like this are within their reach, Ebner remarked deliberately. He did, however, feel genuine appreciation towards Silver City's chief. Without the golden containment, the Asman brain's lingering influence could have driven Furz to hallucinations or insanity. Gold was cheap in Silver City anyway. This ornate golden box probably cost less than a can of pickled wolfish. Seeing that Ebner didn't press further, Furz quietly sighed in relief. Matters involving the fool couldn't be discussed openly, and she didn't like lying to Ebner either. Best to just gloss things over. I should have hidden it earlier. She scolded herself silently before changing the subject. My teacher may come to Backlund next week, she said. I'll have to give him Lewis's body then, but what should I say? After all, she herself didn't have the power to kill a traveler. Ebner had already considered this. He smiled. Just tell the truth, say that the newly promoted prophet, Viscount of Beldain, helped you slay your enemy. That's fine. Furz asked hesitantly. It's fine as long as only Dorian knows. Just remind him not to spread it, Ebner replied casually. While secrets tend to leak the more people know them, his study of the River of Fate told him this news would take at least a year, maybe longer, to spread. By then, he'd be far beyond fearing the Aurora Order's revenge. Furz thought for a moment and nodded. All right. At that moment, Ebner's expression turned solemn. Fixing his gaze on Furz, he said seriously, when you see him, pass a message for me. Furz's heartbeat quickened under his intense look. What message? She asked instinctively. Tell him, Alvin Abraham is about to ascend to the angelic rank. The glory of House Abraham will soon shine once more. Ebner spoke the words in ancient face act to ensure precision. Based on his current progress, once he advanced to Seer of Insight, the secret technique to revive his former self would be complete. He already had all the materials and ritual conditions ready, he just needed to fully digest the prophet potion. Given how far he'd preemptively acted the role, that wouldn't take long. At his current rate, he'd be a Seer of Insight by mid-June at the latest. And so, it was time to start preparing for what would follow. Jianhai County, Constant City, Dock District. Disguised as Valentine, a member of the Psychological Alchemy Society under his control, Ebner entered an abandoned warehouse, bringing along Furz, whose eyes were glazed as if hypnotized. Furz had indeed been put under real hypnosis to prevent her from accidentally breaking cover. Her appearance was also altered by Lemino's travel notes, which now contained several Faceless Man abilities, thanks to the world's recording. Inside the warehouse were 7 or 8 people. When they saw Valentine bring in a stranger, their expressions darkened. This was a secret gathering, bringing an outsider without notice violated their unspoken rules. Still, though some frowned or muttered, no one openly protested. After all, the organizer hadn't set a formal ban on guests, and Valentine was a Sequence 7 psychiatrist, a mid-sequence powerhouse few wished to provoke. Ignoring their discontent, Ebner led Furz to the front row and waited quietly. 5 or 6 minutes later, as another dozen people entered, he felt the space around them seal shut. A mystic's hidden space? No, this feels like a prearranged ritual responding to a sealed item or a real mystic. As that thought passed through his mind, a hazy figure appeared in the center of the warehouse. A man dressed in lone-style formal wear, wearing a half-tall silk hat, his features indistinct. His eyes swept the crowd, and soon, they locked onto Furs, whose mind remained dazed and unfocused. End of chapter. Chapter 10:10, Cheating Mode. As expected, this matches what I saw in Valentine's Memories. The one hosting this gathering is just a projection. No wonder Mr. Gluttony isn't particularly concerned about security. That means this lazy bait can finally do its job. Just as the thought crossed Ebner's mind, the man standing in the center of the warehouse retracted his gaze from Furs and began conducting the meeting as usual. The first step, Mr. Gluttony's projection began giving a free lecture on mysticism. This surprised Ebner. The spectator pathway wasn't like the reader one, there weren't sequences that required teaching others. Why would a demigod deliberately spread knowledge? Out of kindness. But soon, he realized something was wrong. The content being taught wasn't pure, it carried subtle additives, imperceptibly influencing the listener's spirits, reinforcing a dormant imprint buried deep within their hearts. Of course, this didn't work on Ebner. He simulated the demigod-level ability of fraudulence and easily deceived the projection, keeping his true state hidden. After all, this projection wasn't particularly powerful, it had only about sequence 5 strength, relying on the main body's authority to appear more mysterious. Before long, the lecture ended. Then came the trading and commission phases, followed by the final part, each member reporting their mission progress. Report, sir. I successfully convinced the warehouse supervisor at the 2nd Steelworks and Constant Armament Factory to accept that batch of inferior coal. Report, sir. The quartermaster of the 2nd Army is wavering. He'll likely sell off surplus ammunition and firearms privately next week. Report, sir. I still have no leads on the hidden naval base of the Jianhai fleet. Requesting a 1-month extension. Listening to the diverse mission reports, Ebner couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Looks like Constant's practically been turned into a sieve by the Psychological Alchemy Society. When war breaks out and mass production of steel and weapons is needed, they'll discover the coal's unusable. When frontline soldiers need ammo replenished, warehouses will mysteriously catch fire, and when the Navy hides for a surprise attack, the enemy will already know their coordinates. No wonder in the original events, Fasak achieved nothing in the north or at sea, only in the Western Front, Constant saw a breakthrough. The Society's boldness must be thanks to George III's tacit cooperation. While he was mulling that over, the projection's eyes turned toward him. Ebner immediately mimicked Valentine's tone and reported, Report, sir. I've arranged for the factory owner's daughter to witness her fiancé's infidelity. The trade volume between their families has dropped by nearly 70%. At this point, Ebner understood why the Society had assigned Valentine such a task. That international merchant monopolized light industries like toys and crafts in Jianhai, while the factory owner was his main supplier. Once the two fell out, the monopoly would crumble, forcing Fasak's retail prices upward. Normally, that wouldn't matter, but in just over a month, Fasak would celebrate the Twilight Festival. During such a festival, when prices skyrocket and people can't afford gifts, resentment builds, especially among the middle class, who, guided by public opinion, would direct their anger toward loan. Of course, Valentine's mission was just one small gear in this massive scheme, but even a small glimpse made it clear, war was inevitable. After all, both nations' leaders, and even the gods behind them, wanted the war. While Ebner's thoughts drifted, Mr. Gluttony's projection showed little reaction to his report. Its attention remained fixed on Furs. Seeing this, Ebner calmly added in a low voice, This is the candidate you requested. She seems to come from a 4th epic family, the Abrahams. Abraham family. The projection's eyes lit up. It seemed to activate a mystical artifact to examine her, then nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the aura of ancient blood. Hearing that, Ebner quietly exhaled. Good, fooled him. All that effort last night wasn't for nothing. When the gathering ends, the projection continued, take her to the warehouse's back entrance. Place her on the 3rd manhole cover to the left. With that, it turned away and resumed listening to other reports. Half an hour later, the meeting ended, and the projection vanished. When Ebner led Furs back and approached the 3rd manhole, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. This is silica. No. Similar, but not quite. Still, unmistakably related to her power. That manhole, it's a spirit world transit point constructed using silica's essence. In the basement of a villa in Constant's elevated South District, a middle-aged man in formal wear stood before an altar, waiting. Moments later, the colors around him deepened, layer upon layer folding together, and a beautiful, vacant-eyed woman appeared before him. An Abraham bloodline. The man examined her like a picky gourmand inspecting a rare delicacy. But before he could act, twin bolts of lightning flashed in the woman's eyes. A searing pain stabbed into his skull, like daggers twisting inside his brain. His body went rigid, he collapsed to the floor with a thud, overwhelmed by agony. It was a demigod-level mind pierce, secretly infused with cognitive stripping. The result was devastating. The attacker, of course, was Ebner, disguised as Furs, delivered straight to the target. He would never risk Furs's safety. Before approaching the manhole, he'd quietly stored her in Alvin's puzzle labyrinth and taken her form himself. Then, with one strike, he heavily injured the mastermind. Just as he was about to finish him off, Mr. Gluttony's body began to swell, his pupils narrowing, their color shifting from pale blue to molten gold. Gray-white scales sprouted across his face, hands, and every inch of exposed skin. With a tearing sound, his white shirt, black vest, and tailored trousers shredded apart, revealing the scales of a dragon beneath. In an instant, the demigod of the Psychological Alchemy Society was transforming into a massive gray-white dragon. As someone who had lived for centuries, Mr. Gluttony would never sit and wait for death. He immediately invoked the hallmark ability of a spectator path demigod, dragonization. But Ebner didn't panic. He had expected this. Calmly, he drew a card and unsealed the anti-mancer characteristic Bernadette had gifted him. Using it as a medium, he cast the secret technique, Dark Domain. At once, all of Mr. Gluttony's draconic traits began to fade, wings, scales, slitted pupils, all vanished within seconds. Now, before Ebner stood nothing but a naked, powerless man. Dark Domain, within its range, all Beyonder abilities below Sequence 2 are nullified, except for physical attacks. Normally, a Reader Path demigod couldn't beat a Spectator Path saint in close combat. But sorry, Ebner said lightly, bowing slightly, I'm about to cheat. Then, with a faint smile, he activated his pure white eye. End of chapter. Chapter 10-11, Reasoning and Revelation. Even after losing most of his extraordinary abilities, Mr. Gluttony showed no fear or despair. He merely looked calmly at Ebner, who was wearing a woman's beautiful face, and asked in a deep voice. Who exactly are you? The face Ebner wore wasn't Fur's real one, but the one she had imagined for herself, slightly more attractive than reality. According to her, it was modeled after Miss Sissy, the heroine of Wuthering Heights. Ebner ignored the question. He immediately unleashed a combined manipulation plus enchantment ability, intending to seize full control of the men before him. He had no plan to chat before finishing the job. After all, villains always died because they talked too much, and although he was a very upright person, that was one cliché he preferred to avoid. Seeing this, Mr. Gluttony realized he couldn't extract any more information. He sighed lightly, and then his existence began to thin, fading like mist under sunlight. No. He's just a fragment, a projection of a virtual personality. Ebner immediately noticed something was wrong. Without hesitation, he tore through the man's mental defenses and simulated the theft ability, attempting to salvage some of his memories. At the same time, he injected fragments of knowledge about Lubo directly into that mind. Moments later, Ebner watched as the new spot in the unknown land dimmed and disappeared. He exhaled slowly, musing. So that Mr. Gluttony, in Constant, was just a split-off virtual personality, just like Miss Justice's Odelia in the original work. The difference is, his version was much stronger, demigod level. The dark domain I created through the anti-mancer trait can suppress most powers below Sequence 2. But some fall outside its reach, for example, virtual personality projections. Otherwise, my technique should have erased him directly, not let him withdraw voluntarily. Looks like I can't rely too blindly on anti-magic effects. Just like an arbiter's decree prohibition, there must always be loopholes. Same goes for the River of Destiny. I can't place too much faith in it either. This time, Mr. Gluttony's fate completely escaped my observation. Also, judging from that brief psychic feedback, his true body must be somewhere on the Faceac side of the Jianhai coast. Most likely Inderport. After this round of deduction and decryption, Ebner turned his focus to the last thing he'd gained, the memories he'd stolen from Mr. Gluttony's mind. Alien Sequence, Gourmand. Gains ancestral powers by devouring the flesh and soul of high-sequence descendants. A week ago, sensed danger through the Andariel bloodline and left Constant, leaving behind this virtual personality. Orchestrating trade conflict between Faceac and Lone. Recently discovered that animals in Constant, when traced back by bloodline, connect to powerful beings. From a sewer rat, I obtained a mix of thief and criminal abilities, to steal others' thoughts, plant seeds of desire inside them, then return them, thus creating a puppet of desire. Pity the rat tasted terrible. I've gotten used to the flavor of rats, maybe I should try cockroaches next. No, I mustn't indulge in feeding. My goal is to study their minds. During my lectures, I subtly disseminate a particular sigil, fulfilling the requirements of the sealed artifact, Heavenly Banquet. Ebner frowned at the chaotic stream of thoughts. After sorting them for several minutes, he finally pieced together the truth. Mr. Gluttony possesses a sealed artifact from an extraterrestrial pathway called Heavenly Banquet. The associated path begins at Sequence 9 as Gourmand. By consuming a creature's bloodline, it can trace it back to the source and gain the power of that ancestor. The exact sequence of this artifact is unknown, but it's certainly high rank. Tisk, why do I keep running into alien pathways lately? And this one, with its devouring and origin tracing themes, is obviously tied to the primordial hunger. Right, Alvin's puzzle labyrinth was made from an angelic characteristic of the wealth or fortune pathway, which might also originate from primordial hunger's line. Is this becoming a supernatural convergence? Anyway, back to the main issue. Based on the traces of Silica's aura at the manhole, I can boldly deduce that Azek's daughter was most likely slain by Mr. Gluttony through the heavenly banquet. He didn't just devour her body, he consumed part of her soul. That's why the current undead Silica lost her memories and cannot advance further. This also explains how he's lived for centuries. If he devoured a vampire, he'd automatically trace back and gain longevity. Finally, it seems heavenly banquet has already connected with the outer god primordial hunger. That's why it demanded he spread a sigil to thin the barrier, letting its power seep into the world. Mr. Gluttony clearly doesn't realize what an outer god truly is. He probably thinks it's just a condition imposed by the artifact itself. Hey, looks like even the pollution I left on him was probably cleansed by primordial hunger personally. My influence was too shallow, nothing compared to the corruption already in him. Realizing no one had come back to investigate, Ebner sighed in mild disappointment. He'd planned to exploit the criminal instinct of returning to the scene, hoping Mr. Gluttony would come for a second look. Unfortunately, his enemy wasn't that reckless. Next, Ebner searched the villa. Apart from some gold and antiques, he only confirmed one thing: Mr. Gluttony's public identity in Constant, Gresham Osmond, the owner of an upscale restaurant. Sure, opening a restaurant suits a glutton, he muttered, but somehow that just makes it creepier. He then organized his next steps. First, everything here traces back only to the virtual personality, so it's useless for tracking his real body. Second, the identity, Gresham Osmond, is probably already discarded. He won't use it again soon. So, aside from knowing he's somewhere along the Jianhai coast, my leads are basically dead. Maybe I can probe a bit during the Psychological Alchemy Society's council meeting on Friday. As his thoughts turned, Ebner glanced at the spirit world passage crafted with Silica's power, and suddenly had an epiphany. Wait. Azek's commission was just to find Silica's killer, not to capture him. Now that I've practically confirmed the culprit, this should be for Mr. Azek and Karen to handle, right? They're her father and lover respectively, it's only proper they avenge her. I, an outsider, don't really need to intervene further. Decision made, Ebner took a pen and paper from the villa and wrote a letter. He summoned his demon wolf messenger to deliver it. After that, he entered Alvin's puzzle labyrinth and woke the still hypnotized Furs. Where am I? What happened? Her eyes refocused. After a moment's confusion, she blinked at Ebner, and suddenly widened her eyes. Is it over? She asked. But before Ebner could answer, her gaze fell downward, and she blurted. Wait, why are you wearing my clothes? End of chapter. Chapter 10-12, Hijacking. Fasak, Inderport. After meeting with the Mr. Gluttony from the Psychological Alchemy Society, Insangwil returned to his rented-in room. He immediately used his spirituality to seal the room and began muttering to himself. Can that man truly help you retrieve your sword? You do realize that sword is being kept in the Ormer Palace in St. Millen. That's far harder than the helmet in Stern or the armor in Constant. Ormer Palace is the royal residence of the Einhorn family. The Einhorns, an angelic bloodline. Ince didn't speak that last part aloud. No matter how arrogant he was, he still held off for angels. That's precisely why we need Mr. Gluttony's help, isn't it? Besides, the sword only matters to me. To others, it's merely a finely crafted ceremonial longsword, an antique. No way the Einhorn family would value it that much. The evil spirit inside him chuckled indifferently. You're too arrogant. Maybe this same attitude was why you underestimated Roselle, Ince couldn't help but snap back. The laughter cut off abruptly. A cold voice replied. Are you thinking of breaking our deal? Of course not. I just think we shouldn't rely solely on this Mr. Gluttony. We should make other preparations as well. Besides, his request isn't a simple one. When you helped purge the pollution from his mind, you should have sensed it too. His enemy's backing must come from a truly great being. Finding out who that opponent really is could be very dangerous. Ince said, his expression solemn. The evil spirit was silent for a few seconds before replying. Do whatever backup plans you like. I won't interfere. But I'll still follow my own plan. You'd better have faith in a top-class schemer. You mean the top-class schemer who ruined an empire? Ince sneered inwardly but only nodded and said casually. Let's first see if that man fulfills his promise. He said he'd have preliminary results by Friday night, that's not long to wait. If he fails, then we wait for the dusk day. On that day, Ormer Palace will be open to nobles and officials. That'll be the best chance to steal your sword. The evil spirit didn't respond again, sinking back into silence. Deep inside, however, it murmured to itself. That contamination earlier. Lubo. That name sounds so familiar. But I can't remember where I heard it. Meanwhile, leaving aside how Ebner in his true body returned for his clothes inside Alvin's puzzle labyrinth, his own avatar had already been released. Using the newly crafted Book of Endless Teleportation, he made several jumps and arrived aboard a river passenger ship sailing along the Rhine toward Trier. The ship would reach Trier's dock early the next morning, where Owen de Leon would formally return to his family. Because the bloody Duke of the Norse family still hadn't responded, the Chancellor's mental state was deteriorating fast. The man was on the brink of madness, issuing a string of irrational decrees that had angered all factions. The only reason he hadn't been impeached yet was, first, that the national election was only a few months away, most were biding their time, hoping for a peaceful transfer of power, and second, his reckless decisions mainly harmed ordinary citizens, not the extraordinary class. Even so, Trier's political situation was like a pile of dry tinder, one spark away from a roaring blaze. With a few nudges from Ebner's subtle schemes, noble houses like the Sorin, Fless, and Surrey families were already restless, entertaining thoughts of restoring the monarchy. Even within the Church of Steam, a reformist faction was stirring, eager to design a new system of governance. The de Leon family still had wise minds who could see the crisis clearly. But their reclusive patriarch hadn't appeared in years, their half-god members from the Church of the Eternal Sun were either apathetic or conveniently reassigned, and those in the Iron Cross Society couldn't act publicly. So, even though many within the family were deeply anxious about the nation's direction, they could do nothing, just watch as the Chancellor dragged them toward the abyss. Now, Owen's return came at a pivotal time. Most of the family would rally behind him. If he raised his arm and called for action, then with a little force, he could depose the deranged Chancellor and take control of the de Leon family himself. But Ebner had no such intention. His goal had always been the opposite, to push the de Leon family into a dead end, forcing Roselle's old flame to expose the secret within the family that even gods coveted. So when I return, I'll have to be even more outrageous than the Chancellor himself, perhaps even provoke the Church. Of course, I'll have to play it subtly at first. After mapping out his plan, Ebner instructed the magic mirror to release the Apostle of Enchantment, Chesha. Under her attentive service, he took a long, refreshing bath in the first-class suite's private washroom and changed into a spotless new outfit. His own body had been idling for a month beneath the ruins of that small island, then stored in Alvin's puzzle labyrinth's cheapest room. He was covered in dust and reeked faintly of mildew. On Thursday morning, after freeloading a fine breakfast aboard the ship, Ebner carried an illusionary suitcase and strolled leisurely down the gangway. Just as he stepped off the pier and was about to hail a carriage back to the de Leon estate. Ding-ling-ling. A crisp ringing sound cut through the morning air. Instinctively, Ebner turned his head. Along the roadside, a strange two-wheeled machine sped by, heading toward the far end of the street. Its frame was mostly black, but certain parts gleamed silver-gray, the sunlight glinting off its metallic surface. A bicycle. They've already spread to Intis. He thought, half amused. I'll bet Trier hasn't paid Klein a single soul in patent royalties. What he didn't know was that bicycles had become popular in Intis largely thanks to a film produced by his own movie company. The product had been featured as merchandise in the film's promotions. The largest manufacturer was, ironically, owned by Ebner himself. He just hadn't realized it yet, since Elaine handled that side of business. Drawing back his gaze, Ebner's eyes swept along the street, seemingly idle but subtly probing. A moment later, the corner of his mouth curved faintly. Pretending not to notice anything amiss, he stepped into an unremarkable-looking hired carriage. Half a minute later, the carriage began moving, but instead of heading toward the de Leon estate, it turned several corners and rolled into a narrow, deserted alley. Special Envoy, a calm voice came from the front, we meet again. End of chapter. Chapter 10-13, A Strange Katerina. Mr. Envoy, we meet again. A soft, feminine voice, as gentle as a lover's whisper, sounded beside Ebner's ear. He turned toward the source of the voice, and as expected, the demoness of an aging Katerina Pell appeared before his eyes, dressed in a robe of pure white sanctity. He had sensed something amiss with the carriage from the very beginning, but he still pretended to be charmed, and stepped into the trap. After all, this was only an avatar. Even if it were lost, it would merely affect his plans slightly, nothing serious. At this moment, he was no longer in the carriage, but within some mysterious space. The place was vast, boundless, yet empty. Only in the farthest distance did faint mists swirl and fade. Recalling the fragments of Owen's memories, those passionate scenes with the Saintess of White, Ebner imitated his tone and calmly replied, Katerina, it's been a while. You're still as enchanting as ever. In fact, the first thing I wanted to do after I escaped was to find you. Only to be controlled by you again. Katerina gazed at him, a faint smile curling her lips. Or perhaps you still haven't given up on that depraved little dream of yours, to put my whole family on the same bed for your amusement. Don't frame me for that. That was Owen's twisted idea, not mine. Ebner protested inwardly, but outwardly he smiled faintly and said, aren't you here because you can't bear to be away from me? Katerina's eyes flickered. She gave him another glance and chuckled softly. Though what you gave me was memorable, I'm someone who likes to take initiative. I'm not used to being controlled by force. So, this time, I'd like to switch things up, say, by controlling you instead. I know you're strong, you defeated Ruin's princess and enslaved her, and behind you stands an organization capable of sending angels. But I'm not unprepared either. The reason you're trying so hard to appear calm while chatting with me is because you've already sent a call for help, haven't you? Well. It's not working, is it? I can tell you why, this space isolates your prayers completely. Through her words, Ebner had already determined that the Dream Dragon's implanted suggestion within the Saintess of White was still effective. In her perception, Owen had indeed joined forces with his family's demigod and a saint from his organization to defeat Vera. Moreover, she hadn't attacked him immediately but chose instead to talk endlessly. This was suspicious. The space she mentioned, could it impose some sort of restriction? Was she deliberately trying to provoke fear or despair within him? And she was being far too talkative, answering every question without resistance. After a moment of thought, Ebner glanced around the vast emptiness of the space, maintaining his smile as he probed, aren't you going to introduce the rest of your preparations to me? You really are sharp. But yes, you're right. To deal with you, I've invited a few sisters to join me. Katerina turned her head to the side and said, sisters, come out. As her voice fell, 3 graceful figures appeared before Ebner, 3 beautiful women, each with distinct charm. The one in a crimson dress had fiery red hair but a soft, elven beauty in her features. The woman in blue possessed starry eyes and a heroic air, yet her expression carried a faint trace of confusion, a contrast that made her even more alluring. The last one, dressed in green, exuded an aura of scholarship and refinement, like a learned academic. Ebner recognized only the red-haired woman. She was the Saintess of Red, Margaret Constance, suspected descendant of the Goddess of Luck and the Queen of Calamity. She had been acting as a socialite in Trier, and Ebner had once planned to have Owen approach her at a ball to confirm her identity. He never expected to meet her so soon after arriving in Trier. Since the Saintess of Red was here, the others were surely the Saintess of Blue and the Saintess of Green. TSK, Katerina really went all out just to take revenge on Owen. Was their grudge really that deep? But then, why weren't they attacking yet? The 3 saintesses' gazes were dull, their movements stiff, almost puppet-like. Yet, it didn't feel like hypnosis. Could they be historical projections? Was this space created using a high-sequence ability of the Fool? Or perhaps a scholar of yore is hiding somewhere behind the scenes. Damn, this avatar can't activate the pure white eye, so much remains unseen. Judging from the way she summoned the 3 saintesses, this was most likely a sealed artifact, and one with severe limitations. So, she's been talking all this time to buy herself time to seize control of my spiritual threads. She's bound to be disappointed then. This avatar, tainted by the unknown, has its spirit threads directly linked to that very realm. There's no way she can control me. And those 3 historical projections still haven't made a move, they probably don't even have real combat power, mere decorations. With that thought, Ebner no longer hesitated. He prepared to move forward and capture the Saintess of White. But just then, at the crucial moment of her control, Katerina suddenly commanded the 3 saintesses to remove their clothes and encircle him. I admit. I misjudged them. These 3 projections do have combat power. End of chapter. Chapter 10-14, Ebner's Wicked Amusement. Even with his will as firm as steel, Ebner couldn't help but feel his mind waver as he looked at the 3 demonesses encircling him, each with a figure and beauty that could topple cities in her own way. After all, demonesses, especially those who were in, or had once experienced, the stage of pleasure, possessed a seductive power over men that went far beyond ordinary supernatural effects. Every subtle movement, every glance, carried an irresistible allure. Any man who got close would sink gradually into infatuation, like one moving from mild intoxication to a deadly addiction, until he became utterly enslaved by the ecstasy a demoness could bestow. It was something no ordinary man could resist. Whoever's controlling these 3 projections doesn't seem to understand how to truly tempt a man, stripping them so bluntly only ruins most of the mystery. As Ebner muttered this to himself to divert his focus, he suddenly noticed that as his suppressed desire began to surface, the space around him grew thick and viscous, as if trying to imprison him where he stood. At once, golden scales spread across his skin, and with the power of the dragon, he tore himself free from the restraint in an instant, leaping out of the encirclement of the 3 demonesses. Since his desire wasn't that strong to begin with, the sealing effect was limited. Impossible. Katerina's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She could no longer maintain her calm, blurting out, "How can you have so little desire leaking out? That's not right." But before she could finish her words, her body trembled violently, as if struck by some sudden backlash. Desire? So she was trying to stir up my emotions from the start. First creating an oppressive atmosphere to incite fear, and when that failed, switching tactics to provoke lust. So emotion is the trigger condition for this sealed artifact's power. Judging by how she just reacted, it attacks anyone whose emotions fluctuate, meaning it doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. Also, though this Katarina looks identical to the one in Owen's memories, it doesn't make sense for a demoness to first try provoking fear rather than lust. Maybe she isn't the real Saintess of White, after all. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Ebner saw Katarina quickly regain her composure. Apparently wary of a sudden attack from Owen, she blinked several times in quick succession, creating distance between them. Meanwhile, the three demoness projections once again closed in around him. This space isn't that large. What good is it for her to pull back a few meters? With Owen's physique, he could cross that gap in one leap. And those demoness projections, they can use pleasure and charm, but they're not actually attacking. Why? Unless, within the space created by this sealed artifact, no one is allowed to initiate an attack. Anyone who violates the rule might suffer punishment. So, Katarina is pretending to retreat out of fear, when in reality she's trying to lure me into attacking her. Interesting. I was wrong earlier, this space isn't from the Fool pathway. It has its own rules, its own hidden space, and it monitors emotion and psyche. That's more like a fusion of the Arbiter pathway and others. As for the demoness projections and the attempt to control my spirit threads, that must be the work of the real person behind all this. Still, this sealed artifact is impressive. It even blocked off the entrance to Alvin's quiz labyrinth. Otherwise, my main body could have simply opened the pure white eye and released Yalarin's avatar, no need for all this guesswork. Fortunately, I brought another item for protection. Otherwise, I'd have to pray to Mr. Fool for help. With that thought, Ebner ignored the approaching projections and took a card from his pocket. Once the seal was lifted, a pair of fleshy wings, resembling those of a bat, appeared in Owen's hands. These were the wings Yalarin had torn off the former bloody Archduke, Herr von Noise, during the chaotic battle outside Bayam. They retained a permanent, mythical creature trait and carried the authority he once wielded as an angel, to manipulate others' bodily fluids. Ebner took a deep breath, using his powers to soothe himself while channeling spirituality into the wings. If a demigod of another pathway tried to use them, they would likely lose control immediately, as if staring into a mythical being. But as a demigod of the spectator pathway, Ebner could rely on layered psychological cues to neutralize the danger. Of course, just like dragonization, the time of use must not exceed a certain limit. Otherwise, even with mental or spiritual treatment, the madness and chaos would corrode the user until complete loss of control. The moment Ebner activated the wings, Katarina, and the three demoness projections flushed crimson. Their bodies trembled, and they collapsed to the ground, unable to stand. A flood of hormones surged within them, driving them to indescribable peaks of sensation. Wave after wave of pleasure crashed through their minds, culminating in a total loss of restraint. Instantly, the air around Katarina grew visibly viscous and began to collapse inward, compressing her no matter how she struggled. It was like watching a glass vessel being crushed in a hydraulic press, ready to shatter at any second. As for the three demoness projections, they had already vanished without a trace. Just as Katarina was about to be crushed into fragments, her figure abruptly appeared on the far side of the space, leaving behind only a paper effigy where she had stood. A paper substitute. Of course. This Katarina was either a disguise or a marionette controlled by the mastermind. And judging from the habits of that craftsman trio, it's most likely the latter, unless we're dealing with exceptions like Master Luo or Master Tan. Even as he mocked the situation inwardly, Ebner didn't intend to let her escape. He continued to manipulate Katarina's bodily fluids, causing her to lose consciousness again for a few seconds, long enough for the sticky barrier to close in and crush her once more. Seeing that she couldn't break free, and that using another substitute would only mean being destroyed again by her own sealed artifact, Katarina looked deeply at Ebner, then slowly closed her eyes. The next moment, Ebner's vision blurred, and he found himself back in the carriage parked in the alley. Across from him sat a beautiful woman with her eyes closed. But she was already lifeless. As expected, a marionette. The real mastermind must have withdrawn the sealed artifact and abandoned the puppet to escape. As that deduction formed, Ebner examined the corpse carefully and suddenly murmured. So it was Tracy's mother. Because Owen had once been intimately acquainted with her, Ebner recognized her at a glance. Tracy's mother must have somehow fallen into the hands of that hidden enemy and been turned into a marionette. That's how the bizarro sorcerer, or perhaps a scholar of yore, learned of the feud between Katarina and Owen. Then the mastermind set up this trap, hoping to kill Owen for some greater purpose. Too bad for them, Owen had already been replaced. No wonder they tried to provoke my fear first, and why their demoness projections were so clumsy at seduction. It all makes sense now. And using demonesses throughout the setup, clearly meant to shift suspicion toward the real Katarina and hide their own identity. They're counting on most Beyonders not understanding the abilities of the craftsman trio, huh? Too bad for them. I know the fool too well. My understanding of this pathway probably ranks just below the ancient sun god himself. After reasoning everything through, Ebner roughly deduced the enemy's sequence and methods. He then summoned his main body. Taking back the wings and gently lifting the corpse on the seat, the main body drew out a monocle and placed it over her left eye. Daphne Priestley, vice president of the secretive organization Secret Order, was the most powerful member apart from their missing leader, Zeradal, a Sequence 3 scholar of yore. But at this moment, Daphne looked rather disheveled. The effects of those wings had been too terrifying, even thinking of the sensations they caused made her legs go weak. Those wings, they're definitely an angel-level artifact. That level of lust, utterly perverse. She cursed silently as she slipped through the gaps of history, relieved that she had withdrawn in time. Several minutes later, she emerged from history, took a long detour, and carefully used a sealed artifact to erase all traces of herself before quietly returning to the rented house in the southwest district of Trier. Of course, she didn't forget to alter her appearance, height, and aura, taking on the guise of a female parliamentarian she had used as a long-term disguise. Once inside, Daphne finally let out a long breath. She changed out of her clothes and was just about to wash up when that familiar sensation struck again. Her body trembled violently, and she collapsed on the spot. In her blurring vision, a figure had appeared on the chair across the room, female, alluringly curvaceous, young and beautiful, wearing a slightly ill-fitting blue dress. Except for the monocle on her left eye and the dress she wore, she was identical to the marionette Daphne had just lost, the demoness of affliction, Rena. As Daphne stared at her in utter shock, Ebner, who had found her through decryption and retracement, cancelled his invisibility and stepped out from the side. Mimicking the tone of a certain divine child, he smiled and said, "Don't throw away your marionettes so carelessly, they can be tracked." End of chapter. Chapter 10-15, The Seed of Brian. Trier's southwestern district, inside the living room of a luxurious residence. The vice president of the Secret Order, the scholar of yore, Daphne Priestley, at this moment could no longer control her body, only her thoughts still belonged to her. She could only watch helplessly as she struggled to stand and bowed respectfully to the men who had suddenly appeared before her, the men accompanied by the marionette Rena. This state was not unfamiliar to her. When she had first turned Rena into a marionette and used spirit channeling, she had heard a similar description from Rena herself, how both she and her former wife, the Saintess of White, Katarina, had been under Owen's control. Back then, after the sealed artifact Owen used to control them was destroyed, both Rena and Katarina had regained their freedom. I don't recognize this man, but since he can use the same methods Owen once had, he must be from the same faction. What kind of ability is this? Why is my body obeying his commands? This isn't the same as manipulation through the spirit threads. It feels like he's directly affecting the matter inside my body. While Daphne tried to think of countermeasures and regain control of her body, all her attempts failed. She could only watch in growing terror and despair as she retrieved spiritual materials from her secret stash and began to set up an altar. Only then did the man, Ebner, speak again with a calm smile. "You guessed correctly. Owen and I do indeed come from the same organization." I didn't say that aloud. Did he steal my thoughts, or read my mind directly? Most likely the latter. Owen belonged to the psychological alchemists and was a spectator pathway beyonder. This man must be from that same organization, probably a lust. And all my attempts to resist just now were under his watch the whole time. As the preparations for the ritual neared completion, Daphne's heart grew more anxious than ever. Sensing her rising emotion, Ebner turned his head slightly, smiled faintly, and in a low voice, the kind one would use to whisper blasphemy, said, "As a return gift for your earlier actions, I'd like to introduce you to a great existence. I'm sure you'll be eager to hear his name." After that, he smoothly took his place at the proper position of the altar and began to lead the ritual. "Now, repeat after me. Oh great pure white eye. No. I don't want this. I don't want to pray to an unknown great existence." Daphne screamed inwardly. Each verse the man chanted seemed to push her one step closer to tragedy, one step deeper into the abyss, until even the faintest glimmer of hope vanished. Yet she still could not resist speaking in unison with him, reciting a sacred title she had never heard before, yet whose very sound inspired primal fear. "O great pure white eye, Lord of Destiny, Emperor of Knowledge and Machinery. I beseech your grace." Sensing a new spot forming within the unknown land, Ebner split off one of his eyes of wisdom, simulating the form of a seed, and planted it within Daphne's psyche through her prayer. This was a secret technique Ebner had developed himself, inspired by his study of the blood-red crystal Klein had given him from the death knell and the corruptive methods of the true creator, then enhanced through his own cheat abilities. He casually named it the Seed of Brian. Though he later admitted the name sounded rather odd, he never bothered to change it. When he saw that Daphne had accepted the Seed of Brian, Ebner finally exhaled in relief. Controlling the entire bodily fluids of a Sequence 3 Beyonder through the wings of the bloody Archduke and forcing them into obedience, it sounded simple, but in truth, it was immensely taxing. Not only did it consume vast amounts of spirituality, but he also had to endure the backlash from the wings themselves. Even for Ebner, he was close to his limit, only pretending to be calm on the surface. In fact, converting Daphne into his follower didn't have to be so complicated. All he needed was to make her recite the name Lu Bo, and he could have used the connection to channel the unknown and twist her mind into the kind of fanatical devotion that had once consumed Flora. But Ebner hadn't chosen that route. His intuition told him that such a method would not yield his followers, but rather Lu Bo's, and though he was Lu Bo, he wasn't entirely sure that he and himself were one and the same. Moreover, his spiritual intuition warned that creating too many pure Lu Bo fanatics might eventually bring about something unfavorable to him. That was why he instead used his own honorific titles through the ages to craft a similar yet independent secret art. Though the Seed of Brian couldn't turn its recipient into a mindless zealot who surrendered body and soul, it could create an effect similar to the loyal faith of those popes who served the pure white angel. When Daphne regained control of her body, her expression changed drastically. It was as if she were battling fierce inner conflict, even her clown abilities couldn't suppress the shifting emotions on her face. After about a minute, she finally lowered her head, looked at Ebner with a complicated expression, and said respectfully, "Divine emissary." She remembered everything clearly, she knew she had been transformed by a great existence, and even understood it logically, yet her faith was absolute, her devotion instinctive, leaving not a shred of resistance. "Even if my lord were to give me to Owen as a gift, I would loathe it emotionally, but still fulfill my lord's test with obedience." As that thought crossed her mind, Daphne once again bowed deeply and said, "Please forgive my earlier offense against the believer of our Lord. I am willing to pay any price to atone for my sin." Hearing that, Ebner nodded with satisfaction. Not because of her words, but because his secret technique had worked perfectly. "Not bad. I merged the powers of charming humans, the demonic crystal, and control, and even integrated traits from 3 grand PUA pathways, the Hanged Man, the Beauty Goddess, and the Sun. Though the result still has some flaws, overall, it's functional enough. Still, I should use this kind of technique sparingly, it does sound rather evil, after all. If that scholar of yours from the secret order hadn't attacked Owen first, she wouldn't have had the honor of enjoying such a gift. And of course, if she had come after me instead of Owen, she wouldn't even have this luxury, I'd have simply killed her outright and handed her soul to Klein for spirit communication. Much simpler that way." As these thoughts flashed by, Ebner turned his gaze to the now devout Daphne and asked with interest, "Why did you attack Owen?" End of chapter. Chapter 10:16, Russell who delivered himself. Why did you attack Owen? Hearing the question, that scholar of yours, Daphne Priestley took a moment to organize her thoughts before answering without reservation. To be honest, there were 3 main reasons for that. But looking back now, it all seems a little too coincidental. First, I happened to turn the demoness of affliction, Rena, into a marionette. From her, I learned about the grudge between Owen, herself, and her former wife, the Saintess of White, Katerina. Of course, that's not the key point. More importantly, I learned from her memories that Owen had once sent someone to make contact with Baron Larry of Lone, meaning he likely knew something about the Phantom Empire. And I, personally, have great interest in the legacy of Trunsoist. Second, the Prime Minister of the Delian family issued a covert commission to the Secret Order, requesting the assassination of Mr. Owen. Since I was already intent on obtaining intelligence from him, I took the commission myself. From the Delian family, I received Owen's itinerary and set up an ambush in advance. As for what happened afterward, you already know. To avoid alarming the authorities with a demigod-level battle, and to exploit Owen's lustful nature, I drew him into the Book of Virtues. Unfortunately, both the intelligence given by the Delians and Rena's memories were heavily inaccurate. Not only did I fail to take him down quickly, I was forced into a corner instead, and in the end, he used that filthy trick of his to make me flee in disgrace. At this point, Daphne's tone carried a hint of resentment, clearly frustrated that, as a Sequence 3, she had been defeated by a Sequence 4. Indeed, as a scholar of yore, she couldn't make the historical projections summoned within the Book of Virtues perform real attacks. That limitation alone was infuriating, even more so since the battlefield had been of her own design. The Prime Minister of the Delian family might be on the verge of madness, but he does know who his greatest threat truly is, Ebner thought to himself. Outwardly, he ignored her indignation and continued asking calmly. And the third reason? After taking a breath, Daphne went on, the third reason is that many of the noble families in Trier don't want Owen returning to restrain the Prime Minister. They'd rather see the current Prime Minister continue making disastrous decisions that stir up public outrage, that way, future reforms will meet less resistance. The leading forces among them are the Suri family and the Sauron family. So in addition to the Delian Commission, there's actually a bounty on Owen in the black market as well. As far as I know, the one who issued the bounty was likely Miss Fanny Suri, the political rising star of the Suri family. Though it's also possible that it came from the men supporting her, Viscount Ebner Bryan. The hell? Ebner putting out a bounty on Owen. Does that mean I hired someone to kill myself? Ebner couldn't help but curse inwardly. Outwardly, he maintained composure, pondering for a moment before asking, how did you manage to capture Katerina's former husband, in other words, that demoness of affliction, Rena? That coincidence did seem a bit suspicious. There might be someone else pulling strings behind the scenes. Daphne glanced at Rena, who sat motionless in the chair with a monocle on her left eye, and spoke cautiously. The identity I currently use is that of a female member of parliament. I keep a low profile, but it's inevitable that I have political enemies. When I used spirit channeling on Rena before, I saw that she'd been sent by one of my political rivals, as a hired assassin. I didn't question it back then, but thinking about it now, there's something off. The result of that seance might not have been entirely true. So she was deliberately sent to her death, and to deliver intelligence that would pique your interest in Owen. Ebner mused. That definitely smells like a setup. Who could it be? One of Owen's old enemies. A rival in love. Someone he wronged. Honestly, a glance through Owen's memories could yield at least a dozen suspects. The men really did collect grudges like trophies. Still, to manipulate a capable demoness of affliction like that, there aren't many with that level of skill. And the person behind this probably isn't that strong, at least not confident enough to take Owen head-on. That's why they use someone from the secret order to do the dirty work. Lastly, the mastermind must have some connection to the order, or they wouldn't have known Daphne's obsession with the Phantom Empire. As these thoughts flashed by, Ebner was about to ask another question when a knock sounded at the door of the living room. What is it? Daphne asked after sensing that Ebner had voluntarily withdrawn the wall of spirituality. She could tell it was her butler, so she added, "Come in." The butler entered, his expression as composed as ever. He noticed the young man drinking tea on the sofa but seemed to regard him as nothing out of the ordinary. After bowing respectfully, he said, "Madam, Inspector Russell is here to see you." "Russell? Here to check if I'm dead already." Daphne sneered before turning to explain to Ebner, "My political rival was promoted by Russell's recommendation. She's been scheming to take my seat for ages." "Russell?" Ebner's eyes narrowed slightly. "That Russell? The one tied to the murder case on my first trip to Trier, the one who used Roselle's Les Miserables as a blueprint for a devil ritual. The same Russell who sent Bianca to my home to spy on me. TSK. I haven't even made time to deal with you yet, and you've come knocking on my door. Perfect. I'll settle this today." With that thought, Ebner turned toward the living room window and softly called, "Yalarin." Following his gaze, Daphne was startled to see a silver-haired, red-eyed beauty nodding ever so slightly in response. An angel. Daphne's breath caught in awe. So not only has the divine emissary descended, even an angel serves the Lord personally. No wonder I couldn't move a muscle before offering up my faith. Her expression relaxed into one of reverent understanding. To her, it was only natural that a true God would have angels in his service. Meanwhile, in the sitting room, Inspector Russell sipped the tea offered by the servants, his brows furrowed slightly. He didn't sense danger, yet a faint unease pricked at his instincts. He'd come today, just as Daphne suspected, to check on the female parliamentarian's condition. After all, Rena had accepted the assassination mission 2 days ago, and since Daphne wasn't a beyonder, the matter should have been resolved by now. But suddenly, he looked up toward the ceiling. His body swelled violently, ripping his clothes apart inch by inch, until he stood as a massive figure nearly 3 meters tall. His skin, though dim in tone, was dark and vile, a pair of curved ram horns jutted from his head, etched with countless occult markings. Behind him unfurled a pair of bat-like wings wreathed in pale blue flame, reeking faintly of sulfur. The instant Russell sensed the malicious intent targeting him, he transformed without hesitation into his devil form, proof of how immense that pressure truly was. Who is it that dares to target me? And since I've already advanced to the rank of devil, what kind of being could instill such terror in me? Even as the thought crossed his mind, Russell burst through the window and took to the streets. But to his shock, there were no pedestrians, no buildings, only a vast emptiness dotted with faintly glowing white pillars in the distance. Seeing this, he spread his wings and shot off in the opposite direction, trying to escape the unnatural scene. Yet, no matter how far he flew, the pillars drew ever closer instead of fading away. What in the world? The question barely formed in his mind before the pillars surged forward, filling his vision. A tremendous force pressed down upon him, slamming him into the ground and pinning him in place, completely immobilized. Mystic Recreation, Five-Finger Mountain. End of chapter. Chapter 10:17, The Signature Skill of the Scholar of Yore. After being pinned beneath the five-finger mountain, Russell, whose mind was already slipping into confusion, prepared to unleash his incomplete mythical form in a desperate bid to break free. But before he could even act, he suddenly forgot what he was about to do. When he regained clarity and tried to resist again, it was already too late. By then, even his spirit had been sealed by the five-finger mountain, and his consciousness sank into complete oblivion. From the moment Russell transformed into his demonic form and tried to flee, to the instant he was utterly subdued and sealed, the entire process, though seemingly complex, had taken less than a minute. In Daphne Priestley's eyes, the silver-haired, red-eyed angel had simply spoken a short incantation. Her fair hand turned into an invisible spatial construct that enveloped the transformed demon. No matter how he struggled or tried to escape, he couldn't fly out of that angel's palm. In the end, he was caught and imprisoned within a mysterious pocket dimension. And since the door to that mysterious space appeared right upon the glass window of her own living room, Daphne had been able to witness Russell's final struggle from beginning to end. Not only did she steal his thoughts, she also seemed to seize control of his spirit threads. Though she didn't even go all the way. If I had faced this angel myself, my fate wouldn't have been any better than Russell's. Thank goodness I converted when I did, Daphne thought, trembling in both awe and relief. She couldn't help but take this as a divine warning from the angel herself. Without hesitation, she offered a prayer to the great pure white eye, Lord of Destiny, Emperor of Knowledge and Machinery. Ebner ignored the scholar of yours devout prayer and instead walked up to the glass window that served as the door. There, he began to invade Russell's mind using a virtual personality. Friend of Intis Republic's Prime Minister, Charlie Delian. Devout follower of the bloody Archduke, Herr von Noyes. Masquerades as an upright yet pedantic inspector to toy with others' hearts. Lord Eyre took some interest in Detective Ebner Bryan, so I sent my conquered slave girl, Bianca, to his side to keep watch. Unfortunately, I never obtained any useful intelligence. I was about to advance then, so I didn't pay much attention to it either. Lord Eyre suddenly vanished, and Charlie grew restless. Well, unlike me, he was merely a creation of the Lord's whim. Without divine favor, his power wanes and mutates. Still, as an ally, I helped him stabilize his state. In return, he promised to push my candidate, the female parliamentarian Carrie, into the council. But that proposal was vetoed by Alice Camp, that damned woman. Recently, Charlie's obsession with eliciting a response from Lord Eyre has driven him to a series of insane acts and policies, drawing the church's attention. I must start distancing myself from that lunatic. I must admit, Ebner Bryan's film was remarkable. It reminded me of my youthful days adventuring upon the sea. Not long after, while I was reminiscing about the ocean, Rena, with whom I once shared a passionate voyage, came to me again. She wanted me to help her investigate information on Owen Delian while hiding from her daughter. I agreed to her request, but I made one of my own, to have her assassinate a female parliamentarian. She accepted without hesitation. After spending a romantic day with her, I kept my word and reached out to Charlie. To my surprise, his condition seemed to have improved. He claimed that his efforts had finally been rewarded. Lord Eyre had answered him and assigned him a mission. Oddly enough, he didn't seem surprised by my arrival. 2 days have passed. I wonder if Rena succeeded or not. Using a secret art based on his manipulator abilities, Ebner skimmed through the sealed devil's memories as easily as flipping through a diary. Perhaps due to the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fate, many of Ebner's self-developed secret arts presented information in the form of concise reports or bullet points. It seems Russell wasn't directly involved in the attack on Owen, nor does he know who orchestrated it behind the scenes, Ebner mused. But from his memories, it's obvious there's something wrong with that Prime Minister. He claims to have received another order from Herr von Noyes a few days ago. That's impossible. At that time, Eyre was still in the Rosette Archipelago, and after Yalarin tore off his wings, he would need a long period to recover. There's no way he could have responded to his followers' prayers. So then, who issued that response? The true mastermind, perhaps. And so, Russell sent Bianca to spy on me, not just out of personal spite, but under Herr von Noyes' command. Makes sense, though. My identity as Ebner Bryan was already on record with the Mother Tree since I took out those lust apostles from the Barrier family. For him to send a disposable pawn to monitor me is perfectly reasonable. And this idiot thought he'd conquered Bianca. Does he really not understand what sort of control methods he used? Unfortunately for him, Bianca's body carries source-quality corruption. None of those methods could have lasted long. She likely broke free ages ago and has been idling in my home ever since. In the end, it was probably Bianca's unique traits that caused Russell to stumble right into my hands so conveniently. After mulling it over, Ebner turned to Daphne, who had been waiting obediently at his side, and said, "Turn him into a marionette. I trust you can handle the aftermath. Ensure this righteous inspector dies under perfectly reasonable circumstances, without arousing official suspicion." "Please leave it to me, divine emissary," Daphne replied reverently. She bowed first, then looked through the window at the seemingly slumbering Russell. Within seconds, she nodded lightly and said, "It's done." At her words, Ebner sensed that Russell's spiritual island had completely collapsed. Concealing his intent, he quietly recalled Yalarin into the depths of his own eyes, and the five-finger mountain vanished instantly, restoring Russell's freedom. Daphne manipulated the marionette Russell to bow respectfully toward Ebner. Then she severed her connection to it, offering it to him sincerely. "This is your and the angel's trophy, my lord. Please accept it." For a brief moment, Ebner was taken aback, then realization dawned. He chuckled and used a card to seal Russell's body, planning to later extract his Beyonder characteristic and harvest the devil's extraordinary materials. For a scholar of yore, any marionette that has belonged to them, even for just a second, forever remains theirs. They can always pluck it back from history later to clean up loose ends. When all was done, and seeing that noon was approaching, Daphne erased her servants' and butlers' memories, instructed them to prepare lunch, and warmly invited Ebner to dine with her. Ebner, still having some questions left unanswered, accepted the offer without hesitation. "Tell me about yourself," he said casually, cutting a piece of steak and placing it into his mouth. "Why are you so interested in the Phantom Empire?" After thinking for a moment, Daphne replied softly. "The priestly family I belong to actually has certain connections to the Emperor of the Night." End of chapter. Chapter 10:18, The Book of Virtues. The word priestly itself meant the Emperor's attendant in ancient Fuzak, so Ebner wasn't surprised to learn that Daphne's family had ties to the Emperor of the Night. He merely nodded slightly, signaling for her to continue. "Our priestly family possesses the potion formulas for Sequence 9 to Sequence 4 of the Seer pathway. Though we don't hold the same rank as the blood clans or the 4 archangel families within the Empire, we were His Majesty the Emperor of the Night's most loyal servants, the Eyes in the Dark, the Blade of the Night." "So basically, you handled espionage and dirty work," Ebner mused silently, sipping his coffee. "Well, the cautious 3 families are naturally gifted for that kind of thing, given their abilities. His Majesty once, through the authority of his divine power, canonized 7 knights. Each knight represented a virtue. As long as they upheld their respective virtue, they would receive the Emperor's power of balance during battle. But if they violated it, they would suffer backlash. These 7 knights were Augustus the Loyal, Einhorn the Tolerant, Sauron the Gentle, Castilla the Diligent, Audra the Generous, Malika the Temperate, and my ancestor, Priestly the Humble. And the sealed artifact used for this canonization ceremony was none other than the item I mentioned earlier, the Book of Virtues." Her voice carried a hint of pride as she spoke, and understandably so. Her ancestor had stood among the same ranks as the families of Augustus, Einhorn, and others who possessed angels. The 7 Knights of Virtue, huh? Ebner thought. If Daphne's ancestor was among them, that probably means all 7 knights were at the saint level. Was this the Emperor of the Knight's reward for loyal families, or a method to keep them under control? Still, these virtues seem a little ironic now, don't they, Emperor? Augustus the Loyal. So loyal that after your death, the Augustus family took over Backlund, wiped out the Trunsoist family, and even stole a Hand of Order characteristic. Einhorn the Tolerant and Sauron the Gentle. Since when did hunters ever have anything to do with tolerance or gentleness? Castilla the Diligent. I don't know much about that family, but the only 2 Castillas I've ever met were Miss Laziness and, in my past life, Giuseppe Castilla, both the very definition of slacker. Hardly diligent. Audra the Generous? If I recall correctly, there was a vampire marquis named Nibai's Audra in the original timeline. If it's really him, that man was stingy to the bone, sending Emlyn to contact the fool, yet offering compensation that didn't even match the risk. Even when he paid later, it was in promissory notes. And Malika the Temperate. In Roselle's diaries, the Emperor's subordinates included a family of succubi, one of the 3 major demonist branches, which even caused discontent among the blood race. From my own later research, Monica likely was that family's surname. If that's true, having a succubus embody temperance is either a cruel joke or a political compromise with his in-laws. After silently roasting the Emperor's sense of humor, Ebner set down his utensils and gestured for Daphne to pause. "Can you explain more specifically what the Book of Virtues does?" he asked thoughtfully. "Of course." Daphne nodded without hesitation and began explaining. In His Majesty's era, the Book of Virtues was a sealed artifact of grade 0. It could grant those who upheld virtue the authority of balance, temporarily elevating a saint-level knight to an angel-level being, achieving equilibrium. Additionally, since it was forged using the combined characteristics of a chaos hunter, a whisperer, and a mystic, it could create a trial space. Anyone seeking canonization as a knight would be drawn into this space to undergo a trial of virtue. During the trial, participants could provoke others' emotions and desires using words or abilities, but they were forbidden from causing any real, physical harm. Violating that rule would trigger punishment from the space itself. And if a participant's heart gave rise to sin, the severity of their punishment would match the magnitude of that sin. In His Majesty's time, the punishment had an upper limit, it never caused death. But now, it can kill those within the trial outright. Just like what almost happened to me earlier. As she said this, Daphne's face turned slightly red. She made no effort to hide it with her clown abilities. Before a divine emissary, she wanted to present her truest self. So that's how it worked. Ebner mused. No wonder she summoned those 3 high-sequence demoness projections but only had them strip instead of fight. My guess back then was right, direct attacks would trigger punishment. That's why they relied purely on charm. So, Ebner continued, you said earlier that the Book of Virtues could bestow the power of balance upon knights when the Emperor was alive. Meaning that now, it can't. Even if someone passes the trial of virtue and becomes a canonized knight, there's no corresponding authority attached. Daphne nodded. Yes. These days, the only benefit is that in moments of great danger, the knight can instantly take refuge within the trial space, no matter where they are. But since the one holding the book now is not His Majesty, no demigod is willing to entrust themselves to me. Besides, upholding virtue isn't easy. Now, I mostly use it as a hidden method to trap enemies. Even so, that's still an impressive sealed artifact, Ebner thought silently before asking, does it have any side effects? The side effect, Daphne sighed, is that each time I unseal it, I'm forcibly drawn into the trial space for testing. If I fail to earn the favor of even one of the 7 virtues, I'll likely die, becoming fuel for either virtue or its corresponding sin. And which virtue's favor have you earned? Ebner asked curiously. With her back straight and voice full of pride, Daphne replied, the virtue of humility. I am still priestly the humble. Then, somewhat sheepishly, she added, it's easier for me than others. After my ancestor's death, his soul returned to the Book of Virtues, becoming one of the standards for humility. So inheriting that title came rather naturally. Girl, I can't see an ounce of humility in you. Your ancestor must have really bent the rules for you, Ebner thought dryly, giving her a long, appraising look. Unlike most members of the cautious 3 families, this woman, despite being at least 300 years old, lacked the usual scheming nature. Perhaps spending so long intertwined with the Book of Virtues had softened her disposition. After a pause, Ebner raised his coffee cup again, smiling faintly. Go on. Continue where you left off. Where was I? Daphne blinked, then relied on her spiritual intuition to recall the thread of conversation. After Her Highness Ornia fell under mysterious circumstances, the primordial demoness joined forces with the Empire's traitors to ambush Her Highness Monica, seizing her sequence 2 characteristic as the demoness of calamity. From that moment on, His Majesty the Emperor of the Night seemed to sense that his own downfall was inevitable. So, using Princess Monica's corpse and her remaining characteristic, he constructed a vessel meant to protect his people, the ship later known as the Phantom Empire. Sadly, in the end, no one ever boarded that ship carrying the Trunsoist family's final legacy. And after the fall of the Trunsoist Empire, my family merged into the organization founded by the Zeridal family, the Secret Order. The succubus branch lost their demoness of apocalypse, yet still retained the characteristic of the demoness of calamity, meaning she probably didn't die outright. Like Palez in the original timeline, she must have used a downgraded resurrection to survive. But to think the Emperor of the Night used her corpse to build a ship, was that a sacrifice? Ruthless bastard. Ebner thought, clicking his tongue inwardly. Then Daphne went on. Also, there are 2 reasons I became interested in the Phantom Empire. First, my ancestor helped construct it. According to his surviving notes, the ship's core material included not only the demoness of calamity, but also a traveler from the Abraham family. I've reached the limit of my current path within the Secret Order, so if I wish to advance further, I might have to switch pathways, and exploring the Phantom Empire may be my only chance. Second, my ancestor hinted that the Book of Virtue shares a deep, intrinsic connection with the Phantom Empire. It might even serve as a key to control the ship. End of chapter. Chapter 1019, Melissa's Astonishment. The Book of Virtue and the Ghost Empire are connected. If that were true, then the Night Emperor must have had other motives for creating the Ghost Empire beyond merely sheltering his people. Otherwise, there would be no reason for such elaborate arrangements. What exactly was his goal? While thinking this, Ebner looked at Daphne opposite him and directly ordered, show me that Book of Virtue. Yes, Divine Envoy. Daphne did not hesitate in the least. She immediately produced a beautifully bound tome resembling a codex and respectfully handed it to Ebner. Part of this obedience came from her being a devout believer who could not defy the orders of her Lord's messenger, another part came from her being an ancient scholar, anything she had once possessed could be plucked back from history at any time, so giving it away wouldn't affect her use of it. Ebner activated his pure white eye and carefully examined the book. He confirmed that its functions were exactly as Daphne had described, but beyond that, he couldn't immediately discern anything more. Noticing the faint crease of thought between the Divine Envoy's brows, Daphne, ever perceptive, said softly, the Book of Virtue may indeed have many abilities I have yet to uncover. I was hoping to ask for your guidance, my Lord's messenger, but there's no rush. Whenever you make progress in your research, please enlighten me. Hearing this, Ebner gave her a satisfied look. That phrasing was smooth and pleasant to the ear. After pretending to ponder for a moment, he nodded. Very well. I'll borrow it for now. When I uncover its secrets, I'll let you know. He wasn't coveting the artifact, rather, if the Book of Virtue was truly connected to the Ghost Empire, and he would soon be exploring that very place, then it was far safer to keep it on his person. For all he knew, it might prove to be a key item. After safely stowing away the Book of Virtue, Ebner gave Daphne another measured look and smiled. Now then, tell me about yourself in detail. Myself. Daphne reflexively glanced back over her long life before beginning. My experiences are not that complicated. I was born in the year 846 of the 5th epoch. My father was a demigod, so I was born a marionettist. No wonder, Ebner mused, that her first move within the Book of Virtue's trial space had been to turn Rena into the image of the Saintess of White, Katarina, to intimidate him. It was clearly because her greatest skill lay in the trickmaster's role. As Ebner thought to himself, Daphne continued narrating her life's events. Because her father's lifespan was waning, she was given the utmost training. Before the age of 20, she had already lured a demigod into the Book of Virtue and slain him, completing the ritual of the trickmaster and obtaining divinity. Within a decade, she not only fully embodied the role of trickmaster but also rendered a great service to the secret order, uncovering the whereabouts of the Antigonus family notebook. In reward, Zeradal himself bestowed upon her an ancient scholar potion. Afterward, she secluded herself for 300 years on a mist-shrouded island in the Fog Sea, isolated from the world since before the Solomon Empire's founding. It wasn't until Roselle discovered that island that she finally completed her ritual and advanced to Sequence 3. When Daphne finished recounting her life, Ebner nodded with satisfaction. He could tell that, although this vice president of the secret order had killed her share of people, she was not a truly wicked person, and that was enough for him. In fact, compared with other members of the cautious three families, she was surprisingly straightforward, likely a result of her noble upbringing, centuries of isolation, and long exposure to the Book of Virtue's moral constraints. If anything, even Klein would seem more shrewd and jaded by comparison. After a silent chuckle, Ebner found nothing more of value to extract from her past, so after lunch, he prepared to take his leave. Just before stepping out, however, something occurred to him. Turning back, he smiled at the ancient scholar and said, "Could you give me a few of your spirit worms?" Back in Backlund, in the Cherwood Borough at number 26 King Street. Melissa sat absorbed in a mechanical treatise by Roselle, her pen constantly jotting equations and diagrams as she cross-checked the author's theories. Just then, her little maid knocked and entered. "Miss, there's a package for you." "A package?" Melissa set down the book and curiously accepted the box from the maid's hands. To Miss Melissa Moriarty, a birthday gift from Sherlock Moriarty. Reading the note, Melissa's eyes filled with confusion. She didn't know anyone named Sherlock, so why would he send her a birthday present? Puzzled, she opened the box. Inside lay a badge that exuded an aura of tranquility the moment she saw it. This is a Beyonder item. Melissa shot to her feet, staring warily at the badge. As a savant, her intuition told her she was not mistaken. "Did you see who delivered this?" she asked the maid, careful not to touch the badge. I'm not sure, miss. I just heard the doorbell and went to check. It was already lying outside." The girl's voice trembled, panic rising at her mistress's uncharacteristically serious expression. "Don't be afraid. You've done nothing wrong." Sensing that her maid was about to cry, Melissa softened her tone. After a brief thought, she added, "Go now, take this letter to the Harvest Church in the Southbridge area and ask my teacher, Miss Harold, to come immediately." As she spoke, she quickly wrote a short letter describing the situation. Only after watching the maid board the public carriage did Melissa breathe out. Then she suddenly realized, her savant potion had completely digested. The savant pathway demanded knowledge across all disciplines. Her last shortcoming, her understanding of Beyonder items, had been perfectly filled the moment she saw the Badge of Nightmare, and the detailed manual beside it. In Intis, Trier. Ebner had just left Daphne's residence when he received feedback from his acting. The progress of his potion digestion had surged once more. Originally, he had estimated that he'd only fully digest the seer potion by early next month, but at this rate, it might happen before the end of this month. Just by letting Melissa encounter Sherlock a bit earlier and diverting her fate, I gained this much feedback. He chuckled softly. Wrote and rewrote this scene all night, finally got 2,000 words out. State's not great, sorry everyone. End of chapter. Chapter 1020, The Busy Ebner. The Nightmare Badge had been delivered to Melissa's doorstep by Ebner's Demon Wolf messenger. It had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, yet it yielded considerable acting feedback, something that naturally surprised him. Could Melissa discovering that Klein isn't dead be an important note of fate? Ebner rubbed his chin thoughtfully but didn't probe any deeper. After all, that was Klein's private affair. Since Klein clearly didn't wish to reunite with his family yet, Ebner had no reason to meddle. Casting aside those stray thoughts, Ebner had Owen board the carriage and continue toward the Delian family estate. Meanwhile, his true body, having changed its appearance, joined Furs, who had only just woken up at noon and emerged from Alvin's question labyrinth. Together they continued practicing their acting, combining fate options with astrology in tandem. He didn't plan to appear in Trier openly as Viscount Ebner Bryan to meet with Fanny or Helene. For one thing, Ebner Bryan was a hereditary noble of the Lone Kingdom. If he appeared in politically unstable intis to privately meet with Fanny, a rising political star, it could damage her future prospects, and the same was true for Helene. For another, if Owen and Ebner were to appear in the same city simultaneously, it would inevitably draw suspicion. Thus, Ebner decided to carry out his acting during the day and, after sending Furs back to Backlund at night, visit Fanny or Helene for work discussions. Putting aside Ebner and Furs's acting journey, Owen, upon returning to the Delian family's castle, was warmly welcomed by most of the family's major members. Whether it was the church faction, the family faction, or even the strange, evil god faction, they all subtly expressed their support, hoping that he, together with the other two family demigods, could restrain Prime Minister Charlie's reckless behavior. After all, anyone with discernment could see how precarious the Delian family's situation had become. However fierce their internal power struggles had once been, now that the family's survival was at stake, they temporarily set aside their disputes and united. But their hopes were destined to fail. Not only were Owen and Serlo impostors who wanted the Prime Minister to keep digging his own grave, even the other iron-blooded knight maintained an ambiguous attitude. That was only natural, since his backer was the Iron Blood Cross Society, a group that thrived on chaos, and he might even have received an oracle from the true creator. So aside from the two archbishops of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun who were deliberately reassigned away from Trier, and that old ancestor hiding in the ancestral vault, every other demigod has either been replaced or harbors ulterior motives. Hey, this family looks formidable, but it's just a castle in the air. With that thought, Ebner exchanged a subtle, knowing glance with several family elites who had hurried over to meet him, then continued toward the Prime Minister's office. He had previously gone to that desolate island to preside over the deep-sea ritual precisely because of the Prime Minister's commission, so now it was only proper to return and report his results, even though the Prime Minister had long since written him off before sending him away. Charlie Delian didn't look much different from a month ago, only a bit paler. His expression showed no trace of visible madness. Ebner knew that was merely an illusion. Some people's insanity ran in their bones. After a few polite exchanges, the Prime Minister smiled with apparent relief and said, "Ever since I heard the deep-sea ritual went wrong, I've been worried for your safety. It's good to see you unharmed, Owen. Moreover, I've received a message from Lord Noise. Although the ritual seemed to fail on the surface, its true purpose was achieved. Congratulations, Lord Noise will surely reward you." The Mother Tree did indeed think its goal was achieved, but would it really tell Ervon Noise, its pawn, the truth? Even if Noise knew, he had no reason to share it with Charlie Delian. And back when Ebner had fought Noise near Bayam, it hadn't seemed as though the so-called Blood Grand Duke knew much at all. So who was the one issuing orders in Noise's name? Could it be the same mastermind who had manipulated Charlie, Russell, Rena, and Daphne alike? Heh. If that's the case, Ebner thought, then yes, I've received your gift. Besides a sealed artifact tied to the Night Emperor, I also gained an ancient scholar who can endlessly produce spirit worms. Keeping those thoughts to himself, Ebner maintained a polite facade, exchanged a few empty courtesies, then rose to leave without the persuasive admonition the family elites had hoped for. After he was gone, the Prime Minister tapped his pipe against the desk and said to a shadowed corner, "So Owen escaped the Secret Order's assassination. Did the psychological alchemists intervene?" "Don't ask me," the shadow replied coldly. "I only know that the Secret Order's demigod dragged him into a secret space. What happened after that, I couldn't see." "Even you couldn't see? Then the sealed artifact they used must have been quite high grade. But even so, they still failed to take him down." Charlie frowned deeply, then asked, "Do you think his choice not to attack me means he's plotting something else?" "How would I know?" "Charlie, I've said it before, I'm better at direct combat than intelligence work." The shadow's voice carried a trace of impatience, but after a brief pause, it added, "Still, it's possible he didn't act because he noticed me." "Faceac barbarian." Charlie cursed inwardly. Then his expression stiffened. "He noticed you. Didn't you say your light borrowing concealment has been restored to the angel level?" "Yes, but even angels can't deceive everyone. Maybe your kinsman has an artifact designed to detect such things." Charlie tapped his pipe again and muttered, "It seems I've underestimated him. My sacrifice plan must be kept secret at all costs. It's a pity my son Serlo can't be trusted anymore. He'd have been perfect to keep an eye on Owen. Still, Owen's weakness is clear enough. Wearing the lust mask, he can't resist temptation. I've already arranged a banquet for him this Saturday, he won't refuse. That should keep him too distracted to cause trouble. The shadow gave a derisive snort. Honestly, if you just abandon that sacrifice and repeal the policies you made for it, you wouldn't need to worry about anyone interfering or distrust your own son. This is a grand offering to Lord Noise. How could I give it up so easily? For the first time, Charlie's face twisted with madness. Then, glancing toward the shadow, he sneered, besides, don't you need souls too? The shadow went silent for a long moment before sighing. I truly have fallen. To think I've sunk so low as to cooperate with a devil like you. Lord, please forgive my sins. So that Prime Minister actually has an angelic evil spirit hidden beside him. Good thing I never intended to strike. Leaving the Prime Minister's office, Ebner didn't linger in the family castle. He immediately boarded a carriage bound for one of Owen's mistress's mansions, after all, that fit the man's character perfectly. The family elites hoping to form an alliance could only shake their heads helplessly as they watched him go, realizing none of their so-called lords were reliable. Inside the carriage, the former Pope of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, now the Black Knight, Sir Lodelian, sat respectfully across from Ebner. Upon hearing Ebner's remark, he merely nodded and said, I sense that angelic evil spirit as well, but I don't recognize its aura. It's not from my era. There were few angels to begin with, and even fewer who had fallen, each one was known by name. If this one had only emerged after the second Pope of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun perished, it must have been around the Pale Disaster. After pondering a moment, Ebner formed a few guesses but, lacking proof, set them aside and asked. Have you discovered our Prime Minister's true plan? Sir Lo nodded calmly. His methods aren't very secretive. He needs too many people to carry them out, making it hard to keep fully hidden. Of course, outsiders still can't see clearly. So what exactly is he trying to do? Ebner asked. To sacrifice hundreds of thousands of people, to drag Western Intis into the first layer of the abyss, Sir Lo replied bluntly. Ebner froze, then shook his head. He's utterly insane. Such a plan could never succeed, the gods themselves would intervene. That's why he intends to provoke a coup or even a military rebellion, to disguise the slaughter as war. By the time the gods notice, it may already be too late, Sir Lo explained. His next policies target the western military districts, and he has people embedded there. The potential for chaos is high. A rational madman, Ebner muttered. After a pause, he added, I'd planned to let him destroy himself, but now it seems I can't just stand by. I'll have to find a way to discreetly expose his plans to the church. He tapped the small carriage table and continued, those investigators from Machinery Hive Mind who uncovered the blood sacrifice linked to Russell and the Prime Minister, are they still pursuing that case? Yes, Sir Lo confirmed. They're beginning to suspect Russell's identity, but they still don't know the Prime Minister's role. Good. Arrange for them to discover a few of Charlie's inconsistencies. I'll ensure Russell cooperates. Ebner smiled faintly, tapping the tabletop. Back in Backlund, inside the house at number 26 King Street. After receiving Melissa's letter, Miss Hazel immediately rode over with the young maid, Sarah. Worried about her lack of experience with beyonder matters, Bishop Utravsky even sent Emlyn White, who had been polishing the pulpit, to accompany her. Emlyn had been reluctant at first, but the moment he heard the sender's name, Sherlock, he changed his mind. As a friend, he couldn't help but worry about the detective who had been missing for months. Half an hour later, after examining the nightmare badge, both Emlyn and Hazel concluded that as long as it wasn't used frequently, it had no major side effects. Hearing this, Melissa finally sighed in relief. But soon, she asked another question, who is Sherlock Moriarty? Why would he send me a beyonder item? Sherlock's a fairly famous detective, Emlyn replied casually. But he went to the Dicey Bay for vacation after New Year's and hasn't returned. You really don't know him. Funny, you smell a bit like him. Sherlock might not be as brilliant as Ebner, but he's a very sharp detective, Hazel agreed. And that badge was indeed one of his personal items. I've seen him use it. That had been back when Sherlock taught her fraud. How time flew, she was now a cryptologist. Melissa only grew more puzzled. She tried to recall anything about Sherlock Moriarty, but even with her savant abilities, she couldn't find a single related memory. Guessing won't get us anywhere, maybe we should consult another detective. Hazel's eyes lit up with the suggestion. Melissa glanced at her teacher, clearly realizing she just wanted an excuse to visit Detective Brian, and readily agreed. Emlyn, though not close to Ebner, respected his investigative ability, so he had no objections. Soon, the two women and one vampire appeared in the living room of the villa at number 28 King Street. And since Ebner had just returned from sending furs back from Trier, he happened to be at home. Seeing the trio at his door, and knowing exactly why they had come, Ebner first prayed silently to the Fool and conferred briefly with the world. Then, while hosting them for dinner, he said to Hazel, "You can try investigating this yourself. Once you uncover the secret behind Sherlock, your cryptologist potion might fully digest. Then he turned to Melissa with a meaningful smile. As for Sherlock, I don't know much either. But I do know someone who once investigated him. You know him too, you can ask for his help. He wasn't being evasive, Klein had specifically instructed him to say this. Who? Melissa asked in surprise. Leonard Mitchell, Ebner replied with a faint smile. A mediocre poet. 4,000 words at last. Finally made up some of the backlog, please, heap praise upon me, I swear it's not short this time. End of chapter. Chapter 1021, Ebner caught in the act. Trier, Southwestern Borough. On Connor Street at night, the gas lamps bathed the smooth road in a dim glow as the crimson moon hung high in the sky. A three-member machinery hive mind team, relying on their agility and coordination, silently vaulted over the fence surrounding the home of Parliament member Alice Camp. They moved quickly across the garden and reached the side of the house, working together to climb up to the second-floor balcony. Captain, it looks like no one's here, murmured Pierre, the bearded man in the trio, as he used a tarot card to lift the window latch open. That's not normal, said the short-haired young captain, frowning. Even if Ms. Camp went out, her servants should still be around. According to intelligence from their local informant, Russell had visited member Camp earlier that morning for reasons unknown and had left in the afternoon. Having been tailing Russell for some time, the machinery hive mind squad decided to use the cover of night to investigate, to see if there were any new clues to be found. Of course, none of them knew that Alice Camp's true identity was the public persona of ancient scholar Daphne Priestley. Could something have happened? That informant said he hadn't seen any of Camp's servants leave the house since Russell's visit, said the team's only female member, a witch named Lisa, her expression grave. Hearing that, the young captain didn't reply, but the crisp click of him loading his revolver was enough to make the other two raise their guard to the maximum. However, when the three infiltrated the parliamentarian's home, they didn't find a single trace of blood or violence. The entire house was empty, yet the half-drunk coffee in the sitting room, the open book in the parlor, and the half-cut potatoes on the kitchen counter all suggested the occupants had vanished suddenly. Russell killed them and disposed of the bodies, Pierre suggested after they regrouped, having searched the whole building. You mean Ms. Camp either offended him or held some sort of incriminating evidence, so he silenced her? Lisa asked thoughtfully. More likely the latter. But it doesn't seem premeditated, looks like a crime of impulse. If it were planned, Russell wouldn't have allowed anyone to see him entering her home, Pierre analyzed. The captain's eyes brightened. He clapped his hands softly. That means he probably discovered Camp's secret after arriving, acted in haste, and might have left clues behind. He turned to Lisa. Try divining if there's a secret room here. If Camp had hidden anything important, it would surely be well concealed, and demons weren't known for divination. Lisa nodded, took a silver chain in her hand, and let the pendulum dangle freely as she entered a meditative state. Her pupils darkened as she murmured softly. This house has a hidden chamber, this house has a hidden chamber. She repeated the phrase 7 times, and when her eyes regained their normal color, she looked down to see the yellow crystal pendant spinning clockwise. That meant confirmation. The three immediately began searching again, and with Lisa's divination as a guide, they soon found a small hidden room behind the parlor. Inside was nothing but a single small bookshelf, and atop it lay a stack of documents. The captain carefully picked up the papers. After reading just a few lines, his entire body stiffened, blood rushing to his head until he felt dizzy. If this content is true, the consequences. He flipped through a few more pages, took a deep breath, and forced himself to stay calm. No wonder Russell had killed her to silence her, this evidence was devastating. Right now, the most important thing was to get the documents safely back to the church, or better yet, into the hands of a high-ranking bishop or senior deacon. But just as that thought flashed through his mind, a crushing sensation gripped his heart. His spiritual intuition screamed danger, paralyzing him in place. His 2 teammates were frozen as well, their bodies unresponsive. From the shadows stepped a man with neatly combed hair, who elegantly took the stack of files from the captain's hand and said with a smile, "Many thanks for finding these for me." As expected, professional work requires professionals. Russell, the 3 machinery hive mind agents snarled in unison. "Since you know my name, I'll make sure you don't die too painfully," Russell said pleasantly, his tone utterly at odds with the words that followed. "Just like Miss Camp, the owner of this house." As he spoke, he began to raise his right hand, fingers curling into a fist. But just before the deadly gesture completed, a formation of sigils flared beneath the agent's feet, and in the next instant, they vanished, reappearing on the street outside the compound wall. That was thanks to their sealed artifact, 2-113. It was a flag-shaped relic. As long as it was planted somewhere ahead of time, anyone who had touched it could, within half an hour, be pulled back to its location. It worked for up to 3 people, within 100 meters. For safety, the squad had planted the flag in a nearby alley before infiltrating. It had just saved their lives. Split up. We must get word of Russell and the Prime Minister's plot back to the church, the captain barked as soon as his heartbeat returned to normal. At his order, the three scattered in different directions. Pierre, as an appraiser, had his physical stats slightly enhanced by his potion but was still the slowest of the three. After sprinting only one block, he found his path blocked by a 3-meter-tall demon reeking of sulfur, leathery bat wings spread behind it. Despair flashed through him, but, as a machinery hive mind operative, he raised his revolver bravely, prepared to fight and die honorably. Before he could shoot, a solemn voice rang out from above. This area, mystery weakens, reality strengthens. At those words, the towering demon's body flickered, becoming hazy, its form on the verge of collapse. It cast one last deep glance at the speaker before turning and fleeing without hesitation. The voice's owner didn't intend to let it go either, a faint shimmer appeared around him as he pursued swiftly using some mystical tool. Pierre lifted his head weakly, catching a glimpse of a young man in a high top hat and formal suit. He was still stunned when he heard someone shout his name. Turning, he saw his captain and Lisa running toward him. You too. Pierre blinked, still dazed, wondering if he was dreaming. It was that gentleman, the one who called himself the professor. He happened to pass by and saved us, Lisa explained quickly. The professor? That young gentleman? Pierre asked, regaining some composure. Yes, he introduced himself as the professor. He might be Russell's enemy. But now isn't the time, we need to reach the nearest church and request backup, the captain ordered swiftly. Yes, Captain. Not far away, inside another house, Daphne dispelled the historical projection and turned to the men beside her with a smile. How did I do, Divine Envoy? For this performance, she had even abandoned her public identity as a parliament member. Not bad, Ebner said with an approving nod. He was just about to compliment her further when his spirituality suddenly flared in warning. He turned sharply, and there, hovering outside the second-floor balcony, stood a tall, handsome young man with chestnut-brown hair. Though they had never met, the moment Ebner's gaze fell on him, a name surfaced unbidden in his mind. Bornova Gustav. End of chapter. Chapter 1022, The Steam Maiden's Request. Bornova Gustav. Daphne beside him also spoke the name aloud. As a long-term vice president of the secret order hiding in Trier, how could she not recognize an angel of the Church of Steam and Machinery? All the more because the man was none other than Emperor Rosel's son, a figure whose very birth carried the weight of legend, one of the most renowned angels beneath the god of steam and machinery. Bornova's calm blue eyes swept briefly over Daphne before withdrawing. In his view, this woman was hardly even human. Daphne felt a chill under that gaze, but she still forced herself forward a step, intending to block him and buy time for her divine messenger. However, her motion was stopped by Ebner. You step back, Ebner said quietly. He could already tell that Bornova had no intention of attacking. Even if a fight broke out, escaping alone would be far easier, Daphne's presence would only slow him down. After all, Daphne was still young. Apart from Zeridal, she knew no other angels, and even with him, she wasn't familiar enough to successfully pull his historical projection. The chance was close to zero. Having her spirit worms is enough, no need for the woman herself to stay, Ebner muttered inwardly as he secretly unsealed the spirit worms he had plucked from Daphne earlier that day. My lord. Daphne looked at him, startled. Do as I say, go. Don't worry about me, Ebner ordered firmly. Yes. Daphne bit her lip, and the next second, her body turned ethereal and vanished. Clearly, as a scholar of yore, what had been here all along was merely an image pulled from the gaps of history, her true body was never present. Seeing this, Ebner froze for a second. He hadn't even realized it before. So she could escape more easily than I could, truly worthy of one of the three cautious families. He smirked to himself, then opened his pure white eye and focused once more on Bornova, examining him carefully. That was when he noticed three small, palm-sized mechanical dolls floating around the angel, each assembled from gleaming metal parts. They wore maid outfits, had golden wigs tied with ribbons, and faint light wove behind their backs like wings. Though mechanical, why do these dolls give off such a girlish feeling? Did Bornova use them himself, or... Wait, could it be that old Rosel, wanting to preserve his son's humanity, deliberately crafted these cute weapons for him? And Bornova, being an angel, simply didn't care about appearances and kept using them. But no, if he truly didn't care, he wouldn't have kept them hidden until now. While Ebner was still speculating, Bornova, having watched Daphne disappear, finally spoke. Ebner Bryan. Though Ebner was wearing his professor disguise, the angel's tone carried absolute certainty. Ebner didn't bother denying it. Adjusting his top hat slightly, he smiled politely. Yes, that's me. You are Bornova Gustav, aren't you? The young man nodded faintly. I am. Then, noticing part of Ebner's attention lingering on his three floating dolls, he explained evenly. They are weapons granted to me by the Seal of Calamity. Their names are Penglai and Shanghai. Bornova paused, then added meaningfully. You shouldn't find them unfamiliar. So it wasn't old Roselle's doing after all, that's on me. Ebner thought wryly. Still, since the dolls were named Shanghai and Penglai, perhaps Bornova should be called Megatron instead. Suppressing his inner sarcasm, Ebner didn't respond. Though he indeed had a close connection to the Seal of Calamity, the truth about what arrangements it had once made was still hazy, like trying to see through fog. He only knew one thing: the Seal of Calamity had once proposed that this very angel should devote his faith to him, only for old Roselle to refuse. Gathering his thoughts, Ebner asked calmly. So, Your Highness, what brings you to me? Bornova's face remained expressionless, colder, even, than his mechanical dolls. You are the favored one of the god of knowledge and wisdom, the Evernight goddess, and the Earth Mother, are you not? He spoke as if confirming. You could say that, Ebner replied awkwardly with a small smile. Bornova nodded slightly. I've come on behalf of my lord, to make a trade with you. The god of steam and machinery wants to trade with me. Ebner was genuinely surprised, his mind working quickly. So, the steam god doesn't know about the secret of Lubo, nor my repeated crossings between worlds. Otherwise, Bornova wouldn't need to ask if I served those three deities, anyone truly aware of my nature would already know. That means he learned only fragments, perhaps from Roselle. But no. Judging from Roselle's diary, after becoming a demigod he was already cautious of his steam mother. He'd never reveal something so critical. Then again, if Roselle warned his daughter not to approach anyone tied to the Seal of Calamity, could he really have stayed silent with his son? And yet, here Bornova stands, clearly having dealt with the Seal of Calamity, even received 3 mechanical familiars from it. Could it be that after parting from Roselle, the Seal of Calamity secretly struck a bargain with the god of steam? With these thoughts swirling, Ebner asked aloud. What kind of trade? Bornova answered plainly. Whatever you wish to accomplish in Intis, as long as it doesn't directly harm the church, my lord will support you. Even if you wish that Surrey family girl to contend for the position of Prime Minister, I will, as an angel of the earth, lend her my power. Your wealth in Intis will be safeguarded, your enterprises in Trier aided by the church, and if you face enemies beyond your reach, I will intervene personally. His tone was calm, almost flat, yet it carried an unshakable credibility. And what does your lord want in return? Ebner asked after a moment's thought. Bornova replied, just as evenly. My lord has 2 requests. First, you owe him a promise, to be repaid in the future. Second, when the floating city returns to reality, you must declare that the mechanical emperor is his subordinate god. End of chapter. Chapter 1023, Transformation Belt. A promise for the future. And the mechanical emperor to be declared as a subordinate god of the god of steam and machinery. The second point, at least, made some sense. After all, Roselle's industrial revolution had, in a way, helped the god of steam and machinery fully digest the civilization and Leitener authority that he hadn't completely absorbed when he hastily ascended to godhood. But the mechanical emperor's steam era in the floating city clearly predated Roselle's. When Morning Star City returned to reality, it might even cause some degree of conflict within the god of steam and machinery's divine state. From that angle, the fact that the god merely demanded the mechanical emperor be named his subordinate god, rather than interfering directly with Ebner's floating city relocation project, and burying Morning Star City forever in Afternoon Town, could already be seen as a concession. So, was this part of the terms the Seal of Calamity had negotiated with him ahead of time? After all, among all of my incarnations, besides me, only the Seal of Calamity and Giuseppe Castilla could recall the events of Morning Star City. As for Giuseppe, he never did anything serious, so it was clear that both the dream of the floating city and the divine war ruins and the guidance toward the alchemist clause were all the Seal of Calamity's handiwork. That alone showed how invested it was in retrieving Morning Star City from the forsaken land of the gods. Therefore, preemptively negotiating terms with the god of steam and machinery, to prevent him from overreacting at a critical moment, was indeed necessary. That also explained how the god of steam and machinery came to know of the mechanical emperor's existence. But the question remained, what exactly did that guy promise him? Did he leave a trap for his future self? I have absolutely no clue. And as for the first condition, this vague promise for the future, what even was that supposed to mean? How could I dare agree to something so undefined? After all, from what the little snake said about the ring of fate, I've already learned how good my previous selves were at painting pies for the future. As for the benefits the god of steam and machinery offered, Ebner didn't particularly care. He didn't need favors from the steam church, as long as they didn't obstruct his plans, that was enough. But, if I reject this deal, does that mean tearing apart the agreement between the Seal of Calamity and the god of steam and machinery, effectively turning the latter into an enemy? At this juncture, antagonizing one of Intis's major churches would force me to scrap and rebuild every single plan. After weighing his options for a long while, Ebner finally looked back at the expressionless Bornova and said carefully, "I'll need some time to think about it, is that acceptable?" He believed this was a deal worth negotiating carefully, that Steam Maiden's support might not be that impressive, but if relations soured, the damage she could inflict on his plans would be impossible to predict. And since this was a negotiation, he couldn't just accept every term outright. He needed time to bargain, to consult with Lilith, the goddess, and the two-headed dragon, and hopefully bring them along to the next round of talks to help him drive down the price. While he was still considering this, Bornova nodded lightly. "That's fine, but a deadline must be set." After thinking briefly, Ebner replied, "Next Monday. Would that be acceptable?" Just in time, after the Tarot Club meeting, he could use the Fool as his figurative banner. Agreed. Bornova nodded again. "Once you've decided, come to Gustav Cathedral in the Leva district." Gustav Cathedral, formerly known as St. Roselle Cathedral, had once served as the Steam Church's headquarters in Trier. But after Roselle's assassination in the White Maple Palace, it had been renamed, stripped of its prestige, and gradually declined. Recently, however, thanks to the massive popularity of the film Roselle Gustav, the cathedral had found new life, becoming a fashionable sightseeing spot for affluent young men and women who'd seen the movie. After saying that, Bornova turned as if to leave, but paused and added, "The Delian family's ancestral treasury is extremely dangerous, even a divine vessel would avoid approaching it. Be cautious." As his words faded, the three mechanical dolls, Penglai, Shanghai, and the third unnamed one, emitted countless glowing runes from their backs, forming a three-pointed sacred symbol in the air. Bornova stepped forward into the sigil and vanished. Only after a long silence did Ebner finally let out a deep breath and relax his grip on the spirit worms in his palm. Having studied and used the Evernight goddess's historical projection, charm, he had about a 30% chance of crafting something similar on the spot using those spirit worms, potentially summoning Ryan Calendia or Vicente Miranda, his former big-shot selves. As for Yalaran's avatar, while capable of bullying lesser demigods, it would hardly suffice against a true angel. This time, I was really caught off guard. Though, even if Bornova had intended to strike, I could still escape. And if things truly went south, I could always release what's sealed behind the pure white eye. If nothing else, just using the wheel of fate to drop a misfortune on him would be enough to give that old mechbro a headache. After reflecting on his lack of preparation, Ebner decided against seeking out Fanny or Helene to discuss work. It was already past midnight, far too late to disturb them. Instead, after regrouping with Daphne and reassuring her, he took her to his workshop on his countryside estate outside Trier, to forge some iron. Name, Mirror of Radiance. Appearance, a seemingly ordinary full-length glass mirror. Function. Can record the appearance of anyone reflected within it, allowing its holder to transform into any stored visage. Can also store various garments, letting the user see themselves wearing chosen outfits when gazing into the mirror, excellent for coordinating attire. Negative effects. The mirror is alive and notoriously mischievous, occasionally manipulating the reflection to injure itself, with the harm transferring directly to the user's corresponding body part. Excessive obsession with changing faces or outfits may lead to mental contamination, causing the user to lose their sense of self entirely. Special requirement, the mirror must be fed at least 3 new faces or 3 new outfits daily. Failure to do so will trigger its negative effects. Gazing at the mirror he'd crafted, designed specifically for mistemperance, Ebner felt reasonably satisfied. Though its living nature seemed troublesome, such an item from the seer pathway would surely behave obediently in Klein's hands, and could even serve as Sharon's tool for playing Shining Nikki in real life. After analyzing the Mirror of Radiance, Ebner turned to another creation, a sleek white belt with a card slot carved into it, etched with simplified ritual markings. It wasn't inherently powerful, its true function was to activate 2 special cards made from spirit worms. Yesterday recast card, Ryan Calendia. Yesterday recast card, Vicente Miranda. When used, one could insert the desired card into the belt slot and chant the activation incantation, invoking the yesterday recast effect to temporarily transform into one's previous big-shot self. To make these 2 cards, Ebner had consumed over a dozen spirit worms. Without Daphne nearby, he might not have had enough. In the end, he even prayed to the Fool and borrowed a portion of power from Sapphira Castle to succeed. "Let's call you the transformation belt," Ebner said, caressing the flashy, Chunny-style white device with a grin. End of chapter. Chapter 1024, The Psychological Alchemy Council Meeting. With this newly completed transformation belt, even if Ebner were to encounter an angel unexpectedly as he had last night, he would still have the strength to fight back. No wonder, despite its Chunibyo flair, Ebner loved it deeply. Still, the special properties of mystical items usually reflect the will or personality of their creator or the materials provider. So, with its flashy look and the overly dramatic activation chant, is that my doing, or is Daphne also a few centuries deep into a case of Chunibyo herself? While thinking this, Ebner glanced at the visibly exhausted Daphne beside him. After a moment of silent judgment, he concluded, maybe, both. After sending Daphne off to rest, Ebner took the chance, under the pretense of offering up the shining mirror, to pray to the fool and schedule a meeting with the world above the grey fog. At the same time, his other body, Owen Deline, woke up at one of his mistress's homes. After washing up and eating breakfast, he waited for the Psychological Alchemy Council's high assembly to begin. Above the grey fog. Within the grand palace resembling the dwelling of a giant, Klein examined the full-length mirror that had turned meek and compliant the moment it entered the source castle. Then he looked toward the tower and said with a grin, "I didn't expect you to get your hands on a faceless man characteristic that fast. I thought it would take Sharon at least 2 or 3 weeks to obtain it." "I just happened to become friends with a vice president of the secret order," Ebner said casually. Klein gave him a deep look and nodded meaningfully. "That vice president, she's a woman, isn't she?" "How did you know?" Ebner asked, genuinely surprised. In theory, Klein shouldn't have known much about the secret order, and Daphne, being the youngest and most low-profile among its 3 vice presidents, wasn't widely recognized, even by most members. Klein's gaze said it all. "Do you even need to ask? You should know exactly what kind of person you are." "The fool," Ebner muttered inwardly, "what kind of image do you have of me? Why do I feel like you're lumping me together with Roselle?" He resisted the urge to argue and swiftly changed the topic. "You're arriving in Backlund tomorrow, right? Without a mystical item that allows Miss Temperance to change her appearance, it'll be difficult for her to deceive her fellow Nighthawks. Also, Miss Daly's speaking mannerisms, Miss Temperance will need to practice those." Hearing this, Klein's expression grew troubled. He'd been working with Sharon on that exact problem for days, but Miss Temperance just couldn't mimic Daly's lively tone. "I've heard pregnant women's personalities sometimes change. Maybe you can use that to cover for her differences," Ebner suggested with a smirk. "That might be the only way. Luckily, I've already made arrangements for Leonard, the person most familiar with Daly, to become one of our own soon. Once that's done, he can help us, and Sharon can use the excuse of pregnancy to stay home. That should make things easier." Klein sighed. "You're ready to reveal yourself, then?" Ebner raised an eyebrow. He'd already suspected as much when Klein asked him to deliver that message to Melissa, but seeing him act earlier than in the original timeline still surprised him. Less paranoia, more initiative. Is that the captain's influence? Or Miss Sharon's? Or my interference? Klein didn't notice Ebner's quiet musings. He only nodded slightly. "Letting Leonard bear a hatred for our supposed deaths, hatred for something that never even happened, it's too cruel. And, as you said, with the fool involved, it'll also help suppress the old man within him." He paused and looked at Ebner again. "I just don't know what attitude the Evernight goddess will take toward all this." Ebner thought for a moment and replied, "The goddess probably won't intervene. After all, when I passed along your message earlier, she didn't stop me, that counts as tacit approval." Then, realizing how that might sound, he added quickly, "That's just my speculation, I don't truly know what's in her mind." Right, I get it." Klein nodded, but his expression screamed disbelief. In his heart, he'd already decided Ebner was basically the Elminster of this world, one of those mysterious sages who knew way too much. Ebner could tell from Klein's eyes exactly what he was thinking and almost rolled his own. But before he could speak, his face suddenly grew serious. "It's starting." At his words, Klein immediately made a show of praying to the fool. The next second, an image appeared before them, seen from Owen's perspective. Owen was sitting in the parlor of his mistress's mansion. Greeted by several impossibly beautiful maids, he boarded a luxurious carriage, which then drove straight into a bizarre dreamscape. Ebner had invited Klein to observe this temporary meeting mainly to watch the Psychological Alchemy Council Supreme Tribunal session firsthand. It wasn't just for Klein's education, it was also because Ebner feared that Owen's body might unknowingly exceed his control range once inside the dream, so he needed the Source Castle's distance-ignoring power as a relay to maintain connection. Moments later, through the carriage's window, they saw a city cloaked in endless night. The city stood grand and eerie, filled with Gothic structures exuding mystery and darkness. On the streets walked gentlemen in top hats and coats, and women in somber yet elegant dresses. Some had innocent, childlike smiles, others bore patches of black fur and sharp canine teeth. "What is this place?" Klein asked, intrigued. He knew Ebner possessed Owen's memories. Ebner didn't delve into them, instead, he recalled the original text and explained. "This is the city within everyone's heart. Wherever there are people, this city exists. If you know its coordinates and the proper method, you can enter it from any corner of the human world." He gestured toward the street outside. "Everything here symbolizes psychological concepts. Those furred ones represent bestial desire, while the clean, innocent ones stand for pure thought." Klein's gaze swept over the citizens, werewolves, upright bears, lazy cats, spider-faced figures, red-eyed rats, serpents flicking their tongues, and dog-like creatures whose eyes gleamed with carnal hunger. They all wore coats and hats or intricate dark gowns, striving to mimic humanity but never quite succeeding. By contrast, the pure ones were extremely rare. After all, in dreams, desire runs rampant, while sage-like calm almost never appears. The carriage rolled through the dim streets between these Gothic buildings, finally stopping before a cathedral at the city's heart. The church was over 80 meters tall, supported by towering black pillars, each embedded with skulls, some human, some beast, all staring hollow-eyed at those below, watching every being that entered. Like most architecture here, the church was exquisite yet filled with elements of nightmare, horror, and mystery. Under the servant's guidance, Owen stepped down from the carriage and entered the vast, empty hall. Unlike a normal church, there were no pews or candle stands, only a long table placed before a massive dragon-entwined cross. 10 chairs lined the table's sides, all empty except for one at the head, where an old-fashioned gentleman sat. His pale yellow eyebrows were long, his neatly slicked back hair showed faint wrinkles on his forehead, and his face was deathly pale. "That's Polly Durlow." Klein recognized him instantly. As a detective, he'd once seen this man's file, and even glimpsed him at Prince Edisac's residence. Indeed, Ebner confirmed with a faint smile. Besides being the royal medical advisor and former dean of Backlund Medical College, he's also Barrows Hopkins, the Black Throne King of the Seas, famed hermit Eric Drake. As a demigod of the spectator pathway, his disguises outnumber even yours. Klein shot him a look. "I feel like you're taking a jab at me." Ebner cleared his throat. "Let's keep watching the live broadcast." Inside the image, Polly Durlow stroked the armrests of his chair and said warmly, "I didn't expect Lust to be the first to arrive. Sit down, no doubt the others, especially Miss Sloth, will take their time." President Owen greeted with a nod, glanced left and right, and calmly took his usual seat to the right. Durlow watched him closely the entire time, but Owen's movements were perfectly natural, betraying no guilt or unease. Durlow clasped his hands before him, resting them on the table, and said casually, "Mr. Lust, during our last meeting you hired Pride, Sloth, and Greed to assist with a certain task. Was it successful?" "Very successful. I still need to thank the three of them later," Owen replied lightly, though internally he muttered, "Why is he so talkative today? Did he suspect something? My act shouldn't have any flaws. Maybe it's about the carriage?" No, even the real Lust wouldn't fool around in the carriage every time. To dispel suspicion, Ebner had Owen ask directly, "President, do you think I've done something wrong?" That straightforwardness caught Durlow off guard for a moment. Then he smiled, locking eyes with Owen. "Not quite," he said smoothly. "I just noticed that the mask of Lust's corruption on you has almost vanished, yet only a few months ago, you were still deeply affected by it. I'd like to know, how did you manage that?" "Because I switched bodies," Ebner grumbled inwardly, then straightened up and replied with complete seriousness. "Perhaps I've achieved the utmost fulfillment of Lust itself, my desires surpass the mask's, so it can no longer influence me. Or perhaps I've devoted my faith to a being whose name cannot be spoken." Of course, he meant Lou Beau. End of chapter. Chapter 1025, Greed and Sloth's Reputation. Under Ebner's deliberate misdirection, Polly Durlow indeed shifted his understanding of what Lust described toward another being. His expression turned to realization as he said, "So that's how it is. You've received his favor, no wonder." He didn't doubt Lust's words. After all, this city was closely tied to that being whose name must not be spoken. If Lust had lied about something related to him, the lie would have been exposed instantly. However, what Durlow didn't know was that Ebner hadn't actually lied, he was referring to another great existence whose name couldn't be mentioned. "Just a stroke of luck," Ebner replied politely, mimicking Owen's usual tone. Although Owen was licentious, he was the type of gentlemanly beast who maintained refinement and grace in every gesture, befitting a noble Aventus. At that moment, Durlow took the opportunity to expand on the topic, following the thread from Ebner's earlier words. "Actually, what you said about the mask weakening after your lust was fulfilled, that's quite possible. The 7 personality masks our organization provides amplify certain thoughts and emotions, so as to help each of you recognize your inner flaws and address them deliberately. When you gain insight or reflection through acting out that aspect of yourself, you naturally no longer need the mask. You used to suffer heavily from its corruption, letting the lust persona gradually consume your mind. I had thought you would stray down a dangerous path. Yet to my surprise, you had already accumulated enough inner strength and, with the aid of external power at the peak of lust, managed to completely purge it. It seems the results are outstanding indeed. Perhaps your method represents the true path toward enlightenment of the mind. You managed to spin so many theories from a completely wrong premise, and they even sound halfway reasonable. But if anyone actually followed your reasoning, they'd probably destroy themselves, Ebner thought wryly. Out of kindness, or more accurately, to prevent unnecessary casualties among allies, he replied tactfully, it was only an experimental attempt, not something that can be generalized. After all, I only succeeded because I literally replaced the core with another person. I understand, Durlo nodded approvingly. Still, that's a fine direction for further study. Ebner was about to take the chance to discuss several matters related to the domain of the mind. He hoped to refine the secret technique that even generations of his past selves had failed to fully deduce. When suddenly, his spirituality was stirred. He instinctively turned toward the cathedral's entrance and saw a figure walking in through the door. The newcomer wore a three-piece suit, held a half-high silk top hat in hand, and had a mask identical in design to his own. The only difference was that unlike the mask of lust, whose eyes seemed always to gaze upward from below, this mask's mouth stretched wide to the ears and gaped open as if trying to devour everything its eyes beheld. From Owen's memories, Ebner immediately recognized him. This was the gluttony he'd failed to capture earlier. Though he wanted nothing more than to bundle the man up and deliver him straight to Mr. Azek, this was Adam's domain, so Ebner didn't dare act rashly. Instead, he planned to see if he could extract some information during the coming discussion. Meanwhile, above the gray fog, Klein let out a quiet "huh" and pointed at the newcomer. "Who's that fat man?" "Fat man?" Ebner was puzzled. To his eyes, Mr. Gluttony looked like a perfectly normal gentleman. Realizing what was happening, Klein feigned a prayer to the fool, and the illusion-cloaking Gluttony began to peel away, revealing a body that weighed at least 400 pounds. So he is a fat man. That must have been his virtual persona, projecting a slimmer image around himself. He even deceived himself. Ebner couldn't help but remark. Such a self-deceptive disguise, one so complete that even its creator believed it, wasn't something he could see through with his current ability, and the pure white eye couldn't be used above the gray fog. Gluttony. Klein murmured thoughtfully, then explained, he met with Insanguil at Indoor Port a few days ago. Daly and Dunn happened to witness it. So Gluttony really was in Indoor. My spatial reading from the unknown land was correct. But how did Ince get mixed up with him? Is he taking the place of that old dragon Pride in setting things up? Still, with both of my enemies gathering in Indoor, Mr. Azek will be delighted. While these thoughts flashed through Ebner's mind, the scene shifted. The rest of the Psychological Alchemy Council's members were arriving one after another. Soon, the full Supreme Tribunal was present: pride, wrath, greed, sloth, envy, gluttony, and, of course, lust. When greed and sloth saw that lust was also in attendance, they exchanged knowing glances with him. Noticing this, even Klein, watching from above, made a few mental associations, while Polly Durlo below also came to a realization. He believed he now understood what lust had meant earlier by being fully satisfied. Ebner, however, was entirely unaware of these misunderstandings. Instead, he took the spare time before the meeting officially began to educate Klein on some of the organization's internal workings. The Psychological Alchemy Council Supreme Tribunal members are rooted in groups of psychologists, psychiatrists, and enthusiasts of mental study. Their influence is concentrated in major cities rather than small towns or villages. Each member is responsible for one metropolis and its surrounding regions. For example, Pride oversees Backlund, the capital of Lone. Wrath oversees Essera, the capital of Lundberg. Lust, that's me, oversees Trier, the capital of Intis. Greed handles St. Milan, the capital of Fasak. Sloth governs the city of Fenerpot, capital of the Fenerpot Federation. Envy manages Delis, capital of the Intis Republic. And Gluttony is responsible for the Loenian city of Constant. As for President Durlo, he also bears the title of the Black Throne King, so his jurisdiction covers the seas and the southern continent. Klein nodded thoughtfully. I see, everyone except the president operates in densely populated areas. Meanwhile, in the Dream City's cathedral, Polly Durlo, seeing that everyone had arrived, announced the formal beginning of the Supreme Tribunal meeting. The first topic, he began, is still the old question: has anyone discovered the whereabouts of the Great Lighthouse of Intis? Because it was suspected that Roselle had dragged the colossal structure into the sea of collective subconsciousness for unknown reasons, this had become a standing agenda item. He asked at every session. Before his voice had even faded, Miss Sloth was the first to dismissively wave a hand. That's an Intis matter. I'm not suited to interfere. The others followed suit, shaking their heads and citing preoccupations. Only Mr. Envy said he might have found some clues but wasn't yet certain, so he wouldn't share for now. Ebner glanced at him, wondering whether he'd discovered the entrance to the lower levels of the Dream Labyrinth Tower, but it didn't matter. The core region above the fourth layer was already severed from the earlier levels. Seeing Envy's unwillingness to say more, Durlo didn't press the issue. Instead, his gaze shifted toward Gluttony. The second issue today, he said, concerns our infiltration of Lone's Mid-Sea County. At that, Gluttony spread his hands helplessly. I'm afraid, Mr. President, that's impossible for me to answer. I was attacked by an unknown powerhouse and forced to flee Mid-Sea County. I have no idea how far the plan progressed. Liar. Your virtual persona must have self-destructed and brought the gathered intelligence back to you. You're pretending ignorance just to earn the president's help, aren't you? While Ebner analyzed the situation inwardly, Durlo and the others listened silently as Gluttony spoke and displayed an image. The portrait depicted a beautiful woman whose eyes gleamed with wisdom, at least, that's how Ebner perceived it. It was unmistakably the face of Miss Cece, the fictional persona created by Furs. Sloth, who was well acquainted with Ebner, immediately recognized whose trump card that was. She smirked in amusement but said nothing, lazily turning her gaze away. The others, however, all shook their heads, claiming they hadn't seen her before. Durlo thought for a moment, then said to Gluttony, "As for the assistance you're requesting, I'm afraid I don't have the time. But you may commission another member to help you. As usual, I can officiate the contract as witness." Gluttony nodded, he'd expected as much. The president was unlikely to intervene directly, and his real plan was to find another member as an accomplice. Scanning the room, he said, "I wonder if anyone is free to visit Indoor Port in Faceac." His eyes landed on Greed. After all, she was responsible for the Faceac region and lived the closest. "If you can offer a price that moves my heart, I'll not only go myself, but also bring Sloth along," Madame Greed said with a sly smile, perfectly living up to her title. "My credibility is excellent, you know. If you doubt it, you can ask Lust. He was very satisfied with our last arrangement." Very satisfied indeed. Though the original, Lust, probably wouldn't agree. End of chapter. Chapter 1026, Returning to Backlund. Still, despite his private grumbling, Ebner maintained his gentlemanly poise and echoed Greed's statement with a smile. "Both ladies were most kind to me. I'm truly grateful for their help in achieving my goal." Hearing that, Gluttony swept his gaze between Lust, Greed, and Sloth, then said carefully, "I've come across information about a certain ruin. It might conceal the secret of a great noble from the Solomon Empire, and its authenticity can be verified by the chairman. I'm willing to offer this intelligence as payment, to invite Lady Greed and Lady Sloth to lend me their assistance." He paused, glancing around the table at Lust, Wrath, and the others, and then added, "Of course, if Lady Greed doesn't mind sharing, others are also welcome to join in. A ruin tied to a noble from the Solomon Empire." Even Ebner and Klein, who were watching the broadcast from above the grey fog, couldn't help showing curiosity. "Which noble family?" asked Lady Greed, the wide grin carved into her mask stretching a little farther toward her ears. "This noble isn't particularly famous," Gluttony replied calmly. "There are very few surviving records about him. I stumbled upon the information by accident. He was the Count of Silver Eyes, Cullen Carendia, ennobled by the Solomon Empire. Although only a count, my long study suggests that the Carendia family's ancestor Cullen was in fact an angel, though I'm not certain which pathway he belonged to." As Gluttony explained, he laid out a rough description of the ruin he was offering as payment, then looked back to Greed. "What do you think, my lady? Cullen of the Silver Eyes? Wasn't that Rhine? Wait, no, that's me. And he, or rather I, left behind a ruin. How could I not know about it? Besides, wasn't Rhine slain by the descent of the eternal blazing sun, his body given to Lilith as her vessel? Could it be that the home I built during the Solomon Empire era has become the ruin he's talking about? But then, how valuable could it really be?" While Ebner was pondering this, Lady Greed asked gravely, "You're offering such a high-value reward, what exactly do you need us to do? If it's too dangerous, then even if I must restrain my greed, I'll refuse." After a beat, she seemed to think of something and added delicately, "If it involves secrets, we can discuss privately." Gluttony chuckled. "No need for that. The commission isn't particularly dangerous. And unlike Mr. Lust, I don't have the courage to expose my real identity. All I need is for you and Lady Sloth to arrive at Indoor Port within 1 month and remain there for at least a week. That's simple." Greed's tone lifted, clearly skeptical. "That's simple. For safety's sake, I won't meet you personally. Perhaps you'll think I'm merely using you two to divert my enemy's attention, and maybe that's true. But even if it is, with an angel's ruin as the reward, surely that risk is worth taking, don't you think?" Greed fell silent, exchanging glances with Sloth, apparently communicating telepathically. Meanwhile, Klein and Ebner, watching from above the grey fog, instantly caught on and said in unison, 0-08. "That Gluttony really is scheming something," Klein said. "He must be trying to lure Greed and Sloth to Indoor Port, then team up with Insanguil to use the sealed artifact 0-08 to manufacture a coincidence and manipulate their actions." Ebner nodded, his thoughts racing. Azek and Cullen's operation might fail now. With 0-08 involved, they're probably already exposed. Still, the silver lining is that Klein and I are both still hidden. When the time comes, maybe we can deliver them a surprise. But if Ince's scheme is tied to the ancient god Ankwelt, that complicates things. Until I know what that old dragon is truly plotting, I shouldn't step in lightly, lest I fall into his game. He hasn't forgotten his loss to the Evernight goddess, and who knows when he'll try to strike back. As those thoughts passed through Ebner's mind, the scene below changed again. Greed had finished her silent exchange with Sloth and agreed to Gluttony's commission, promising to appear in Indoor Port in 1 month. 1 month, huh? That guy's confident as and Cullen won't catch him. Maybe his plan's not just to draw me out, there's something deeper at work. When I go to consult Lilith about the steam and machinery god's proposed deal, I'll bring this up too, just in case Closphia and Xenia really fall into the trap. Sitting beside Sloth, Lust, Owen let his gaze flick between the two women. Instead of stopping the deal, he smiled faintly and said, "I'd like to join in as well." Since Gluttony had already noticed Lust's hungry glances earlier, he misunderstood his intent and laughed. "If the two ladies don't mind sharing, I have no objection." Having worked together before, Greed knew that this new Lust had strong backing and a powerful master, so after pretending to think for a while, she said, "Joining isn't impossible, but, Mr. Lust, you'll have to pay a price. The more people who know of the ruin, the more the spoils must be divided." Owen smiled politely. "In fact, my lady, I've done extensive research on the Count of Silver Eyes. I can offer some of my findings as payment for sharing the secret of the ruin." Greed pretended to consult with Sloth through their connection, then nodded. "Deal." Gluttony clapped his hands together, satisfied. "Excellent. With Mr. Lust joining us, the risk is even lower, and my confidence even higher. If everything goes smoothly, by the next Grand Council meeting you'll receive the full information about that ruin." The Psychological Alchemists' Grand Council met far less frequently than the Tarot Club, typically once every 2 or 3 months. If nothing major occurred, even half a year could pass between meetings. After that topic concluded, Chairman Durlow assigned several other tasks, mostly centered in Loan and Faceac. One task was for Pride to continue inflaming tensions between the new party and the old nobility, keeping Loan's upper ranks in chaos. Gluttony even proposed targeting the newly promoted Viscount Ebner Bryan, but Pride rejected the idea immediately. He wasn't stupid enough to openly plot against someone right there at the table. When the meeting entered the open discussion phase, each member shared notable developments from their regions, exchanging intelligence. At one point, Ebner, through Owen, remarked, "Prime Minister Delian seems to be brewing a truly terrifying plan. Whether he succeeds or fails, the political landscape of Intis will be drastically shaken." Since he also operated in Intis, Envy asked at once, "Terrifying how?" "The Prime Minister appears intent on dragging Intis into the first layer of the abyss," Ebner said matter-of-factly. A brief silence fell. Then Envy sighed. "A lunatic. The Delian family is finished this time." His conclusion matched Ebner's own. There was no way such a plan could succeed unless the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam went blind. The others voiced agreement, while only Sloth, who knew Lust's true identity, added lazily, "Be careful." Soon, the meeting entered its third stage, academic exchange. Roughly 20 minutes later, just as Klein above the grey fog was about to conjure paper and pen to take notes, Chairman Durlow clapped his hands lightly. "All right, that concludes today's council meeting." Everyone rose, bowed politely, and departed the Dream City aboard their respective mind-forged conveyances. "Who?" The steam whistle howled as the great locomotive rumbled into Backlund. By late Saturday morning, the disguised Dwayne Dante stepped off the train, a suitcase in one hand and his pregnant wife, Miss Sharon, on the other. Once again, they set foot upon the capital of capitals, the land of hope. Meanwhile, at number 7 Pinster Street, the handsome poet Leonard Mitchell received 2 unexpected visitors. He cast a discreet glance at Hazel with her mechanical arm, then turned his eyes to his former colleague's younger sister. "Miss Moretti," he asked calmly, "what brings you to see me today?" End of chapter. Chapter 1027, The Wind Begins to Rise. In a townhouse at number 7 Pinster Street, in the northern district of Backlund. The black-haired, green-eyed Leonard personally brewed tea for his 2 lady visitors and placed the cups before them on the table. Then he cleared his throat and continued the topic that had begun at the door. "Miss Moretti, you want information on Detective Sherlock Moriarty. But I'm just an ordinary citizen, I don't take investigation commissions. If you have business like that, you should find a professional private detective." Melissa cast a cold glance at the men who had once helped around her house for half a month under all kinds of excuses. Her eyes clearly said, "Liar." Leonard naturally caught that message. He gave an awkward cough and was just about to speak again when Melissa lifted her chin slightly, her eyes narrowing a bit. In a calm tone, she said, "Mr. Leonard Mitchell, I already know you're a Nighthawk, and that Klein once was, too. So, can you tell me now what really caused Klein's death?" Hearing that, Leonard's gaze sharpened. He turned abruptly toward Hazel, who was sipping her tea beside them, and demanded in a cutting voice, "You're the one who told her about Beyonders. How could you do that? She's an ordinary person, she shouldn't know any of this." Hazel didn't answer right away. She calmly set down her cup, looked slowly around the room, and then said with genuine admiration. Such an impressive dream ability. Without this mechanical arm, my own powers as a cryptologist would never have noticed it. Seeing her composure, Leonard frowned deeply and said again, sternly. Answer my question, Miss Hazel. Before Hazel could reply, Melissa suddenly interrupted. Mr. Mitchell, please don't press my teacher like that. And besides, shouldn't you answer my question first? Leonard stared at her, surprised. His expression grew even more serious. Tilting his head slightly, he paused for several seconds before letting his gaze fall to the badge pinned on her chest, the one that emanated a serene, tranquil aura. He stared at it for a long time before finally sighing in defeat. Miss Moretti, you've become a Beyonder too. Then he gave Hazel a disapproving glance and added. You call her your teacher, so you've become a thief. Melissa shook her head. No. I'm a savant, she said, rubbing her temple. Mr. Mitchell, could you please withdraw your ability now? My spirituality isn't strong enough to keep using this badge's power to stay lucid in a dream. Your brother and I were colleagues, friends. Call me Leonard, he sighed. With that, the scenery around them suddenly shattered like panes of glass breaking all at once. Hazel found the teacup she'd just set down was back in her hand again. So, Leonard, now that you know I'm a Beyonder too, can you tell me how Klein died? Melissa fixed her eyes on him and asked again. Faced with her stubborn determination, Leonard hesitated but ultimately shook his head. Klein's cause of death falls under confidentiality. I can't tell you. Ince Zangwill isn't an enemy a girl like you could ever face. I'll bear all that hatred myself. Thinking that, Leonard changed the topic. As an official Beyonder, I need to know where you got your savant potion. Did Miss Hazel give it to you? Because she had already received Ebner's permission, Melissa didn't hide the truth. Although my teacher passed it to me, the potion itself was a reward from Viscount Ebner Bryan for my contribution to the invention of the projector. Ebner Bryan. The detective suspected of carrying Ryan Corendia's revived spirit. Rumor had it Miss Hazel was indeed close to that detective. But why would he focus on Klein's sister? Leonard narrowed his eyes and tilted his head slightly, as if pondering. After a brief silence, he asked. And it was Viscount Bryan who sent you to ask me about Sherlock? Yes, Melissa nodded. I want to know why Detective Moriarty sent me a Beyonder item. Maybe that old monster who revived in Ebner Bryan took notice of her because of that Sherlock Moriarty. That man really is suspicious, probably tied to that tarot-coded organization, Worshippers of the Fool, enemy of the true creator. With Klein's sister involved, he's worth investigating again. Having reached a decision, Leonard smiled lightly. The information you brought makes me think my knowledge of Detective Sherlock might be incomplete. I'll look into him more thoroughly. Once I have results, I'll tell you. How's that? Melissa studied him for a moment, then nodded. All right. Then, unable to help herself, she asked softly. Klein, did he really die protecting Tingen? Yes. He was a hero, without a doubt, Leonard said firmly, exhaling as if in relief. What a fool. A sequence 9, insisting on taking such a dangerous mission, Melissa murmured, biting her lip. Then she asked, Leonard, how much will your help cost? No payment. Investigating Sherlock Moriarty is part of my own duties, Leonard replied with a smile. Of course he couldn't take money from Klein's sister. After a few more polite exchanges, Melissa and Hazel put on their veiled hats and took their leave. When their carriage had rolled far down the street, Leonard's brow furrowed again. Old man, what do you think your old friend is really planning? There was silence for a while. Just when Leonard thought the old spirit wouldn't answer, a weary voice echoed in his mind. I can't read Ryan's mind either, but yes, you should investigate Detective Sherlock Moriarty again. The clues may lie with him. At number 9 Carnerwell Street, in the Cherwood borough of Backlund, inside the Metropolitan Household Servants' Aid Association. After settling Sharon at home, Klein came here to hire an experienced butler, someone who could assemble the staff needed for his garden villa. After all, according to his cover story, Dwayne Dantes had earned a fortune from an arms deal in Bayam. Naturally, he had to live well, a mere housemaid wouldn't suffice anymore. After Klein stated his requirements, the receptionist Beline, whose brown eyes shone like twin stars as she stole shy glances at the increasingly handsome gentleman, professionally recommended a candidate. Mr. Asnia, age 55. He once served Viscount Yorkville. Later, when the Viscount's mining investment failed and the family fell into financial crisis, he was dismissed when the estate was sold. Over the last decade, he's been employed by 2 wealthy families, making remarkable contributions to their household management. He's a follower of the Evernight goddess, politically inclined toward the Conservatives, and asks for an annual salary of £130. She paused, smiling a little. There was also Mr. Walter. He'd have been perfect for you too, but unfortunately he accepted employment from Viscount Ebner Bryan yesterday. Viscount Bryan? That's Ebner. Didn't he already hire a butler before that ball? Why's he recruiting again? Maybe because his properties are expanding. In another part of Backlund, deep in the sewers beneath Cherwood Burrow, a hoarse female voice spoke. Walter, you said you successfully got hired as Viscount Ebner Bryan's butler. That detective isn't simple, he once accepted a commission to investigate you. Aren't you afraid he'll uncover your true purpose? After a few seconds of silence, Walter replied in a low, steady tone. It's precisely because Mr. Bryan isn't simple that following him gives me a better chance of finding out the truth behind the prince's death. He used to have many subordinates who called themselves loyal, the hoarse voice sighed. Now only a few still remember him and are willing to take risks for him. You're the one who surprises me most. He was the first noble to ever treat me that way, the only one I truly wish to serve, Walter answered quietly. The woman seemed unwilling to continue that topic. Her tone shifted coldly. Prepare me a list of East District thugs with modest backgrounds. What do you want that for? Walter asked in surprise. Her voice came back, low and cruel. That fragile little thing needs to learn what a true assassin is. She must understand that becoming a real woman always comes with a price. End of chapter 1032. Chapter 1028, Preparing to Take by Force. Intis, Trier. Even though many clear-sighted people already believed the Delian family was standing on the brink of collapse, this towering house remained one that most others could only look up to. Among the middle class and the politically dull-nosed factions, few could perceive the danger. Therefore, when the Prime Minister prepared this luscious ball, arranged especially to entrap Owen, countless people eager to curry favor still came flocking. They might have heard of Owen's infamous reputation, but even so, they rushed in without hesitation, even willing to offer their wives or daughters, just to gain the favor of the Delian family. Scanning the crowd of dazzlingly dressed women, Ebner couldn't help but curse under his breath. That old bastard Charlie is trying to make me die from that instead, isn't he? Of course, curse aside, he had no intention of refusing to attend. For one thing, maintaining Owen's persona and soothing the Prime Minister's suspicions were both necessary. He had to let Charlie feel safe enough to dig his own grave. Secondly, the courtesan disguised as the Scarlet Saintess, Margaret, had also been invited. Ebner planned to take this chance to confirm whether she truly was a descendant of the God of Luck and the Queen of Calamities. If she was, he would find a way to obtain some of her blood, thus fulfilling his promise to Queen of Calamities Kohinum. Kohinum had been bound by Roselle within the Temple of the Elven Trial. To free her, one would need the blood of her descendant, a surviving elf to perform the Song of Calamity ritual, and, of course, a gatekeeper to act as the vessel. The gatekeeper was not difficult to find. After meeting Patrick Brain, Ebner had already scouted several suitable candidates from his social circle, ready to withdraw one at any time. As for the surviving elves, he had already exchanged information with Sharon and was only waiting for July 7th to investigate further. The only uncertain element left was the line of Constantine, the descendants of the God of Luck and Queen of Calamities. Glancing toward the woman in a crimson gown, beautiful, alluring, yet strangely pure, Margaret, Ebner made his brief address to the guests, then stepped forward directly to invite her for the opening dance. As a courtesan well-versed in social etiquette, Margaret was no stranger to such invitations. Although she hadn't been notified in advance, she accepted gracefully and entered the dance floor on Owen's arm, drawing the jealous stares of many noble ladies. Mr. Owen, I didn't expect you to invite me for the opening dance. I can already feel Lady Halna's eyes wanting to devour me, Margaret murmured with a teasing smile, leaning closer as she cast a sidelong glance toward a woman in a green gown standing by the floor. Halna was Owen's longtime mistress, and it was at her home that Ebner had spent the previous night to maintain appearances. Halna could never be as enchanting as you, Miss Margaret. I've been away in Lone's capital for business, and to think I didn't even know such a splendid beauty had entered Trier's circles, Ebner replied smoothly, keeping his tone teasing while quietly activating his secret art to analyze her bloodline. Oh, I'm not new to the social scene, I simply hadn't yet reached the Delian family circle before now, Margaret said lightly, her expression calm, but within, the Scarlet Saintess was on full alert. After all, ever since the White Saintess, Katerina, had escaped and reported to the Demoness sect everything about her being controlled by Owen, Margaret was acutely aware of how dangerous the man before her was. Were it not that refusing the Delian family's invitation would have aroused suspicion against her courtesan persona, she would never have come to this ball. Even so, she had prepared multiple contingencies in case something went wrong. Thus, the two chatted meaninglessly until the music stopped. Ebner courteously escorted Margaret back to her seat, ending their cautious exchange. By then, his secret art had succeeded. He confirmed that the Scarlet Saintess truly carried the bloodline of Oliver Constantine, the God of Luck. So she really is the descendant of me and Kohinum. Ebner sighed inwardly, then resumed his act as Owen, circulating among the ladies of the hall. Before long, he struck up a lively conversation with a widow named Philo, and together they entered the dance floor. This Philo owned shares of 2 factories left by her late husband. Her husband's brothers coveted the inheritance, and thus she urgently needed a powerful backer. She was only around 25 or 26, with a full, seductive figure and a captivating presence. Though her face was not stunningly beautiful, her curves and poise made her stand out, exactly the type Owen would favor. Of course, that wasn't what caught Ebner's interest. Daphne Priestley. Leaning close during the waltz, he whispered the name softly into her ear. Philo, or rather, the scholar of your and vice president of the secret order, Daphne, stiffened in surprise, whispering back like a mosquito's buzz. Lord Owen, how did you recognize me? Your soul carries such a distinct scent of the unknown, how could I not recognize you? Ebner grumbled inwardly but didn't answer aloud. This was not the place for such a conversation, so he simply said ambiguously, when the music ends, come with me to the lounge, and remember, don't refuse. It's happening. Daphne bit her lip nervously. If possible, she would have much preferred it to be the handsome divine emissary rather than the lecherous Owen, though the latter wasn't exactly unattractive either. Fortunately, it's only a puppet. She comforted herself and followed, walking beside Owen under the envious gazes of many women as they entered the side room. Just as Ebner opened the door, he suddenly turned and beckoned to Owen's mistress, Halna. The woman instantly understood, licked her lips, and proudly followed them in, closing the door behind her. Both of them at once. Truly worthy of the lust persona. Daphne had barely finished this internal grumble when she was startled to see Owen hypnotize Halna in an instant. The woman let out soft moans as she fell under his control. This is... Daphne froze, unable to understand what he intended. Ebner, meanwhile, had already sealed the room with spirituality. His true body emerged from Alvin's riddle labyrinth, simulating the mystic pathway's power to construct a hidden space. Divine emissary. Seeing Ebner appear out of thin air, Daphne immediately realized that Owen hadn't intended to take advantage of her. Relieved, she asked respectfully. My lord, do you have some task for me? Were you the one whom the Scarlet Saintess Margaret called upon for help? Ebner asked thoughtfully. He recalled that in the Book of Virtue's trial space, Daphne had once summoned the three saintesses, red, blue, and green, of the Demoness sect. It seemed likely they were familiar. Yes, my lord, Daphne nodded and confessed. Margaret feared she might fall again under Lord Owen's control, so she asked me to rescue her if anything went wrong. Philo is one of my puppets, another identity I use in Trier. But please rest assured, my lord, Philo is not a good person. She killed her own husband for his fortune. In fact, she's done it twice before under different names. She added this deliberately, hoping to appease the divine emissary. After more than a day's interaction, Daphne had already discerned some of his moral tendencies, though those were hints Ebner had allowed her to notice. She also wanted to preemptively excuse herself for not reporting this matter earlier. To her, it hadn't seemed necessary. She served the true God, not a fellow believer like Owen. But now, with the divine emissary present, the situation had changed. Ebner ignored her inner caution. After a brief moment of thought, he asked. Do you think if I invited Margaret here right now, would she agree to come? For a Beyonder, blood was extremely important. Unless absolute trust existed, no one would willingly surrender it. It was tantamount to handing over their life. And there was no such trust between Ebner and Margaret. Negotiation was meaningless. After all, how could he say, I'm your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather? Give me a drop of your blood so I can save your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother. Even if Margaret were a fool, she wouldn't believe such nonsense, though it was the truth. Therefore, there was only one way left. To take it by force. End of chapter. Chapter 1029, Only Authority Can Counter Authority. Hearing Owen's question, Daphne thought deeply for a moment before finally shaking her head. From what I know of Margaret, since she's so wary of you, there's no way she'd let herself walk into danger. Your invitation obviously carries that kind of implication, and while she's a demoness and not one to shy away from intimate interaction, given the precedent of the White Saintess being controlled by you, she wouldn't dare to take that risk. Ebner frowned at her answer, pondering for a moment before asking. Even with you here, she still wouldn't feel safe. Daphne gave a soft laugh, brushing back a lock of her hair before answering. First, she doesn't actually know what identity I'm disguising myself as, she only knows I'd be attending. Second, even if she realizes that Lady Philo is me, since I've entered Owen's room, how could she still trust me? So, tricking her into coming here and drawing her blood won't work after all. Ebner sighed in mild disappointment, though his expression remained calm. Since Plan A wouldn't do, he could simply move on to Plan B. With that thought, and knowing precisely where the correct door lay, Ebner's true body instantly teleported out of the hidden space he'd created, leaving behind Owen's avatar to maintain appearances. He went to make the necessary preparations before the ball ended. Now, inside the room remained only Owen's body double, Daphne, and a woman lost in a fevered dream of desire. The soft, broken moans of Lady Halna filled the air, making the atmosphere instantly awkward. Since the ball was still underway, it wasn't yet time for them to leave. To maintain Owen's persona, the clone broke the silence calmly and asked. Lady Daphne, you seem quite familiar with the saintesses of the demoness sect, don't you? Glad to distract herself from the sounds in the background, Daphne replied without hesitation. Yes. During Roselle's overthrow of the Sauron family and his seizure of power, the Blue Saintess and Green Saintess of the demoness sect were both secretly aiding him. Back then, our secret order, under President Zeridal's guidance, coordinated with Roselle's actions. I worked with them several times, we knew each other well. The Scarlet Saintess Margaret only became active after the fall of the Gustav dynasty. Because she's been based in Trier, and due to a favor from the Green Saintess, we've crossed paths frequently over the past century. With time, we've grown acquainted, and even became friends. A favor from the Green Saintess. Owen noticed a flicker of emotion in Daphne's tone when she mentioned her, and he casually asked. The Green Saintess' name was Marianne, Daphne said softly. She seemed to have feelings for me, even confessed to me once. But my orientation is quite normal, even though she claimed to have once been a man, I couldn't reciprocate. Later, during one mission, we encountered the Sauron family's half-mad angel. Marianne sacrificed herself so that the Blue Saintess and I could hold out until the president arrived to save us. Of course, the situation was chaotic. Everyone was desperate, maybe her sacrifice wasn't entirely voluntary, but still, a debt is a debt. So when the Scarlet Saintess Margaret later advanced to Demoness of Unaging and inherited her predecessor's mantle, I made a point to look after her. Daphne sighed faintly after finishing her account of those years among the Demonesses. She'd long since decided never to bring up those memories again, but since it was the believer of her lord asking, she saw no reason to hide it from a fellow kin. TSK. Another Demoness dying for love tale, huh? Ebner couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Still, he didn't comment further. After all, even the woman before him didn't believe that Marianne's sacrifice had anything to do with true love. To her, it was simply a debt to be repaid. After a moment of thought, he asked one last question. By the way, has the Scarlet Saintess ever seen you use that book, the Book of Virtue? Daphne shook her head, casting Owen a slightly bitter glance before saying with certainty. Other than you, anyone who has ever seen the trial space within the Book of Virtue did not live to tell the tale. Then that makes things simple. The Owen avatar smiled faintly, the corners of his lips curling upward. Roughly an hour later, the ball finally came to an end. After a brief closing address, Owen once again slipped back into the lounge, ignoring the mix of envy, contempt, and amusement in the guests' eyes. As for the two women who had entered earlier, neither emerged again that night. Outside the Delian Manor, the Scarlet Saintess Margaret was surprised that Owen hadn't chosen to summon her, but ultimately she breathed a sigh of relief. Had he truly insisted she enter that lounge, she would have had to feign illness and refuse. After all, she had no desire to follow the footsteps of the White Saintess Katerina. Yet as she stepped outside, Margaret felt a strange irritability rise within her, a restless unease, as if something terrible were about to happen. It wasn't a spiritual premonition, but her instincts as a demoness screamed that something was off. She furrowed her perfect brows, then climbed into a hired carriage, keeping her composure. However, shortly after the carriage set off, she turned invisible and silently slipped away, leaping down and darting into a nearby alley. She had no idea that at that very moment, a pair of cold, transparent, eyelashless eyes were observing her every move. They belonged to Yalarin's clone, the Eye of Secrets. Through that gaze, Ebner clearly saw the red-haired, black-eyed woman gliding down the alleyway, her long gown flowing behind her like weightless feathers. Even the patrolling policeman who looked straight at her saw nothing at all. Without Yalarin's assistance, Ebner himself would have had to rely on the pure white eye to pierce such high-level invisibility, but the pure white eye lacked the subtlety that the Eye of Secrets offered. Taking a deep breath, he patiently waited for the Scarlet Saintess to step right into his carefully prepared trap. As for why she would cooperate, well, that was simple. Ebner had already used the wheel of fate to subtly bless Margaret with a touch of misfortune, that very sensation of agitation she now felt. Meanwhile, Yalarin's clone had also deployed the Mystic Recreation, Game of the Nightmare Dragon, temporarily guiding her actions within a certain range, nudging her to invisibility, to jumping from the carriage, and slipping into the alley, all perfectly reasonable to her mind, with not a hint of suspicion. Time ticked by, the crimson moon shifting westward. After circling the nearby streets several times and confirming that no one had followed, Margaret finally relaxed, putting away a talisman. Moments later, with a mix of confusion and relief flickering in her eyes, she stopped before the window of an old building. Under the dim moonlight, the glass pane mirrored her surroundings like a dark lake. Her eyes glimmered faintly, and the mirror rippled, its surface deepening into a hazy, infinite depth, as though concealing countless things and layers of space. The window had transformed into a passage to another world. She's here. Seeing this, Ebner's eyes lit up. This was precisely the place of his ambush. The Scarlet Saintess could never have imagined that he had hidden the Book of Virtue within the mirror world behind the pane of glass. Indeed, she only realized something was wrong after stepping inside, but by then, it was too late. And then, she saw Owen. The moment Margaret recognized him, memories of the White Saintess's tragic fate flooded her mind. Terrified, she immediately attempted to activate her powers again, trying to shift through mirrors. But she failed. Her surge of fear had triggered the Book of Virtue's trial space, and a few thin cords, like hemp ropes, manifested out of thin air, binding her tightly. Fortunately, her fear wasn't too intense, so the punishment was light. She tore through the ropes with little effort, even burning away several that reformed around her. But no matter how she destroyed them, the ropes kept regenerating, each new wave harder to break than the last. The Scarlet Saintess hadn't yet understood the rule of this space. As long as her negative emotions persisted, the punishment would never cease. Seeing the ropes multiply and tighten, she cast a sharp glance at the silently watching Owen, then discreetly released her mystic domain of disease. She meant to control the master of this space. However, she didn't realize that within the Book of Virtue's trial realm, any power capable of causing direct harm was strictly forbidden. The instant her disease spread, flames erupted from nowhere, burning her manifestation of plate to cinders, and soon engulfed Margaret herself. She hastily covered herself in black flames to resist the searing heat. Dark and crimson fire collided, locked in a furious stalemate. At that moment, Owen, who had so far done nothing, sighed softly. Then, from nowhere, he produced a pair of wings, bat-like flesh wings, and prepared to end the battle. If there were any other way, Ebner would never have resorted to this against a descendant of the god of luck. But just as he was about to channel his spirituality into the bat wings, Margaret, sensing impending doom, suddenly raised a solemn, awe-inspiring talisman and chanted in ancient Hermes. Chaos. In an instant, the strict laws of the trial space collapsed. All its mechanisms, trial, punishment, restriction, failed at once, and even the door leading outside became visible. Seeing this, Margaret wasted no time. She leapt toward the exit, trying to escape while all supernatural abilities were thrown into disarray. Yet she had barely taken 2 steps when her body convulsed, some strange change overtaking her, and she stumbled hard to the floor. Impossible. Under the Emperor's authority of chaos, how can any beyond her power still function? Margaret's eyes were wide with disbelief as she struggled to rise. Ordinary beyonder powers can't, indeed, but this. Ebner's voice echoed through the air, calm and steady. Is also authority. End of chapter. Chapter 1030, Dividing the Rooms. In a narrow alley of Trier, the figure of the Red Saintess Margaret suddenly appeared out of thin air. Immediately afterward, she crushed a silver ring on her finger. However, her body seemed to lose all strength. She barely managed to remain standing by bracing herself against the wall. Fortunately, I had the talisman granted by the Emperor. Otherwise, I really would have been caught by that lust bastard and suffered the same horrifying fate as Katerina. But why is my stamina so depleted? My spirituality is nearly dry. Could that space actually absorb a person's vitality and mind? The chaos effect should last a little longer. Owen shouldn't be able to pursue me right away. And Daphne is nearby. Once she receives my signal, she'll come soon. Just as the thought crossed her mind, a burst of fire flashed before her eyes, and the figure of the scholar of your Daphne appeared before her. What happened? Daphne asked calmly, though in truth, a single glance was enough for her to understand what Margaret had gone through. After all, she had experienced the same thing not long ago. It's not convenient to talk here. Take me somewhere safe first, Margaret said weakly. All right. Having already received the divine emissary's orders, Daphne helped the Red Saintess to her feet, and with several flame jumps, they arrived at a prearranged safe house. After 1 hour of deep meditative sleep, Margaret finally recovered most of her physical strength and spirituality. At that point, she took the cup of coffee Daphne handed her, sipped it, and began recounting her experience. In the end, I had to use a talisman imbued with angel-level chaos authority to break the rules of that space and escape. Otherwise, I'd already be Owen's puppet by now. Hearing this, Daphne kept a serious face, though inwardly she almost laughed. What Margaret described was completely different from what truly happened. Of course, Margaret wasn't lying. After capturing her and extracting her blood, Owen, under Ebner's control, had used his manipulator powers to implant false memories into her mind. And since she had blind faith in the Emperor's talisman, the hypnosis worked perfectly. She truly believed it had gone that way. As Margaret spoke with visible resentment, Daphne remembered the task assigned to her by the Lord and casually asked. So, how do you plan to respond to Owen Delion's unprovoked attack? Will you retaliate? Of course. Margaret slammed her cup down, eyes flashing. I had no intention of involving myself in his dispute with the White Saintess, but since he attacked me first, I'll naturally take revenge. I'll report this to the sect and request that several other Saintesses be sent to Intis to deal with that lust bastard together. Also, I know the secret of Delian's Black Knight, Ciro. I can use it to make him act as an inside agent in our crusade against Owen. And if he refuses, I'll expose that secret to the world. The Red Saintess had already drafted the outline of her plan within moments. Ciro Delian. He's a demigod from the same family as Owen. You really think he'd attack his kin over some secret? Daphne's tone carried curiosity, though she mainly wanted to gather more information. Of course he would. Margaret's tone was resolute, though she didn't elaborate. After a moment, she turned toward Daphne and said, "By the way, Daphne, I hope you'll join me as well. I'll pay you accordingly. And once the Delian family is destroyed, I'll ensure the secret order gets first pick of their industries." That. Feigning hesitation, Daphne thought for a while Margaret continued explaining the Delian family's crumbling state and all the benefits that could be gained. Finally, as if unable to resist temptation any longer, Daphne bit her lip and said, "All right, I'll join you. But you'll have to sign a contract with me, and keep me informed of your plans at all times. I have no intention of becoming what your demonist sect calls, in Roselle's words, cannon fodder." "No problem." Margaret agreed readily. Then she walked to the window, gazing toward the distant Delian castle on the outskirts of the city, her eyes cold and determined. "Owen, you made me waste one of the Emperor's precious talismans, prepare to pay for it with your life." Meanwhile, where she couldn't see, Daphne cast her a subtle, pitying glance. As a scholar of yore, she couldn't help but think. At this rate, our great lord might just end up gathering all 7 colors of the demonist sect saintesses. Since Bornova already knows the Delian ancestral vault is extremely dangerous, other factions, like the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun or the followers of the True Creator, must know as well. They probably won't risk it. But with the primordial demoness still asleep, the demonesses themselves make for perfect trailblazers. Let's hope Margaret proves useful. If she can bring in even one saintess at the angel level, that would be ideal. Within the Delian family manor, Ebner mulled over his scheme while recalling the memories he'd seen within the Red Saintess Margaret Constantine's mind. Margaret was an orphan adopted by Roselle. Her surname, Constantine, was actually granted to her by Old One himself, and she revered him deeply, always making a point to emphasize it. But she has no idea what that name truly represents. Even after discovering that the earliest demoness family also bore the name Constantine, she merely thought the Emperor had given it to her as a hopeful blessing. Judging by the timeline, the Emperor gave her that name after obtaining the Book of Calamity, retrieving the God Box, and sealing Kohainum inside the Temple of Trials. Which means, she was originally meant to serve as a living blood reservoir to help free Kohainum. I just don't know where Old Juan found her, or how many Constantine remnants still exist out there. Ah, Roselle, you really were full of contradictions in your later years. Always leaving me both help and headaches. Ebner sighed, but quickly realized he had no right to complain. His past selves had left him far worse messes. Forget the others, just thinking about how to get along with those angels and deities in the future is enough to give me a headache. In Backlund's North Borough, outside number 160 Birkeland Street, rows of servants lined up on both sides to greet their returning master. With graying temples and deep blue eyes, Dwayne Dantes, wearing a tailcoat, silk top hat, and holding a gold-handled cane, walked forward, accompanied by the butler Asnia and his dark-skinned southern servant Ludwell. He held the hand of Miss Sharon, who had transformed into his pregnant wife, and passed through the line of servants toward the entrance of the 3-story townhouse. As for a female housekeeper, Klein hadn't yet hired one. For now, Sharon could handle the accounting as the lady of the house. Besides, he instinctively wanted someone prudent and economical to manage household expenses. For some reason, the first person I think of is my sister, Melissa. Klein smiled bitterly to himself. Too bad Melissa doesn't understand high society spending. Letting her manage finances would turn a rich man's life into that of a thrifty commoner. He shook off the thought. Even though Melissa had become extraordinary, he didn't want her too close to his affairs. The best candidate would actually be Lena. She's a believer of the fool, trustworthy, and as a former noble's son, she's familiar with upper-class expenses. And the best part, hiring her would cost nothing. But since she's still hiding with the prince in the Daisai Bay area, it wouldn't be appropriate to call her back. As for my gourmand believer, she can stay in the culinary world and keep shining. As these idle thoughts ran through his mind, Klein and Sharon, now restored to her true form after dismissing the servants, entered the half-open master bedroom on the 3rd floor. The most eye-catching object there was a full-length mirror framed in silver. After sending the butler and servants away, Sharon stood before the mirror, returning to her original appearance. Even her small bonnet and matching court dress appeared again, though in reality, it was just an illusion. She was still wearing Daly's outfit underneath. Klein stepped out onto the wide balcony, gazing over the neighborhood and sighed. Being rich really has its perks. That £315 rent doesn't feel like a waste anymore. Waking up to a view like this every morning, it does wonders for the mood. He'd already paid a full year's rent the previous afternoon, so he had to convince himself it was worth it. Sharon blinked, her ethereal voice drifting softly from behind. When a wife is pregnant, husband and wife should sleep in separate rooms. Your bedroom is downstairs. End of chapter. Chapter 1031, The Tarot Gathering. Your bedroom is downstairs. Hearing Miss Sharon's words, Klein's self-comfort instantly froze, though he still reflexively put on a gentle smile. Even though he was a man full of secrets and it was impossible for him to share a bed with Miss Sharon, being sent downstairs like this still made him feel somewhat bitter inside. However, since there was less than half an hour before the tarot gathering would begin, he suppressed the grievance in his heart. After chatting briefly with Sharon, he went downstairs and returned to his bedroom. Then, he sat on the edge of the bed, his face losing all expression. Meanwhile, upstairs, Sharon was quietly staring at the full-length mirror, motionless like a finely crafted doll, lost in thought about something unknown. At 2:40, Klein rubbed his temples, then slowly got up, used his spirituality to seal the room, and walked 4 steps backward, arriving in the dome-topped palace above the grey fog. The fool Klein glanced at the pre-manifested world, then spread out his spirituality at the appointed time, touching the crimson stars representing justice, the hanged man, the magician, judgment, temperance, the moon, and the hermit. Next, he separately notified the tower, telling him to prepare his eye of wisdom projection. Beams of light rose one after another, and the slightly indistinct figures appeared on both sides of the bronze long table. Justice Audrey, who had just returned to reality from the Dream Labyrinth Tower, hadn't even had time to change into a dress. She appeared above the grey fog in her home clothes. Still, she stood up gracefully and skillfully, lifted the hem of an imaginary skirt, and led everyone in greeting. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Her voice remained lively, yet it carried a faint weariness. Klein smiled and nodded in response but sharply sensed that Miss Justice wasn't in her usual state. She seemed to have suffered several setbacks, her spirit slightly drained. What happened? It's rare to see Miss Justice looking like this. He couldn't help sighing inwardly, deciding that later he would have the world ask her under the pretext of a transaction what was troubling her, and if it wasn't too troublesome, he would lend a helping hand. Sitting opposite Justice, Ebner also noticed Audrey's dejection. Based on his knowledge of this young lady from the original timeline, he guessed she had probably been beaten into self-doubt by Conan inside the Dream Labyrinth Tower. After the members greeted each other, they all turned their gazes toward the hermit, expecting that this pirate admiral would once again bring a new page of Emperor Roselle's diary. As expected, the hermit, Katlia, spoke up. "Mr. Fool, I've collected another page of Emperor Roselle's diary." "Only one page? Shouldn't the Mystery Queen be able to casually bring out an entire book?" The recently tested Klein didn't reveal any emotion and nodded slightly. "That's not a problem." Ebner, sitting beside her, easily guessed what Klein was secretly grumbling about beneath the grey fog and couldn't help echoing silently in his heart. The Mystery Queen has probably also been doubting life after meeting Conan, which is why she only managed to pick one page. On the other side, Katlia conjured a yellow-brown diary page from memory and sent it through the spirit world into Mr. Fool's hand. Klein looked down casually and soon discovered that it was a diary entry describing Roselle's conversation with Mr. Dorr. Most of the content, such as the 4th epochs, 4 emperors, and knowledge about the Trunso's Tudor unified empire, he had already heard from Ebner, and in far greater detail than what was written in this diary. But there was one point that Mr. Tower had not mentioned. Mr. Dorr told me that he had once secretly cooperated with the Night Emperor. Together, they briefly built a door, attempting to draw in a great power. But their plan failed. The Night Emperor went mad and fell, and Mr. Dorr was exiled from this world because of it. I cannot tell how much truth there is in his words. Perhaps his exile was not entirely because of this, but his cooperation with the Night Emperor should be real. Because on a small island in the Furious Sea, I truly found the ruins of a door, identical to the design Mr. Dorr described. I must say, Mr. Dorr possessed knowledge of the true gods that far exceeded my imagination. His cooperation with the Night Emperor shows that before his banishment, he was probably already attempting to break through to Sequence 0. No wonder he disdained Zeradal and held no reverence for the gods. I am even less willing to bring him back to the real world now. Mr. Dorr actually cooperated with the Night Emperor. Wasn't he a subordinate of the Blood Emperor? But perhaps, not impossible. Klein recalled Mr. Tower joking before that Beyonders of the Door and Arbiter pathways seemed strangely fated, always getting involved with each other. Like the marriage between the Tamara and Abraham families, or the friendship between the Tarot Club's Miss Judgment and Miss Magician. Now, adding the cooperation between the Door and the Night Emperor, it almost seemed reasonable. Besides, where exactly were those ruins of the Door in the Berserk Sea? What was the true purpose behind the Night Emperor and Mr. Dorr building it? What was the source of the great power they sought to summon? There was not a single clue revealed. Klein, full of questions, speculated wildly but found no answers. Thus, he set the matter aside for the moment, planning to discuss it privately with Ebner after the meeting. After letting the diary vanish, the fool Klein smiled at the hermit and said, "What request do you have?" Katlia didn't hide her intent and asked directly. The main character of this diary, besides Emperor Roselle, who else was it? Her question instantly dispelled the gloom in Justice Audrey's heart. She eagerly turned toward Mr. Fool, her bright eyes filled with curiosity, even her ears seemed to perk up. The hanged man, Alger and the others were also intrigued. Anyone written about in Emperor Roselle's diary certainly couldn't be ordinary. Klein roughly guessed their thoughts and couldn't help but complain inwardly. If this weren't a diary chosen by Bernadette herself, I'd have to tell you, the other main characters would be witches, hunters, some noble lady, and some noble miss. Of course, Lubo showed up quite often too, but that's something I definitely can't let you know. After thinking for 2 seconds, Klein leaned leisurely against his chair and replied with a smile. Mr. Door. Mr. Door. Except for the hermit Katlia, the others weren't unfamiliar with that name. After all, both Mr. Tower and Mr. Fool had mentioned it before. Especially the magician, Furs, her feelings toward this ancestor of the Abraham family were extremely complicated. After all, he was the man who had once made her lose handfuls of hair every month. The hermit Katlia had originally been trying to infer Mr. Door's identity from Mr. Fool's tone and choice of words, but she suddenly realized that the other members around the table showed no confusion, as if they all already knew who this name referred to. So, am I the only one who doesn't know? For some reason, the hermit Katlia suddenly felt a hint of grievance. But she soon smiled wryly to herself, thinking, what's wrong with me? After seeing the queen again, have I really started to act like a little girl again? End of this chapter. Chapter 1032, The Bloodstained Astrolabe. The hermit, Katlia, let out a soft breath, adjusting her emotions. She planned to ask more about Mr. Door during the free exchange later and was willing to pay a certain price for the answers. Anyone who could make Emperor Roselle mention them so solemnly in his diary, and make Mr. Fool speak in such a formal tone, was surely involved in many secrets. It could not be anything simple. Klein didn't say more. As the fool, after answering the hermit's question in accordance with the principle of equivalent exchange, he had no obligation to elaborate further. He swept his gaze around and said lightly, "You may begin." After speaking, he immediately manipulated the world, who rasped. "I have 2 mystical items and 2 beyonder characteristics I'd like to sell." The cost of maintaining his act as a rich man was becoming rather heavy, forcing Klein to sell off some of his inventory. Besides, Mr. Tower's territory had recently opened for investment. Having great faith in his fellow countrymen's business ventures, Klein wanted to put in some money as well. After all, in his opinion, Ebner's Shadow City project couldn't possibly lose money. The hanged man, Alger, felt a wave of interest. He had heard from a friend about the world's remarkable deeds on the outskirts of Bayam and judged that the items for sale most likely came from that battle, surely not bad at all. But thinking of how he was currently stranded on Paso Island, with his previous resources nearly exhausted and even the secret of that primitive island traded away, he sighed silently, feeling a little dejected. Justice Audrey, on the other hand, already possessed the fallen box and its accompanying assistant, Easlant, so she wasn't particularly in need of mystical items, unless, of course, they looked very pretty. As for the magician, judgment, temperance, and the moon, there was curiosity, yes, but neither the desire nor the funds to purchase. Only the son Derek and the hermit Katlia showed real interest. The former, after his promotion to Solar High Priest, found that his hurricane axe no longer enhanced his strength much. He indeed needed a more suitable weapon or item. The latter was considering where the world's items might have come from. If the item suited her and didn't conflict with the 2 she already possessed, she was inclined to buy. Seeing that of his 2 potential big buyers only one seemed tempted, Klein felt a twinge of disappointment, but he still controlled the world to laugh in a low, rumbling tone. "One of them is the Bloodstained Astrolabe, a name I came up with myself. Its ability is to create a starlight cage that imprisons enemies within it. Below demigod level, only a few specific powers can break it." Klein had tested this himself, with his current methods, only using the death knell, and striking the same spot 3 times with fatal attacks, could shatter it. Back during the chaotic battle outside Bayam, it was precisely because Admiral of Blood, Senor's subordinate, possessed this item that they managed to resist his Admiral of Hell, Ludwell marionette. After introducing the item, Klein even pretended to formally request permission from Mr. Fool and manifested the astrolabe, a device marred by indelible bloodstains. "This starlight cage seems much stronger than the one I can form. The cages I create from astral dust aren't nearly this sturdy." Katlia thought as she studied the blood marks on the astrolabe's image, a flicker of recognition stirring in her eyes. Images flashed through her mind rapidly, finally settling on a few scenes. Her pupils contracted slightly, and she spoke in mild surprise. "Senor." Yes, Senor had once ordered his men to use this very item to trap people from Element's Dawn. The Moses ascetic orders, intelligence reports had mentioned it. Hearing her subconscious remark, Klein's spirit immediately lifted. He manipulated the world to reply at once, "He's dead." Nice performance. I'd give that a solid 90 points. Ebner couldn't help remarking inwardly when he saw the shocked expressions of the hermit, the magician, Justice, and the moon, who hadn't yet heard the news. Though come to think of it, in the original events, Fur should have already seen that in the newspapers. She'd probably been too exhausted from acting with me day and night these past few days to bother reading them. While Ebner mused, the hermit Catlia carefully asked, "What's the negative effect of this item?" "As far as I know, Senor never used it personally. Its negative effect is quite peculiar. Each time you use it, you'll hear the murmurs of your pathways potion within your mind. I'm sure everyone here is familiar with such whispers. Every time we drink a potion, we hear them to some extent. Using this item will let you relive that sensation. And the more often you use it, the longer it lasts, the greater the number of uses, the stronger the whispers become, until you're like a beyonder about to lose control. Even stranger, when you stop using it, the item will reset your potion digestion progress based on the degree of corruption caused by the whispers. That's the main reason Senor refused to use it himself." Klein described in detail the results of his divination of the blood-stained astrolabe. In truth, his dream divination had revealed that the blood on the astrolabe came merely from an ordinary man, an easily slain peasant with no supernatural power whatsoever. But when he tried to divine the origin of the item's negative effects, his spirituality warned him not to proceed. That origin was likely even more dangerous than the eternal blazing sun or the true creator. Of course, such danger applied mainly to someone like him, someone prone to courting death. For ordinary beyonders, it was relatively safe. Upon hearing that negative effect, Admiral of Stars, Catlia instantly lost interest. The enhanced starlight cage wasn't worth the risk and potential setback. Justice glanced at the bloodstains on the astrolabe and quietly shook her head as well. Ebner, however, found it rather intriguing. The way it influenced potion digestion was fascinating, and he couldn't immediately determine which pathway the power originated from. After thinking for a moment, he requested through Mr. Fool that an image of the Book of Endless Transmission he'd crafted a few days ago be manifested. After briefly explaining its function, he smiled and said, "Though your astrolabe is made from a sequence 5 astrologer characteristic, it's quite limited in function and carries a serious side effect. Strictly speaking, it might not be worth more than my Book of Endless Transmission, which I made from a scribe's characteristic. How about we exchange them?" Trading a sequence 6 item for a sequence 5 one might seem like the world was taking a loss, but as Mr. Tower said, the price of a mystical item couldn't be judged solely by its main material, its function and drawbacks had to be weighed together. Indeed, most present clearly preferred the Tower's Book of Endless Transmission. After all, teleportation was a truly rare ability. Were it not for the Tower voluntarily trading with the world, the Hermit, Justice, and even Temperance might have tried to bid for it. The magician first stared blankly at the item, a hint of doubt rising in her heart. To her knowledge, scribe characteristics were extremely rare, most locked away in the Abraham family's vaults, where had Mr. Tower gotten his. Judgment Zio, noticing her friend's puzzled look, sighed inwardly and thought sourly, just how much do you trust him? Or are you simply too lazy to think? You still haven't suspected a thing. Under the weight of mounting financial pressure, Klein hesitated a little. He really needed cash right now. But how could he pass up an item capable of teleportation? Moreover, if he didn't make the trade, the blood-stained astrolabe might just end up gathering dust in his hands. He quickly convinced himself and had the world say after brief consideration, "Deal." Still, it felt like a bit of a loss. In the hands of someone lucky, it might truly be the Book of Endless Transmission. But in mine, that yellow-black king who rules luck, it might well become the Book of 33 Transmissions, huh? Smirking inwardly at his own joke, Klein promptly produced his second item, the Roselle's Grip, a mystical glove with the powers of a disciplinary paladin. It was a magical item that the thief, Black Emperor, had taken from Mr. Hellas, the protector of the Capping Mansion, during their battle there. This Roselle's Grip had once helped Klein defeat many enemies in Backlund, but ever since acquiring the upgraded, Creeping Hunger, it had become redundant. He hadn't used it in months, so he decided to sell it for some cash. In the end, the glove named Roselle's Grip was bought by the hermit Catlia for £12,000. After all, it was something crafted and once used by Emperor Roselle himself. There might even be hidden secrets within. Catlia knew that the queen had been collecting such relics, so she didn't even bother haggling. Finally, at the moment the deal was sealed, Klein quietly exhaled, feeling the weight on his shoulders ease considerably. Then, collecting his thoughts, he had the world manifest two beyonder characteristics. One came from Señor's subordinate, an apostle of desire. The other came from a dawn paladin he had slain during the battle in the God War ruins at sea. This time, he controlled the world to glance at the tower and the hanged men, saying, Interested in handing these two characteristics to a craftsman to make into items and sell? I can offer you a 20% commission. A sequence 5 item could fetch at least 10 to 20,000 pounds. 20% meant 2 to 4,000, quite a sum. The hanged man Alger was tempted, but since he was stuck on Paso Island and had no way to contact Zio's friend the craftsman, he regretfully shook his head. I won't be able to reach the craftsman anytime soon. Ebner, though hardly in need of the extra cash, thought for a moment and agreed, considering it a favor between friends. Well then, consider it repayment for the patent rights on Klein's bicycle invention. End of chapter. Chapter 1033, The Backstage. Seeing Ebner agree, the world let out a quiet sigh of relief and said in his deep voice, I have no more trades. As soon as his words fell, the moon, Emlyn, who had been waiting all this time, immediately turned toward the tower. The root crystal of the elder tree and the related auxiliary materials have all been prepared. After speaking, he glanced mockingly at the son Derek and sneered, I just wonder if a certain someone's, potions professor, characteristic is ready yet. This was a continuation of the three-way deal from the previous tarot gathering. Hearing this, the son couldn't help but feel delighted. He didn't take offense at the moon's slightly provocative tone and even thought that this gentleman wasn't quite as annoying as before. He first expressed his gratitude to the moon, then turned to Ebner and said, Mr. Tower, the potions professor, beyonder characteristic you wanted has already been procured by my chief. That characteristic had been purchased at Karen's request. Ebner nodded to Derek before turning to Emlyn. The 2,200 pounds I promised you can be paid today. By the way, do you accept Intision Felkins? He intended to have Owen withdraw the money from the Delian family accounts. That's fine, Emlyn agreed without much hesitation. The vampire community had members spread throughout the 4 major nations of the northern continent, so exchanging currencies internally was hardly a problem. Next, Justice Audrey asked again about leads on the fruit of the Transbell tree but received a disappointing answer. With that, the trading segment came to an end. Without waiting for Mr. Fool's announcement, Ebner and the others naturally transitioned into the free exchange portion. After the son Derek briefly described his recent experiences in Afternoon Town, the hermit Katlia inquired about Mr. Dorr's background. Since among all those present, the magician, Furs was the one most closely connected to Mr. Dorr, she gave a simple explanation. However, unlike in the original events, Furs didn't earn the £100 information fee this time. Of course, she didn't particularly need that £100 anymore. A mystical item for traversing the spirit world, murmurs under the full moon, an ancestor of the Abraham family, missing since the War of the 4 Emperors, a being close to the level of a god, possibly seeking rescue. The hermit, Katlia mentally summarized the key points in the magician's description and nodded in satisfaction. Thank you for your account. Once that topic was finished, the world recalled how Miss Justice had seemed uneasy at the start of the gathering. He was considering how to bring it up when she suddenly spoke on her own. Everyone, do any of you know of a detective named Conan, either in history or in some literary work? Audrey asked this mainly because the cases she had encountered inside the Dream Labyrinth Tower were so ingeniously constructed that she wondered if they might have a real-world or literary prototype. As soon as she said that, Judgment, Zio and Temperance Sharon simultaneously turned their heads, one looking toward the tower, the other toward the world. Clearly, both of them knew Conan, and both had managed to pass through Conan's trials by following the cheat player. Ebner exchanged a brief glance with Klein, then coughed lightly and said, Miss Justice, I think I know why you seemed troubled earlier, but that place was meant to test your reasoning and analytical abilities. The more you seek shortcuts, the harder it becomes to achieve your goal. Justice Audrey flushed red, embarrassed like a student caught cheating on an exam. After a long pause, she replied earnestly, Yes, Mr. Tower. Thank you for your reminder. I almost strayed onto the wrong path. Meanwhile, the world, Klein, expressionless, inwardly despised Ebner. How do you manage to say such shameless things with such calm dignity? As for Judgment and Temperance, they were half convinced, though the latter a bit more so. The free exchange continued uneventfully until it drew to a close. After seeing the members off and helping them finalize several practical parts of their trades, Klein restored Ebner's eye of wisdom, cloned senses and began a small private meeting with him. I've spoken with the Pale Admiral. She said there's no problem with letting you study the special aspects of her condition, but I must be present, Klein began. Seems that Pale Admiral really does trust you, huh? Though I wonder what Miss Sharon will think of that. Ebner gave Klein a peculiar look before asking, she didn't have any other requests. She did, Klein nodded. What kind of request? Ebner asked curiously. She hopes you can assist her during her demigod advancement ritual, Klein conveyed Maria's request, then added after some thought, however, she didn't specify what kind of help she requires, only that it poses no danger to you. I see. Ebner had already made some guesses about the Pale Admiral Maria's ritual but hadn't found any reason why she would need his help. Still, since she had assured there would be no danger, he could simply withdraw if anything went wrong. After all, it wouldn't be long before he advanced to Sequence 3. Once he regained control of Alvin Abraham's body and successfully promoted to Miracle Invoker, he'd have full angel-level power, no need to fear tricks from a mere pirate admiral. Thinking this, Ebner nodded slightly and said, "Tell her I accept. Once the last of the 11-year experiment survivors, Felina, returns from Daisy, I'll go see her. As for that Lady D from the Aurora Order." Ebner had already sent Owen on Sunday to capture her and place her into Grozel's travels for examination. He was increasingly certain that the ritual hidden within the 5 survivors' bodies was related to the lid of the God's box. After finishing that discussion, Klein manifested the diary he had received earlier and passed it to Ebner. When Ebner finished reading, Klein asked, "What do you think Mr. Dorr and the Night Emperor were trying to achieve through their cooperation? What else could it be?" The Night Emperor was a special soul that had once emerged from the God's box. Most likely, he wanted to open a crack in the seal of the Sapphira Castle and channel the power of the Nation of Disorder he corresponded to. But that knowledge isn't something I can tell you yet. Still, since Roselle had learned about these matters from Mr. Dorr, could it be that, in his desperate later years, he had tried to imitate them as well? For some reason, Ebner suddenly thought of the so-called underground vault beneath the Delian family estate. In a villa in Backlund's Bridge district. Freshly bathed, her tall and graceful figure perfectly displayed, Bernadette accepted the letter delivered by her messenger and read it carefully. Mr. Dorr. Bernadette repeated the name several times, then as if foreseeing something, she suddenly turned, her gaze piercing westward through the window, as though she could see all the way to Trier. The only wonder he constructed that still remains in reality is the Arc de Triomphe. Intis, Trier. While the Eye of Wisdom clone was still in a private discussion with Mr. Fool, Ebner's true body was meeting 3 distinguished guests. One wore a simple linen robe with mended seams, belted with a strip of twisted bark. Her long black hair hung loose, and her bare feet were covered in dust and scars. Another was clad in a pale yellow dress embroidered with ears of wheat, light and flowing, with various herbs and flowers tucked at her waist. The third, a man, wore a plain white robe trimmed with brass-colored silk threads and a pair of thick-framed glasses. His dignified aura made one instinctively feel respect, as though before a truly learned scholar. The first 2 were women, the latter a man. "Ariana, servant of concealment," said the woman in the simple robe, introducing herself. "Annie, desolate matriarch," said the woman in the yellow dress, glancing at Ariana and mimicking her tone. "Dwyer, wisdom angel," said the man in the brass-threaded robe with a smile. End of this chapter. Chapter 1034, Sincerity. Watching the 3 earthbound angels appear before him so suddenly, Ebner couldn't help the twitch at the corner of his lips. He had merely reported the contents of Bornova's proposed deal to Lilith, the goddess, and the 2-5 dragon during his prayers and requested their support. He never expected 3 angels to come personally. This was honestly fantastic. There was no need to even mention servant of concealment, Ariana, a figure who had already appeared in the original events. As the abbess of the Night Monastery, she was second only to the pontiff of the Church of the Ever-Night Goddess. The name, Desolate Matriarch, Annie was also familiar to him. He knew she was one of the 3 matriarchs of the Church of the Earth Mother, ranked just below the Church's supreme seat, Matriarch Roland. As for Wisdom Angel, Dwyer, Ebner had heard Edwina mention him before. The angel's story was legendary, and in many ways similar to his own. If Dwyer hadn't still been alive, Ebner might have mistaken his experiences for those of another Lou Beau. All 3 were top figures within their respective churches, and now they were gathered together in his home. If the Intis government learned of this, they'd probably lose sleep for months. Fortunately, with Her Excellency Ariana present, the house was now under the state of concealment. After tracing 3 sacred symbols in the air and saluting respectfully to the angels, Ebner carefully asked, regarding the god of steam and machinery's proposed transaction, do the deities have any instructions? However, as soon as the question left his lips, he realized what a blasphemous thing he had just said. He opened his mouth again, but no words came to explain himself. Wisdom Angel, Dwyer smiled and said, "It's fine. I've done the same thing myself before. I believe Lady Ariana and Lady Annie won't mind." Neither Servant of Concealment nor Desolate Matriarch spoke, which counted as tacit agreement. As for the deal with the god of steam and machinery, since the 3 of us are standing here, you need not agree to any terms yourself. When you meet His Excellency Gustav later, he, and the deity behind him, will feel our sincerity, Dwyer said with a gentle smile. You're calling this sincerity? It looks an awful lot like intimidation to me. Sure, the goddess and the god of knowledge standing together makes sense, but bringing in the Earth Mother as well. Or perhaps that's intentional too. At this point, the plot's gone completely off track. I can't even tell what the goddess and Lilith are scheming anymore. Still, if he could gain the Steam Church's cooperation without having to promise anything himself, that seemed like a pretty good deal. I just wonder what price the three deities will pay behind the scenes on my behalf. But well, since I'm already neck-deep in divine gifts, one more doesn't make much difference. Having reasoned it through, Ebner relaxed completely. After sending a messenger to the Gustav Cathedral to deliver a meeting invitation to Bornova, he took the chance to consult the three earthbound angels on various subjects while waiting for old Roselle's son to arrive. Among these discussions, he focused particularly on asking desolate matriarch Annie about the mythical form of the Mother Pathway. After all, of the 22 Beyonder pathways on Earth, this was the last mythical creature form for which he hadn't yet constructed a model. Annie, clearly having received the Earth Mother's oracle, didn't refuse his request. Instead, she demonstrated it in full detail. Before long, even Ariana and Dwyer had joined the discussion. Thus, when Bornova arrived, just as before, surrounded by three floating puppets, he was greeted by the sight of this lively, harmonious scene. Even though he lacked true human emotions, he froze for several seconds, stunned. It wasn't until one of his puppets, serving as his relay station, received some unknown signal that he snapped back to his senses. After a brief hesitation, he stepped into the area of concealment and bowed toward the three angels. Your Excellency Ariana. Your Excellency Annie. Your Excellency Dwyer. My lord already knows of your visit, and accepts the proposal from the Evernight Goddess, the Earth Mother, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. So, please, leave Trier as soon as possible. As expected of the inhuman Bornova, even with his graceful demeanor, he has absolutely no sense of tact when he speaks. Ebner grumbled inwardly, then glanced toward the three earthbound angels. To his surprise, they simply nodded and said, very well. That's it. The negotiation's over. Just like that. So abrupt. You didn't even discuss anything. This isn't the fierce, godlike flashing confrontation leading to mutual compromise I was expecting. Seeing his thoughts written plainly across his face, Wisdom Angel Dwyer chuckled and explained. Exchanges between deities are not for us to intervene in. And as I said earlier, we came here only to display sincerity. I get it, it's like when someone tries to invest a small amount of money to buy a big stake in my company, only to discover that behind me stand representatives of multiple financial giants. That's quite a display of sincerity. I just wonder how the god of steam and machinery will deal with the problem of the mechanical emperor later on. While Ebner was lost in these scattered thoughts, the three angels completed their business. Apart from matriarch Annie, who would remain temporarily in Trier under the pretext of a formal visit, residing at Wheatsprout Cathedral, number 18 Montian Avenue, Sauron District, the other two prepared to leave immediately. Only then did Bornova finally turn to Ebner and speak calmly. Charles Delian will, at next week's assembly, propose the Western Military Regions Reform Bill. He intends to use the Prime Minister's authority to force it through, thereby inciting the Western Army to revolt, to conceal the massive sacrificial ritual that will cause countless deaths. The Church will not immediately remove him from office but will prevent his evil actions in the Western region. If you wish for the young lady of the Surrey family to gain sufficient political capital, send her west. In the coming turmoil, she will likely earn the Western Army's respect. After saying this, he pulled open a portal with his three puppets, vanishing swiftly from the balcony, just as he had last time. The remaining three angels also departed one after another, leaving Ebner alone in the room within moments. They won't remove the Prime Minister right away. Seems like the Steam Church really intends to use this as an opportunity to reform the political system. What kind of system will it be? A return to monarchy? Or an attempt at a truly elected emperor? Still, aside from Fanny gaining political influence, my film company could profit greatly from the upheaval if things are handled well. Even Elaine might end up winning herself a seat in Parliament. After mentally calculating all this, Ebner took a step forward, teleporting directly into the detached house where Fanny was renting her lodgings. Last time, since it had been well past midnight, he hadn't wanted to disturb her rest or discuss work. This time, arriving earlier, it was just right for him to talk with her about the situation in the West. End of this chapter. Chapter 1035, Zio's Return. East Chester County, inside the Hall family castle. Failed again. Who could have imagined that woman would bomb both an art gallery and an airship just because she thought the painting was fake? What's even scarier is that, as a spectator, I didn't realize she was the culprit at all until Conan revealed the truth, even though my Beyonder abilities like mind reading were sealed. Does this mean that my understanding of psychology is only superficial, that all the insight I've been proud of was just the bonus from my Beyonder powers? Audrey lay on her bed, her emerald eyes unfocused, reflecting deeply on her own failings. After a while, she stood up and walked to the door. Outside lay a big golden retriever, tail swishing idly. Audrey smiled and said, Sujia, Island is still at the Antique Collection and Preservation Foundation. You don't have to keep staying in that hunting dog posture all the time, do you? At the mention of Island's name, Sujia alertly looked left and right, sniffed the air, and then replied. Audrey, as a dog, I think maintaining vigilance like this is necessary. It was just that one time I couldn't resist asking Island to show me how he fed that box with wolfish cans, right? Audrey grumbled inwardly. Sure, the smell was awful, but he handled everything inside a sealed tank of water. It wasn't nearly as disgusting as Mr. Tower and the others described. Still smiling, she said, Dog. Didn't you tell me last time that repeating words too often makes it easy for others to grasp your habits and thought patterns? Sujia replied seriously, after what happened with the wolfish cans, I've come to clearly understand that humans and dogs are not the same. Even though I can now read books independently and understand human thinking, physiologically, we are still completely different. Audrey blinked in confusion. Sujia, what are you trying to say? Audrey, I don't want to be a dog anymore. I want to be a lady whose nose isn't so sensitive, Sujia said, wagging her tail. Audrey found herself speechless for a moment. After a long pause, she managed, Sujia, maybe you should stop reading those kinds of silly novels. But that line was from a newly released film, Sujia corrected. Oh, so you were joking. Audrey forced her smile to stay in place instead of collapsing. Humor is the first step toward becoming a lady, Sujia said earnestly. And where did that quote come from? Audrey asked after a pause. It's from a new novel by Furzwall, Sujia said, leaping onto the desk and grabbing a book with her teeth. Air. I thought the actual line was, humor is the first step toward approaching a lady, wasn't it? Audrey glanced at the book, thinking aloud. Isn't that the same thing? Sujia tilted her head, tail wagging, eyes full of confusion. Of course not. Audrey perked up, ready to give her golden retriever a grammar lesson, but just then, she saw Earl Hall walking up the castle stairs, followed by a valet and an attendant. Though sunlight streamed brightly outside, the corridor here remained dim and heavy, with several candles already lit in sconces along the walls to illuminate the steps. This castle is far too old. I think it's in need of a major renovation, Earl Hall commented casually to his daughter. Audrey nodded gracefully. Yes, dear father, that's exactly why I dislike this place, it makes me feel as though I'm slowly decaying. But I already spend £13,000 a year maintaining it, the Earl said with a wry smile. He then shifted the topic to the bicycle company's stock sale, proposing a clever plan, to mortgage a small amount from the bank to buy the shares, then pledge those same shares to get another loan to pay off the first. The reason I think you should buy shares in this company, he explained, first, is that this industry has an incredibly bright future. Right now, it's still far below its true value, and investing in it will steadily increase your assets. Second, from what I know, the shares being sold belong to a detective named Sherlock Moriarty. But that's not the key point, the one handling the sale on his behalf is the newly promoted Viscount Ebner Bryan. They're both detectives, so I assume they know each other, and that's why Mr. Moriarty entrusted Viscount Bryan to sell his shares. But whatever the reason, this is an excellent opportunity to establish contact with that rising star of the kingdom. I've long wanted to talk with him and see if we might collaborate, unfortunately, I've missed every chance so far. By missed, he meant the Duke Negan's ball. Audrey's eyes flickered thoughtfully as she remembered Mr. Tower's commission. She tentatively asked, Father, you think highly of that Viscount? Are you planning to invest in Belden? Earl Hall shook his head and smiled. What I value is his film company. Or rather, its highly professional and complete operational model, its management structure, and its global theater network. That's something no other film company possesses, at least, not yet. I can easily imagine that for the next 10 or 20 years, no one will be able to compete with them. Also, a film company's profitability isn't even the most important part. I believe everyone has underestimated the influence of a film company capable of simultaneous releases across the entire continent. If it were used to spread certain ideas, the resulting propaganda effect could far surpass that of newspapers. Sadly, I didn't take this new industry seriously enough back then, and missed the chance to invest. Audrey's eyes widened slightly. This was the first time she'd heard her father speak so highly of a person, and an entire industry. Though she still couldn't quite imagine it, she trusted her father's judgment and understood what he meant by influence. So Mr. Tower's company is really that powerful. But father doesn't seem very interested in his Belden project. Yet when Mr. Tower described its prospects, I thought it sounded wonderful. After some thought, Audrey cautiously suggested, but I think that Viscount's new Belden Film City project is quite good too. Why not start from there and build a friendship with him? After all, the bicycle company isn't even his own enterprise. Earl Hall laughed softly again and shook his head meaningfully. That project is interesting, yes, but Belden is far too close to the seashore of intermittence. Too close to the seashore of intermittence. Audrey blinked in confusion, but before she could ask, her father handed her another document and said with a smile, that's why I've prepared another proposal. Once you've bought the bicycle shares and returned to Backlund, you can consider passing this to your friend Furs and have her deliver it to Viscount Brian. Curious, Audrey took the file. On the cover were the words: Proposal on the establishment of the Academy of Film Arts and Sciences and the creation of film awards. If you can't join the game, then become the referee, set the rules, regulate the market, and gain influence in the film industry indirectly. On Wednesday morning, after spending a day and a night discussing with Fanny, Ebner finally finished planning how to take full advantage of the upcoming Western crisis in Intis to reap maximum benefit. Leaving Fanny's rented house, he went straight to the Brian Film Company in Trier. He spent the entire morning finalizing new projects with Elaine, films like The Saint of Toulon and The Cannon Fire of Varese, both stories of heroines leading people and soldiers to crush cultists and demons. These would be released at the right time to bolster Fanny's public image. Afterward, Ebner instructed the Secret Order's Scholar of Yore, Daphne, to transform into Owen's likeness and act in his stead in Trier. As for himself, he teleported back to Backlund, because Zio had returned from East Chester. After more than a month of intense pursuit missions, during which she judged and punished all sorts of criminals, she was now only one step away from fully digesting her Sequence 5 potion, Disciplinary Paladin. End of this chapter. Chapter 1036, A Wave of Surprises Approaches. Oh. The monstrous steam locomotive let out a deafening roar as it exhaled thick plumes of smoke, dragging its long body behind it as it slowly pulled into the station, slowing down bit by bit. When the train finally came to a full stop, Zio Dericha, carrying a small suitcase, followed the crowd onto the platform and then out of the station. There, she immediately saw a familiar figure waiting beside a carriage, raising his hand in greeting. A faint smile curved across Zio's lips. That friend, of course, was Ebner. The moment Zio appeared, he noticed her too. Despite her short stature, her very presence drew attention. As someone who had relentlessly pursued and disciplined vicious criminals as a disciplinary paladin, she naturally carried a quiet aura of authority that made those around her instinctively step aside. When Zio approached, Ebner naturally took her suitcase from her and led her up into the carriage. It was only then that he finally took a closer look at his old friend. She was wearing a brown tricorn hat tied with a silk ribbon, a red-fitted jacket that accentuated her waist, a blue cloak draped over her shoulders, and a white shirt beneath, the collar decorated with layers of lace. Matching her coat were dark trousers, and at her belt hung several small square pouches, the kind used to store combat essentials. Altogether, she looked smart, capable, and heroic. Perhaps because of the month-long disciplinary missions she'd undertaken, her once round, slightly childish face had slimmed down quite a bit. Seeing this, Ebner sighed softly. You didn't need to push yourself this hard. I've already found a way to clear your father's name. Zio glanced toward the coachman and noticed that it was actually Chelsa, the puppet of Ebner's magic mirror, in disguise. The area around the carriage was also sealed by spiritual power, so she shook her head and said, I know you'll help me avenge him, to clear my father's unjust charge, but this is something I want to take part in personally. You once told me that to uncover the entire truth behind this matter, I'd have to at least reach the level of a demigod. At the time, I thought you were exaggerating the difficulty, but now, it seems the affair my father was caught up in is far beyond what even demigods can handle. From the sound of it, she's already discovered something. Ebner was slightly startled, then asked directly. Between them, there were few secrets left, aside from dangerous knowledge that couldn't be spoken aloud. Zio removed her hat and set it beside her, looked across at Ebner, and smiled faintly. Do you remember when we accompanied Mr. Gaston through the first 3 floors of the Dream Labyrinth Tower? Of course, Ebner said at once, nodding. That adventure had been a turning point for him. It was when he had truly cast off the confused, aimless state he'd been in since crossing over, and fully integrated into this world. Otherwise, like some of his short-lived counterparts, his stay in the world of mysticism might have lasted no longer than a month. Zio too seemed to drift into that memory for a moment before continuing. At that time, my reward on the 9th floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower was a novel. It told the love story of a beautiful girl named Sherman and a nobleman. The worst part was, it was unfinished. The story stopped right after Sherman became that noble's mistress. I remember thinking that her fate couldn't possibly end well. Recently, one of my informants sent word that Sherman has reappeared, except now she's a he. He's my friend from Eastborough, Sherman. And behind him stands a witch, most likely the very witch Prince Edisac once fell in love with, Triss. Also, one of your newly hired butlers seems to be connected to that witch as well. As she said this, Zio let out a soft sigh. Ebner wasn't surprised she had found this much. As Princess Vera's direct subordinate in MI9, Zio held considerable authority, even more so now that King George III no longer considered Vera a threat, giving Zio wider freedom of action. With those advantages, and the key clues she'd extracted from him, it wasn't strange that she'd managed to catch Triss's scent. After a moment's thought, Ebner asked tentatively, so you think you've figured out who your enemy is? Since the Dream Labyrinth Tower implied that Sherman's story was the key to my father's death, the connection isn't hard to guess. Even if we don't yet know which nobleman Sherman later became mistress to, he must be someone tied to my father's case. And Triss likely used Sherman to get close to such a noble in order to uncover the truth behind the prince's murder. It's very possible that Edisac and my father were both silenced because of the same incident. Add to that what Mr. World discovered, the Mad Captain, the Mi-9 demigod, the events covered up by the Great Smog. When you put it all together, the culprit isn't hard to guess. Most members of the lone royal family, perhaps even His Majesty himself, are my enemies. As she said this, Zio actually felt a bit grateful that she hadn't learned the truth a year ago. If she had, her impulsive and reckless younger self might have thrown herself headlong into danger, failing to avenge her father and dragging Furs and Ebner down with her. It was only after joining the Tarot Club that she learned the Augustus family was an angelic lineage surviving from the Fourth Epoch, that even the Fool himself, before fully recovering his power, could only have the world investigate them discreetly. Ebner did not confirm or deny her deductions. He instead studied the River of Fate around her. Revealing the ritual of the Black Emperor or the true goals of George III to her now would still bring unnecessary danger. In this world, beyond her powers were far too varied, knowing things one wasn't ready to know could be fatal. For instance, in the original events, even Hiram didn't know Klein personally, yet when Klein sought information on artifacts containing the Fire Stealer's characteristic, he inadvertently glimpsed her image. After a brief pause, Ebner said, "I still can't tell you too much. But I can say this, Vera can be trusted. Of course I trust Her Highness, she's different from the other Augustuses." Zio gazed at Ebner for a moment before nodding. "In fact, she isn't an Augustus at all," Ebner added, partly to prevent Zio's resentment toward the Augustuses from causing conflict or mistrust later on. Zio blinked in surprise, then her eyes widened in sudden realization. Piecing together the clues she'd seen from the princess's past behavior, she exclaimed, "Tamara." "Exactly." Ebner nodded slightly but didn't elaborate further. Zio didn't press the issue either. Instead, she asked, "Where's Furs? I remember she didn't come to pick me up last year either." Ebner coughed lightly and said, "She hasn't gotten up yet." Zio instinctively glanced at her watch, the hour hand already pointed to 1 in the afternoon. She sighed, half angry, half exasperated. "Honestly. I leave for a while and she gets lazier and lazier, sleeping until the afternoon." Then she shot Ebner a glare. "And you don't even try to keep her in line." Ebner gave an awkward chuckle and hurriedly changed the subject. Zio gave him a brief, knowing look but didn't press the issue. As they continued chatting casually, her fingers brushed one of the pouches at her waist. Inside was a small gift she had prepared. Because tomorrow, May 12th, Thursday, was Ebner's birthday, and she intended to give him a surprise right at midnight. Ebner, of course, was completely unaware, he'd long stopped paying attention to the birthday of this body. Nor did he know that Zio wasn't the only one planning to surprise him tomorrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 1037, The Knocking. Backlund, at the villa on 28 Kinster Street. After bringing Zio back, Ebner arranged for her to rest first, while he returned to handling his backlog of official and business matters. After all, his territory of Belden was still in the early stages of recovery, and his film company, in loan lacked subordinates as capable as Elaine. Even though Ebner had organized a professional team to help him with management, his resources still felt stretched thin. Right now, he was in urgent need of employees who were competent, well-connected, and, most importantly, trustworthy. There are far too few people like Elaine, someone from a prominent family, yet dedicated and efficient. Ebner sighed inwardly before immersing himself back in work. Meanwhile, Zio Dericha, after putting down her luggage, did not immediately rest. Instead, she asked the servant who had prepared her bath, which room is Furs while staying in. Ever since Ebner became a viscount and hired the professional butler Walter, the household staff had been given clear and proper duties, unlike before when the Skade couple and a few maids had to take care of nearly everything themselves. The maid, who had worked in Ebner's household for a long time, clearly knew the relationship between Miss Zio and Miss Furs. Without hesitation, she pointed Zio in the right direction. After thanking her, Zio took a quick bath, then followed the maid's directions to the indicated room. She knocked once, no response. So she directly opened the door and stepped inside. After all, she carried several charms Ebner had prepared for her, and open door was among the most basic of them. The bedroom wasn't large, but its decor clearly matched Furs' preferences. It had her personality written all over it. For instance, there was a sofa pressed up against the writing desk, clearly for her to collapse onto after writing fatigue set in. And beside the sofa were 2 small tables, one piled high with magazines, the other stacked with snacks and drinks, obviously prepared for her moments of slacking off. On the desk, scattered pages of a manuscript lay about. On the topmost page, Zio could faintly make out the words, "The Shipwreck of the Ice Sea." She glanced over the pages, then turned her gaze to Furs, still curled up on the bed, sound asleep. Zio's frown softened slightly as she guessed her friend must have stayed up late writing before a deadline, which explained why she was still asleep at this hour. Casually picking up one of the loose pages, Zio skimmed a few lines, and was stunned to realize that it described a scene in which the male and female protagonists were chased and hid inside a carriage together. The imagery Furs had written was vivid enough to make Zio's heart race, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Then, as if suddenly recalling something, she quickly picked up the earlier pages to read from the beginning. Once she confirmed it was a normal romance story, Zio finally let out a sigh of relief. After all, with the rapid growth of the film industry, some of the newer companies, unable to compete with Brain Film Company, had turned to indecent tactics, producing scandalous films for secret theater screenings. Zio had already shut down 2 such companies in Eastchester County, personally carrying out disciplinary punishment. She had just been worried that Ebner might have decided to tap into that market and asked Furs to write the scripts, but now it seemed she had been overthinking. Of course, how could Ebner be so filthy? Furs is proud of being a serious writer, she would never write that kind of filth. Besides, I doubt that sort of movie even has a script. Ugh, after over a month of high-intensity, disciplinary missions, even if the results were good, I might have developed some mental issues, like seeing everyone as a criminal and wanting to punish everything I see. According to Ebner, isn't that called post-battle psychological syndrome? No wonder both Ebner and the son emphasized during discussions of the acting method that you must remember, you are only acting. Lost in thought, Zio decided that after giving Ebner his birthday surprise at midnight, she'd probably book an appointment for a psychological consultation. But for now, she had to wake Furs up. Even if Furs had been up all night writing, sleeping into the afternoon was too much. With that in mind, Zio walked up to the bed, pulled off Furs' blanket, and nudged her. Furs, it's time to get up. Furs, dressed in a light yellow nightgown, instinctively reached for the blanket, but grasped at empty air. Half asleep, she mumbled, just let me sleep a little longer, curling up into a tighter ball. Watching this, Zio stood silently for a few seconds. Then, an invisible spiritual whip raised itself high above Furs' spirit body. Half in a dream, Furs instantly felt the overwhelming sense of danger from her intuition, her inspiration screamed at her. She shivered violently and woke up completely. Still groggy, she rubbed her eyes and only became truly alert when she saw who was standing at her bedside. Zio. You're back, she asked in surprise. So, who did you think it was? Zio raised an eyebrow. Furs gave an awkward laugh, didn't answer, and quickly put on her slippers before heading to the washroom. After freshening up, she returned carrying a large fanapity or meat pie and a glass of Dixie Bay iced sweet tea, placing them on the desk as she ate and asked. Didn't you just get back this afternoon? The fanapity or meat pie was the same kind Miss Judy had once mentioned as being tastier than Dixie pies. Out of curiosity, Ebner had teleported to Fanapity or City to buy some. It is already the afternoon. Can't you see what time it is? Zio replied irritably. Furs glanced at the wall clock, then smacked her forehead. My sleep schedule's completely messed up. I've lost all sense of time lately. Zio took the opportunity to scold her a few more times before eyeing the food on the table. You shouldn't eat this stuff too often, it's not healthy. Why do you say that? Furs asked, taking a bite of the fruit and ham stuffed pie. I read it in a magazine. If you want to stay in shape, you should eat less oily food like that, Zio replied. As long as you exercise more, it's not a problem. And you're a combatant, you'll stay in shape without even trying, Furs said with a grin. Zio gave her friend a long, up and down look, then asked dryly, so, have you been exercising a lot lately? Furs blinked for a moment, then said matter-of-factly, of course. I've been traveling across half the northern continent for my acting practice. After finishing the pie, Furs tidied up, then pulled Zio over to sit by the bed, clearing her throat. To celebrate your return, I've decided to give you a gift. You got into trouble again, didn't you? Or did you do something you're guilty about and want to hide from me? Zio asked suspiciously. Furs blinked, suddenly reflecting on her own behavior. She coughed lightly, then took a sheet of parchment from the nightstand drawer. Zio glanced at it, and her expression immediately changed. Where did you get this? She asked sharply. The parchment clearly contained information about Sherman. It said that Sherman had been discreetly inquiring about the preferences of Viscount Stafford, the captain of the Royal Guards. I got it accidentally during an astrology reading. Since it concerned that Viscount who might be linked to your father's case, I made sure to record it. So that means, in the future, Sherman, or rather, Snowman's lover, is Viscount Stafford. He really does know the truth behind my father's injustice. Zio nodded thoughtfully, then said solemnly, you shouldn't get involved in this any further, it's dangerous. And if you must go out, make sure you have Ebner with you. Seeing Zio's serious tone, Furs obediently agreed. In truth, aside from her role-playing sessions with Ebner, she rarely went out anyway. Then, after Zio pocketed the parchment and thanked her, she added, "Tomorrow is Ebner's birthday. Since you prepared a gift for me, don't tell me you forgot his." "Of course not." Furs grinned and took out a small box from the nightstand. Inside was a delicate cufflink engraved with mysterious patterns. Zio stared at the cufflink for a long time. When Furs finally asked, puzzled, "What's wrong?" Zio reached into her waist pouch and pulled out a small case. When she opened it, inside was a cufflink identical in every way, same design, same engraving. Late at night, just after midnight. While Ebner was projecting the Despair Nightingale and studying the mythical form of the Demoness pathway, he suddenly heard simultaneous knocking on both the door and the window of his bedroom. End of this chapter. Chapter 1038, The Disciplinary. Outside the door, it was Zio and Furs. Outside the window, it was Jane. Wait, it seemed Emma, who was possessed by Flora, was there too, except the former hadn't noticed the latter. No, it's because of Flora's ability. They can't perceive each other at all. But why would Zio, Furs, Jane, Emma, and Flora all show up at my place in the middle of the night? Just as Ebner was puzzling over it, the magic mirror beside him suddenly made Cheesia, its puppet, speak. "Master, happy birthday." Only then did it hit him, oh right, today was the birthday of this body. A wave of warmth and pride welled up inside him. Having so many friends remember his birthday meant that, after crossing over to this world for more than a year, he had truly succeeded in integrating into it. Still, why do I have a bad feeling about such a heartwarming scene? Rubbing his chin, Ebner quickly activated the pure white eye, using the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune within to begin a simulation. After half a minute and dozens of possible fate branches, Ebner wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and made his decision. First, he released Yalarin's avatar and had her use Mystery Reenactment, One Pillow Dream, to construct a large dream labyrinth inside his bedroom. The labyrinth contained nothing else, just multiple, perfect one-to-one replicas of his bedroom. Anyone who entered, whether through the door or the window, would be instantly drawn into one of the dream bedrooms, without realizing it. Meanwhile, Ebner divided his eyes of wisdom, letting them take on his appearance inside these dreamscapes, becoming avatars of himself, each ready to greet the friends who had come to celebrate his birthday. The eyes of wisdom had no corporeal form in the real world, but within dreams or the grey fog, these illusory realms, they could indeed become true incarnations. After finishing all that, Ebner finally lifted the spiritual barrier around his bedroom and welcomed his friends in. Since the mythical form of a demoness was dangerous enough to drive ordinary people and most beyonders insane, or even kill them, just from a glance, he had previously constructed a wall of spirituality around his room as protection. Jane Grant Miranda, who had rushed over from NAFS, didn't realize she was already inside a dream. She looked at Ebner standing before her and smirked mischievously. Then, with lightning speed, she took out the cake hidden behind her, its presence obscured by spirituality, and smashed it right into Ebner's face. Ever since her birthday, when she had crossed that solemn corridor into a beautiful castle only to have her face covered in cake at the peak of her anticipation, she had been waiting for the perfect chance to get revenge on Ebner, and tonight, she finally got it. Ebner's Eye of Wisdom avatar, of course, had foreseen Jane's surprise, but he made no attempt to stop it, letting her get her revenge. After all, it's just a dream anyway. Compared to Jane, Emma was far more ladylike. As a noble young lady, the reason she had come to Ebner's room in the middle of the night was half due to Flora's influence, being the fanatical believer of Ebner, and half because she genuinely wanted to steal Ebner's heart as part of her Prometheus roleplay. "Ebner, happy birthday," she said politely, then presented her gift. It was a mechanical wristwatch, its gears exposed, exuding a sophisticated mechanical charm. The moment Zio Dericha stepped into Ebner's bedroom, her powers as someone on the Arbiter pathway made her faintly aware that something was off. She scanned the room and the Ebner in front of her but couldn't pinpoint what exactly felt wrong. Her brows furrowed. Even though she had returned to Backlund, the intense rhythm of her recent disciplinary missions kept her on high alert. So, while Ebner and Furs were chatting, she quietly recited a name under her breath. The fool that does not belong to this era. At 160 Backlund Street, Klein was lying in bed in his second-floor bedroom, mulling over how to handle tomorrow's full moon, Massachusetts. The Church of the Evernight Goddess didn't have that many holy days. The most important was the Winter Festival, followed by the Full Moon Mass, also known as the Moonlight Service, and then the usual weekly Sunday ceremonies. Different dioceses and cathedrals also had their own feast days depending on their patron saints or angels. I'm not too worried myself. As Dwayne Dantes, I did interact with a few bishops and priests of St. Samuel's Cathedral because of daily, but most were just acquaintances in passing. Even if someone replaced me, they wouldn't notice. The real issue is Sharon. Normally, she could stay home using pregnancy as an excuse, but as the night goddess Black Night Guardian, skipping the full moon mass could draw suspicion. And if she really goes, can Sharon truly play the role of daily well enough? Maybe I should use the endless book of teleportation to visit Faceac and ask the real Daily to come help. Just as he was debating the idea, Klein heard a faint, overlapping plea echoing in the spiritual realm. He got out of bed, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and ascended above the grey fog. There, he discovered the one praying was none other than Judgment Zio. Ebner's birthday, the sense of wrongness after entering the room, wanting to know the source of that unease. So today is Mr. Towers' birthday. I didn't even notice. I should send him my regards later. After all, he once celebrated mine. Thinking that, Klein extended his spirituality toward the crimson star representing judgment, using their connection to observe the source of her unease. Moments later, his expression grew subtly amused. He had seen through exactly what Ebner was doing. After a few seconds of thought, Klein manifested his pendulum and conducted a brief divination. As the yellow crystal spun counterclockwise, the corners of his mouth lifted. Well, since this is Miss Judgment's prayer, and the price is 2 pages of Emperor Roselle's diary, as the fool who trades in equivalent exchange, I can't possibly ignore it. Besides, this can serve as my birthday blessing for you too, Mr. Tower. I do hope you enjoy it. Having convinced himself, Klein picked up a paper angel, and threw it into the crimson star representing judgment, granting her a blessing. And that blessing had but one effect, allowing Miss Judgment to remain conscious within the dream. Back in Ebner's room, Zio had just handed over her birthday present when she suddenly saw a 12-winged seraph wrap its wings around her. At that instant, she knew, this place wasn't reality. Raising her head, she looked at the Ebner, who was admiring the pair of cufflinks, and her eyes grew dangerously sharp. If any criminal familiar with the terror of the unseen fear were here, they would recognize that look. Discipline was about to descend. End of this chapter. Chapter 1039, Sharon's Thoughts. On Friday evening, after waiting nearly 10 minutes outside the Grand Prayer Hall, Klein supported Miss Sharon, who had transformed into Daly, and entered alongside the other believers attending the moonlight mass under the guidance of a priest. In the dim and tranquil atmosphere, they were greeted by an orderly and ethereal chant. The crimson full moon rises, shining upon the earth. All people sink into sweet dreams, dreaming of themselves. Dreaming of parents, wives, and children, this is eternity. As those sacred, rhythmic voices echoed layer by layer, the congregation within the Grand Prayer Hall unconsciously grew calm, as though they had forgotten all worldly worries and sorrows. At the front, Bishop Electra, who presided over this service, began a brief sermon. After reading a classic passage from the Revelation of the Night, distributing the sacrament, and concluding with a hymn of praise to the goddess, Klein took Sharon's arm, his other hand holding a wallet, and walked down the aisle toward the altar under the bishop's gentle gaze. Touching his chest 4 times clockwise and drawing a scarlet moon, Klein placed all his high-denomination bills into the donation box. A total of £300. In that moment, Klein felt neither pain nor reluctance. His heart was calm, because it reminded him of the ritual when old Neil had repaid his debt. At that time, under the goddess's blessing, they had found a wallet filled with more than £300 in cash. Stepping back, he again traced a scarlet moon across his chest and gave way to the next donor. At this time, Bishop Electra approached them, performing the same motion as he said warmly, "May the goddess bless you both, Mr. Dantes, Mrs. Dantes." After Klein and Sharon returned his smile and blessing, the bishop guided them toward a side exit of the prayer hall and said with a grin, "Dwayne, Daly, it's been a while since we've met. I heard you went on a sea voyage and made a fortune in business. Hee, I thought it was just a rumor, but seeing your devotion to the goddess today, I know I was wrong." Hearing that, Klein's expression didn't change, but inwardly he tensed. He knew this was the real test of the Moonlight, Massachusetts. Originally, he had wanted to teleport to Faceac to invite the real Daly to help, but after discussing it with Miss Sharon, she insisted it wasn't necessary, that she could easily handle Daly's acquaintances without arousing suspicion. Seeing her so confident, Klein had chosen to believe her, yet now, as the moment came, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Still, with his clown ability, he controlled his expression perfectly and, imitating his old captain's manner, smiled gently and said, "The goddess has blessed me, allowing me to gain wealth beyond anything I had before." "This is indeed the goddess's blessing, but also your own effort," Bishop Electra replied with a smile before turning to Daly. "You've become much quieter since your pregnancy, that's good. By the way, Shona has been expecting you to invite her to a ball ever since she heard you moved to 160 Buckland Street. Don't forget her, You know how she is, she loves lively gatherings and never misses a party if she can help it." Shona was Bishop Electra's wife, more than 20 years younger than him, a lively young woman. According to the records, Daly and the Electra family were quite familiar with one another. So, instead of giving a polite answer, Miss Sharon swept her gaze up and down the bishop, then smirked and said, "Electra, I think it's you who can't handle Shona's enthusiasm. You just want her to tire herself out dancing, don't you? What's wrong? Did you run out of the sleeping potion I gave you to help her rest easily?" Klein was genuinely impressed. While Sharon's tone lacked Daly's signature brazenness, her delivery still captured 70 or 80% of Daly's spirit. Bishop Electra was also surprised. He sighed, "Daly, You've actually learned the lone style subtlety. Seems pregnancy has mellowed you out. If it were before, you'd have said outright that I was, cough, right, this is a church, I shouldn't say such things here. He cleared his throat and changed the subject. By the way, Leonard Mitchell came looking for you recently, but missed you several times. Leonard. Isn't he supposed to be investigating Sherlock right now? I was planning to use that to build up the story. Why would he come looking for Dwayne? Could it be that Dwayne's recent sea voyage with Daly made him suspicious? Just as Klein was pondering this, an elderly man in a black priest's robe walked through the side door toward a nearby spiral staircase. His white hair was still thick but unkempt, his face gaunt, as if his skin barely clung to bone. His expression was cold, his skin deathly pale, and his eyes an unusual shade of pure black. As he passed the trio, he ignored Dwayne and the bishop entirely, only nodding slightly to Miss Sharon. An internal guard, and he knows Daly. I can ask Daly through the fool about him later, seems like a good target. Klein didn't forget his original purpose for disguising himself as a wealthy man, the goddess's trial, to successfully infiltrate the Chainisgate of St. Samuel's Cathedral, obtain the Antigonus family's notes, and acquire the complete formula for the trickmaster. He had to admit, his captain's careful shaping of the Dwayne Dante's persona, and the inherent advantages of Daly's identity, had given him tremendous leverage. Otherwise, he'd have had to study the rotation schedules of the internal guards himself before striking. After musing briefly, Klein exchanged a few more casual words with the bishop. During that time, Sharon's banter became even more fluent, making Electra laugh that the old Daly had truly returned. Roughly 7 or 8 minutes later, Klein and Sharon took their leave and rejoined their valet, Ludwell, outside the church. When they returned home, it wasn't even 8 yet, just in time for dinner and a quiet evening. Once the servants had been dismissed and Sharon sealed off the surroundings, Klein, cutting into his steak, praised her. Sharon, your performance today was remarkable. Why didn't you show that level of skill during rehearsal? Sharon gave him a calm look and replied, would you really want me saying those kinds of things to you? Though he had to admit a small part of him did, Klein said righteously, of course not. I was only interested in the academic side of your disguise. Ever since learning the word academic from Mr. Tower, Klein had found it immensely useful. Compared to what I used to hear from the followers of the hedonistic school, these are nothing, Sharon said quietly after a pause. That's true. For someone as beautiful as Sharon, even with the protection of a messenger, being in the Roselle school of thought must have exposed her to no shortage of vulgar remarks. Maybe I just reminded her of unpleasant memories. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Klein sighed inwardly. Sharon seemed to read his mind. She shook her head gently and said, don't blame yourself. I'm long used to it. Her blue eyes met his again, steady and serious. My first wish was simply not to be bullied, to have the power to protect myself and my companions, and to promote the virtue of restraint. But as for revenge, I had almost given it up. My enemies were too strong. It was you who gave me hope again. Not only by showing me that beings like Mr. Fool, so great and merciful, exist in this world, but also by helping me find my teacher. Klein was about to respond when he suddenly heard faint, layered prayers echoing in his ear, a man's voice. At that same moment, Miss Sharon shed her earlier emotion and reverted to her calm puppet state, lifting the spiritual seal as she did. Seeing this, Klein knew their conversation was over for the night. After all, Miss Temperance had very little time each day to indulge emotion. He wiped his mouth, excused himself to the restroom, and stepped into the washroom. 10 seconds later, he appeared above the gray fog, where the crimson star representing the Hanged Man pulsed and expanded rhythmically. As expected, Klein leaned back in his chair, extending his spirituality. The Hanged Man's voice became clear. Honorable Mr. Fool, the Storm Church's fleet organized to attack the pirate port on Sonia Island has assembled and may depart at any moment. They're expected to arrive and begin their assault by Sunday evening. The Trident, carrying elite-mandated punishers, set out a day ago. Its whereabouts are currently unknown. I hope Mr. World will keep his promise and, during our battle with the Faceac Navy, steal the ominous sea monster the Faceac people are holding captive. I'll continue to provide the latest intelligence. The Church of Storms is moving this quickly. Well, that makes sense. Those hot-headed types wouldn't tolerate such a crucial ritual item of their pathway falling into enemy hands. If the Faceac side managed to raise a few ocean songsters, it would be a huge blow to the Storm Church's rule over the seas. Even the so-called pirate Admiral, Vice Admiral Hurricane, Kalangos, was only a wind-blessed. But still, I can't shake the feeling someone's pushing this conflict deliberately, as if they want both sides at each other's throats. Thinking that, Klein conjured paper and pen, performing a quick divination. After confirming the danger hadn't increased, he manifested the world, letting the fog-shrouded figure kneel in prayer and solemnly reply. Great Mr. Fool, please convey to the Hanged Man that I will do my utmost to help him capture the sea monster as promised. Once done, Klein sent both voice and image into the crimson star symbolizing the Hanged Man. With the sea god's scepter in hand, Klein was reasonably confident about this commission. He even suspected he could simply command the creature to swim away on its own amid the chaos. Still, to be safe, I should discuss this with Mr. Tower. Hopefully he's recovered by now. After all, yesterday's scene was. Klein shook his head, banishing those intrusive images, and stretched his spirituality toward the crimson star representing the tower. At that moment, Ebner, as Klein had guessed, had just climbed out of bed. I was so focused on using the Wheel of Fortune to simulate fate branches that I forgot, once the pure white eye is active, the side effects of that calamity mark spread out, and of all days, that was when everyone showed up, it turned into a full-on gathering. Sigh, well, at least Zio managed to completely digest her disciplinary paladin potion thanks to it. Guess my suffering wasn't in vain. End of this chapter. Chapter 1040, Unraveling the Threads. Moreover, through this process of discipline, most of the mental corruption that Zio had accumulated from deep acting was also purged. After all, it occurred within a dream constructed by an angel-level ability, and the one dream of Yellow Millet story itself was a kind of mystical trial of the heart. Though different in form from Bishop Utravsky's Nightmare Candle, its effects were remarkably similar. As for the small portion of lingering issues, those will have to be overcome through regular therapy and Zio's own willpower. Still, Zio's journey has been quite legendary. Not only has she interrogated the mysterious, but now she has even disciplined the unknown. No wonder she digested her potion so quickly. I just wonder, in the future, when Klein ascends the Fool's Throne and I reach a comparable height, what kind of mystical reenactment this incident would inspire. While Ebner was lost in that whimsical thought, endless grey fog suddenly spread before his eyes, and in his ears came the world's prayer. He's inviting me to meet above the grey fog. Perfect timing. I was just about to settle the score with him. No, wait, the one who granted Zio that blessing was Mr. Fool himself, so Klein's acting fearlessly because of that. Is he counting on me not daring to offend Mr. Fool? Ebner's mind worked quickly, and after some swift calculation, he already had a general plan for a bit of payback. No matter what Klein wants today, I'll steer it in that direction. With that decided, Ebner accepted the world's request, and moments later appeared within the ancient hall above the grey fog. Happy birthday, Mr. Tower. I know I'm a day late, but please accept my most sincere blessings, said Klein, sitting at the lowest end of the bronze table, smiling warmly. Keep your sincere blessings to yourself, I really can't afford them. Ebner muttered inwardly but maintained a calm exterior as he asked, thanks. So, what did you want to talk about? Klein composed his words carefully before replying, it's about a commission from the Hanged Man. I wanted to hear your opinion on it. What kind of commission? Ebner asked with genuine curiosity. This was something Klein hadn't mentioned earlier, as it hadn't been confirmed. The Church of Storms discovered that the Faceac military has been keeping an ominous sea monster captive. They've gathered a number of privateer captains loyal to the Lord of Storms, as well as some elite teams without official rank, to launch a surprise attack on the Faceac naval base on Sonia Island. Their goal is to slay the monster. The operation is scheduled for Sunday, sometime in the afternoon or evening. The Hangman hopes I can take advantage of the chaos during the battle between the Church of Storms and the Faceac Navy to steal the sea monster. Here, Klein paused, then looked at Ebner and continued. You should know that the Church of Storms would never tolerate any other faction controlling a strategic asset like an ominous sea monster. They'll go all out to destroy it. That's why this elite squad is the real strike force, and they've already departed aboard the Trident. He deliberately mentioned the Trident to ensure Ebner paid attention. After all, that ship was likely Lu Bo's vessel in another lifetime, and a crucial link to the underwater elven settlement provided by Miss Temperance. Sure enough, Ebner's interest sharpened at the mention of the Trident. After a moment's contemplation, he began to analyze carefully. This entire matter smells strange. First, the Church of Storms plans to raid a Faceac naval base, yet they openly disclose their target when recruiting those privateer fleets. Humans are complicated creatures. How could the Church of Storms be certain every captain remains loyal? And even if every captain is indeed faithful to the Lord of Storms, with so many people involved, leaks are inevitable. The Faceac military must already be aware of it. Klein nodded thoughtfully. That's exactly why I suspect the Hanged Man's group is merely the decoy. The real operation belongs to that elite strike team. Ebner chuckled. I'd wager the Trident has probably been lurking near Sonia Island ever since the Church of Storms began gathering its fleets. The first layer of their plan isn't complex. By deliberately leaking intel, they're rattling the snake from the grass, forcing the Faceac Navy on Sonia Island to panic and relocate the sea monster. In doing so, they'll open a perfect window for the Trident and that elite team hiding in the deep sea to strike, completing their mission with minimal cost. After all, the monster is being held inside a naval fortress, an extremely difficult place to attack directly. Klein's eyes brightened with realization. But now the Hanged Man and the others have been ordered to attack the naval port directly. That means the Faceac side didn't take the bait. The Faceac royal family commands the Hunter pathway. The demigods stationed at the port are likely Ironblood Knights or war bishops. As high-ranking schemers, seeing through such a ploy wouldn't be hard. The FASAC command must already have a counterplan, likely aiming to wipe out the Church of Storm's subordinate forces in one stroke. Ebner didn't voice that final thought aloud. Klein fell into contemplation. The FASAC military must be prepared, and the Church of Storms surely foresaw that. Yet they still chose to send the privateer fleet forward. Even if the FASAC side wasn't ready, a disorganized group like that could hardly stand against a national navy. And since the Church of Storms won't risk open war, they won't deploy their main fleet or publicly recognized elites. By all accounts, the Hanged Man's group is walking into a death trap. So what's the purpose of this? What is the Church of Storms really planning? Sharp as ever, he went straight for the key question. As expected of Mr. Fool. Ebner praised silently, then smiled faintly as he offered, a full-scale attack like this, seemingly desperate to storm the naval port and kill the monster, there can only be one true purpose, to draw attention away. Draw attention away. Klein frowned, lowering his gaze for a moment before raising it again, uncertain. You mean, there are spies for the Church of Storms within the FASAC ranks? Once the military's focus shifts to the port, the spy will act, either killing or releasing the sea monster, giving the Trident's elites the chance to finish the job. Ebner nodded first, then shook his head. Spies. Yes, but not necessarily pure Church of Storms agents, and most likely, the Church itself has been infiltrated too. So there's a third faction. Klein muttered grimly, then asked, but wouldn't such reckless action by the Church of Storms raise suspicion? Ebner smiled. First, charging headlong into danger is exactly the Church of Storms style, the FASAC commanders will be far more concerned about a Trident ambush than internal betrayal. Second, that unspeakable organization won't allow the Church of Storms to lose disastrously. Their goal is simply to deepen the enmity between the two sides and balance their naval strength, not to truly enrage the tyrant and ignite a full-scale war. If we don't interfere, that sea monster is as good as dead. That unspeakable organization. The Twilight Hermit Order. Klein wasn't unfamiliar with that shadowy group. It had already revealed a fragment of its existence back when Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos failed to assassinate Duke Negan. And later, through multiple mentions in Roselle's diaries, the seance with the Belial families, Apostle of Desire, and Ebner's private explanations, he had come to understand just how terrifying that secret society founded by the Angel of Imagination truly was. Adam, huh? What exactly is he trying to achieve? Klein murmured. In this case, his goal is much the same as when he ordered the assassination of Duke Negan, to weaken the Church of Storm's dominance over the seas. End of this chapter. Chapter 1041, Adam's Purpose. Weaken the Church of Storm's power at sea. When Klein heard Ebner's words, all the confusion that had accumulated in his mind suddenly became clear. He pondered aloud. The nobles in the lone military, especially in the navy, mostly worship the Lord of Storms, which gives the Church of Storms unparalleled influence within the lone armed forces. But Duke Negan was assassinated under the protection of the Church of Storms. The severity of that event lies in how it might have shaken the nobles' trust in the Church. After all, if even someone of Duke Negan's rank could be assassinated, what about the others? This kind of doubt is bound to weaken the Church of Storm's influence over the Navy, making coordination between the two sides far less seamless than before. In other words, it's an indirect reduction of their strength. And this time, with the sea monster incident, the Twilight Hermit Order is trying to use it as an opportunity to eliminate people like Mr. Hangman, those unaffiliated but loyal to the Church of Storms. Ebner nodded and smiled. That's roughly the idea. But they'll likely keep things under control, they won't let those subordinate forces be completely annihilated. Otherwise, the Church of Storm's power would drop too much, and that's not something those behind the scenes would want. He once again emphasized his earlier conjecture. But why would the members of the Twilight Hermit Order do this? What's in it for them? Klein asked with a frown. You should know what the Twilight Hermit Order's goal is, right? I remember Roselle's diary mentioned it, Ebner countered. To secretly manipulate global trends, interfere with the course of history, and guide the tides of the era. Klein replied reflexively. Then, connecting it with previous intelligence, realization struck him. The Twilight Hermit Order wants to ignite a war. That's the tide of history they're predicting. Exactly, Ebner said directly, giving a firm confirmation. Isn't peace better? Klein couldn't help muttering inwardly. After all, he knew all too well the devastation a world war could bring to humanity. Especially to the lower classes, those already struggling at the edge of survival, war would only plunge them into deeper misery. He took a deep breath and asked, can it be stopped? At this point, what Klein sought was no longer just helping the Hangman steal the sea monster. If you mean the future large-scale war, it'll be difficult to prevent. But for this current sea monster conflict, there is a solution. Seeing Klein's earnest tone, Ebner also became serious. The most straightforward way is to steal the sea monster before the hanged men and the others attack or suffer heavy losses, and hand it over to the Church of Storms afterward. Of course, before handing it over, the hanged man could use it to complete his promotion first. Once the Church of Storms achieves its goal, it wouldn't need to continue fighting to the death. That would preserve its naval strength and maintain deterrence against the Faceac fleet. In this way, we'd effectively delay the outbreak of war. Knowing Klein's character well, Ebner understood he was already inclined to intervene, so he explained in detail. Klein thought for a moment before asking again, if I interfere in this matter, will it draw Adam's attention? That was a king of angels. As much as he wanted to disrupt the Twilight Hermit Order's plan, if the risk was too great, he'd have to abandon the idea. At this stage, Adam likely wouldn't come into direct conflict with you, the holder of the Sapphira Castle. He's still waiting for you to open the door. Ebner thought to himself before answering aloud, probably not. After all, this won't shake his predicted tide of fate. When Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos failed to assassinate Duke Negan, Adam didn't personally intervene either. However, this particular plan should have been designed by a member of the Twilight Hermit Order. They certainly won't just watch it fail. The question is whether an angel-level being is backing them. Even if not, considering the demigods stationed at the naval base and the Church of the God of Combat's Archbishop Insonia, you'd have to break through at least 3 to 4 saints to either steal or slay the sea monster. 3 or 4 saints, huh? That's not impossible. Sharon, the demoness of despair, kept within the upgraded, creeping hunger, Ebner himself, the messenger lady, plus my sea god trident, our combined strength isn't weak. As for the possible presence of an angel, I remember Tower once prayed to borrow the Grey Fog's power to craft a special material into a yesterday's reenactment card. If we can make a few more of those and hand them to the messenger or Mr. Azek, we'd have a way to deal with an angel. Now, the real challenge is convincing Mr. Tower to take that risk with me. After all, I did just scam him recently. Though I still think that wasn't really a scam, and he seemed to enjoy it at the time. As for Sharon and the messenger lady, they're no issue, especially Sharon. Her stance on war is similar to mine, she'll definitely be willing to help. Just as Klein was troubled over how to convince him, Ebner, who had long seen through his thoughts, smiled and said, "You want me to join the Hanged Man's commission too, don't you?" "Yes." Klein nodded without hesitation. "That's simple. Just have Dwayne Dantes donate £30,000 to Belden for city development. You don't need to pay it all at once, installments are fine." Ebner smiled as he laid out his condition. Before coming to this little meeting, he had already planned a retaliation strategy. The core of that plan: make Klein spend money. There was no better revenge against the god of poverty than forcing him to open his wallet. So, Ebner deliberately guided Klein through understanding the Twilight Hermit Order's motives, pushing him to escalate what was already a dangerous commission until he had no choice but to ask for help. And the £30,000. That was the exact amount Ebner estimated to be Klein's limit. Any higher, and even selling everything wouldn't be enough. Of course, in a way, it was also the intelligence fee for revealing Adam's purpose, so technically, Klein was still getting a good deal. £30,000. Klein swallowed the non-existent saliva of his spiritual body, but after hearing it could be paid in installments, he relaxed a little. Still, he didn't immediately agree. He planned to perform a divination first, then consult a Rhodes and the Snake of Fate, Will Septon, before making his final decision. After all, this involved the organization of a king of angels, there was no such thing as being too cautious. In the villa on 28 Kent Street, Sherwood Borough. Back in reality, Ebner no longer appeared as calm as he had above the Sapphira Castle. Frowning, he pondered quietly. Another event that didn't exist in the original timeline, and it even involves the trident that I need. With Adam's abilities, there's no way he hasn't accounted for me and Klein getting involved. So, is this merely the private scheme of a member of the Twilight Hermit Order, or is Adam orchestrating it himself? Still, this approach feels more like he's deliberately guiding me into the game, to discover something. Why do these people all love playing riddlers? Can't they just speak plainly for once? In any case, now that I have the transformation belt, I've reached the level of a true player in this game. At least I can run if things go south. Maybe I should see for myself what Adam is really up to. With that thought, he performed a ritual and prayed to the god of knowledge and wisdom, the Evernight goddess, and the Earth Mother, reporting the entire situation. Time ticked by. Half an hour later, Ebner still hadn't received any response. However, that only put his heart at ease. After all, the very fact that the three gods hadn't stopped him meant they believed he could handle it. End of this chapter. Chapter 1042, Adding Insult to Injury. Night had fallen, and Leonard Mitchell, who lived at 7 Pinster Street, once again stepped into the mist-shrouded, slumbering Backlund. In the past few days, he had repeatedly questioned Mrs. Starling, Madame Mary, and Daily Observer reporter Mike Joseph in his dreams, all about the famed detective, Sherlock Moriarty. This time, because someone had sent Melissa an extraordinary item in Sherlock's name, Leonard had dug much deeper, piecing together a far more complete picture of the detective. This is an extraordinary individual with a rather friendly attitude toward official organizations, but he appeared in several incidents related to the Fool and the Tarot Club. He seems to have a close relationship with that organization worshipping the Fool. After leaving Dr. Allen's house, Leonard turned back and glanced at the villa behind him. Within that gardened home, the hazy orbs of dreamlight, each representing a dream, interwove and filled the entire space, showing no sign of abnormality. Is it just my imagination? I feel like something's off. Leonard muttered under his breath before turning toward another street in the Sherwood borough, where Inspector Fasten's residence was located. Since Sherlock Moriarty didn't have many friends in Backlund, besides Hazel, Emlyn, and Detective Isengard, all of whom Leonard had already investigated, he decided to shift focus, starting with others who had contact with Sherlock. According to internal records, Sherlock was involved in an international espionage case less than a week after arriving in Backlund, and was nearly silenced by gang members bribed by the Intis ambassador. The officer who interrogated him back then was Zio Dericha, a former lieutenant of MI9, now a colonel. And she's not someone who can be casually investigated, she's backed by a princess and has a close relationship with the fourth epoch's old monster, Rhine. Furthermore, according to the records, this Colonel Dericha herself is already a Sequence 5 disciplinary paladin. Her title, Invisible Fear, is well known even within the Red Gloves. So, I can only take a step back and get details about that interrogation from Inspector Fasten. As Leonard pondered this, he reached out to ring the doorbell symbolizing Inspector Fasten's dream. Yet just then, he seemed to completely forget what he'd been thinking a second earlier, forgetting even to ring the bell. Instead, like a man possessed, he drifted past the house representing Fasten, wandering through Backlund's dream world as though he'd lost his mind. Meanwhile, Palaz Zoroast, parasitizing Leonard's spirit, exchanged a glance with a roughly made puppet and cursed inwardly. This kid really knows how to get into trouble, he just left the home of a Serpent of Mercury, and now he's heading straight into a place once tainted by a divine offspring. Especially this one, unlike that Serpent of Mercury, this one isn't so easygoing. Seems like the brat's in for a bit of suffering. No one knew how long it took before Leonard seemed to finally regain his senses, wresting control of his mind. He abruptly plummeted, falling into his own dream. He woke with a gasp, drenched in cold sweat. Old man, what just happened? Leonard pulled back his legs, which had been propped against his desk's edge, asking with a mix of confusion and lingering fear. What happened? You just had your mind controlled and did something stupid in your dream. Don't worry, I've erased that part of your memory so you won't recall the embarrassment. Palaz grumbled silently before replying aloud, in his slightly aged voice. I'm not sure. Leonard's eyelids drooped halfway, and he didn't press further. He turned his gaze to the window. Outside, Backlund's nightscape glittered with lights, calm, peaceful, and serene. That night, countless people in Sherwood Borough dreamed of a man with an indistinct face, running joyfully under a crimson moon while shouting, I'm an idiot. Zio, Ebner, you have no idea, I dreamed of a really strange but fascinating person. On Saturday morning, at the rare hour of 7, Furs sat at breakfast animatedly describing her dream to her two close friends, already considering turning it into a scene in her play. For instance, she could add such a clown to the story of the sunken ship in the frozen sea, having him run circles around the ship on the night of its sinking, to inject absurd humor into an atmosphere of despair. After listening to Furs's excited pitch, Ebner's expression grew a bit peculiar, as though he was deciding whether to accept Miss Magician's suggestion and nail a certain future star to the pillar of shame forever. Yes, Ebner already knew about last night's clown running in the dream incident. Though he'd spent the night studying mythic creature forms, thanks to napping too much during the day, he couldn't possibly ignore an event like all of his servants having the same dream. So, at dawn, he'd entered his butler's dream and seen the figure firsthand. Using his information extraction ability, he confirmed that the man was none other than Leonard Mitchell. Through the result of informational retrospection, it seemed Leonard had gone to Inspector Fasten's dream, and that's when things went awry. Looks like that former chained god, now the Angel of Spirit, played a little prank on him. Thinking of that Angel of Spirit, Ebner decided to pay her a visit later, to hear her thoughts about Adam's current machinations. If she's willing to come with me to Sonia Island, that would be even better. As his thoughts drifted further, Zio, sitting beside him, suddenly tugged his hand beneath the table. Ebner turned instinctively, and saw Zio's somewhat apologetic expression. By now, she had lost that overbearing aura from a day and a half ago, the commanding presence of someone who'd punish any mistake she saw. It was clear her mental issues had stabilized significantly. Ebner understood her guilt over having hurt him, so he gently patted her hand, signaling that he didn't mind. After all, if he hadn't willingly helped Zio complete her role-playing and heal her psyche, how could she have left him bedridden for half a day? Across the table, after finishing her pitch, Furs asked eagerly, so, what do you two think of my idea? Ebner finally let go of Zio's hand. After a moment's thought, he smiled and said, I think it's great. Go ahead and write it that way. I believe Mr. Fool will like this segment too. Meanwhile, in Sharon's home, Fool Klein had run into a new setback. Teacher said, in addition to the yesterday's reenactment, you'll need 5,000 gold coins, and installments are allowed. Sharon relayed the response from her teacher, the messenger, through their special means of contact. As for why Klein hadn't summoned the messenger personally to discuss the matter. Naturally, to save gold coins. Ever since the battle outside Bayam, the messenger lady had raised her prices. End of this chapter. Chapter 1043, A Rhodes Question. Yesterday's reenactment, charm, plus 5,000 gold coins. And it can even be paid in installments. Miss Messenger really is fashionable. Did she learn that from Lou Bo? Klein opened his mouth slightly, taking a long moment before asking again, can they be loan gold coins? Miss Sharon didn't move at all when she heard that. Her pale gold hair, blue eyes, and bloodless complexion didn't shift in the slightest, like a real doll. However, after about half a minute, the doll finally spoke. Teacher said, yes. That means if I really want to hire Mr. Tower, my debt will reach £35,000. And that's not even counting the material costs of the yesterday's reenactment, charm. Hopefully, after accepting the commission, Mr. Tower can waive some of these smaller fees. Mr. Tower still has my Sequence 5, Desire Apostle, characteristic and a Sequence 6, Dawn Paladin, characteristic. With his craftsmanship, once he turns them into items and sells them, I could easily net at least £20,000. As for the remaining £10,000 gap, my Universal Poison Vial could fetch several £1,000s, and for the rest, I'll need to find the Lucky Pirate for help. While making his mental calculations, Klein adjusted his fake grey sideburns and reached out to draw the curtains. Sharon looked at him curiously, not understanding what he intended to do. I'm summoning a servant to ask some questions, Klein explained simply. Without avoiding her, he directly brought up the radio transceiver, already removed from above the grey fog and stripped of most of its scent, to the third-floor room belonging to Sharon. The servant he referred to, of course, was a Rhodes. Earlier, he had already contacted the Snake of Fate via a paper crane and learned that while his trip to the Faceac naval port at Sonia Island carried certain dangers, his life would not be in immediate peril. Now, Klein wanted a Rhodes to tell him exactly what those dangers were. Under Sharon's calm gaze, he waited barely 10 seconds before the room turned gloomy and dark. The telegraph began clicking with rhythmic taps. Klein stepped closer and saw a piece of illusory white paper emerging from the machine. On it, in lone script, were the words. Great Master, please look to your right. To my right. Klein turned his head, half amused, half confused. There, where Tower had crafted a shining mirror, the surface had turned pitch black, as if someone had smeared it with ink. Just as the thought crossed his mind, that mirror, which could change one's appearance, suddenly lit up again. A shower of ethereal fireworks bloomed within it, bursting and fading in dazzling splendor. At the center of the mirror appeared a line of golden loan words. Welcome back, my great master. At that moment, though a Rhodes made no sound, Klein couldn't help but feel it was screaming at the top of its lungs. As the fireworks died down, the golden words twisted and reformed into new text. Great Master, your humble and faithful servant a Rhodes asks, is there anything I may do for you? Klein, long accustomed to its antics, replied smoothly. Answer my questions. The golden words reshaped again. Thank you for your response. You may begin asking. Klein, already prepared, asked. Where exactly is the Faceac military keeping the ominous sea monster? The golden letters froze for a few seconds before fading. The mirror's background blurred, then sharpened, revealing a new scene. It was a huge, pitch-black cavern atop an undersea volcano. Massive tentacles, thicker than the serpents of the southern continent's jungles, floated gently in the water. As the image zoomed in, Klein saw that the enormous cavern, several times larger than St. Samuel's Cathedral, had 2 levels. The upper level was where those tentacles drifted, but deep below, in the lower chamber, was another ominous sea monster, bound tightly by orange-glowing ritual chains. Presiding over the ritual was a towering giant more than 3 meters tall, clad in full armor. The Faceac military actually controls 2 ominous sea monsters. That means the one above is bait. They're ready for the Church of the Lord of Storms to kill it, a deliberate sacrifice. Using one pawn to wipe out the Storm Church's privateers and an elite squad. What a calculation. And placing the sea monster inside an undersea volcanic cave, that's to make it easier for the Trident to locate. Then they'll stage a valiant execution of the monster by the elite punishers. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a warm, smiling voice came from the giant in the image. This is the choice of the era. With those words, the scene warped and shattered into disturbed waves, then vanished completely. The choice of the era. That giant must belong to that unmentionable organization. Is he from the Church of the God of Combat, or a Faceac warrior pathway beyonder? That orange light, its level is extremely high. It feels similar to the lights of the Giant King's court. I'll show this image to Mr. Tower later, he's well-traveled, he should recognize it. Just as these thoughts flickered through Klein's mind, Sharon suddenly spoke beside him. Teacher says that is the twilight authority of the God of Combat. It can solidify time. Other than the God of Combat's descending vessel, only his attendants, glory bearers who share in his radiance, are permitted to use that authority. An attendant of the God of Combat. Klein's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected even one of the God of Combat's attendants to have joined the Twilight Hermit Order. Is this sanctioned by the God of Combat, or is this giant a double agent from the church? After a moment's thought, Klein asked Sharon what sequence is a glory bearer. Teacher said it's sequence 2 of the warrior pathway. Sharon's pale, melodious voice carried that familiar non-human detachment. Sequence 2. So there really is an angel involved. Klein's heart sank, though his face didn't change. He turned back to Rhodes and said, "My second question, what forces must I face if I want to seize the sea monster from the Faceac side?" Golden loan words surfaced one after another on the mirror. Faceac's first fleet of the Sonia Sea, commanded by Faceac Admiral, iron-blooded knight, Jaeger Einhorn. Below the words, rippling light formed an image, a mixed fleet of 3 airships, 5 hybrid-powered first-class battleships, 10 second-class battleships, and 5 auxiliary and supply ships anchored near the undersea volcano. A burly man over 2 meters tall with a thick mustache stood on the deck of the flagship Nippos. There was no need to say it, Klein immediately knew this was the iron-blooded knight, Jaeger, a Sequence 4 powerhouse. Then, new golden letters flowed across the mirror. Vice Admiral Dusk's pirate fleet. Faceac Admiral, father of Vice Admiral Dusk, member of the Twilight Hermit Order, monster hunter, Peter Ivan. The following image showed a ragtag fleet of ships, where Vice Admiral Dusk, brat of Ivan, stood respectfully behind a burly, armored middle-aged man. Another demigod. Klein swallowed hard, only for Rhodes to reveal 2 more, the Sonia Island Garrison Commander, War Bishop Beliak Einhorn, and the Church of the God of Combat's Archbishop stationed at Sonia, Silver Knight Ivan Sherrick. 2 Sequence 3s, 2 Sequence 4s, and on top of that, the angel-level glory bearer. Klein drew a deep breath, thinking the list complete, only for the mirror to depict a beautiful woman in a pale yellow gauze dress. She was tall, golden-haired, blue-eyed, with a floral crown and a scepter in hand. Though her gown was translucent, it revealed nothing. Her appearance carried a distinctly classical, almost Greco-Roman elegance. Lu Bo's not really into demonesses, so this must be Lao Huang's idea. Klein confirmed her identity as a demoness when Rhodes thoughtfully added subtitles. Holy Maiden of Yellow, member of the Twilight Hermit Order, Sequence 2, Demoness of Catastrophe, Natalia, supervisor of the Sea Monster Pact. A Demoness of Catastrophe, another angel. But supervisor of the Sea Monster Pact. So she's not from the Faceac side, but an overseer sent by that unmentionable organization. Monitoring both Faceacs and the Church's internal agents to ensure the pact is upheld. Does she know Faceac still has a second sea monster hidden away? While Klein pondered this, Rhodes reached the end of its report, revealing the identity of the glory bearer who had bound the sea monster. Glory bearer Boris Vasika, chief inquisitor of the Church of the God of Combat's tribunal, one of the last pureblood giants, member of the Twilight Hermit Order. Every instance of Twilight Hermit Order had been blacked out by Rhodes, but Klein could easily fill in the blanks. The Church of the God of Combat has a tribunal. I've never heard of such an organization. And Boris Vasika is a pureblood giant, he shouldn't be able to betray the God of Combat, right? After all, the deity is likely the Giant King's own descendant. So is this man an undercover agent sent to Adam? Or a liaison between them? Klein nodded thoughtfully and said, "Your turn to ask." Immediately, the mirror erupted with an excited burst of golden words. "Great Master, may I ask, do you prefer ladies dressed like this?" Below the text, the mirror showed an image of Sharon in her Gothic court dress, wearing a matching small soft hat. End of this chapter. Chapter 1044, The Glory Bearer. A Rhodes question still echoed in Klein's ears, making his cheeks stiffen. He didn't even dare glance at Miss Sharon beside him to see how she might react. Of course, even without looking, he could more or less guess, she probably wouldn't show any unnecessary expression at all. After all, this level of teasing was far inferior to the malice she endured daily back when she was part of the Rose School of Thought. However, what Klein didn't know was that although Sharon's blue eyes didn't move, her pupils did dilate slightly when her own image appeared on the mirror, though she returned to normal a second later. At this point, Klein also calmed down. He thought carefully about a Rhodes question and confirmed that it had merely asked what kind of ladies' attire he preferred. Though it was still prying into his privacy, it wasn't something he couldn't answer. He took a deep breath and replied, "Yes. The golden words on the full-length mirror immediately brightened with excitement, twisting and reshaping. Thank you for your answer. Your humble and loyal servant, a Rhodes, has a small suggestion. Would you like to hear it? Upon hearing this, Klein set aside the faint embarrassment in his heart and said solemnly, Go ahead. Golden words spread across the mirror's surface, one after another. If you can't ensure that a demigod target can truly be killed, it's best not to drive them to desperation. Once they stop suppressing themselves and completely abandon self-control, they will transform into incomplete, irrational mythic creatures. In many cases, demigods who appear weakened or restrained are doing so because they're constantly resisting the pull of losing control. That is the end of my advice. You may ask another question. Don't force a demigod to the brink unless you're sure of killing them. No wonder in that battle outside Bayam, not a single demigod had fallen. Aside from each saint having powerful life-preserving means, it must also have been because Ebner, Sharon, and the others exercised restraint. Klein nodded thoughtfully, his mind turning rapidly. Soon, he formed a preliminary plan and asked Rhodes, where will the trident appear around 10 o'clock on Saturday night? The mirror shimmered, showing a scene, an old-fashioned sailboat anchored behind an underwater rock formation. Not far from it lay the ruins of a steel structure, corroded metal rods everywhere, its original form indistinguishable. Beside the ruins was a narrow but seemingly bottomless pit. Wait, that's the same underwater ruin Nina explored while I was aboard the Future. The trident will be there. What a coincidence, I still remember the coordinates. As he mused, Klein noticed the mirror beginning to grow more and more excited. Since he'd already asked everything he needed, and not wanting to risk a Rhodes betraying even its so-called great master in its enthusiasm, Klein decisively said, Let's stop here for today. If there's anything else, I'll summon you again. Understood, Master. The mirror instantly displayed a doodled waving hand emoji. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Rhodes presented a complex sigil alongside explanatory text. This is a rune composed of corresponding symbolic glyphs and magical marks, Great Master. As long as you're still in Backlund, writing it on paper will serve as a signal to summon me. A hybrid symbol representing secrecy and observation. This is far more convenient than Mr. Tower's socially lethal secret arts learned from Stuart. Klein grumbled inwardly but memorized the symbol before replying, All right. After Rhodes departed, the shimmering mirror returned to normal. Klein promptly opened the curtains, letting sunlight spill across its surface. Only then did he dare meet Sharon's gaze. He coughed lightly and got down to business. Can you stop a fleet-leading monster hunter? Sharon's doll-like face remained expressionless as she shook her head slightly. Monster hunters are especially effective against demons and aberrations. In other words, you can't beat him, whether he has a fleet or not. That thought flashed through Klein's mind before he asked again, then what about the iron-blooded knight? I can give it a try, Sharon said with a faint nod. Klein sighed. So even if I can stall 1 or 2 demigods and your teacher blocks an angel, it's still incredibly difficult. We'll have to ask for Mr. Tower's help after all. He sighed again, mourning his wallet for a few seconds before regaining his resolve. Compared to letting the Twilight Hermit Order's plot succeed, some monetary loss wasn't worth worrying about. Watching the seemingly resolute Sherlock, Sharon's gaze wavered slightly as memory stirred within her. He's like me. He doesn't like war, doesn't like killing, doesn't like endless suffering. Elsewhere, after breakfast, and after a brief meeting above the grey fog with Klein to finalize their battle plan, Ebner played a few rounds of cards with his friends Zio and Furs for relaxation. Then he took a carriage straight to the Harvest Church. At this time of day, Inspector Fassing's wife usually attended Bishop Utravsky's sermon there with her newborn daughter. Klein plans to act tonight, one day before Alger and the others. That way, he can secure the sea monster first, prevent unnecessary casualties among the Storm Church's privateer forces, and avoid giving Fasak the wrong impression. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Klein tries to disrupt the Twilight Hermit Order's plan, the coming war can't be stopped. After all, its essence lies in divine will. Still, what I just saw in the Sapphira Castle was interesting. A pureblood giant serving as an Inquisitor General in a secret tribunal, nothing strange about that. But is he truly devout to the god of combat? If he were, why would he need a ritual to wield the Twilight authority? When Lady Ariana, the hidden servant, uses the authority of secrecy, it's nothing like that. As a glory-bearer, a Twilight giant angel should have access to the Twilight authority naturally. Besides, if he must perform a ritual, fine, but that ritual's target wasn't the god of combat, it was himself. Borrowing power from oneself, why take such a roundabout path? Could this be what Adam wanted me to notice? As Ebner pondered, his carriage came to a halt at the entrance of Harvest Church on Rose Street. End of this chapter. Chapter 1045, Prologue. The main hall of the Harvest Church was as quiet as ever, with only a handful of believers listening to Bishop Utravsky's sermon. After all, in Backlund, followers of the Earth Mother were few, and most had joined after being helped by Emlyn's potion during the Great Smog incident. Their families were poor and had to work during the day, so aside from coming at mealtimes to receive Holy Communion, they rarely visited the church. Those who lived a bit farther away wouldn't even come for meals. Thus, a truly devout believer like Mrs. Faison, who came every day to hear the Earth Mother's doctrine, was 1 in 1,000. There were only 3 or 4 of her kind, and half of them were wealthy ladies who came mainly for Emlyn. Ever since he starred in the Backlund Impressions film series, he'd become famous in social circles, drawing plenty of unwanted attention. When Ebner entered, the visibly harassed Emlyn looked as though he'd seen his savior and hurried over to sit beside him. The lady who had been pestering him didn't dare continue in front of Ebner and turned her attention back to the Earth Mother's teachings. Anyone who came to the Harvest Church to chase after Emlyn, at least publicly, had converted to the worship of the Earth Mother. Hazel isn't here today. Ebner looked around and asked. Usually, Hazel helped Emlyn fend off such entanglements. She's been investigating Sherlock with her student lately. Right now, she's probably visiting his former neighbors, Emlyn replied casually. So she actually took my offhand joke seriously, that, if you uncover Sherlock's secret, your cryptologist potion will fully digest. Still, that's not a bad thing. Even if I can't divert her fate of encountering Amon, at least it delays when Amon discovers her. While Ebner pondered this, Emlyn awkwardly asked in a low voice, that Ice Queen limited edition doll series your company mentioned in the magazines, when will it be released? And how much will it cost? How should I know? I only mentioned the idea once, the actual work's being handled by the manager Hazel hired. Still, Emlyn, you really have grown bolder after earning a few £100 from me. Ebner thought for a moment and didn't give a direct answer, merely telling him that the most perfect set of dolls would be sold through an auction. An auction. Emlyn froze, realizing his savings might not be nearly enough. After chatting idly for a while, Bishop Yutravsky's sermon finally ended. Ebner deliberately approached, intending to ask whether Lilith would receive him. But the bishop shook his head. Seeing this, Ebner felt helpless but also understood, it was unlikely for a god to remain manifested in reality for long. So he settled for the next best thing, slipping into the church's washroom and stepping directly into the full-length mirror inside. It was the meeting place he had arranged with the Angel of Spirits. Once inside the mirrored world, Ebner looked around and saw that it hadn't been altered, merely a reflection of the washroom. A small, crudely made puppet was sitting atop the sink, tilting its head to look at him. Good morning, Lady Tolsna, Ebner greeted first. After their previous battle and shared meal, he had grown somewhat familiar with this angel. The puppet that Tolsna inhabited slightly inclined its head in response, then asked in an ethereal voice, "What do you want with me?" Knowing her temperament, Ebner didn't waste words. He immediately organized his thoughts and described the entire situation concerning the Sonia Island sea monster conflict, finally asking, "What do you think Adam's goal is in this?" Tolsna was silent for a few seconds before carefully replying, "I don't know him well enough to be sure what he wants, but most likely, there's no malice involved." Why? Ebner asked in surprise. If he truly harbored malice, you wouldn't even be able to tell something was wrong. After all, you should be aware of the level of the powers standing behind you. Once you're on guard, what could he possibly use to support his malice? Tolsna said simply. True enough, if I count them, I have more angels to call upon than I can count on one hand, not to mention demigods. Adam hasn't ascended yet, and even if he wanted to scheme, he wouldn't dare with that lineup arrayed against him. Besides, Adam is likely guided by divinity and wouldn't act that foolishly. Thinking that, Ebner relaxed a little. He had to admit that he was somewhat intimidated by Adam, the former creator. To be safe, I can go with you. Tolsna's puppet raised its right hand slightly, but unless an angel takes action, I won't appear. What do I owe you for that? Ebner asked, delighted but still cautious. Nothing. When I received protection from Lilith and the other one, I vowed to serve as your angel. It's only right that I help you. She paused, then added, of course, if possible, please prepare a new puppet body for me. The one from the magazine, the Ice Queen, looks quite nice. My angel. Ebner couldn't help but be taken aback. So the fool has 5 great angels, the old, the young, the sick, the weak, and the pregnant. Does that mean I get the same treatment? He glanced at the crude puppet on the sink, then at the Yallerin clone, in his eye, thinking half amusedly. Except my angels are either strange puppets or things like Monkey King's hair. This lineup's even odder than Klein's 5 great misfortunes. Still, he gladly accepted having an angel under his command and promised to get her the latest limited edition doll. Speaking of which, Ice Queen hadn't yet premiered in Lone, so the merchandise wasn't ready either, but thanks to Elaine's efforts, the Intis branch had advanced production. Thus, after leaving the Harvest Church, Ebner teleported straight to Trier. There, while retrieving the doll from the company, he also summoned the Scholar of Yore, Daphne. As the vice president of the Secret Order and one of his devoted believers, she was trustworthy. As for the far more fanatical parasite, Flora, who had given her entire being to Lu Bo, Ebner did not bring her along. First, he suspected that Adam's plan might involve Lu Bo, and having a zealot of his around could be inconvenient. Second, taking along a demigod of the error pathway risked drawing Amon's attention. Third, the enemy's lineup already included only 2 sequence 4s, 2 sequence 3s, and 2 sequence 2s. His side had more than enough power, no need to expose extra cards. At 6 that evening, Ebner took the Scholar of your Daphne by the hand and stepped through a teleportation gate, arriving in a card room inside the Bravehearts bar, the designated meeting place. Disguised as Gehrman, Klein glanced at the unfamiliar lady beside Professor and muttered, "Another one I don't know," before asking in a deep voice, "Are you ready?" As for Miss Sharon and the messenger lady, they were both already fused into his body, along with the Admiral of Blood puppet. End of chapter. Chapter 1046, Trident. At 9:40 on Saturday night, the sailboat Trident dropped its anchor in the shadow of a massive undersea rock formation and came to a halt. Not far from the rock lay the remnants of a steel ruin, collapsed and corroded beyond recognition. Still, from what little remained, it was clear that it had once been vast in scale, though now it had shrunk to a mere fraction of its former glory. Standing on the deck, the mysticism magister Stuart gazed into the decayed ruins whose original appearance was impossible to imagine, and suddenly felt an urge to compose and sing a fitting hymn. When the Trident traveled beneath the sea, the entire hull was wrapped within a transparent shroud, preventing seawater from flooding the deck. Stuart's presence aboard the Trident was because, in addition to his public identity as a senior deacon, he was also a member of another elite squad under the Church of the Storm, an unseen and secret team known as the Deep Divers. As for the story about vacationing with Madame Felina in Daisy Bay, that was merely a cover, using her as a convenient distraction. In truth, he had long since changed his appearance and joined this covert mission. At that moment, a tall young man in a white shirt, brown vest, and double-breasted black tailcoat approached. He wore a high black top hat that glimmered faintly even in the dark seawater. "What are you looking at?" the man asked with a smile. He was Stuart's close friend, Gull Byrne, a Sequence 5 Priest of Light. Since the Deep Divers was a secret force that operated in the shadows, none of its members belonged to the Sailor Pathway. "Nothing much. I just saw the remnants of a civilization I've never known and suddenly felt like singing a hymn, though I can't find the right one." Stuart spoke honestly, he had no reason to hide his thoughts from his friend. "I thought you were thinking about that Madame Felina." Byrne teased before turning toward the ruins as well. Then, smiling, he added, "I think I understand your mood now." In Emperor Roselle's words, this would be called mono no aware, the pathos of things. "Haha, back when we were in the choir, you were always the best singer. So, how about composing one on the spot?" "I can sing, not write songs," Stuart complained, then shifted the topic. "Why did Lord Drake have the Trident anchor here? Aren't we supposed to keep searching for the cave where Faceac keeps its sea monster?" "I was just about to tell you," Byrne said. "According to Lord Drake, he's already pinpointed the region where the cave lies. But he needs to perform a ritual to confirm the exact location. The ritual takes some time and can't be interrupted, so he chose this concealed rock formation to anchor behind." Byrne finished speaking, handed over a bottle of Sania blood wine, and continued, "Here, for you. This is the good stuff, I've kept it for years." Stuart accepted the bottle, glanced at his friend, and asked in a low voice, "You don't have confidence in this mission, do you?" Byrne took out another bottle of Sania blood wine for himself, drank a mouthful, and said, "Isn't it obvious? We don't even have a retreat plan. Though we'll probably complete the mission, I can't say how many of us will make it back alive. I think your odds are the best, though. As a mysticism magister, you have plenty of tricks, enough to handle just about anything." Hearing this, Stuart sighed quietly. When he'd looked at those ruins earlier, he hadn't only been feeling mono no aware, he had also been mourning for himself. As his friend said, since the Faceac side hadn't fallen for their bait, this mission had become exceedingly dangerous. So dangerous that Stuart began to doubt whether sacrificing so many elites, and an entire escort fleet, for a single sea monster was even worth it. And perhaps it was just paranoia, but he felt the same unease he'd once felt back in Tingen City, the sense that someone was manipulating events from behind the scenes. And this time, his prime suspect was none other than their commander, Lord Drake. Pity there's not enough time. Stuart had barely uttered the sigh when his friend's face suddenly flushed red. Byrne began to cough violently, unable to even cast a holy light upon himself. This was a mystical disease. Stuart immediately recognized the nature of the ailment afflicting the priest of light, and then noticed that his own breathing had begun to rasp faintly as well. Byrne's symptoms flared faster because he'd been drinking, his blood circulation had quickened. Realizing this, Stuart immediately mimicked the powers of a doctor before the illness worsened, treating himself. But soon he realized the effect was poor, or rather, it only delayed the progression, not cured it. So he switched to his potions professor abilities, quickly concocting a targeted antidote from the materials he carried. Could a demoness have infiltrated the ship? Why didn't the Trident's barrier issue any alarm? Why hasn't Lord Drake responded yet? Stewart forced himself to think despite the intensifying sickness, mixing ingredients while his thoughts raced. Then, from the direction of the captain's cabin came a deafening roar. A moment later, a massive dragon appeared in Stewart's sight, its back sprouting two gray, leathery wings, its limbs thick and muscular, its scales pale and engraved with layer upon layer of intricate, three-dimensional runes. Terrified, Stewart immediately averted his gaze and cast a secret art to create a paper effigy double, letting it bear the brunt of the divine corruption. Even so, one of his eyes exploded on the spot, blood spraying across his stunned friend. Fortunately, Stewart was also proficient in flesh magic and had developed several secret arts for regenerating limbs. It would take only a few weeks for his eye to grow back. Woo! A violent wind rose around the gray-white dragon, as if born from both reality and illusion. The gusts carried a will of their own, sweeping in all directions. All creatures caught within were afflicted by strange and grotesque distortions, though at the same time, the disease that had spread through the ship was temporarily suppressed. Had Lord Drake finally acted? Stewart had barely thought this when he noticed three women standing in midair on the opposite side of the ship, one ethereal and dreamlike, another dazzling yet languid, and the third regal yet sinfully seductive. Each was different, yet each stirred one's blood to a dangerous degree. 3. Demigod Demonesses. Stewart froze at the sight, forgetting even to drink the potion he'd just brewed. The three demonesses attacking the Trident were, of course, the work of Ebner and Klein. One had summoned the Despair Nightingale using a self-made emblem, another had released the demigod succubus gifted by the Mother Tree of Desire within Creeping Hunger. The last was a historical projection of the Blue Saintess invoked by the scholar of yore, Daphne. Their plan had been to quietly seize control of the Trident, then sail it to attack the sea monster's lair, tricking the Twilight Hermit Order members on the Faceac side into believing that everything was proceeding according to script. This was all part of Klein's plan, which was why he had asked de Rhodes where the Trident would anchor. And as for why they chose three demonesses, well, since they didn't plan to kill the Storm Church's secret team, someone had to take the blame, didn't they? What they hadn't expected was that the manipulator aboard the Trident, though already under Ebner's hypnosis, suddenly broke free of the suggestion, regained his self-awareness, and immediately transformed into a dragon, completely disregarding the lives of everyone else aboard. If Ebner hadn't secretly intervened to filter out part of the mythical creature's corruption, Stewart's injury would have been far worse than merely losing an eye. End of chapter. Chapter 1047, Unfavorable. The dragon with pale gray scales, after revealing its mythical form and forcing back the three demonesses, immediately split off a virtual persona to invade their islands of consciousness. But just as it was about to step onto them, to open the gates of their minds, manipulate their subconscious thoughts, and make them act against their will so that it could escape, it was stunned to discover that among the three demonesses, one's mind was completely dead and silent, with no trace of thought, another was filled with unknown corruption, making influence impossible, and the last one simply didn't possess a spiritual island at all. These three demonesses aren't real. They're artificial constructs. The dragon had barely thought this when its heart sank, because that meant the real enemy hadn't even shown themselves yet. Before it could react, it suddenly found itself trapped within a hidden space, its connection to the outside world completely severed. Yet before this happened, it had still felt countless bolts of lightning strike its body. That was, the Trident attacking me. Impossible. As a living sealed artifact, when I tried communicating with it before, it completely ignored me. So why has it so quickly turned against me? In the dragon's vertical pupils was an expression of disbelief, and its wariness toward the unseen enemy grew even stronger. The situation was now extremely unfavorable for it, for its opponent, despite holding an absolute advantage, refused to fight it head-on in its draconic form, choosing instead to trap it inside this hidden space. Apparently, they plan to wait until the dragon transformation ends before making a move. With such an advantage, they're still this cautious. The dragon wanted to mock them in the manner of a hunter pathway beyonder, but in this hidden space, not even a shadow could be seen. No, there weren't even the faintest traces of spiritual islands within the collective subconscious sea. Meanwhile, outside the Trident, within a large water bubble, Klein was controlling the succubus raised through creeping hunger, coordinating with the other two demonesses to gather all captives on the ship together. He turned to Ebner nearby and asked, "How's it going?" Ebner rubbed the corner of his eye and replied, "Fortunately, we acted quickly enough, he didn't manage to send any message out." Relying on the black gem the goddess had embedded in his chest, he simulated the power of a mysticologist, invoking mystic reappearance, the vanished nation of night, dragging the dragon into a deep layer of hidden space. As for the Trident's lightning attack, that had been the ship's own reaction. It sensed the return of its former master and acted on its own accord. In truth, that blast of lightning had nearly disrupted Ebner's mystic reappearance. Hearing this, Klein exhaled in relief. But as he recalled the beginning of their plan, how smoothly it had gone, he frowned. They'd placed multiple safeguards on Lord Drake's control, Sharon's possession, his own spirit threads, and Mr. Tower's manipulation. By all logic, the men shouldn't have had any chance to break free. So how did that storm church demigod suddenly shake off our control? Klein asked, puzzled. Ebner sighed and answered, I only just learned the commander's full name, Eric Drake. Eric Drake. Klein felt the name ring a bell. After thinking for a moment, he realized why it was familiar. The famous hermit of the Storm Sea. He was actually a secret operative for the Storm Church. Ebner shook his head. Eric Drake is just one of his many identities. He's also the Royal Medical Advisor, Dean Delrau of the Backlund Medical College, the Black Throne King of the Seas, Barrows Hopkins, and the President of the Psychological Alchemists. And, of course, there's a high chance he's a member of that organization whose name cannot be spoken. Unfortunately, what we encountered here was only one of his virtual personas. Even if we kill it, his main body won't truly die. Klein pondered for a moment, then asked again, if that fragment dies, will it transmit what happened here to his true self? If I hadn't made preparations, it would. But since he's inside the hidden space I created, it shouldn't be a problem. After all, I have an angel from the mystery prior pathway residing within my eye, intercepting information. She's more than qualified for the task. Though Ebner didn't say this last part aloud, his confidence was unmistakable, and it reassured Klein completely. As long as that unspeakable organization didn't receive the news, their plan could continue. When the mole on the Faceac side saw that their colleagues were leading the assault, they would surely go easy. Klein had just thought this when he noticed Ebner's expression change abruptly. What now? He asked quickly. The dragon, or rather, Drake has killed himself. The hidden space can delay the transmission of information to his main body, but not forever. We have to move fast. Once his true self senses the death of his avatar, the Faceac side will definitely take precautions. After finishing, Ebner suddenly felt that his luck today wasn't good. What should have been a simple mission, ambushing the trident, had been riddled with mishaps, leaving him with a subtle, indescribable sense of unease. But when he used the Wheel of Fortune's uniqueness to observe his own river of destiny, he found no abnormalities among the countless tributaries. Sensing the Queen of Ice and Snow doll hidden in his pocket, Ebner exhaled slightly, dismissing those irrational feelings. After all, it wasn't a spiritual premonition, nor a passive prophecy sparked by inspiration, it was merely my imagination running wild. Hearing Ebner's words, Klein dared not delay. He immediately asked Miss Messenger to toss the captured elite squad members, those the three demonesses had herded together, onto a nearby island. Afterward, the two of them regrouped, raised the trident's anchor, and set sail once more toward the sea monster's lair. On a nameless island in the Sonia Sea, Stuart poured the prepared potion down the throats of his friend Byrne and the other comrades. Only then did the elite squad, who had been tormented by disease and later infected by a spiritual plague, barely recover. Byrne sat up with difficulty, glanced at his friend who now wore an eye patch, and asked in astonishment, Stuart, what happened? Where are we? Stuart sighed and replied with another question, I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want first? The good news, Byrne said after a moment's pause. The good news is, I've confirmed that Lord Drake was the traitor, and he's most likely dead. We don't have to complete the mission anymore. And the bad news? The bad news is, whoever killed Drake took the trident and dumped us on this deserted island far off the sea routes. We might be stuck here for quite some time. End of chapter. Chapter 1048, Ebner's Power. Outside the Faceac naval port on the eastern side of Sonia Island, a sailing warship hidden beneath the sea's surface slowly reduced its speed. It was the Trident. Perhaps eager to impress its new master, it had taken less than an hour to reach its destination. At this moment, because Ebner had nested an additional game of years within the vanished nation of Night, the dragon's act of suicide had not yet fully concluded. According to the intelligence provided by Rhodes, there's a Sequence 3 War Bishop and a Sequence 4 Iron-Blooded Knight stationed inside the naval port. In the church just beyond the port lies a Sequence 3 Silver Knight who can come to their aid at any time. And patrolling not far offshore is Vice Admiral of Dusk's fleet. On that flagship sits the Admiral's father, a Sequence 4 Demon Hunter. The sea monster's lair lies in a rather tricky spot. Strictly speaking, it's within range of the port's coastal cannons. Fortunately, since we've taken the Trident, we won't have to approach from the surface. But once we enter the lair, the demigods will definitely come to assist, so we must find a way to keep them occupied. Klein pointed at a map of the area surrounding the naval port as he analyzed. He had drawn it based on what he had seen earlier from above the gray fog, viewing the scene through the perspectives of various sea creatures. High-sequence Beyonders of the Hunter pathway possess the power of gathering of the masses. Within a military force, they're terrifying, it won't be easy to stall them. Especially the War Bishop. If possible, it would be better to lure him into the lair. That would actually make things much easier. Ebner thought for a moment before offering his suggestion. Klein, however, shook his head. That War Bishop isn't part of that organization. He'll definitely do everything he can to stop us. If we lure him over, we might cause unnecessary complications. You're right. After pondering for a while, Ebner continued, in that case, I'll have Daphne summon a demigod projection to hold off Vice Admiral of Dusk. Then Daphne herself will take my Medal of Rampage and Book of Virtues to block War Bishop Beliak Einhorn. As for the Church of the God of Combat's Archbishop, I can have Omu transform into a dragon and deal with that Silver Knight. At that, Klein picked up the discussion. Miss Temperance will take care of the Iron-Blooded Knight, Jaeger Einhorn. He paused for a moment, then said with some hesitation, the only problem now is that we need to make a big enough commotion to make the attack on the naval port believable. Otherwise, those demigods won't be fooled, they'll immediately see through our trick. I can pray to Mr. Fool to create tsunamis, storms, and other natural disasters to mimic an assault by the Church of the Storm. But where do we get enough ships to make it look real? When he finished, he looked hopefully at Ebner. During their earlier meeting above the grey fog, Mr. Tower had said he could solve this issue. Ebner only smiled mysteriously and asked in return, do you remember how Zhuge Liang completed Zhou Yu's request for 100,000 arrows during the Three Kingdoms era? You mean, borrowing arrows with straw boats? Klein said, confused. He understood the historical reference but had no idea what Ebner was planning. Meanwhile, Daphne, Sharon, and Miss Messenger, who were listening nearby, were completely lost. They didn't understand the riddle being exchanged, nor even what language the two were suddenly speaking. On board the flagship Nepos of the First Fleet of the Fasak Empire in the Sonia Sea. A tall, burly man over 2 meters in height, his upper lip covered with a thick mustache, sat behind a desk covered with maps. This was Jaeger Einhorn. He sipped Sania blood wine as he mulled over his next move. By tomorrow night at the latest, the ragtag fleet assembled by the Church of the Storm will definitely attack. Though they lack proper coordination, there are still a few troublesome ghost ships among them. Keeping the fleet docked in the port might put us in a passive position. Even though I'm an iron-blooded knight and can gather the fleet's combined power within myself to distribute damage, the enemy's irregular forces will surely bring along a Sequence 1 sealed artifact from the sailor pathway. If they stir up huge waves in the harbor, what good will damage sharing do? A single misstep, and they'll board for close combat, that's where pirates excel. The best option is to head out and seize the initiative. Unfortunately, Lord Beliak plans to completely annihilate that assembled force from the Storm Church. My fleet is merely bait, or perhaps just one of several pieces of bait. Still, if I can win this battle, I'll likely digest a large portion of my potion. And this is only the appetizer. The true war lies ahead. I should advance to War Bishop as soon as possible. Only then can I truly draw out a military force's full potential, instead of just concentrating power on myself like I do now. If I join the coming war as a War Bishop, I might even have a chance to ascend to Angel afterward. Jaeger's thoughts were racing when his expression suddenly changed. Through his iron-blooded knight's latent link to his soldiers, he sensed abnormal weather conditions at the port, the waves were rising higher and higher. This is the Sea King's power. The Church of the Storm has come already. He abruptly looked up through the window to see dark clouds slowly swallowing the crimson moon. As a naval admiral deeply familiar with the Church of the Storm, Jaeger immediately reached a conclusion and was about to summon his adjutant to prepare the troops for battle. But just then, thick fog rolled over the sea. Through the mist, countless lights began to flicker, as though a large number of warships were using the fog as cover to launch an assault on the port. A cannonball even fired from within the mist, splashing into the sea near the harbor. Seeing this, Jaeger dared not act rashly. He immediately relayed the information up the chain of command. Meanwhile, in the army camp on land, War Bishop Beliak Einhorn received the report via the lighthouse. His brow furrowed. Our intelligence said that the assembled pirate fleet wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. Why are they here now? Could it be because of that fog? It's of a high level, I can't even see through it. If only I were a weather warlock, I could disperse it directly. Just as he thought this, a report came in from Jaeger requesting orders. After a moment's consideration, Beliak instructed his adjutant, tell Jaeger not to engage until that fleet reaches its designated position. Order Vice Admiral of Dusk's fleet to probe the fog. Yes, sir. The adjutant saluted and departed. About 10 minutes later, he returned, with bad news. Vice Admiral of Dusk has been stopped by an unfamiliar demigod. What kind of unfamiliar demigod could hold off Vice Admiral of Dusk's entire fleet? Peter Ivank is aboard the flagship. Even I, without my fleet, might not manage such a feat. The adjutant said nothing. Instead, he handed Beliak a portrait transmitted via a special means from Vice Admiral of Dusk. This is the professor. Beliak Einhorn recognized him instantly. A man who could leave objects inside the homes of both the Sea King and the Imperative Mage without being detected had earned the right to have his materials kept on Beliak's desk. Moreover, that professor had been reported acting in various places before. But to think he was powerful enough to single-handedly block an entire fleet. At the same time, Scholar of your Daphne was equally stunned. She had known that the Divine Emissary was strong, but she hadn't expected even the Divine Emissary's historical projection to be this powerful. After all, though she'd come to know the Divine Emissary better over recent days, she still didn't fully understand what sealed artifacts he possessed. Thus, even if she managed to summon his projection successfully, it should have been a blank slate, devoid of any equipment. Yet even so, the Divine Emissary's strength far exceeded her expectations. End of chapter. Chapter 1049, Battle. The one who now best understood Ebner's overwhelming power was none other than the father of Vice Admiral of Dusk, the demon hunter Peter Ivan. He was a burly middle-aged man of typical Faceac appearance, his body broad and powerful, with arms thicker than Ebner's waist. Standing before him, Ebner looked almost like a child. Yet it was this childlike Ebner who completely dominated the battlefield. Alone, he had forced both the demon hunter and his entire fleet into a disadvantage. The one controlling this historical projection was, of course, Ebner himself. After Daphne had failed more than 10 times before finally managing to summon his image, Ebner had immediately sent one of his eyes of wisdom to take control of the projection and assume command of its movements. The sensation was similar to when he had controlled his own clone, the only difference was that this time, he needed Daphne to continuously supply spirituality to sustain it. Of course, this projection lacked the pure white eye and many other convenient mystical items, but even stripped of all external aids, a prophet who had completely analyzed the incomplete mythical creature forms of 22 Beyonder pathways was a truly terrifying existence. He could freely wield the abilities of multiple pathways, unleashing countless powerful secret arts, and could even foresee his opponent's next likely move through information itself. Just thinking about it was enough to make anyone's head ache. The demon hunter, though armed with his eye of demon hunting and adept at finding the weaknesses of his foes to counter them precisely, found himself at a severe disadvantage. Aside from a slight edge in anti-prophecy abilities, he was inferior in every other respect. He was even forced to maintain a solid, invisible barrier around the fleet to prevent it from being annihilated, otherwise, he'd have no foothold left at all. As he watched the 5 fiery spheres orbiting around the professor, each serving as both attack and defense, continuously firing and regenerating, Peter Ivan knew he could no longer stay on the defensive. He immediately pulled out a talisman and chanted in ancient Hermes. Harvest. As soon as the words left his mouth, the talisman turned into a crimson meteor, streaking across the air and appearing before Ebner in the blink of an eye. On the other side, guided by his semi-divine analysis ability, Ebner instantly discerned that the talisman carried the power of a war bishop's killing strike. With the limited strength of this projection, a direct hit would cause it to disperse. Thus, he immediately simulated a secret sorcerer-level blink, sending an afterimage to take the hit in his stead. If it had been a true war bishop launching that killing strike, such a simple afterimage trick would never have worked, but this was only a talisman. Though powerful, its adaptability was limited. However, just as Ebner's projection reappeared in another location, a long sword gleaming with special sigils materialized there at the same time. This, in truth, was Peter Ivan's real killing move, a demon hunter's assassination strike, made possible by his anti-prophecy and anti-divination traits, which hid his actions and intentions completely. He had already anticipated that the professor would evade the killing strike, and so he had used it as a distraction. Through instinct, mental sensing, and battle experience, he had accurately predicted his enemy's reaction and prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Ebner was indeed surprised, but even under pressure, his mind remained perfectly calm in his state of absolute rationality. With a wave of his hand, he condensed a massive sword of orange light and drove it into the sea beneath his feet. In that instant, the power of guardianship enveloped his entire form. An invisible barrier formed around him, and before Peter Ivan's stunned eyes, his long sword shattered inch by inch, completely disintegrating. How is that possible? Peter Ivan was dumbfounded. As a former guardian himself, now turned demon hunter, he knew the power of guardianship intimately. It should only reach full strength when connected to solid ground. But this was the sea. The guardianship power of the ocean shouldn't be anywhere near this strong. While Peter Ivan was still frozen in disbelief, Ebner had already shifted from defense to offense. A flaming spear condensed in his hand, charged with the powers of killing strike, enhanced adjudication, mind deprivation, and mystic disease. Without regard for distance, he hurled it directly toward the demon hunter. Though this strike didn't carry the sheer aura of that talisman's attack, if it hit, even a demigod would suffer severe injuries. Feeling his spirituality scream in warning, Peter Ivan snapped out of it. Seeing the fiery spear about to pierce him, he mimicked Ebner's earlier move, stabbing his broken sword downward and channeling all his power into guardianship. Watching this, Ebner couldn't help but let out a wry chuckle, thinking to himself. The power of guardianship from the warrior pathway must have originated from the Giant King, developed using the authorities of the Twilight Giant and the Nature Walker, similar to how the Phoenix ancestor developed the Gatekeeper and the Wolf King developed the Fear Projection. These are composite abilities derived from multiple authorities, so they need the strength of the earth to function at their best. But my guardianship is strong because I have the Earth's blessing. You trying to copy me is like Dong Sure imitating She Sure, it's pointless. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the demon hunter Peter Ivan was blasted backward, flying several hundred meters before finally coming to a halt. His armor and sword were utterly destroyed, and one of his arms hung uselessly by his side. And that wasn't all. Within Vice Admiral of Dusk's fleet, at least half the sailors dropped dead instantly. The survivors were pale and weakened, and some even suffered mental breakdowns, teetering on the verge of losing control. So, he had a mystical item imbued with the Iron-Blooded Knight's ability, able to distribute damage among his men. After a brief analysis, Ebner nodded in understanding but did not continue attacking. For one thing, his mission was merely to distract the enemy, and he bore no personal hatred toward Peter Ivan. He had little desire to kill him. Secondly, unleashing multiple demigod-level abilities in succession had consumed a vast amount of spirituality. Daphne still had to hold off the war bishop, so there was no need to add to her burden. Lastly, though the demon hunter was injured, every demigod was a dangerous existence. Ebner wasn't sure whether the man still had a trump card hidden away, so he decided not to push him further. After all, Rhodes had once warned him, never drive a demigod to desperation unless you are certain you can kill them completely. While Ebner's historical projection clashed fiercely with the demon hunter and his fleet, the Owen clone, now transformed in appearance, was confronting the Silver Knight Ivan Shalik, the Archbishop of the Church of the God of Combat who had rushed from the church. End of chapter. Chapter 1050, Accident. The Silver Knight Ivan Shalik, as the newly appointed Archbishop of the Church of the God of Combat stationed on Sunia Island, rushed toward the naval port with a Grade 1 sealed artifact and a team of elite demon hunters the very moment the port came under attack. Yet halfway there, he suddenly stopped. Without any visible motion, a brilliant streak of silver light burst forth to his left. Within the shredded fragments of dreamlike illusion, a figure was revealed. It was the Owen clone, who had been hiding nearby under psychological invisibility. Owen, or rather, Ebner, was not surprised. Being detected and attacked was entirely within his expectations. After all, the Silver Knight's demon hunters had evolved to a higher level, and in terms of stealth and ambush, his pathway could be considered top tier. Compared to that, Ebner's own concealment was child's play. Moreover, Owen did not possess mystic arts nor enjoy the blessing of secrecy. Being discovered while relying solely on psychological invisibility was perfectly normal. Ebner was just about to speak, planning to stall for time, when he saw the Archbishop's body begin to be covered entirely in silver armor plates. So we're going all out right from the start. You're from the Church of the God of Combat, you're not even in the same command structure as the FASAC military. Ebner's mouth twitched at the sight, but knowing he had no choice, he activated Dragon Transformation, summoning a mythical creature of legend into reality. At the same time, Iron-Blooded Knight Jaeger Einhorn, who had just received orders to set sail, led his fleet into the fog, only to hear an ear-splitting shriek. Immediately afterward, every warship came alive. Ropes, sails, glass, nails, all manner of materials turned against their own crews in a sudden, violent uprising. Relying on his Iron-Blooded Knight senses, Jaeger instantly detected the abnormality. But, lacking any prior experience fighting members of the Rose School of Thought, he couldn't discern which pathway this ability belonged to, nor from where the attacks originated. He could only use his damage distribution ability to prevent his sailors from dying under the assault of everyday objects. Even so, as more and more sailors were injured, the demigod himself began to struggle under the accumulated strain. He repeatedly unleashed waves of taunting aura, attempting to provoke the hidden enemy into revealing themselves for a head-on confrontation. His demigod-level taunt was indeed powerful. Against most demigods, it could have worked. Unfortunately, his opponent was none other than a puppet of the Temperance faction. No matter how much of his loathsome aura he released, Miss Sharon remained utterly unmoved, silently flitting across each vessel through the reflective surfaces of the sea and shattered glass, weaving curses one after another. Jaeger tried laying traps to capture her, but they failed miserably. Having long been hunted by the Rose School, Sharon had become a master at detecting such ploys. In short, Iron-Blooded Knight Jaeger Einhorn was thoroughly suppressed by Miss Sharon, unable to seize the initiative. Finally, he was forced to request reinforcements from War Bishop Bariak Einhorn. But Bariak himself was being held off by Daphne, who wielded the Book of Virtue and the Medal of Frenzied Hunt. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the sea aboard the Trident, seeing that every front had reached a stalemate and that the enemy demigods were too occupied to notice, Klein and Ebner, under the cover of Ivan's barrier of secrecy, quietly infiltrated the sea monster's lair. Before departing, Ebner had said meaningfully, "There's no need to take the sea monster by force. Just find an opportunity to collect some of its blood." Though Klein didn't understand why, he noted the seriousness in Mr. Towers' tone and committed it to memory. They cautiously entered the massive cave, large enough to swallow the Trident whole, intending to draw a little blood from the creature and retreat immediately afterward. But just as they began, the Obninsk sea monster opened its enormous maw. A powerful suction force erupted, drawing in seawater, fish, and other marine life alike. Caught off guard, both Klein and Ebner were swept toward the creature's gullet. At the last moment, Ebner was forced to use Blink, teleporting the two out of harm's way. They had just begun to relax when a soft, alluring female voice echoed in their ears. "Oh my, when did two little ones sneak in here?" Ebner's body froze instantly. For someone to speak here, at this depth, while seeing through his Ivan's barrier of secrecy, there was only one possibility, the Golden Saintess Natalia. She was one of the Demoness Sect's two known angels, the other being the Black Saintess. The Demoness of Catastrophe. Klein muttered softly. At once, his messenger, Relocating, emerged from his body. Her four heads chanted simultaneously in Giant, Draconic, Elvish, and Ancient Hermes. Yesterday. Instantly, a rectangular, diamond-like talisman ignited in invisible flame and dissolved into the void. Relocating's form began to swell rapidly, the four heads flying back to reattach to her neck, merging into one phantom visage. In the next heartbeat, Relocating became a colossal doll the size of a castle, clad in a black Gothic dress covered with arcane symbols and writhing, sinister vines. Her crimson eyes gleamed like pools of blood. Her gaze swept toward the Demoness of Catastrophe Natalia. Her lips parted, but no sound emerged. In that instant, the golden-haired, blue-eyed beauty, with her curvaceous figure, flower crown, and translucent golden veil, turned into a black goat, only to shatter like glass a moment later. "Well, that's quite the warm greeting, isn't it?" Natalia's voice came from another direction as her body reappeared there. Her golden hair lifted into the air, thickening into serpentine strands, each one slick and alive, ending either in blinking black and white eyes or serpent heads that hissed and flicked their tongues. Ebner grabbed Klein and dragged him away from the angel's battlefield, quickly shouting, "Don't look. Go get some of the sea monster's blood, now. If you're too slow, it'll die." As for himself, he opened his pure white eye, remaining on guard against the other angel present, the pure-blooded giant known as the Glorious One. Klein nodded immediately and rushed toward the terrified, motionless sea monster, whose body trembled under the angel's auras. Using a small blade, he cut into one of its tentacles, collected a few drops of blood, and wrapped them in spirituality before tossing them back to Ebner. Ebner caught the vial one-handed and smeared the blood across the cover of a parchment-bound book. The next instant, the mountain-sized body of the Obninsk sea monster vanished completely. "We did it." Klein blinked in surprise before breaking into a smile of relief. Ebner then released his Yerlin clone to guard them during retreat. But at that very moment, an undersea volcano erupted. The ground quaked violently as molten lava surged upward, sealing all exits and even severing their tenuous link to the spirit world. This was the power of the authority of catastrophe. Before the Yerlin clone could employ mysticism to escape, she stepped forward to shield Ebner, and was engulfed by lava imbued with the authority of catastrophe. Her body reverted to a tuft of fur, then ignited and turned to ash. Though the Yerlin clone, created through mystic reenactment, possessed angel-level power, her physical form was fragile. Struck directly by an authority, she was doomed to revert and burn away, hence why she was known as the weakest angel. Ebner had no time to mourn. The surge of seawater swept him downward. The eruption had pierced the barrier between two layers of the cavern system. The lower level, once sealed, now flooded rapidly as the sea poured in. Ebner was about to use his powers to free himself when his instincts suddenly tingled. He had received a passive prophecy, showing that the path to survival lay below. But according to Erode's vision, the Glorious One, Boris Vasika, is down there. Wouldn't going down mean walking straight into his hands? Ebner hesitated for several seconds before deciding to trust the prophecy. After all, he still had the spirit angel doll as his trump card. Even if he encountered the Glorious One, he might not be entirely without hope. However, upon descending into the lower cavern and examining it carefully, he was shocked to find nothing. The place was completely empty. Erode's depiction of the Glorious One and the second sea monster, gone. What's going on? Did Erode's make a mistake? Or did the Glorious One relocate the creature? By now, Klein had followed him down in a few jumps, and the same question flickered in his eyes. Ebner attempted to trace back the events, but found nothing. The information here had been thoroughly erased. It must be the latter, Ebner concluded after a brief thought. That's good. Klein exhaled. As for the second sea monster, even if Faceac tries the same trick again, the Church of Storms won't launch another surprise attack. After all, the battle between angels can't be concealed. The Church will definitely reassess the difficulty of capturing such creatures. Hey, not everyone in their upper ranks belongs to that secret organization. Ebner nodded, activating his pure white eye once again. Through its link to the unknown land, he summoned the trident and simultaneously sent Daphne the signal to withdraw. Let's hope nothing else goes wrong. At that moment, Daphne, who was still engaging War Bishop Bariak Einhorn, suddenly felt a faint stirring in her spirit. Without hesitation, she opened the Book of Virtue and drew Owen and Sharon, both still fighting, into it from afar. Beforehand, both had passed the book's trials and been knighted, allowing them to return to its inner realm at will. Miss Sharon had passed the trial of temperance, while Owen's virtue was loyalty. Afterward, Daphne left a summoned historical projection to restrain the war bishop and swiftly retreated, leaving him unable to give chase. When it came to fleeing, only those from the 3 families of survival could catch one another. A projection. Vice Admiral of Twilight's father, the demon hunter Peter Ivan, stared at the dissipating figure before him, his expression darkening. He could scarcely believe that the opponent who had suppressed both him and his entire fleet had been merely the professor's historical projection. Meanwhile, the Silver Knight Ivan Shalik and Iron-Blooded Knight Jaeger, having abruptly lost sight of their adversaries, quickly converged toward the war bishop, wary of unexpected dangers, especially since they could already sense the aura of catastrophe from the direction of the port. Above the port, a weather warlock from the Einhorn family was drawn by an inexplicable thread of fate, traversing through space to arrive. With a wave of his hand, he dispersed the thick fog blanketing the sea, shattering the illusion of mystic reenactment, borrowing arrows with straw boats. His gaze then pierced the waters, beholding the clash between the demoness of catastrophe and the ancient evil within the cavern below. Just as he prepared to intervene, his spirituality stirred violently. Turning sharply, he caught sight of a doll-like girl in a dress of crystalline ice. Half an hour later, when the trident finally escaped the reach of catastrophe and re-established a stable connection to the spirit world, Ebner brought Daphne back aboard. Once everyone except the angels had regrouped, Ebner exhaled deeply, murmuring to himself. Today's luck wasn't great, but not terrible either. The objectives are met, and we didn't suffer much loss. As for the angels, he wasn't concerned. Angels were not so easily killed. Next, he retrieved Grossel's travels and placed it on an altar prepared for a ritual. It was a recreation of the one beneath the Sari family estate, though Ebner had simplified it using his own expertise. When it came to ritual magic, Ebner was no less skilled than Emperor Roselle in his Emperor of Knowledge days. I'd better extract the sea monster quickly. If it stays inside too long, it might die from lack of water, or from them. After briefly explaining to Klein, Ebner prepared to enter the book. That was the immediate priority. As for visiting Kaba Town's nightmare later to obtain another Yarlin clone and deliver the Red Saintess blood to Kohinum, that could wait. Klein frowned slightly, instinct urging him to divine the outcome first. But after some thought, he dismissed the concern. After all, there was no real danger within Grossel's travels. Moments later, Ebner stepped through the shimmering gateway of light hovering over the book, and vanished. Within the icy realm inside the book, Ebner entered the familiar lair of the Northern King, only to sense that something was wrong. The entire space was suffused with a translucent orange-red glow, as if sealed within a giant block of amber. Not good. Ebner's heart sank as he turned to retreat, but time itself here had solidified. Though the exit seemed only a step away, it might as well have been separated by entire worlds. The power of twilight. Opening his pure white eye, Ebner immediately recognized the source of the radiance. The power of twilight, came a deep voice in confirmation. A 4-meter-tall, one-eyed giant dragging the tail of the Northern King strode slowly into the cavern. The glorious one, Boris Vasika. How is he here? End of chapter. Chapter 1051, Transformation. The Glorious One's abilities were barely mentioned in the original work. The only reference came from Silver City's Grade 0, or God-level sealed artifact, Proof of Glory, also known as the Crown of Glory. It was said to have once been worn by the giant king, Almer. That artifact could emit divine and glorious radiance, forming a cage that separated its interior from the outside world, providing formidable defensive power. It was precisely because of this ability that Silver City had been able to withstand wave after wave of monsters in the depths of the Dark Era. In the original work, Silver City's chief, Cullen Iliad, even believed it capable of resisting the Fool's wrath and malice. The amber-like space formed by the orange-red light before Ebner didn't completely match the Proof of Glory's description, but it should still be a kind of cage, only this one wasn't for defense, but for imprisonment. That meant this Inquisitor General of the Church of the God of Combat's tribunal, whatever reason he had for entering Grossel's travels, certainly harbored no goodwill toward Ebner. Looking up at the mountain-like giant, Ebner rapidly calculated countermeasures in his mind. At that moment, Glorious One Boris Vasika tossed aside the apparently dead King of the North, Ulyssin, fixed his single vertical eye on Ebner, and chuckled. It's been a long time since I've gone hunting. I rather miss those days when I'd go out now and then to hunt a dragon or slay a few demon wolves. So when I saw this thing, I caught it on a whim. Seeing that the other party wasn't attacking immediately, Ebner kept his pure white eye open in full vigilance, but he still ventured to ask tentatively, Your Excellency Boris Vasika, why are you here? He had wanted to ask how the other men entered, but that sounded too much like interrogation, so he changed the phrasing at the last second. Of course, I came for you. Boris Vasika scratched the back of his head with a seemingly honest smile. For me? Ebner's heart tightened. He pinched a card painted with a crimson moon between his fingers, ready to slide it into the slot on his belt at any moment. You know, I'm already a glorious one. To move further, I must switch pathways, and whether it's Conqueror or Pale Emperor, you should know the clues. Or rather. His voice deepened with amusement. They're in your hands, aren't they? You won't be stingy, will you, Mr. Viscount Miranda? The Conqueror characteristic, that's the Calamity Seal, it's indeed in my hands, but I can't bring it out or even use its power. And the Pale Emperor characteristic was originally buried with the Lord of Spirits, but later Roselle took it. Now it's likely in Bernadette's possession, as the Pale Death. But that's not the key point. What matters is, how does he know I'm Viscount Miranda? Judging by how he speaks, he doesn't know about Lubo, otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped at calling me Vicente. As his thoughts raced, Ebner noticed that the Glorious One seemed in a talkative mood, so instead of reacting rashly, he asked, "How did you know I'm Vicente?" while secretly praying to the Evernight goddess, Lilith, and the god of knowledge and wisdom all at once. How did I know? The 4-meter-tall giant, Boris Vasica, laughed again. Back then, the reason the Grand Cardinal André hunted you in Indre was that I told Badhile you might hold the key to opening the Death God's ruins. I knew the Grand Cardinal wouldn't be your match, so I was ready to intercept you and take your characteristics. Who could have expected you to vanish entirely afterward? For over a century, I heard nothing, until the Calamity Seal appeared in my dreams, telling me it, too, was in your possession, and that you would reappear in this era with a certain book of fantasies. Funny thing, you might not believe this, but I was only doing a favor for a member of my organization, helping him hide a sea monster from another's supervision. And what do you know? I just happened to stumble across you. Maybe it's destiny that you've fallen into my hands. As he said this, the Glorious One once again scrutinized Ebner and said firmly, "I don't know how you managed to switch pathways and become a reader demigod, but as an angel-level demon hunter, I won't mistake your aura, and neither will the Calamity Seal's presence. So you were the one who caused Vicente's death. And judging by your tone, you don't seem to hold the god of combat in much reverence either, daring to call him by name. More importantly, though, it seems you didn't plan this ambush meticulously, it was a coincidence." Hey, coincidence, is it? So this is where Adam's scheming comes in. What a delightful surprise. All those bouts of bad luck earlier must have been his doing, meant to strip away my angel-level helpers without raising my guard. The accident with Drake during the Trident seizure was to impose a time limit, leaving Klein and me no room to refine the plan. The sea monster's feeding frenzy that exposed us was meant to provoke a clash between the demoness of catastrophe and our angelic allies, making Yerlin's clone's destruction seem natural. Then, the Einhorn family's angel who was drawn here by the Calamity Seal's resonance took away my last safeguard, the Spirit Angel. Each incident seemed logical at the time, but in hindsight, they were all traps. Still, what is Adam aiming for with such effort? He must know that even if I die, I'll eventually emerge again from the unknown land. And the Evernight goddess and Lilith didn't sense his manipulation beforehand. Also, why would the Calamity Seal itself set me up? Has it developed a taste for betraying its own wielder? If I were pushed to desperation, I might seek strength from the Lubo deep within the unknown land. Could that be what I want? And the Calamity Seal might have met Adam while following Roselle, could they have made some kind of deal? As Ebner's thoughts spiraled, the giant Boris Vasica spoke again. I know you're praying to someone right now, perhaps the Evernight goddess. Unfortunately, while my Twilight domain can't sever your connection with her, it can freeze the flow of time within this cage. Who knows how long it'll take before she hears your voice? Pausing for a moment, he drew out a scepter and laughed boisterously. Don't worry, I don't toy with prey for fun. The reason I've talked so much isn't some peculiar fetish, it's because transforming the power of decay into life takes time. You can feel it, can't you, Vicente? The power of life is filling this cage bit by bit. Even if you revert to the death console, you won't be able to fight me in an environment brimming with vitality. Hearing this, Ebner gave him a strange look, thinking, the power of life. Then yes, the death console would indeed be restrained here. But who said that's my only form? Sensing that the authority of life was saturating the cage and that the Glorious One might strike at any moment, Ebner quickly issued an oracle through the unknown land to Flora, ordering her to visit the Church of Earth Mother. Simultaneously, he slid the crimson-marked card into the slot on his transformation belt. Wake up. He who has traversed countless times, what does he see in his eyes? Pathway selection, the moon. The moon, Rhine Carendia. Henshin. End of chapter. Chapter 1052, A Thin Line Between Life and Death. Transform. As Ebner recited the incantation, the over-the-top electronic voice in his ear finally faded away. A swirl of grayish-white mist appeared before his eyes, within which countless scenes, both familiar and strange, glimmered like stars. The moon card in his hand guided his vision through layer upon layer of fog, finally settling on a figure clad in crimson armor, with a pair of massive, translucent bat wings unfurled behind him. The function of the transformation belt was, in essence, yesterday reenacted, to locate a fragment of one's past self from the fissures of history and borrow its power. The cards, meanwhile, served as quick coordinates. After all, Ebner had yet to recover his memories of Rhine, and could only rely on the link through the unknown land and ritual techniques to pre-mark the coordinates of that historical fissure. In an instant, crimson light enveloped Ebner's entire body, merging completely with that blood-armored figure from history. At the same moment, dozens of invisible sword lights abruptly appeared within Ebner's body, about to detonate. That was, of course, the attack of the Glorious One, Boris Vasika. Seeing that Ebner's transformation was anything but ordinary, how could he possibly allow his opponent to complete it? However, those invisible sword lights, just as they were about to explode, suddenly agreed with one another and veered away from Ebner's body, detonating only after distancing themselves, as though they were unwilling to harm him. That was the authority of beauty. Though the Rhine Carendia of history was not the goddess of beauty herself, he had been blessed by the progenitor of vampires and could share in her beauty. Rhine Carendia. How could it be you? The giant Boris finally saw Ebner's current face clearly, his expression flickering with shock and uncertainty. But a moment later, realization dawned on him. Ah, so that's it. I understand now. His single eye locked tightly onto Ebner as he said in a chilling tone, "You're still Oliver Constantine, aren't you?" Ah. You managed to deduce the God of Luck persona just from two of my identities. Were we close before or something? And why do I feel like your killing intent just spiked after recognizing me? Don't tell me we've got some deep blood feud, like I killed your father or stole your wife or something. Ebner ridiculed inwardly, but outwardly he didn't delay in the slightest. He simply raised a finger, and a crimson light shone upon the scepter in the Glorious One's hand. That scepter was a Grade 0 sealed artifact, containing the Sequence 2 characteristic of the Mother Pathway, Desolate Matriarch. It could transform vitality into decay, and vice versa. Earlier, the giant had assumed Ebner's trump card was the Lord of Spirits, Vicente Miranda, so while talking, he had used the artifact to convert the twilight-laden decay within the cage into abundant life force, intending to suppress the Death Consul's power. Meanwhile, he himself could rely on the scepter's abilities to remain unaffected by the life energy of the environment. Thus, that artifact naturally became Ebner's primary target. If he could neutralize it, then within this time-frozen cage overflowing with life, the decaying power of twilight would be rendered useless. At that moment, the giant Boris seemed to stand there stupidly, making no effort to evade or defend. He allowed the crimson light to fall directly upon his scepter. In the next second, the artifact itself seemed to feel the joy of all living things, the pleasure of growth and the ecstasy of new life. Its head rapidly mutated, opening reproductive organs that, moments later, gave birth to more than a dozen tiny rods. Each one carried away part of its extraordinary characteristic, forming entirely new, living beings. After completing this round of childbirth, the scepter swiftly decayed and cracked apart. Were it not for the abundant vitality within this cage, it would have already crumbled into dust. Even so, stripped of all its characteristics, the scepter could no longer sustain its own spirit and consciousness, falling into corruption and becoming an evil spirit was now inevitable. As for those dozen small rods, or rather miniature scepters, they each sent Ebner waves of psychic goodwill and affection, as though he were their mother. If they'd had feet, they would probably already have clustered around him. But Ebner had no time to spare them a thought, because the Glorious One, who had appeared stunned moments ago, was suddenly nowhere to be seen. The being holding the scepter had merely been a time-frozen shadow. While Ebner was allowing the scepter to experience the joy of birth, Boris had used the ability of light borrowing concealment to appear silently at Ebner's side. As a Sequence 2 angel of the warrior pathway, the Glorious One excelled at direct combat. Once he closed the distance, he had more than enough confidence to kill a creator outright. Moreover, he hadn't intended to abandon the scepter initially, but within this cage brimming with vitality, Rhine, as a creator, could transmit the joy of life to any living or life-linked object in an instant. And although Boris could use the sealed artifact's power to manipulate vitality and decay, he couldn't fully control it or sever its connection to life. In effect, wielding that scepter made him a glowing beacon for Rhine's creation authority. After a moment's calculation, Boris had chosen to discard the scepter entirely, using it as bait to close the distance. And now, he had succeeded. Without resorting to his usual stealthy silver rapier, Boris directly condensed a 10-meter-long orange-red greatsword. The moment it formed, the blade pierced straight through Ebner's torso. This was the Sword of Glory, imbued with the powers of light and purification, highly effective against vampires. Its sheer energy was overwhelming. Outside the cage, a single blow could have split a mountain. Yet, the strike that could have shattered peaks inflicted no harm upon Ebner, for the sword once again felt beauty, and so it merely sliced through his armor, grazing harmlessly past his body. Seeing this, the Glorious One, as though expecting it, immediately flipped his wrist and swung the sword in a horizontal arc. Sensing the terrifying power within the strike, Ebner knew that even if he turned into pure moonlight, he'd still be torn apart completely, and his opponent wouldn't grant him the chance to reform. So, in that critical instant, he unleashed the omniscient eye to its fullest, seeking a way to break the deadlock. Then, at the decisive moment, agony erupted from beneath the Glorious One's feet, a pain so unbearable that even the giant's angelic body faltered, delaying his swing. Looking down, Boris realized he had, accidentally, stepped on the crumbling scepter, and the evil spirit within had used its final strength to gift him a taste of desolation. But that brief second of hesitation was all it took. His orange-red greatsword suddenly flared with a bizarre crimson hue. It seemed to awaken, turning on its master and dragging his hand toward his own head. At the same time, Ebner, freed from that lethal barrage, didn't even pause for breath. The vast, spectral wings at his back flared wide, joining forces with the now betrayed orange-red sword to hem the Glorious One in from every angle. In his pure white eyes, the unique wheel of fate had reverted to a die of destiny, and he rolled a 1 for Boris Vasika. Even if the environment favors me, fighting an angel of the warrior pathway head-on isn't wise. And the transformation won't last long. I may revert to Ebner before Lilith or the goddess can reach me. So the only viable solution is to shatter this temporal cage. If I were merely a creator, that might be impossible, but I have the pure white eye. And when it comes to breaking seals and prisons, the omniscient eye is the professional. End of chapter. Chapter 1053, Prophet fully digested. Seeing the blood-red greatsword betray him, the Glorious One, Boris Vasika, seemed to realize something, and his face instantly turned unsightly. He roared, released the crimson sword that had attacked him, and reversed his grip to condense another massive twilight greatsword, shattering that traitor into countless fragments that scattered across the ground. But just then, Ryan's pair of ethereal wings folded around those crimson shards, and in the next moment, the dead sword revived as good as new, cleaving toward Boris once again. Seizing that 1 or 2 precious seconds while the Glorious One was entangled, countless inside eyes within Ebner's mind began to work simultaneously, analyzing possibilities and searching for a feasible plan. Yet the structure of this temporal cage was indeed exquisite. Though Ebner parsed many flaws, it was nearly impossible to break through them before the transformation expired. Finally, after countless failed simulations, one inside eye responsible for retrospection replayed a scene before Ebner's inner vision. It was the image of the one-eyed pureblood giant, Boris Vasika, dragging the King of the North, into the cavern, the same sight Ebner had glimpsed the moment he was trapped within the cage. That's it. Looking back now, I can see how deliberate his action of dragging the King of the North was. He'd said, "I haven't gone hunting in so long, I miss the days of slaying dragons and crushing demon wolves, so I grabbed this one along the way." But that giant, despite appearing simple, is shrewd to the core. There's no way he'd have such idle leisure before ambushing me. Which means his purpose bears scrutiny. The only reasonable explanation is that he acted casual on purpose, to make me believe it was just a form of psychological intimidation and instinctively ignore the King of the North as mere background. His deception was remarkably successful. Without the multitasking inside eyes under the enhancement of the omniscient eye, I really would never have reconsidered the dragon's state of life or death. Now the question is, why did he not want me to ignore the King of the North, yet still bring it before me? Unless he had no choice. And perhaps the King of the North is the greatest flaw in his cage. Right, the world inside this book is called the Grozel's Travels, and the mission of Grozel's party is to hunt the King of the North. I see now. The protagonist group of the Grozel's Travels is nearly full. Adding one more member may trigger the final battle, so their encounter with the King of the North is inevitable. That's also one reason I was so eager to retrieve the sea monster. If the final battle starts, the dragon could doom Grozel's group. And to speculate boldly, the reason the Glorious One entered here was that when Klein extracted the sea monster's blood, Boris secretly mixed his own into it, enabling him to slip inside ahead of us to set an ambush. By freezing time, he caused any pages of the Grozel's Travels concerning him to appear with a delay, so I didn't notice. But once he entered, plus the sea monster, even if he never met the main cast, the conditions for the final battle were fulfilled. If the frost dragon were slain by the protagonists, the book's rules would shift drastically, opening a passage to the outside world. The Glorious One couldn't be sure what that would do to his twilight cage, but given the book's divine essence, it might well shatter it entirely. That's why he kept Ulysses close, to prevent any accidents. That's why he acted so nonchalant, tossing the dragon aside, so I'd subconsciously ignore whether it lived or died. But he probably never imagined that the passage to the outside world would form on the dragon's corpse. The realization struck like lightning. Ebner had found his way out. The final issue was how to strip away the god of combat's Inquisition chief's protective measures laid upon the King of the North. Yes, though invisible, Ebner was certain that the cautious simpleton of a giant had surely left some backhand upon it. And among all potions, the warrior pathway's defenses were among the very best. So, I'll have to risk it all, huh? At this point, all schemes and tricks were meaningless. The only path ahead was to expend everything before the transformation ended and destroy the dragon's defenses, slay it outright. Drawing a deep breath, Ebner's eyes shone with resolve. Though the moon pathway wasn't famed for sheer offense, the Feast of Blood once recorded a ritual that combined the authorities of the Creator, the Desolate Matriarch, and the Death Consul, a ritual capable of piercing most barriers and dissecting a living being's soul from afar. It was a secret technique co-developed by Rhine and the god of death purely for experimentation. Now, though he lacked the Death Consul's authority, Ebner didn't need the full, living dissection. The initial effect, piercing barriers, was enough. Once the protection was gone, even one glance at him would doom the King of the North. As for the Desolate Matriarch, among the tiny scepters born from the Grade 0 sealed artifact, the shortest one carried her characteristic. Thus, Ebner moved without hesitation. Ignoring the Glorious One, who had just dealt with the wings and the Crimson Sword, he raised a hand and, together with the little scepter, unleashed the secret art, predissection. The union of creation and desolation faintly took on the flavor of reincarnation. As that force approached the King of the North, a twilight barrier manifested around the dragon's form. Just as I thought. Ebner noted inwardly, and without caring for the massive sword descending upon him, fired a blood moon arrow right after the predissection. He had gone all in. His transformation would end in a single second, all he could do was trust his secret technique to break the defense and kill Ulysses. In the next instant, the combined creation and desolation, that faint reincarnation power, touched the barrier. The twilight resisted briefly, then, following the natural cycle, yielded to dawn. The frozen time and the borrowed strength of the earth dissolved together. With a crisp snap, the angel-level blood moon arrow pierced Ulysses' skull. The frost dragon, already battered and half dead, slipped painlessly into eternal slumber. At once, pale blue-white light surged through its body, roiling its flesh. It twisted and spread, swiftly transforming the colossal corpse into a towering, double-doored gate coated in snow. At that moment, Ebner invoked the authority of beauty one last time, causing the sword of glory to miss again, then his transformation could no longer hold. The power of history receded, and he reverted to himself. Ebner was Ebner once more. Though the cage around him now gaped open where the sudden gate had torn it, the door felt impossibly distant. Within him, countless invisible sword lights were about to explode. He hadn't the time even for prayer, let alone to run for the gate. The chief inquisitor of the god of combat's tribunal, the Glorious One, pure-blood giant Boris Vasica, was on the verge of triumph. His single upright eye gleamed with twisted excitement, eager to freeze Ebner's soul in twilight and wrench every secret from his torment. Yet just as those sword lights were about to rip Ebner apart, the angel suddenly lost control, because, at some unknown moment, he had become a goat. And as Ebner gazed at the ice and snow queen doll flying out from beyond the gate, relief washed over him. His knees nearly buckled. At that instant, however, he discovered something unexpected: his prophet potion had been fully digested. Perhaps what I'd been missing wasn't the ability to alter others' fates, after all, working with Furs these past days gave me ample practice there. No, the prophet must overcome his own destiny. Up till now, my changes of fate relied on scheming, calculation, and familiarity with the storyline. But this time, I relied on nothing but my own power, gambling everything to shatter the inevitable doom that others arranged for me. To alter a foretold fate, or the fate imposed upon you, strength itself can be the path, and the most direct one. That was the acting I had always lacked, wasn't it? My background was too powerful, my means too diverse. I'd hardly ever faced the desperate situations ordinary Beyonders encounter, I'd always been in control. So this was what I'd been missing all along. Could it be that Adam orchestrated this entire, desperate crisis, just to help me complete my acting? No, it can't be that simple. He must have another purpose. With that thought, Ebner turned his gaze once more toward the Glorious One, Boris Vasica, now transformed into a goat, certain that the angel still harbored other secrets. End of chapter. Chapter 1054, Speculations and Gains. Where Ebner's gaze fell, the Glorious One, Boris Vasica, who had been cursed into a goat by the malicious transfiguration spell, quickly began to expand after overcoming his initial discomfort. In moments, his body swelled to the size of a mountain, bursting through the cavern's roof, and raised his hoof to stomp down on Ebner and the doll possessed by the spirit angel, Tolsna. For an angel, once they displayed their complete mythical form, their outward shape no longer restricted their power. As the goat transformed into a colossal ram, the power of decay began to overtake vitality, quickly flooding the surroundings. Facing that enormous hoof, which carried such a withering force that even Beyonder powers would falter, Tolsna, however, remained calm. She lifted her hand, and countless flurries of snow and frost howled forth, entwining around the descending hoof that blotted out the sky. Within seconds, it froze solid. Even the very power of decay itself was frozen into tangible ice. Since the doll was possessed by the Queen of Ice and Snow, it naturally had to display the Queen of Ice and Snow's might. That stray thought flitted through Tolsna's mind as she swung the doll's arm once again, and in the next instant, the frozen hoof was cleaved cleanly off. Because of the frost, the cross-section was perfectly smooth. After that brief exchange, the Glorious One, Boris, seemed to realize the vast gulf between his strength and Tolsna's. Letting out an unwilling roar, he cast a deep, burning glance at Ebner, who still appeared in his professor guise, before tearing open space and stepping directly into the spirit world. The world of the Grozel's travels could not prevent an angel from leaving. Tolsna watched him go without attempting to stop him. Her mission was to protect Ebner's safety, not to risk her existence fighting an angel. Ebner didn't fault her for that. After a moment's thought, he looked at Tolsna and said carefully, "That giant's strength surpasses that of most angels. If he had revealed his mythical form from the start, I wouldn't have lasted long enough for you to arrive." After all, Rhine had been one of the strongest existences among Sequence 2. Even though the power Ebner borrowed from history wasn't complete, it shouldn't have been inferior to a typical angel's, yet he had been thoroughly suppressed throughout that fight. Even with the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fate, he had barely clawed out a single thread of survival. Tolsna shook the doll's head, then pointed toward the massive double door that had formed from the corpse of the King of the North, saying, "Had he assumed his mythical form, that dragon would have been dead long ago." "That's true. And if he had turned into a mythical creature, that cage of his might have collapsed under his own weight. Then I wouldn't have even needed to risk my life," Ebner said in realization. Then, recalling his earlier doubts, he asked again. "That giant seems to have lived since the third epoch, perhaps even the second, and he even knew the god of luck. Do you know anything about him?" The chained god and spirit angel before him had once been the subordinate god of Kvaster, the mutated king, during the second epoch, so she naturally wouldn't be unfamiliar with the powerful figures of the giant kingdom. At his question, Tolsna recalled carefully before murmuring with some thought. "He does indeed feel familiar to me, but also, somehow, not quite." "Who is he?" Ebner pressed. "The god of glory, Bladel," Tolsna replied. "The god of glory, Bladel. Wasn't he the youngest son of the giant king, Ormer?" Ebner remembered that in the original canon, Bladel had publicly cursed the ancient sun god and was punished to wander eternally across a desolate plain shrouded in grey-yellow fog. Even until his death in the cataclysm, he had never been freed. Could it be that this world, altered by me, has changed? That might explain why he showed so little respect for the god of combat. But what about his hatred for the god of luck? Where did that come from? Just as the thought flashed through Ebner's mind, Tolsna spoke again, her tone uncertain. "Bladel's birth may have been problematic. It occurred right before the battle between the giant king and the ancient sun god. I think it's quite possible he was meant to serve as Ormer's vessel for resurrection." Though Tolsna didn't finish her sentence, Ebner already grasped her meaning. In other words, the glorious one, Boris Vasika, might actually be either the god of glory, Bladel, or the resurrected giant king himself. Wait a minute, Ebner remembered the image shown by Rhodes, in which Boris, as the glorious one, had to perform a ritual of prayer whenever he used the Twilight authority to freeze time. He didn't wield the god of combat's authority directly, unlike the other high-ranking bishops of that church. Could it be that the one he prayed to was his former self? Moreover, in Fasak, Boris meant warrior, and Vasika meant loyal. Put together, his name literally meant loyal warrior. Adding to that his hatred of betrayal, did that mean Bladel or Ormer had once been betrayed? Still, what did any of this have to do with me? Why did he look at me with that kind of seething hatred, as if he wanted to devour me alive? Could Adam's entire arrangement, this time, besides pushing me to complete my acting, also be to make me aware of this hostile entity? Come to think of it, Bladel had been punished by the ancient sun god. The only one who could have freed him later, would be Adam. Adam was pure divinity, he wouldn't care about being cursed or insulted. If someone was useful, he would simply use them. Still, Ebner couldn't shake the sense that Adam's motives went far deeper. And then there was the Seal of Calamity, what role had it played in all of this? As that thought swirled, Ebner rubbed his temple, his headache worsening from spiritual exhaustion. At that moment, Tolsna dragged over the massive, frozen hoof she had sliced off earlier. With a flick of her wrist, she shattered it into countless motes of light that scattered and released a residual spiritual aura. When a Beyonder was transformed, their severed limbs still retained a portion of their extraordinary characteristics, which could not return to their original body. Soon, those motes reassembled into extraordinary characteristics from Sequence 9 up to Sequence 4, one of each. Tolsna didn't hesitate. She collected them all, they were, after all, her spoils of war. Seeing her do so, Ebner snapped back to focus and began gathering his own rewards, the miniature scepters Rhine had created. Those scepters were now a brand new kind of life form, though their creator had been too casual in their making. Barely 10 minutes after their birth, most had already lived out their short lives. By now, all except the one carrying the Sequence 2 characteristic of the desolate matriarch had died, becoming pure extraordinary items. Sensing the faint affection the surviving little scepter directed toward him, Ebner hesitated briefly before deciding not to erase its mind or seal it into a card. Instead, he simply kept it by his side, for now. Once that was done, Ebner turned to glance at the corpse of the King of the North, then looked down the mountain slope. There, several figures hesitated at the foot of the peak, clearly wanting to come up and investigate, yet too afraid to do so. End of chapter. Chapter 1055, I am Ebner. At the foot of the snowy mountain stood the protagonist squad led by the giant, Groel. Because Ebner had previously sent the 3 official Intis squad members into the book, the team had now expanded to 8 people. They were, the Guardian, the giant Groel, the Ocean Songster, the Elf Ciadas, the Priest of Light, the Ascetic Snowman, the Dream Stealer, the Solomon Empire Noble Mobit, and the Disciplinary Paladin, the Lone Soldier Frunzier. And the 3 Ebner had sent in, the Notary Defoe and the Solar High Priest, Dawn of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun's official team Light of Purification, and Darcy the Appraiser of the Machinery Hive Mind. At this moment, they were gathered at the mountain's base, staring at the snow peak whose upper half had completely collapsed, each sinking into silence. After a long while, the impatient Elf Ciadas finally broke the quiet and asked first, what exactly happened? Why did Ulyssen's lair suddenly collapse? And it's this level of destructive collapse. The person she questioned was naturally the noble youth Mobit beside her, first because she got along best with him, and second because he was the most reliable among them when it came to deciphering mysteries. The rest of the squad also turned their gazes toward the gentleman with flaxen hair, deep brown eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips that made him appear innately arrogant. Mobit Zoroaster observed for a long time before saying uncertainly, it seems to have been caused by a battle between high-sequence beings. And the reason we can't see anything specific is very likely because one of them used some method to block our vision. I guess it's for our protection. At this moment, Darcy of the Machinery Hive Mind exclaimed in disbelief, high-sequence beyonders fighting. What kind of beings could cause damage like this? The giant Groel scratched his head as if pondering the question, but before he could answer, Ciadas instead spoke up for him. A saint, or what you call a terrestrial angel, could easily shatter a mountain like this with one attack. And an ordinary demigod, with enough time, could do it too. But you've all seen it, the collapse happened in an instant. An angel. The 5th Epic members, including the lone soldier Frunzier, became somewhat dazed. After all, in the 5th Epic, and in this world, belief in gods was universal. The only difference was which god one followed. So even if Frunzier and Darcy had never seen a real angel, they had heard tales from priests and elders. They knew angels were attendants of the gods, beings worthy of being addressed as he, and that every gesture could produce miracles far beyond the reach of mortals. To the 4 non-5th Epic Beyonders, angels belonged to another level entirely, normally dwelling in divine kingdoms rather than descending into reality. They were myths that did not need to be considered in practical life. Even though they themselves were powerful mid-sequence Beyonders who had met saints, they never imagined they could have anything to do with angels. Because they were not on the same level at all. Yet today, Ciadas casually discussed an angel's destructive power. Naturally, that left them stunned. In contrast, the giant Groel, the ascetic snowman, and the noble Mobit easily accepted her conclusion. They had all personally witnessed angels, or even gods, in action. So this time, the one who entered this world is an angel. And he already finished off the King of the North. Mobit followed her reasoning and voiced his guess. Most likely. Earlier, we split up to hunt for food, yet we all inexplicably ended up at this mountain's base. That means the final battle has already begun, and we were meant to meet the King of the North. Snowman, who could go many years without uttering a word, rasped those lines. Then what should we do now? Should we go pay respects to that His Highness? Defoe, Captain of Light of Purification, asked Groel. He had finally recovered from his shock. When it came to fighting, Groel always charged forward. But decisions were another matter. He instinctively looked at Mobit. Truly a giant who only knows how to shout slogans and grin dumbly. Mobit sighed, then swept his gaze across the group and said, My friends, our goal has always been to kill Ulyssen and leave this book world. But now that Ulyssen is most likely dead, aside from paying respects to that His Highness, do we have any other path? I don't think anyone intends to spend the rest of their life trapped here, right? As he spoke, he looked at each companion in turn and continued. Darcy, Dawn, Defoe, you 3 came in most recently. Your loved ones outside are still alive. You desperately want to return to them, don't you? Frunzier, you dream of your mother every night. Though she has likely passed away, I know that your home in Backlund has always been your spiritual pillar. You want to return, don't you? Even if just to lay flowers at her grave. Snowman, though you rarely speak, after so many years together, I know your devotion to your lord. And now, the outside world no longer holds your lord's radiance. Do you not wish to restore his glory with your own hands? Groel, every giant dreams of the giant court. Even you are no exception, right? And lastly, Ciadas. Mobit's emotions were sincere and his words extraordinarily persuasive. His scammer stage was clearly being performed to perfection. But before he could finish, Ciadas slapped him straight into the snow, giving him a mouthful of ice. It's all your fault. Why did you have to get so emotional? I almost cried, she yelled in annoyance. Then she blinked, crouched down, and pulled Mobit back to his feet. Honestly, she'd let her emotions get the better of her and slapped too hard. Once standing again, Mobit wore a bitter smile but didn't dare provoke the fiery-tempered elf any further. He could only shift the topic. My decision is that no matter what awaits us, we should go up and see. What about all of you? Groel planted his door-wide greatsword into the snow and said firmly, giants never retreat. No matter what lies ahead, I will walk it with my companions. Frunzier pulled himself out of the emotions Mobit had stirred and said solemnly, count me in. Snowman said nothing but stood beside Groel. As for Ciatas, she held Mobit's hand from the moment she helped him up and never let go. And the 3 official team members had endured nearly 20 years inside Rozelle's dream relic. They were naturally resolute people and would not back down now. Thus, the 8-person squad all agreed unanimously to ascend the snowy mountain and greet the possible angel. However, they had barely gone far before stopping again. Because in their vision appeared a delicate puppet. It hovered in the air, lifted a hand, and dug 2 enormous monsters out from the snow, instantly freezing them like Sunia Island fishermen freezing seafood in ice. Ominous. Ciatas recognized the type immediately. Elves had once kept such sea monsters in captivity. She found it bizarre they appeared on a mountain. Meanwhile, a deep male voice echoed in the squad's ears. Defoe, Dawn, Darcy, long time no see. Hearing the voice, the giant Groel instantly shielded his companions. He planted his human door-wide greatsword into the ground, and with his trademark vertical single eye, searched for the source. He soon locked onto a man wearing formal attire and a top hat, and rumbled. Mister, who are you? Even without evidence, Groel instinctively sensed this man was far stronger than the King of the North. The newcomer was indeed Ebner. Hearing the question, he smiled, removed the professor disguise from his face, restored his true appearance, and under the excited gazes of Defoe and the others, placed a hand to his chest, bowed, and said, I am Ebner Bryan. End of chapter. Chapter 1056, New Problems. Ebner Bryan. Mobit and the elf Ciatas had all heard this name. After all, the 3 official extraordinary team members, Defoe, Dawn, and Desai, were sent inside by this very gentleman. Naturally, they had already pried quite a bit of information about the current holder of Grozelle's travels from the trio. But now that they saw him in person, Mobit and the other 5 realized that the information they'd obtained was already outdated, because the gentleman before them was absolutely not some powerful Sequence 5, he was a genuine demigod. And the truly terrifying one was the doll perched on this Mr. Bryan's shoulder after finishing off the 2 frozen seafoods. Mobit even felt that the pressure she gave him surpassed even that old man of the Zoroaster family. At this moment, the notary Defoe, who had prior dealings with Ebner, exchanged a glance with Mobit, then enthusiastically greeted the newcomer before asking, feigning curiosity. Lord Bryan, did you kill the King of the North? Ebner naturally understood what they wanted to know, so he nodded and said with a smile. Ulysses is indeed dead, and the door leading back to the outside world has already opened. The moment his words fell, the 8-person party before him, including the ascetic snowman, experienced a momentary pause in their breathing. Finally, it was the appraiser Miss Desai who trembled as she asked. Lord Bryan. Does this mean we can return to reality? Only the Lord knew how many years she'd waited for this day. Ebner, who had been secretly observing their physical condition since he appeared, first nodded. Then, under the hopeful gazes of Desai and the other 2, he slowly said. Defoe, Dawn, and Miss Desai can return without issue. As he spoke, he looked at Grozelle's group of 5 and shook his head. But the rest of you likely cannot. Before he even finished, the lone soldier Frunzier spoke out, his expression trembling. Why? In that instant, he even forgot that the men before him might be an angel. Mobit and Ciatas exchanged a look, then both fell silent. Yet the hands they clasped tightened considerably. The ascetic snowman, prompted by Ebner's tone, also turned to face the long-ignored question. He sighed deeply. As for Groel, he did not overthink things. Instead, he simply stood firmly by Frunzier's side, sharing the same advance and retreat. Ebner took in all their reactions. Ignoring Frunzier, he turned his gaze to the gradually ambiguous Ciatas and Mobit and asked with a smile. You 2 must have guessed a little, right? Upon being asked, Mobit brushed his sharp black hat with his free hand and offered a bitter smile. Yes. It has been thousands of years. I once heard a saying, before a time older than the ancient itself, even death will fade. Let alone us. Beside him, the elf Ciatas' soft, exquisite features also showed a moment of daze. In fact, even as an elf, I feel like I have lived far too long. Hearing his companion's words, the giant Groel and the soldier Frunzier finally understood the true meaning behind Ebner's statement that they couldn't leave. Yet the protagonist of this tale, though he appeared simple, understood clearly what was right and what was wrong. he declared firmly. Lord, I still want to go out. Even if I have to die, I want to die in reality. This place is not our home. The moment he finished speaking, Mobit, Ciadas, and Snowman all walked to stand beside him, wordlessly expressing their shared stance. Desai, Difo, and Dawn wore expressions of sorrow. Though they'd been together only a short while, the honest, straightforward, optimistic giant had already earned their admiration. No wonder he is the protagonist of this story. What a charismatic fellow. Ebner was praised internally, but he did not rush. Instead, he smiled calmly. There's no need to act so tragically, your situation is not without a solution. What you cannot withstand is simply the erosion of time. Under normal circumstances, yes, this is nearly impossible to resolve. But miracles do exist in this world. Miracles. Mobit repeated the word, and his eyes lit up. He exclaimed excitedly. My lord, do you know a miracle invoker of the Zeradal family? Ciadas, Groel, and the others might not understand what a miracle invoker meant, but seeing Mobit's sudden excitement, they sensed that this miracle Lord Brian spoke of might indeed solve their problem. Hope rose within each of them. If one can live, who would choose death? I don't know a Zeradal miracle invoker, but I do know a certain wanderer of the Abraham family who is about to ascend to miracle invoker. Ebner replied with a faint smile. The Abraham family actually has the potion formula for miracle invoker. Mobit, well aware of the Abraham family, strongest under the gods, was shocked. Just as he was about to ask more, Ciadas seized the moment. My lord, just be direct. What must we offer to receive this miracle? Her voice was clear and pleasant, yet her tone carried her characteristic impatience. Good question. Ebner nodded to himself, but outwardly, after sweeping his gaze across the group, he said calmly. My requirement is simple, after you return, you'll work for me for 10 years. He had intentionally revealed his power to establish authority and recruit the entire Groel squad, especially Mobit and Ciadas. Talents are rare, and beyonder talents even rarer. His current foundation was shallow, he had no time to train people, and if he truly wished to ascend to angelhood or even godhood one day, he would need subordinates, possibly even a church. Since ready-made candidates were right here, he had no intention of letting them go. Within this team, Groel had his own beliefs. Snowman was a devout follower of the Lord. Neither were they ideal to recruit, contracts at best. But Mobit and Ciadas were different. One had lost his nation and family. The other species was nearly extinct. With his connection to Kohinum, nurturing them would yield subordinates as capable as Elaine. As for Frunzier, his characteristic was imaginary. Once he left, he'd be a normal man. Even if he became Beyonder again, his acting speed would simply be faster. As for the 3 official Beyonders, Ebner also planned to recruit them, just not immediately. At this moment, hearing Ebner's terms, Mobit asked cautiously. My lord, what kind of work do you require? Don't worry. You'll simply manage some of my enterprises. I won't force you to do anything against your will. Besides, you have ample time to consider, the Abraham Wanderer has yet to truly ascend. Ebner didn't pressure them. These were stubborn-willed individuals, coaxing was better than coercion. Thus, his tone shifted slightly as he looked at Ciadas. Ciadas, I believe you've seen this before. He took out a golden goblet engraved with the word Kohinum and sent it to her hand. This is the Queen's favorite cup. Ciadas recognized it at a glance, speaking with difficulty before she lifted her head urgently. Where did you find it? How is Her Majesty? Kohinum might still be an evil spirit, but she should be stable. Ebner did not mention his cordial relationship with her. He simply said. She is currently trapped within your people's trial cathedral. Only a pureblood elf performing the Calamity Song ritual can release her. The Calamity Song ritual. I alone am not enough. It requires at least 5 elven songsters or 100 ordinary elves. Ciadas murmured, then finally gathered her resolve. If this is true, I accept the deal. After learning that the elven court had fallen, she had already been ready to die. But hearing that Kohinum still existed gave her new purpose. She no longer wished for death. This was exactly what Ebner intended. With her agreement, Mobit naturally followed. 10 years of labor for a miracle was a bargain. Then, Frunzier and Groel also agreed. Only the ascetic Snowman refused, unwilling to serve another, given his faith in the Lord. Fortunately, Ebner had no intention of forcing him. Even if he ultimately refused, Ebner would bring him out, consider it a favor to Mobit and Ciadas. Having made his calculations, Ebner outwardly only told them not to hurry, he would return and receive their final answer then. As for Desai, Dawn, and Difo, they were reluctant to abandon their companions and intended to wait for Ebner's next visit so they could leave together. But under Mobit's persuasion, they agreed to go ahead, test the waters, and confirm Ebner's claims. Thus, after a simple farewell, the three were led by Ebner to the top of the snowy mountain, to the collapsed remains of the king of the North's cavern. Ebner didn't immediately send them through the snow-covered double door. Instead, he let the small wand, containing the desolate matriarch's characteristic, transform vitality and grant it to the three officials. They had entered Roselle's dream memorial 20 years ago. The food and water they consumed were conjured from the collective subconscious. In the dream and in Roselle's travels, such materials counted as real food, so their bodies had endured. But once they returned to reality, that food would vanish, as would the nutrients and flesh it had formed. They needed vitality to cling to life, then fleshcraft to restore what would be missing. Fortunately, the oldest among them was only in their 50s, still within salvageable lifespan. But Roselle's group, if they exited, would collapse into bones instantly. No amount of vitality would help. However, just as Ebner prepared to continue, he encountered a new problem. The small wand was hungry. It wanted to drink milk. End of chapter. Chapter 1057, A Place to Belong. On the Trident, because he had just witnessed the Ice Snow Queen's marionette enter Roselle's travels, Klein already knew something had definitely gone wrong inside the book. So, after greeting Sharon and Miss Messenger, he went to the washroom, then walked 4 steps in reverse and ascended above the grey fog, planning to make use of his connection with Mr. Tower to see whether the other party needed help. But he had only just sat down in the fool's seat when he saw the crimson star that represented the tower rapidly expanding and contracting. Ebner really does need help. Klein's heart stirred, and he immediately extended his spirituality over. But right after that, his expression turned strange. Judging by the background of the scene within the Crimson Star, not only had Ebner already returned to the Trident, but even the thing he was petitioning the fool for made Klein speechless. Milk. Where am I supposed to get him milk? No, wait, what does he even want milk for? Klein grumbled inwardly for a moment, and only after he listened to Ebner's subsequent explanation did he understand the other man's intention. So it's for a living item, and that item was very dissatisfied with the milk Ebner forged using materials. Even the milk Miss Daphne retrieved from history wasn't accepted. And if it isn't satisfied, it'll transform nearby life forms to produce milk for it to drink. This. Frank, a biologist, even managed to make the future produce milk, and now this scepter, which according to Mr. Tower is essentially an angel of the plantar pathway. If it really acts up, I'm afraid the entire Trident, including myself and Sharon, won't be able to escape. The image of himself and Sharon endlessly spraying milk flashed across his mind, making Klein shudder. If not for the fact that the tower could still temporarily suppress the chopstick-sized scepter, Klein would have wanted to take Sharon and flee immediately using the Book of Endless Transmissions. Right. Frank. Frank definitely has milk. He even cultivated hybrid bacteria that allow creatures to produce milk smoothly even outside their lactation period. At that thought, Klein manifested the dummy of the world at the fastest speed, created the prayer scene, and tossed it into the Crimson Star of the Hermit. Right now, the only place where large amounts of milk could be obtained was the future. Aside from that, even Miss Justice likely couldn't sneak out several buckets of milk in the middle of the night without arousing suspicion. In the sea around the Rorsted archipelago, aboard the slowly sailing future, Admiral of the Stars Katlia had already gone to bed, but after receiving Mr. Fool's communication, she immediately woke up. She placed the spectacles from her bedside table onto her nose before devoutly receiving the vision sent over. Milk. Katlia subconsciously pushed her glasses up her nose. If not for how anxious the world appeared, and for specifying that Frank needed to offer up all the milk he had cultivated, she would have assumed that lunatic adventurer was teasing her. After all, that book, the story of Gehrman Sparrow and the female pirate general, had a similar scenario. Pulling her mind away from those chaotic thoughts, and because the world needed it urgently, Katlia didn't delay. She instructed the invisible servants to set up the offering ritual while opening the captain's cabin window and calling to the night-watching sailors. Have Frank come over. On the Trident, Klein received the milk and immediately controlled the 2 marionettes, Admiral of Hell and Admiral of Blood, each to carry a bucket out of the washroom and deliver them to the captain's cabin. Seeing that the milk had finally arrived, Ebner also couldn't help but exhale in relief and quickly placed the scepter into the bucket. After all, that little troublemaker, which carried the characteristics of the desolate matriarch, was truly difficult to appease. This time, unlike its reaction toward the counterfeits Ebner had synthesized earlier, a wave of satisfaction came from the little scepter's spirituality. Only then did Klein pretend not to know anything and ask, what exactly happened? After all, the world had only followed the fool's order and made the prayer. As for what the tower had reported to Mr. Fool, he, naturally, was unaware. Ebner gave him a sideways glance, playing along without exposing the act, then sighed. This scepter is a byproduct of the battle just now. It's actually a special living being that was created. Because things were urgent at the time, I took a shortcut with its settings. Aside from its outer appearance, I simply gave it the template of a human. That's why it insists on drinking milk. As for what exactly happened inside the book, this isn't a good place to discuss it. So they would talk about it when they held a small meeting. Klein immediately understood the meaning hidden in Ebner's words and didn't continue asking. In truth, it wasn't that Ebner wanted to keep things from Sharon, Raynette, or Daphne, they were all trustworthy allies. It was simply that the Trident really wasn't safe enough, especially with the presence of the three outsiders, Defoe, Dawn, and Daisy. At that moment, Klein also noticed the three cocoons wrapped in flesh and couldn't help asking again, who are they? Just three unfortunate souls. Ebner briefly explained the situation of those three official Beyonders who had once been trapped inside Roselle's dream mausoleum. He concluded, after they left that imaginary world, although I had the little scepter use the refined life stones to preserve their lives, the massive loss of bodily elements was still enough to make them gradually approach death. So I used Violet's perfect restoration to replenish their missing flesh and repair their damaged body tissues. So that was it. Klein nodded in understanding, but suddenly recalled the protagonist party he and Ebner had seen asleep when they entered Roselle's travels. He then asked. These three, who were trapped in the dream world for 20 years, were already in such danger. What about the others, the characters, who spent hundreds or even thousands of years inside the book? It wasn't that he was such a saint that he wanted to save everyone. It was just that Klein, who had once glimpsed Frunzier's dream, deeply empathized with the lone soldier's obsession with going home, with returning to his loved ones. Both were ordinary people who had suddenly entered an unfamiliar world. Both had struggled with all their might to find the way back home. The two had far too many similarities. Ebner naturally understood Klein's thoughts, but the cruel truth wasn't something he could reveal yet. It would affect Klein's mental state and delay his advancement to demigod. After all, although Mr. Fool's mental state was much better than in the original timeline, he still definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of hope turning into despair. Don't worry. I've already made arrangements for Roselle's party. When the time comes, a miracle will descend. That was all the reassurance Ebner could give. Though Ebner himself had no idea how the miracle of Klein going home would be achieved. Hopefully Miss Sharon can become his new place to belong. Ebner sighed inwardly, and then he heard Klein shift the topic and finally ask the real question. Where are the two ominous sea monsters? At those words, Ebner pulled two 10-centimeter square ice blocks from his pocket. One had a strawberry embedded inside, the other had a mango frozen within, like two fruit ice cubes. No, these were just fruit ice cubes, weren't they? Klein stared seriously at the ice blocks for a long while before looking up at Ebner, the meaning in his eyes unmistakable. Are you messing with me? They were frozen and then afflicted by a deformation curse, so they became like this. Tolsna feels their current forms are easy to carry and not likely to die. Of course, if needed, the curse can be lifted at any time. The moment his words fell, the four golden-haired, red-eyed heads Miss Messenger carried all turned toward him at the same time, revealing four faces of, I've learned something new. End of this chapter. Chapter 1058, Bad Luck. The nighttime sea was a deep blue bordering on black, tinged with a faint crimson, carrying a calm and quiet that the daytime lacked. The blue Avenger gently rose and fell with the waves, gliding like a ghostly silhouette as it sailed toward the position of the red moon. Alger Wilson stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the distant waves. His surface remained as steady as usual, but inside he could hardly suppress his tension. After all, no matter how many backup plans he had prepared, what he was about to face was still the main naval force of a great nation. He couldn't guarantee he would survive tomorrow's battle. May Mr. Fool bless us, and let everything go smoothly. Just as Alger thought this, rushed footsteps came from behind him. He didn't need to look back to know the sound came from the newly assigned liaison officer on board. After all, the other sailors who had spent years at sea would never wear those stiff-soled leather boots that clattered loudly against the deck. Captain, we just received a message from the sanctuary. They're ordering us to return immediately. The liaison officer held a telegram transcript and spoke quickly. Due to the nature of this mission, each privateer ship participating in the attack on the port had been equipped with a radio, along with a liaison officer. Since these affiliated forces couldn't operate openly as a group, they could only gather again outside the Fasak port, making constant communication extremely important. Return. Hearing this, Alger frowned. His expression didn't change much, but inside, turbulent waves were already crashing. Could it be, the world has already succeeded? But that was a military harbor. Without us, cannon fodder, harassing the target, stealing sea monsters wouldn't be easy for the world alone. Did Mr. Fool provide assistance? After reclaiming the authority of the sea, he was more like a sea god than Calvetua, with his power no longer confined to the Rorstad archipelago. As Alger wildly speculated, he took the telegram from the liaison officer. After a quick glance, he found only a single simple order, with no other information. After a moment of thought, Alger called over his first mate. After showing the sanctuary's telegram, he announced the order to return. The sailors instantly cheered. Everyone knew how dangerous this mission was, and now that they didn't have to go die, they were naturally delighted. But a few froze shortly after celebrating, because before departure, they had taken high-interest loans and lived in indulgence for several days. They originally thought death would free them from their creditors, but now they had to face the cruel reality. Alger paid no attention to the sailors' joys or sorrows. He walked straight back to the captain's cabin, sealed the room with spirituality, and began a devout prayer. O fool who does not belong to this era. Immediately afterward, Alger's expression gradually became blank. Only after a long while did he mutter. Ambushed by angels. But still succeeded. And he wants a raise. Meanwhile, aboard the Trident, Klein, who was about to teleport away while carrying the ice block containing the strawberry, also heard Ebner's deliberate reminder. Don't forget that £30,000 donation. Klein's hand paused on the book of endless transmissions, but for the sake of maintaining the Gehrman persona, he still nodded indifferently to show he understood. Only Miss Sharon, who was attached to him, sensed Sherlock's stiff body for that split second. In Silver City, lightning tore across the sky, illuminating the streets. Derek Berg stepped out of his house with the storm axe at his waist, heading toward the Twin Towers in the north of the city. Along the way, he encountered many residents of Silver City, some busy with work, some escorting children to receive general education, some patrolling in groups to ensure no one died unnoticed at home only to turn into a terrifying evil spirit. These people brought vitality to Silver City, and Derek occasionally heard the laughter of children. He couldn't help recalling life at the afternoon town camp. The number of humans he met each day barely reached a dozen or two. Most of the time, he had to stay inside sturdy but cramped buildings, while outside lurked monsters dwelling in houses swallowed by darkness. Those creatures were cleared out repeatedly, only to reappear again and again from unknown places, making every explorer feel an instinctive powerlessness, as if true safety was forever unattainable, and they had to stay vigilant at all times, unable to relax even for a moment. Fortunately, Silver City had a mature rotation system. A few days ago, Derek had already returned with the first wave of explorers, although they were inevitably quarantined until today. After several days of rest, he felt his mental state had recovered perfectly. He was ready to consume the potion and advance to Notary. As for the main ingredients of the potion, one portion had already been acquired through the three-way trade with Mr. Tower and Mr. Moon, while the other, feathers from a contracted spirit bird, had been specially approved by Chief Cullen Iliad for him to retrieve from Silver City's treasury. Once I advance, I'll be eligible to choose a mystical item that isn't of high sequence. Derek held a faint sense of anticipation as he quickened his pace toward the Twin Towers. Although the materials vault and mystical items were kept in the round tower under the supervision of the six-person council, Derek's destination was the spire, which housed the merit exchange point. Just as he was about to enter the spire, his spirituality stirred. He instinctively looked toward the upper floor of the round tower, where a woman in a black robe traced with purple stood behind a window, watching him. She had silver-gray curls, light gray eyes, and a strikingly beautiful face, none other than Shepherd Lovia, a member of the six-person council. Their gazes met, and Lovia's eyes seemed able to pierce through the soul. However, her expression did not change. She even gave a subtle nod, as if greeting him. She's not greeting me. She's greeting the one behind me. Suddenly, Derek understood. This came from the experience he had gradually accumulated under the guidance of the Tarot Club members. He nodded back, about to look away, when Lovia Elder's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. I need you to bring a message to Mr. Tower. Ask him, do you still remember the promise from 203 years ago? Sunday evening. Inside the villa at 28 Kingster Street, Backlund. After a full day of discipline, Ebner finally established a proper set of rules with the scepter infused with desolate matriarch characteristics, making its feeding schedule more regular. As the scepter's creator, this should not have been difficult, but because Ebner was currently in a period of bad luck, and the scepter, affected by him, just so happened to be in the rebellious stage of its human template, it had taken extra effort. And the reason Ebner fell into bad luck was because, during his previous battle with the Glory, he had used the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune to force a roll of 1 on the enemy. Naturally, this came with backlash. But the fact it was only bad luck, and not misfortune or calamity, was already an excellent outcome. Even so, the fully digested profit potion meant that Ebner's advancement to Sequence 3 Cognizer still had to be delayed. Potion consumption carried significant risk, advancing during a period of bad luck was far too dangerous. Fortunately, this bad luck will only last a week, so it won't affect anything major. But I should still avoid going out and just stay home studying mythical creature forms. I still lack some understanding of the incomplete mythical forms of the plantar and demonis pathways, those two feminine paths. Just as Ebner thought this, he heard a knock. His butler delivered an invitation to him. It was from Hilbert Hall, the eldest son of Earl Hall, inviting him to a ball at the Hall estate tomorrow night. Well then. I wonder what interesting events will occur at this ball under the combined influence of bad luck and calamity. Holding the beautifully crafted invitation, Ebner couldn't help muttering. At exactly 3 o'clock on Monday afternoon, inside the ancient palace above the grey fog, as one crimson light after another appeared on both sides of the long bronze table, a new tarot gathering began. End of this chapter. Chapter 1059, Bernadette, preparing to cloud play. Audrey was in an excellent mood, better than usual, even, because after a week of effort, she had finally broken through the 8th level of the Dream Labyrinth Tower, reached the 7th level, and entered a real historical scene that had taken place more than 10 years ago. Unfortunately, she still failed to help the Tinjin Nighthawks uncover the truth or capture the bloody butcher who had murdered 5 young girls. But regardless of the outcome, she had relied on her own effort to finally defeat Conan for once, and that was quite an achievement. Additionally, her brother, Hibbert Hall, had sent a telegram telling her that she needed to return to Backlund ahead of schedule to attend a ball their family was hosting that night, and to discuss the matter of acquiring the 10% of the bicycle company shares that Viscount Ebner Bryan was selling on consignment. If it had been someone else, she actually wouldn't have needed to attend personally, she could have simply signed a full authorization under a lawyer's supervision, and afterward, once everything was settled, she would then sign a confirmation. But according to her father's arrangements, buying the bicycle shares and believing in their prospects was only part of the reason. The more important goal was to establish good relations with this newly minted noble and persuade him to jointly establish the Film and Theatre Academy Awards. In order to obtain Viscount Bryan's approval, I'll make some concessions and invest a little in his territory. I suppose father will definitely support that, right? Thinking of Mr. Tower's request, Audrey's lips curved elegantly. She then rose from her seat and led everyone in greeting the figure shrouded in grey mist at the head of the bronze long table. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. May Mr. Fool bless us, and let there be clues for the bewitching Bellfruit today, she silently murmured to herself. After everyone greeted the Fool and sat down, the hermit, Katlia, did not disappoint Klein's expectations. She lowered her head again, as if she didn't dare meet his gaze, and said, Mr. Fool, I have 3 pages of Emperor Roselle's diary this time. So the Mystery Queen still hadn't found clues about Roselle's assassination, and was still providing the diary through Miss Hermit. What a pity. I've been in my family's territory recently and haven't had much contact with the psychological alchemists. Now I'm even on a train, I wasn't able to acquire any new pages at all. In a few days I'll write to the Antiquities Collection and Protection Foundation. Maybe they collected something. Justice Audrey listened curiously. The Fool, Klein, chuckled lightly. Very good. You may proceed with your request. Actually, I know the Mystery Queen already told you her question. I just don't know what she wants to do in Backlund. Klein's thoughts drifted slightly. For some reason, he glanced at the tower and felt that this gentleman probably knew. Most likely still grinding away in the Dream Labyrinth Tower, but she's really terrible at it, she hasn't even cleared the 8th level yet. Ebner silently commented to himself, recalling Klein's thoughts from the original novel. Because both Audrey's and Bernadette's permissions had been granted by him, he could check their strategy progress. Soon, the hermit manifested the 3 diary pages and handed them to Mr. Fool. After becoming an angel, my mind gradually split. Sanity is temporary, madness is eternal. Faith is the anchor of gods. Adam and Amon were the result of the ancient sun god drinking a potion. Although Klein had expected that the carefully selected pages from the Mystery Queen would contain important content, the things revealed still weighed heavily on him. After all, Roselle was already an angel when he wrote these, he had joined the Twilight Hermit Order, had seen the blasphemy slate, and knew far more about the mysterious world and beyonder characteristics than Klein did now. Yet he was even more pessimistic, as if he believed that this world was twisted from the very beginning, mad, doomed to self-destruction. In this regard, he was quite similar to Lu Bo's usual worldview, except that when Lu Bo spoke about these things, the tone was relaxed, and he never created an atmosphere of despair. But Old Huang's writing was overwhelmingly bleak. According to his description, even Sequence 2 came with such terrifying changes. Then at Sequence 0, at the level of true gods, how horrifying must the madness they had to resist be? Right, I remember a diary where Hermes once told Old Huang that Death Consul Vicente Miranda, that is, Lu Bo, barely needed an anchor. Is that Lu Bo's cheat? If so, no wonder so many goddesses favored him. Of course, the gods must also have found their own methods of withstanding madness, after all, not every orthodox deity is connected to Lu Bo. But then, why did the 7 gods abandon their original human forms and adopt symbolic, abstract holy emblems instead? I just can't understand. And about Roselle's statement that Adam and Amon were produced when the ancient sun god drank a potion, I wholeheartedly agree. The creator that Silver City worships must have recycled too many ancient god authorities, too many messy powers, causing confusion and madness to appear, so he promptly produced 2 children to expel part of the mess. Muttering to himself for a while, Klein quickly turned to the remaining 2 pages. A uniqueness cannot be accommodated, it is a burden. Dreamed of green, explored the primitive island once more, discovered a large number of out-of-control monsters gathering to perform a mysterious ritual. That last description carried a deeply terrifying atmosphere. Out-of-control monsters were mostly creatures of pure madness, just gathering peacefully was already extremely difficult, let alone cooperating to worship some existence. If anything, this method vaguely resembled Lu Bo, perhaps both could be considered forms of pollution. Wait. If I further mastered the gray fog, would I also have similar effects? After all, merely having objects connected to the gray fog allows me to pinpoint their holders and drag them into the space above the fog. That process, could it also be a kind of pollution? It's only because I bear goodwill that it doesn't harm them, just as Lu Bo only allowed people he acknowledged to know his name. For those he didn't acknowledge, was that pollution? If so, then my cheat, in essence and in level, is similar to Lu Bo's. What exactly are they? The spherote that Mr. Tower mentioned but refuses to explain in detail. A flood of questions flashed through his mind, but there was no one who could answer them. Klein had no choice but to speculate aimlessly while letting the diary pages vanish. Then he turned toward the hermit, smiling warmly. "What is your request?" Without hesitation, the hermit asked. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I wish to know what Emperor Roselle left behind inside the great lighthouse behind the Miracle City, where he was dragged. Dragged into the back of the Miracle City's great lighthouse. Isn't that just the Dream Labyrinth Tower? Is Bernadette feeling so hopeless about clearing it that she's come directly for spoilers? Bernadette, you must not become a cloud player." Hearing this question, Ebner glanced strangely at the hermit, then turned toward the fool with a pleasantly amused expression, waiting for his response. Although Mr. Fool had personally experienced the great battle on the first floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower, he had only a partial understanding of Roselle's actual plans. After all, Klein's level was still too low, he simply couldn't comprehend Roselle's series of operations involving various authorities. End of this chapter. Chapter 1060, A Message from the Sun. What was left behind inside the Dream Labyrinth Tower? Hearing the hermit's question, Justice Audrey instantly pricked up her ears. Since she was working hard every day to grind the tower, she was naturally very interested. Meanwhile, Klein was surprised for a different reason. Judging from past experience, although the Mystery Queen chose diary pages according to certain patterns, she generally only knew that a specific node in Roselle's diary contained important information, or could infer Roselle's emotional state from his handwriting. She could not precisely direct questions based on exact diary content. Even so, the questions she provided usually had something to do with the submitted diary pages. But this time, her question about the Dream Labyrinth Tower had absolutely nothing to do with the diary content. Luckily I participated in the Holy Grail War on the first floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower and know a thing or two. I know old Huang once imprisoned Zeradal in the palace beneath that black sludge. Fooling the hermit and Bernadette shouldn't be an issue. Thinking of this, Mr. Fool glanced at Ebner from the corner of his eye, adding silently. The key is to avoid letting the tower notice anything wrong. After all, much of what I know comes from Ebner. Who knows whether that kid slipped in some personal additions. If I step on a trap and he notices, it'll be humiliating. After a few seconds of consideration, Klein had an idea, one that could even raise the fool's mysterious aura, so he smiled slightly and said. Roselle left behind a miracle. Although Klein didn't really understand what old Huang intended by binding Zeradal inside the Dream Labyrinth Tower, Zeradal was the miracle invoker of the Seer Pathway, Sequence 2. Old Huang definitely wanted to use the miracle invoker to achieve something. So saying he left behind a miracle was safe and irrefutable. Miracle. Everyone except Ebner mentally repeated the word, letting their imaginations run wild. Finally, Justice Audrey couldn't resist asking, Mr. Fool, what is a miracle? Or rather, what does miracle mean? Good question. Miss Audrey is as cooperative as always. I was already planning to manipulate the world into asking, but that would have been so awkward. If the tower ever learns that the so-called follower, the world, is actually just the fool's alternate persona, I'd never live it down. But then again, the world has already done similar things before. One more time wouldn't matter. No, better not reveal anything. As his mind spun with strange thoughts, the fool deliberately chuckled lightly and said, with profound meaning. Returning from death is a miracle. This was Zeradal's original line recorded by Roselle, simply an explanation of miracle, free of problems. As for what everyone else might infer from it, well, if their interpretation matched reality, then it meant the fool had successfully hinted at them. If not, they simply misunderstood. What did that have to do with the fool? Furthermore, old Huang's arrangements in the Dream Labyrinth Tower were aimed at resurrection. Ebner had briefly mentioned that. Klein didn't use Ebner's wording, saying returning from death should not arouse the tower's suspicion. Returning from death is a miracle. Does that mean Emperor Roselle intended to resurrect himself using a miracle? Alger, Audrey, and Katlia all felt their hearts shake. The hermit in particular almost wanted to share this information with the queen immediately. After Klein finished speaking, he didn't give the tarot club members much time to think. Instead, he smiled and said, "It's your turn." He didn't mention that Roselle's resurrection plan was forbidden by the gods and had already been destroyed. He planned to use that as material to answer questions again next time. The hermit, Katlia, gave another polite bow of thanks, then turned to the magician Furs and asked about the Abraham family, requesting a meeting with one of their direct descendants. Furs recalled the message Ebner had asked her to relay to her teacher. She had already written a letter requesting a meeting. Barring accidents, teacher Dorian would come to Backlund this weekend. Asking on Katlia's behalf wasn't a problem. At this thought, Furs replied, "What do you want from them? If you can give me a reason, I can pass your request to them. As for whether any further progress will happen, that depends entirely on their willingness. I can't guarantee anything." Katlia briefly explained that she wanted more information regarding Mr. Dorr, then said she could pay Furs £400 as a contact fee, and an additional £400 if the other party agreed to meet. Why must she ask the Abraham family for information on Mr. Dorr? Wouldn't asking Ebner be easier? I feel he knows more about Mr. Dorr than the Abrahams do. Furs muttered to herself, but still happily agreed. Next, Justice Audrey made her request to buy bewitching bell fruits. This time, the hangman Alger took the lead, saying he had leads but would need time to confirm them. When Alger and Kalingas once explored the primitive island, they had found a bewitching bell tree. They hadn't dared approach back then due to lack of strength. Now, with the ritual sacrifice of the sea monster complete, Alger had the hope of advancing to Sequence 5, and naturally didn't want to miss the chance to earn money. After all, he still owed the world a large extra fee for the sea monster. Of course, he held no resentment toward the world's demand for extra payment. Without the world, if his ship had been attacked by angels while assaulting that port, they would never have lived through it. Once the inspection ends and we're far enough from Paso Island, I can pray to Mr. Fool for the sea monster's location and attempt my advancement to Ocean Songster. Alger felt a spark of anticipation. After these two transactions, since no one else had immediate needs, the tarot gathering entered its free communication segment. The son, Derek, spoke up dutifully. "I have become a notary." We didn't need to know that. The hangman had the urge to cover his face, but he still maintained calm professionalism and explained the various extended applications of a notary's abilities, saving Derek the trouble of figuring them out alone. "Thank you, Mr. Hangman." After sincerely expressing gratitude, the son turned to the tower. After hesitating a moment, he still said, "Mr. Tower, I encountered Elder Lovia in the round tower of Silver City earlier. She asked me to bring a message to you." Hearing this, Ebner paused slightly, wondering. "I don't recall having any connection with that shepherd elder. I don't even know her. Why would she send me a message?" The judgment, Zio and the hanged man, Alger both looked over as well, Zio's gaze faintly probing, Alger's filled with surprise, each guessing that the tower might have had contact with that shepherd elder during his venture into the land abandoned by God. As for the fool, Klein simply felt. This must be another historical mess left behind by that Lou Beau. "What did she ask you to say?" Ebner asked, frowning slightly. "She said, do you still remember the promise from 203 years ago?" The son imitated Lovia's tone as he relayed the message. After speaking, he stared at Ebner expectantly, hoping for an explanation. This question had bothered him for days. How could Elder Lovia, who was only a little over 30, possibly ask Mr. Tower about a promise from 203 years ago? A promise from 203 years ago. 203 years ago should be around the time when Morning Star City fell. This might not be the Shepherd Elder's question, so is it the True Creator? Or perhaps an angel under the True Creator who once contacted the Machine Emperor? And promise. Again the word promise. Whenever promise was mentioned, Ebner felt a headache. Because from the little snake will, he had already guessed that the promises he left behind in the distant past were probably tasks of outrageous level and difficulty. I used to draw such enormous future pies, but now all the debt collectors come to me. Cursing his past, irresponsible self, Ebner really wanted to say, I forgot, but after thinking for a moment, having fully digested the prophet potion, even without advancing to sequence 3, his spirituality and grasp of divinity had greatly improved. He judged that his inside vision could push deeper into the unknown land and reach the marks left by his farther future self. At least the Calamity Seal and Machine Emperor regions, two spots only 2 or 3 centuries away and not too far from the entrance, should be reachable. Previously, Ebner hadn't attempted it because he was in his bad luck period and wanted to avoid mishaps. But now that the son had brought up a True Creator-related issue, and Ebner judged the risk manageable, he immediately contacted his real body in the waking world. For the tarot meeting, Ebner currently used a spirit body avatar transformed by his insight vision. With Mr. Fool's permission, he could transmit certain information back via the Crimson Star. In the villa at 28 Kingster Street, Sherwood Borough. Upon receiving the message from the Tarot Club, Ebner hesitated only briefly before curiosity overwhelmed him. He split off the insight vision and, via the passage supported by the White Angel and the Omniscient Eye, entered the unknown land. End of this chapter. Chapter 1061, The Mechanical Emperor. My name is Lu Bo, and I transmigrated. When I woke up, I found myself imprisoned in an underground jail. The walls around me were built entirely of steel, and besides the occasional sounds of metal being struck, there was no other noise. Based on the memories I received, I learned that my current body was only 20 years old, yet already a Sequence 7 appraiser, someone capable of using his abilities to avoid the negative effects of magical items and bring out their full power. In this city of steel, that already counted as a warrior, someone who had to go outside the city from time to time to carry out exploration missions. The reason I had been locked in this steel prison was that the squad I belonged to had provoked a terrifying monster. Most members of the squad were cursed, while only a few escaped unscathed. In order to distinguish the cursed from the uncursed, and to prevent the curse from spreading, the upper echelon of the City of Steel decided to imprison the entire squad for isolation. Whoever survived would be considered clean. Naturally, the body's original owner was not among the few. So he died, and I arrived. I stayed in the prison for over a month before being released. Even then, someone continued secretly monitoring me, and it wasn't until half a year later that all surveillance was removed, something I discovered easily with what I call my pure white eye, my golden finger. After I regained my freedom, I finally had to face a brutal truth. I had transmigrated into the world of a novel from my previous life. And not just anywhere, but into the harshest environment described in that novel. Forsaken Land of the Gods. The City of Steel was a city-state never mentioned in the original book, located on an iron ore belt. Its population was small. After years of struggling to survive, the total number barely reached 2,000. Every life was precious. Thus, even though the original owner was likely cursed, the upper echelon did not abandon him. Because the population was so small, every adult had work to do, so all children were raised collectively. As a result, the City of Steel had lost the concept of family. Even surnames and personal names had been abolished, everyone had only a code name. I didn't like this. It made me feel like a machine instead of a person. But I could understand the leadership's choice. Family names were already a luxury for a city-state like this. To change the system, I must first improve the quality of life here, then find a way into the upper echelon so I could reform the system. And the prerequisite for all of this was to increase my own strength. Fortunately, I had the pure white eye to help me. Not only could it analyze the essence of things with great power, it also let me see many details others couldn't detect in the darkness. When I advanced to Sequence 5, I could even pray to it and complete ritual magic of higher sequence level. Because of this, Evan's Arcane Barrier and Violet's Perfect Restoration were developed one after another, and I earned the appreciation of the city's leadership. Evans was the surname I chose for myself, inspired by another novel I liked from my previous life. Violet was the surname I gave my alchemy assistant, or rather, what I preferred to call my artificial intelligence. Speaking of Violet, it was originally the wraith that had cursed the original owner. In life, it had been a shepherd. I used the sealed, ancient alchemist, characteristic I'd obtained by coincidence to stitch it together with other spirits, creating the intelligent assistant I had now. After gaining the appreciation of the City of Steel's upper echelon, I joined the Supreme Council, becoming the last ranked of the 13 who ruled the city-state. But very quickly, the series of reforms I proposed and the strategies I offered for survival and exploration all yielded excellent results. In a short time, the population capacity the city could sustain doubled. My achievements in science, especially the invention of the steam engine, a groundbreaking leap, allowed my rank to rise from last place to fourth within just a few years, beneath only the 3 demigods who occupied the top seats. None of the other council members objected. After all, everyone lived on the razor's edge of survival. Schemes and infighting had become luxuries no one could afford. When I later looked back on those days when everyone worked together, I felt a deep sigh building in my chest. 20-some years passed. The first seat's body could no longer hold on, and the alchemist characteristic he left behind was given to me. After I drained the life force of an entire region, I successfully became a demigod. Only then did I discover the true secret behind the pure white eye. Unfortunately, I did not dare let my spirituality probe too deeply. Something like pollution seemed to lurk there. All I could see were the various deaths suffered by different versions of me in other lives. It seemed that in every lifetime, my luck wasn't great. Compared to that, even being stuck in the land abandoned by God yet managing to become an alchemist made me one of the luckier ones. In any case, once I became a demigod, I became first seat beyond any dispute and began implementing a plan I had prepared long ago. The Floating City Project. The reason we needed a floating city was because I wanted to lead the people of the City of Steel out of the land abandoned by God, away from this dark continent, and toward a world of light. According to the original novel, the only exit from this forsaken land was in the Giant King's court. But the City of Steel had no records of the Giant King's court, nor did we even know our own positioning. I had no way of determining the correct direction, and could only explore outward again and again. But the range a city-state could explore was limited. We couldn't build outposts all the way. First, we didn't have the manpower. Second, temporary bases lacked safety. Third, and most importantly, if the direction was wrong, all the outposts would be wasted. Therefore, the only solution I could think of was make the entire city mobile. Because of the complex terrain, land vehicles weren't a good choice. So a floating city that could traverse the sky became my goal. This was a nearly impossible engineering task, but fortunately, the land abandoned by gods still had remnants of divine power from the gods that could be used. In the end, after 112 years and several generations of effort, the floating city, Morningstar City, equipped with 4 major systems, finally rose into the sky. Taking advantage of this moment, I changed the societal system, granting everyone surnames and personal names. I also formally announced my own name, Lucian Evans, to all citizens. By then, Morningstar City's population had already approached 10,000. The long years that followed were spent advancing and stopping intermittently. After a long process of exploration, I finally determined that the city's original location should be near the iron ore belt of present-day Cameroon in my past life. As for the Giant King's court, it was likely somewhere in northern Europe. The distance between the two was enormous, and the journey was full of danger. Some areas had to be bypassed entirely. It was destined to be an extremely long voyage. Thus, Morningstar City traveled northward while exploring, collecting materials, and upgrading itself. Along the way, it also gathered many survivors from other city-states. Those survivors, having never seen a place with living conditions as comfortable as Morningstar City, naturally regarded me as a god, addressing me reverently as the Mechanical Emperor. At that time, I had just advanced to Sequence 3, and I did require a certain amount of faith, so I let it be. Until one day, my closest companion, the former artificial intelligence, now the tower spirit of Morningstar City Central High Tower, Violet, conveyed to me the will of a great existence. End of this chapter. Chapter 1062, The Promise. The great existence capable of conveying his will within the forsaken land of the gods was, of course, the true creator. In fact, this came as no surprise to me. Even back then, when I transformed a shepherd's wraith into an artificial intelligence, I had done so precisely to establish contact with the true creator. After all, although the Giant King's court really was the exit of the forsaken land of the gods, without the permission of the true creator, Morningstar City would never be able to enter the bright world. Moreover, after advancing to Sequence 3, although I still could not probe deeper into the unknown land behind the pure white eye and retrieve memories of my other lives, thanks to the uniqueness of the mystic specter, I could glimpse fragments of the secrets of my previous incarnations. And in the lifetime when I was the creator, I had communicated with the true creator. I knew that although he appeared utterly mad to ordinary people, he was not an irrational lunatic incapable of cooperation. This had already been verified by His Majesty Solomon. In short, the true creator clearly recognized me and understood my peculiar nature. Thus, through our intermediary, the artificial intelligence Natasha Violet, we reached an agreement. I would help him open the door inside the Giant King's court and confirm the status of the Dark Angel. He, in return, would allow me to transport Morningstar City out of the forsaken land of the gods. After this, I discovered that at some unknown point, Morningstar City had already gained believers of the true creator. This was clearly something secretly cultivated by the city's core administrator, Violet. To demonstrate sincerity in our cooperation, I tolerated Violet's actions, merely dividing the factions slightly so they could restrain one another. However, my deal with the true creator did not proceed smoothly. Until floating year 203, when Morningstar City arrived near Afternoon Town, those he had sent to locate the key to the Giant King's court all returned empty-handed. At that moment, I understood that some existence, or several, did not want the true creator to open that room within the Giant King's court at this point in time. I was destined to be unable to guide Morningstar City to the bright world in this lifetime. My life, too, had entered its countdown. And I had a premonition that even the newly developed colony armor technology might not extend my lifespan. Thus, I began preparing a series of backup plans and stored them inside the mechanical Bible. Then, once again through Violet, I issued a promise to the true creator. A promise that I would help him obtain the first blasphemy slate in the future. In exchange, he would, for the next 203 years, refrain from actively harming Morningstar City. Why 203 years? Because according to my calculations, 203 years later would be exactly the year Klein entered the forsaken land of the gods. Even if I had not yet reconnected with Morningstar City then, Mr. Fool should be able to grant protection. And coincidentally, this year happened to be the 203rd year since the floating city ascended. Quite a coincidence, wasn't it? Although I had already foreseen that Morningstar would inevitably fall this year. But a fall was not the end, it was the beginning of another legend. After all, without my protection, only a fallen morning star could survive. This was a conclusion I reached after glimpsing a fragment of the secrets belonging to the god of luck. As for the rest of my arrangements in the bright world, I could only hope that my future selves would complete them. The only one I could not let go of was Violet. Although she had preached the true Creator's faith behind my back, that was merely influence from her pathway's higher power. I knew she had never betrayed me. In the end, I never expected that the one who acted and caused my death would be the angel of fate, Ouroboros. Or rather, was it him again? In that case, the debt he owes me. In the future, he must repay it with at least one great serpent characteristic. The god of luck, or rather, me. Could I really observe my future selves across thousands of years with such clarity? Such precise observation of destiny already surpassed the capabilities of the wheel of fate, didn't it? Unfortunately, my strength was insufficient. Because of the limitations of my pathway, I could not use the fictional, omniscient eye within the unknown land. I could not restore the memories of the god of luck and could only glimpse fragments through the mystic specter. Perhaps only when a future self walks the reader pathway will I, at the demigod stage, be able to restore the complete memories of my previous lives. Inside the villa at 28 Kingster Street, Ebner, after immersively experiencing the life of the mechanical emperor, felt somewhat dazed. Even though the mental experience of a reader path demigod was akin to reading a book. At the same time, due to the influence of bad luck, a portion of the memories he received was lost, something he didn't even realize. So the pie I drew for the true Creator was helping him get the first blasphemy slate. That's the sort of job that offends everyone. Hopefully none of my other selves promised the same thing to the Calamity Dragon. And the calamity of the floating city wasn't because the true Creator discovered something, it was because his protection period was ending. No wonder when I observed the fate river of Morningstar City, I realized that if I didn't take them out soon, they'd be in great danger. Understanding this, Ebner recalled the magnificent life of the mechanical emperor. Even knowing that was himself, he couldn't help but sigh. Damn, that's impressive. A true legend. Such a pity, a miracle of civilization destroyed by corruption. The first generation of resilient fighters slowly died off. Their descendants, softened by comfort, saw their hearts deteriorate. When their final pillar, the mechanical emperor, could no longer protect them, Morningstar's fall became inevitable. Fortunately, after 203 years of hardship, the people of Morningstar had once again forged unshakable wills. After drifting through these boundless thoughts, Ebner focused once more on the secrets of the god of luck that the mechanical emperor had glimpsed. Ouroboros must repay with a sequence 1 characteristic. That means the pivot point of fate was shifted, reducing the probability of other branches and solidifying a particular destiny. In simple terms, it's somewhat like karma in the Shushan world. But the foundation of this world is chaos. Determinism only works in limited areas, cause and effect is not strict. So did the god of luck achieve this by repeatedly prying fate's pivot points? Or, was it tied to the cycle of destiny promised to the little snake? The mechanical emperor believed the god of luck surpassed the wheel of fate, at least in some aspects. No matter what, it's definitely related to the old ones tied to destiny. Thinking this, Ebner pushed the insight vision in the unknown land toward the Calamity Seal, lifetime again. But strangely, he received nothing. Even though it was closer in time than the mechanical emperor and nearer to the passage, he still couldn't restore that life. As for Danit, who belonged to an even more distant era, insight vision couldn't safely reach him until Ebner advanced to sequence 3. Is it because the Calamity Seal lifetime was sequence 1? Or because it wasn't human? In any case, that lifetime is definitely the most special. Ebner thought regretfully. After all, the Calamity Seal lifetime was the one in which he had arranged the most plans and moved the most pieces, many of which he still couldn't fully comprehend. While thinking, Ebner transmitted the information regarding the mechanical emperor's promise to the avatar attending the tarot gathering. Although it seemed long, the memory reception actually took only a few seconds. In the ancient hall above the gray fog. The tower paused for a few seconds, then looked at the sun beside him and replied with a smile. Go back and tell Elder Lovia that the final valid period of that promise still has a few months left. I have not forgotten. And I hope he hasn't either. There will be an extra update around 9 o'clock. End of this chapter. Chapter 1063, Before the Ball. The hermit Catlia, the hangman Alger, and the others were stunned. They suddenly felt as if they no longer truly knew the tower. A mere demigod could speak as an equal to a being addressed as he. Ebner saw their shock. After a brief moment of thought, he still gave an explanation. My reply represents the existence behind me, just like that Elder Lovia. This avatar of mine is already speaking on behalf of my real body, this explanation is perfectly valid. So that was it. Alger and Catlia both showed clarity, though their curiosity toward the tower's background grew stronger. Especially Alger. He'd guessed many times, but none of his guesses fit. I understand. Although the son Derek didn't fully understand, he still chose to trust Mr. Tower and prepared to deliver the message. But at this moment, the hangman Alger warned. When you deliver the message, try to stay hidden. Don't let your chief discover you secretly contacted Elder Lovia. Derek froze for a moment, then nodded firmly. Thanks to the teachings of the hangman, the world, and the tower, he already knew that although the chief trusted him somewhat, he had never given up using the shepherd elder to balance him. If the chief found out he secretly met Lovia, the fragile trust he had built could collapse instantly. But Ebner shook his head. I think it's better to be honest with your chief, and tell him the promise has nothing to do with Silver City. Hiding it would be ideal, but given Ebner's understanding of the chief, Derek would never be able to hide anything. Better to be open than suspected. This. Derek glanced at the tower and then at the hangman, unsure who to trust. In the end, his gaze drifted toward the world. This made Mr. Moon quietly unhappy. So you're not even going to ask for my opinion? The world, Klein, felt both sides had merit, but he trusted Ebner more. So he asked hoarsely. Do you have the confidence to completely avoid your chief noticing? Derek recalled the chief's imposing figure and lowered his head. No. Then follow Mr. Tower's suggestion, Klein said with a small laugh. The hangman exhaled softly, realizing his mistake, and added. It was my oversight. Do as Mr. Tower said. Yes. Derek bowed even lower, mistakenly believing his incompetence caused the hanged man's error. After this, Justice Audrey looked around and raised her hand. Does anyone know about the Bloody Butcher case in Tingen a dozen years ago? The case had halted her progress on the 7th level of the Dream Labyrinth Tower. Even knowing she probably wouldn't encounter it again, Audrey still wanted to understand the truth. Where exactly had she gone wrong? The hanged man, Judgment, Magician, and others frowned. They didn't understand why Miss Justice brought this up. But Klein immediately guessed. She must have encountered that scenario in the Dream Labyrinth Tower. The Bloody Butcher case. Isn't that the one Mrs. Oriana from Blackthorn Security once experienced? I remember it was a devil ritual event. Without Nighthawks intervening, she would have been the 6th victim. The case happened 17 years ago, and the culprit had long since been arrested. Explaining it shouldn't be a problem. Thinking this, Klein controlled the world to speak hoarsely. I know a bit about that case. He then summarized the file he had read at Blackthorn Security. Unexpectedly, Audrey shook her head. No. In the scenario, the Nighthawks and I captured the killer you mentioned, but the mission still failed. That means the mastermind was someone else. What? Even Ebner was intrigued. He considered, then said. If the 6th target survived more than a decade without incident, that means the ritual already succeeded long ago. The 6th person wasn't needed at all. The mastermind must have completed the ritual after killing the 5th victim. The surviving 6th victim was Mrs. Oriana of Blackthorn Security. Klein hadn't said her name, so Ebner only referred indirectly. 5 victims, 5 organs removed. What kind of devil ritual is that? The world, Klein, frowned. Maybe, it wasn't a devil ritual at all. Ebner replied. The number 5 also made him inexplicably think of the 5 survivors of a certain ritual 11 years ago. Klein had the same intuition but didn't speak it aloud. Instead, he planned to investigate later. Thus the discussion continued, and the tarot gathering gradually drew to an end. After the meeting, ignoring the private discussion between Klein and Ebner, Derek returned to Silver City. He first memorized the strengths and weaknesses of Notary as described by the hangman, then headed to the Twin Towers again to select a magical item and deliver the tower's message to Elder Lovia. He hadn't chosen his extraordinary weapon earlier because his newly advanced state was unstable. He feared losing control upon touching a magical item. Inside the round tower, after completing the procedures, Derek listed his needs and reviewed the shortlisted magical items. After careful reading and examination, he quickly settled on one called Thunder God's Roar. It came from a ruined city-state, extremely heavy, shaped like a giant hammer, its surface a deep ghostly blue wrapped in silver-white lightning. The handle seemed to be a creature's leg bone. In battle, it produced a fear-inducing sound, as though the thunder god himself had descended, roaring endlessly. Every strike carried terrifying destructive power, lightning always present. Its negative effects weren't severe for the mild-tempered, self-radiant Derek. After choosing his weapon, Derek tightened his lips and proceeded to the chief's room at the top of the round tower, knocking on the door. Moments later, Shepherd Elder Lovia was summoned as well. Upon hearing Derek recite Mr. Tower's message, a mechanical-sounding female voice rang by Lovia's ear. I know. Lovia wasn't surprised. Ever since she obtained the Shepherd Potion formula from a destroyed city-state, this voice had followed her. Paso Island, headquarters of the Church of Storms. After his examination concluded, Alger was once again questioned by a deacon about several female pirate generals. With his previous experience, he cautiously asked. Did Gehrman Sparrow cause trouble again? The deacon said with thinly veiled glee. The mission originally assigned to you all was completed by Gehrman. He gathered 4 or 5 demigods, including that mysterious professor. And according to our intel, an angel of the Einhorn family descended upon the port that day, but was blocked as well. Alger's mouth hung open wider with each word. Who would have imagined that capturing a sea monster below demigod level would result in such an escalation? And the trident was taken by 3 demigods of the Demoness sect working together. Given Gehrman's relationship with the Admiral of Ailment, they were likely brought by that lunatic adventurer, the deacon added. Counting them, 7 or 8 demigods plus at least 1 angel. No wonder the world demanded extra payment. Alger didn't hide his shock, and a sense of lingering terror. Given the Fuzak Empire's arrangements, without the world's intervention, he would have been unquestionably dead. 5 p.m., Backlund, Empress Borough, Hall family's luxurious villa. Ebner stepped off the carriage, entering the main hall with the elegantly dressed Zio and Furs. Soon, a handsome noble youth with radiant golden hair approached with a butler behind him. End of chapter. Chapter 1064, The Black Saintess. No matter the angle, the gentleman before them possessed a beauty like that of a classical sculpture. This was Audrey's elder brother, the Earl's eldest son, Hibbert Hall. Welcome, Viscount Beldain. Since the main purpose of this ball was centered around Ebner, Hibbert naturally appeared extremely enthusiastic. Hopefully we're not late. Ebner returned the greeting with a smile and handed over a bottle of red wine. In lone high society, when attending a banquet or ball hosted by someone for the first time, one must give the host a small gift. Alcohol was the most popular option, but for a first visit, it had to be a domestic product. This particular wine Ebner brought was actually a promotional tie-in by his film company. After buying out a small workshop, they began producing wine under film-themed branding. It was mainly about the label and packaging, the taste barely mattered. Hibbert glanced at the bottle. As a young man, he quite liked the fashionable design. Were they not in a formal venue, he would have picked it up to examine it from every angle. In fact, Ebner had already filed a patent for this bottle design and sold limited editions, each bottle numbered. Though the production cost was low, the auction price would be anything but. Compared to the previous life where bottled water with a pretty label sold for over 1,000, this is nothing, he muttered internally. Ebner then introduced his 2 companions. As for Zio and Furs, Audrey's close friends, Hibbert naturally wasn't unfamiliar with them. After pretending this was their first meeting, he also beckoned forward a woman with waterfall-like long hair, fair skin, a black veil, and an off-shoulder black evening dress. This was his companion for the night, Miss Nancy. Ebner greeted her calmly, stepped forward, bent slightly, and performed a gentleman's air kiss on her hand. But in his heart, waves surged violently. Because this so-called Miss Nancy looked exactly like the Black Saintess from Owen's memories. When Owen had once controlled the White Saintess, Katrina, he had her draw portraits of the Demoness sect's 2 known angels. Running into the catastrophe Demoness the moment I step out the door, is this what bad luck means? Ebner very much wanted to leave immediately, but that would only arouse suspicion. Though this was Backlund, and the transformation belt could instantly restore his strength as the Death Consul, making him not particularly afraid of a confrontation, if a fight truly erupted, the clash of angel-level powers would annihilate everyone present, including Zio and Furs. That was absolutely unacceptable. Moreover, as his sequence increased, the world behind the pure white eye grew ever more connected to reality. Even without opening it, the Calamity Seal, hidden within, could no longer be perfectly concealed. It was built upon converging fate, and in the future, it would likely pull his destiny closer and closer to high-ranking demonesses and hunters. Still, no matter how often it happened, it shouldn't reach the point of encountering one everywhere he went. These past 2 days of constantly running into Sequence 2 demoness, hunter, and warrior beings was simply because he was going through a period of bad luck. At this moment, more guests arrived. Hibbert excused himself and went with his attendants, and Miss Nancy, to greet them. As for the bicycle company shares and the proposed Academy Awards venture, those could be discussed once the ball officially began. Before leaving, Miss Nancy intentionally cast Ebner a glance, one filled with an indescribable, obscure meaning. Ebner completely ignored it. With Furs and Zio, he entered the villa. Inside were glittering crystal chandeliers, a ballroom spacious enough for dozens to dance, and tables laden with exquisite dishes. Foie gras, pan-fried dragon-bone fish, baked lobster. Almer wine, mist champagne. Once upon a time, Furs would have been drooling. But after traveling and playing roles with Ebner across nations and tasting countless delicacies, she now found these merely decent, with superior ingredients, but nothing remarkable. In truth, the most delicious food still belonged to the gourmet specialized servant of Mr. Fool. At that moment, her eyes brightened. A young lady in a beige court-style gown walked toward them. Blonde hair, blue eyes, exceptionally beautiful. She wore white silk gloves, delicate emerald earrings, and carried an aura both pure and elegant. It was none other than Audrey, freshly returned to Backlund. Seeing Miss Justice, Ebner thought for a moment, then leaned toward Zio and whispered a few words. Zio looked a bit startled but nodded solemnly. They soon split up. Furs and Zio went to greet Audrey, then all three entered a lounge. Meanwhile, Ebner entered the washroom to report the Black Saintess discovery to Mr. Fool. Inside the lounge, Audrey first sent the golden-furred big dog Susie to guard the door. Then she smiled at Zio, who had patted her shoes a whole 10 centimeters and was still wearing high heels, and asked. Zio, long time no see. Earlier you gestured at me. Is something going on? Zio nodded. After sealing the room with spirituality, she said obscurely. I've already requested that gentleman. Let's talk there. She pointed at the ceiling. So it really was you. At first I suspected Princess Vera, but then it didn't add up. Audrey immediately understood, and also instinctively looked toward Furs. As far as she knew, Furs probably didn't know that Zio was judgment. Zio spread her hands helplessly. At this point, hiding it is pointless. And she's not actually stupid. Once something strange happens in a minute, how could she not figure it out? Furs, meanwhile, looked left and right, completely confused. What are you talking about? Zio didn't bother explaining. She found a comfortable spot on the sofa and said. You'll know in a moment. Furs grew even more perplexed. No WH. Before she could finish, crimson light flared around her and swallowed her whole. When her vision returned, she was already sitting in the ancient palace she had visited hours earlier, on the chair of the magician. Justice and Judgment sat beside her. Furs might sometimes be lazy with thinking, but as Zio said, she was far from stupid. She immediately understood the implication of Zio's earlier words. Zio, your judgment. She stared wide-eyed, full of wounded accusation. How could you hide this from me? You also didn't tell me you're the magician first, did you? Zio asked, completely justified. That's because ugh, anyway. You were hiding it from me. You were watching me make a fool of myself. You've completely learned bad habits from Ebner. Furs looked heartbroken. Zio rolled her eyes. Yes, I was watching for fun. And I'm not the only one. Furs frowned. Who else? Zio's lips curved uncontrollably. Take a guess. Furs's expression stiffened. Don't tell me. Mr. Tower is actually Ebner. End of chapter. Chapter 1065, The Battle Plan Meeting. Ebner's rate of advancement was almost identical to that of Mr. Tower. Especially during the period when he advanced to demigod, Mr. Tower also progressed by another step. Ebner was as erudite as Mr. Tower, and the time when Dr. Strange appeared coincided almost exactly with the time Ebner left Backlund. Ebner excelled at crafting beyonder items, so did Mr. Tower. They had both created teleportation-type artifacts. For example, the Endless Teleportation book only appeared after Mr. X was killed, and it was Mr. Tower who produced it. Ebner appeared to be a gentleman on the surface, but in truth, he wasn't that proper. And Mr. Tower likewise enjoyed watching the spectacle of others. The banquet of blood kept in Ebner's home recorded the honorific of Mr. Fool. How could he possibly be ignorant of the Fool? During their very first meeting, when Ebner said that her full moon whispering issue could only be solved by praying to a deity, he probably already intended to draw Mr. Fool's attention to her. All sorts of little details connecting Ebner and Mr. Tower rushed through Fur's mind and wove together. And she almost completely confirmed the two were the same person. She stared blankly for several seconds before muttering to herself. I'm so stupid, really. I actually never suspected him at all. And of course, Zio is the same. Thinking of this, Furs puffed out her cheeks, exhaled, turned toward Zio, and complained. Is teasing me really that amusing? Zio nodded very seriously, doing her best to keep the corners of her mouth from curling up. From my personal perspective, it's very amusing. Furs was speechless. She suddenly felt she had chosen friends poorly, both liked bullying her. At this moment, Miss Justice could no longer bear it. This was Mr. Fool's divine kingdom, how could they discuss such unserious topics? She coughed lightly and shifted the subject. Miss Judgment, can you tell us what this is about now? Zio became serious at once. Dropping her playful tone, she said. Ebner discovered a dangerous individual in your home, but he was afraid that talking about it in reality would alert the person. So he asked Mr. Fool for help. Ebner found a dangerous person in my house. Audrey's eyes widened in shock. Who? Furs glanced at her with grievance, so Miss Justice knew too. Zio shook her head. I don't know the details. Ebner only said that much. Then why didn't he come here himself? Audrey looked toward the opposite side of the long table, no sign of Mr. Tower. At this moment, Klein materialized the figure of the world. And instantly, the three ladies' gazes gathered on him. Mr. World. Audrey felt her chest tighten. If the matter was serious enough to summon the fools favored, then the person Ebner mentioned was definitely dangerous. Mr. Tower cannot remain away from reality for long for certain reasons, so he did not come. But he has already told me everything. The world explained in his rasping voice. In truth, Klein believed the bad luck excuse was merely a pretext. Ebner simply didn't want to face Fur's incoming complaints. After all, Klein knew Ebner could have a clone attend the fog. Mr. World, what exactly happened? With Ebner taking this so seriously, Zio could not help feeling nervous. The world pretended to receive permission from Mr. Fool before projecting an image onto the center of the long table. A woman in a black evening gown. He pointed at it. Mr. Tower believes that she is highly likely the demoness sex Black Saintess, a sequence 2 catastrophe demoness. That's Miss Nancy. That socialite. I recall Hibbert invited her as his partner for the opening dance. She is actually a she. Audrey stared at the projected woman for several seconds before recognizing her. A woman that outstanding was impossible to forget. So she's the one who flirted with Ebner. She's a demoness. Furs and Zio recognized her as well. They had just seen her earlier. Mr. Tower is watching her now. Although she's been hiding in Backlund for a long time and logically shouldn't casually kill or cause havoc, a catastrophe demoness brings a high probability of disaster simply by appearing. It's best to exercise caution. Klein's voice deepened. He wasn't surprised Mr. Tower could monitor an angel. After the post-tarot meeting conversation, Klein learned that Ebner had directly broken through the ambush of the Glorious One. His evaluation of Ebner's strength had risen sharply. As an elite of MI9, Zio switched instantly into operational mode. Then what do you need us to do? First, it's best to end the ball as soon as possible. Of course, the reason must be reasonable, so the Black Saintess won't be suspicious. Klein relayed Ebner's plan and looked at Audrey. After all, this ball was hosted by her family. Audrey quickly calmed down. After thinking for a dozen seconds, she nodded. Leave it to me. I'm confident I can end the ball within half an hour. Though the Hall family's reputation would take a hit, that was nothing compared to having an angel of catastrophe loitering inside their home. Second, find a reliable channel to notify the church immediately. Preferably a direct report to a bishop or senior deacon. Klein paused before continuing. I can handle this part. After all, Dwayne Dantes was Miss Daly's husband, and Miss Daly, as a Nighthawk, was highly trusted within the Church of Evernight. All Klein needed was to have his messenger deliver the written report to Sharon, and then he would formally report it. Even if the matter was investigated later, the church would merely conclude that a hidden angel from another organization was interfering with the demoness sect. So Mr. World is in Backlund right now. The three ladies exchanged thoughtful glances. Miss Judgment, Mr. Tower wishes you to go to Princess Vera immediately after the ball and inform her of everything. Then Klein turned to Furs. As for Miss Magician. Hearing her name, Furs perked up. What do you need me to do? Though she was still upset at Ebner for hiding his identity, she wanted to help him as much as possible. Do you have Lemano's travel notes with you? Klein asked. Yes. Furs nodded. As her strongest defensive artifact and one without negative side effects, she naturally kept it on her person at all times. In that case, Mr. Tower's instruction is, after returning, go into the washroom and use the history projection recorded in Lemano's notes last night to pull out Ebner's image into reality. End of chapter. Chapter 1066, The Black Saintess Intercepts. Furs returned from above the grey fog to reality, then she and Zio left Audrey's lounge one after the other. She strolled casually through the ballroom, declined invitations to dance from two unfamiliar gentlemen, drank a glass of nearly 150 gold-pound Ormer wine, and only then slipped, utterly inconspicuously, into the washroom. Inside, she sealed the surroundings with spirituality, reached into a hidden pocket sewn on the inner lining of her gown, and pulled out a card. After unsealing it, she removed Lemano's travel notes. She flipped to the final page of the magic book, a sheet of yellowed paper marked with a pupilless eye. As grey-white mist rose, Furs reached into the empty air before her. Her arm suddenly sank. She yanked backward quickly, dragging out a figure dressed simply in a white shirt. Brown curly hair, sharply defined features, handsome. It was Ebner Bryan. Ebner's eyes shifted, he instantly dispelled his momentary daze and became indistinguishable from his real self. He walked to the wash basin, picked up the gold-rimmed glasses placed there, and set them on his nose. Then he turned back, smiling at Furs. Nicely done. Though most of the spirituality used for history projection came from Lemano's notes, the one who activated the ability still paid part of the cost. So at the moment, Furz's spirit looked rather drained. She seemed to realize something and asked. Your real body is inside that spectacles quiz maze, isn't it? If so, why insist on having me use this magic book to pull out the projection? Couldn't you have come out yourself? Don't tell me, you exhausted me on purpose so I wouldn't have the energy to question you about that matter. Ebner waved his hand, smiling. Nothing of the sort. My real body has always been outside. I can clearly sense that the catastrophe demoness has been locking onto me with some special method. I placed Alvin's quiz maze here mainly so you could hide in it. I'm going to hide inside. Furz's mind, slowed by spiritual depletion, struggled to follow his logic. If I hide inside, and two of you appear outside, wouldn't that make her suspicious? Look at who I am now, Ebner chuckled. He simulated the ability of a faceless, and in a blink, transformed into her exact appearance. Furz looked at the perfect mirror image, like a twin sister, and sighed. Same routine again. Fine, I understand. Open a room in that maze for me. I'll go in now. Ebner looked her up and down, then shook his head. Hold on. One last step. What step? Furz asked blankly. Ebner pointed to her gown and smiled. Same as last time, you'll need to lend me your clothes. In the Hall family mansion's kitchen, under Audrey's command, the bag-carrying assistant, Island easily hypnotized all chefs and servants, sending them out. Before leaving, he made them ignite several flammable items left too close to an open flame. The fire started small but quickly spread. By the time the chefs and servants woke up, the blaze had already engulfed the room and was spreading outward, far beyond their control. Standing in a concealed chamber, Audrey looked at the fire she had deliberately created to end the ball early and murmured silently. Fire is also a disaster. If I personally create this disaster, it should replace whatever disaster was originally supposed to happen, right? Next is to get Hibbert to discover it quickly and evacuate the guests. But I made a mistake, the chefs actually tried to extinguish the fire when it wasn't that big instead of reporting it. This might cause a real disaster. Wait, animals usually sense danger earlier, don't they? She looked down at Susie. Susie met her gaze, stood up promptly, and said, I understand. Then she trotted out, closing the door behind her. I didn't even explain. Susie's psychology research seems more advanced than mine. Audrey blinked, feeling a rare twinge of defeat. Maybe if I bring Susie into the Dream Labyrinth Tower, I might pass the 7th level more easily. No. I refuse to lose to a dog. But thinking this way makes it sound like I'm Susie's assistant. Also, being better than a dog isn't exactly praise. Audrey puffed her cheeks in self-mockery, then left, planning to find her dog and discover the fire. Elsewhere, Furz left the washroom and quickly found Ebner, who was still speaking happily with Hibbert via the connection with her real body. Lord Hibbert, may I borrow the Viscount for a moment? Furz smiled politely. Beautiful lady, that is naturally your right. Hibbert had no reason to refuse, especially since the bicycle stock acquisition was already settled. Under the subtle, ambiguous gazes of several guests, Ebner and Furz slipped into a vacant lounge and exchanged identities. Ebner's real body changed into Furz's appearance and put on her gown, while the historical projection reverted to Ebner Bryan. A few minutes later, the news of the kitchen fire reached Hibbert. His expression froze. Ending the ball halfway would damage the Hall family's reputation, and his own image as a competent heir, but guest safety came first. He began an orderly evacuation with the butler's help. During this chaos, a certain Viscount's historical projection quietly slipped away from his two female companions and left alone by carriage. Almost no one noticed. Except a certain black-clad lady watching him with ulterior motives. When Ebner's carriage reached a quiet stretch of road, the scenery abruptly inverted. Ebner understood immediately. He had been dragged into the mirror world. Then, a soft, nocturne-like, alluring voice whispered at his ear. Mr. Bryan, don't leave in such a hurry. I have something I'd like to ask you. What exactly are you carrying? Why do I feel such a strong desire to be close to you? Ebner instinctively turned his head and saw a pair of night sky bright eyes reflecting him. At some point, the woman had appeared beside him. The demoness sex angel, the Black Saintess. Be good, won't you? With a tone like a soft, coquettish plea, the Black Saintess leaned toward him. Their breaths mingling, drenched in irresistible charm. Madam, pardon me. But I refuse. End of chapter. Chapter 1067, The Hunt. Refuse. The Black Saintess stared at Ebner's face for a few seconds, surprised that this Viscount, whose reputation was notoriously poor, could actually resist her allure. But then she curved her lips into a teasing smile and, while swinging one leg over to straddle Ebner's lap, slid a pale hand beneath his shirt. Lord Viscount, you don't have the right to refuse. As she spoke, she was about to bestow upon Ebner overwhelming ecstasy, enough to completely melt a person's will. But just as she made her move, Ebner, who had been allowing everything, sighed softly and said regretfully, "Although I am also very curious about ecstasy. But, time's up. Time's up." The black saintess, her long black hair flowing like ink, paused, frowning for the first time. Immediately after, she watched the figure beneath her turn translucent. And in an instant, it vanished. History projection. As someone who had lived since the fourth epoch, back when the three great demoness families still coexisted, the black saintess was hardly inexperienced. She recognized exactly what she'd just seen. Not good. This might be bait. Her heart tightened. She prepared to use mirror shuttling to escape immediately. But the next second, her expression changed drastically. Because the mirror world she created had somehow fallen under secrecy. And more than that. Faint, inexplicable white mist had begun permeating the mirror space. From within the mist, a tall woman walked out. High nose bridge, full lips, deep gray eyes, strikingly beautiful. Letitia Tamara. You, weren't you destroyed? The Black Saintess expression grew uglier. Back when the succubus clan had followed the Night Emperor to besiege Letitia, she herself had participated. She even adopted the title Black Saintess after defecting to Cheek, partly due to nostalgia for the past. Letitia, Princess Vera, smiled. Oh, it's you, Medea. You actually submitted to Cheek. No wonder Moloch's apocalypse demoness characteristic was taken by him. And afterward she was turned into a ship by Trencist. Her smile was gentle. Her tone was glacial. That was His Majesty's command. I have always been loyal to the Night Emperor. I did not betray him. The Black Saintess shook her head calmly. Then she glanced at the mist around Letitia and frowned. You are no longer a beyonder of any pathway. Is that mist what gives you strength? What exactly are you now? Letitia chuckled. It's normal that you don't know. Because I am now a servant of the unknown. Before the echo of her voice faded, the Black Saintess's body exploded, shattering into mirror-like fragments. A moment later she reappeared, disheveled, her dress's buttons blown apart, revealing a smooth expanse of pale skin. To execute me outright without even speaking a word of power. As the liaison between the Demoness sect and the lone royal family, and once a subordinate of the Night Emperor, the Black Saintess was intimately familiar with the Arbiter and Black Emperor pathways. What Letitia had just displayed was already comparable to a Hand of Order. And the Hand of Order was the perfect counter to a Demoness. Especially a catastrophe Demoness who thrived on chaos and calamity. Asterisk if I can't defeat Letitia alone, and someone else is covering this space with secrecy. Facing two angels at once. I have zero chance of victory, asterisk. Escape first. Then settle accounts with that Viscount Brian later. With this thought, she didn't question why Letitia hadn't attacked again. She revealed her Medusa-like mythical form, and from her eyes burst the light of years, tearing open the secrecy barrier. Before time more ancient than the ancient. Not only death, but even secrecy could not withstand the erosion of time. Seize the opening. She bolted through the crack with extreme speed, preparing to use mirror jump to escape. Still cautious, she noted that Letitia made no movement. So in that final second, she glanced back. And saw Letitia looking at her with unmistakable mockery. Mockery. The Black Saintess realized something was wrong. But too late. A soundless shriek rippled outward. Her body shrank rapidly. About to turn into a little chick. Then the chick exploded. The Black Saintess reappeared within the mirror world. The secrecy crack was almost sealed. There's an ancient evil outside too. Her heart turned cold. But she quickly made a decision. She drew out a strange, rusted, blood-stained crown and placed it on her head. This was a sealed artifact formed from the Conqueror characteristic that the Demoness sect and the Lone Royals had exchanged using a Prince of Abolition characteristic. Its negative effects were monstrous. But its might was overwhelming. It pierced almost all authorities. And conquered everything ahead. Thus. Secrecy broke. Curses broke. Bindings broke. Imprisonment broke. The Black Saintess blasted out of the mirror world into the suburbs of Backlund. But the crown's backlash crashed down instantly. She suppressed it with great difficulty and was about to flee. When she saw a familiar figure. Viscount Ebner Brian, smiling at her. And beside him stood a hooded woman, dressed in an archaic robe, with black hair and black eyes. Beautiful, but expressionlessly blank. The moment the Black Saintess saw her, the hooded woman looked back. And the rusted crown vanished. 1 centimeter at a time. Erased from existence. The Black Saintess's eyes widened in terror. But she didn't even finish her sentence. Because her entire existence began rewinding. Everything she had done, except using the Conqueror crown, reversed rapidly. And she was dragged back into the mirror world smothered by secrecy. The Serpent of Fate's restart. How many angels are laying in ambush for me? Facing Letitia Tamara's mocking gaze, the Black Saintess once again tasted the despair she used to inflict as a demoness of despair. Meanwhile, in the suburbs, the beautiful but slightly blank woman, the Mother of the Sky, turned toward Ebner with a gentle smile. Drink the cognizer potion now. With me beside you, your luck can temporarily return to normal. End of chapter. Chapter 1068, Sequence 3, Cognizer. Strictly speaking, the only reason the goddess's vessel, the Mother of the Sky, appeared here at all was because Klein, acting in Dwayne Dante's name, had filed a report directly to an archbishop. Otherwise, as the Church of Evernight sealed artifact 0-17, she would never have left the Chainiscape beneath St. Samuel Cathedral on her own. As for why the Black Saintess ran straight into the hands of the goddess and Ebner. First, because Lady Ariana, the servant of secrecy, had secretly placed a state of misfortune upon her when she applied secrecy over the mirror world. Second, because the Conqueror crown the Black Saintess wore carried a characteristic resonance with the mark of catastrophe within Ebner's eyes. Thus, aside from the goddess's vessel, the mirror world was surrounded inside and out by 5 angels: Vera, Ariana, Will, Tolsna, and Klein's summoned messenger, Miss Renette. Under such conditions, the Black Saintess, who lacked a 0-level sealed artifact, had almost no path to escape intact. While these thoughts flashed across his mind, Ebner followed the goddess's advice. He took out a stack of cards and began unsealing the material stored inside, one by one. Asmodeus's eye, one of the main ingredients, obtained from Lust Owen Dorian, who seized it after using the White Saintess to kill the Sari family's only demigod. Complete brain of a mist demon, another main ingredient, Vera's commission reward. Though he hadn't completed the commission yet, she had already paid up front. 10 grams of astral light dust, an auxiliary material, acquired through trade with the hermit, Kathlia. 10 grams of sand of the spirit world, an auxiliary material, one of the spirit world specialties, easily obtained from Tholsna. 100 milliliters each of earth water, ocean water, and sky water, auxiliary materials, readily available in the physical world. Only sky water took extra effort, but Ebner, who could fly, simply collected it from the clouds. Once all the materials were gathered, Ebner surveyed the surroundings. This place was barren and empty, no creatures in sight. No risk of collateral damage. And with the Evernight goddess's vessel beside him, the area was essentially her kingdom. Even if the advancement caused a massive disturbance, it would be safely concealed. Thinking this, Ebner took out a large cauldron and added in the ingredients one after another. As the materials blended, the mixture quickly thickened and condensed, finally turning into a pot of indescribably yellow slurry. A single bubble floated atop it, round, glossy, and disturbingly eye-like. In short, it looked utterly inedible. If Ebner weren't already seasoned to such horrors, he might have retched on the spot. Staring at the thing he had cooked, Ebner's mouth twitched. He deeply felt that the Reader Pathways potions were getting more and more bottom tier. What is this potion trying to say? That knowledge is incomprehensible, repulsive, and dangerous. Well, it is. But does it have to be reflected so literally in the potion? After complaining inwardly, he gradually adjusted his mindset. He turned to glance at the goddess's vessel. Seeing the Mother of the Sky nod gently, he let out a breath. His body suddenly swelled, tearing apart his clothes, transforming into the incomplete mythical creature form of the Reader Pathway. Since the White Tower mythic form, like the Trickmaster's, is peculiar, being both a whole and countless fragmented spirit eyes. If I couldn't already control my incomplete mythic form, I'd have no choice but to imitate Klein and let my limbs tear at the potion bit by bit. Imagining a swarm of eyeballs scrambling to drink from a pot of yellow sludge. The thought alone is terrifying. Also, the advancement ritual for Cognizer is fully understanding the essence of at least 3 incomplete mythical creature forms and completely analyzing their model. And I've already analyzed all 22 pathways mythic forms. Even if a few are still partially incomplete due to time, they should be more than enough. With this passing through his mind, Ebner inhaled deeply. He stopped hesitating. His mythic form absorbed the potion. Silently. His White Tower's bookshelves flooded with new volumes. Every spirit eye plunged into madness. Madly learning. Madly absorbing knowledge. Spirit world, astral realm, physical world, fate. It was as if all phenomena under the heavens had been thrown into their curriculum. Even Ebner's multi-threaded mind overloaded instantly. Some of the knowledge carried dangerous elements. The kind sealed within beyonder characteristics. Fortunately, these dangerous bits overlapped with the knowledge he'd gained analyzing mythical creature forms, causing their priority to drop. They settled into the sections of the White Tower that had already studied similar material. not assaulting his spirit eyes directly. Because he had analyzed all 22 pathways' mythic forms, almost every symbolic domain. Ebner recovered from overload quickly. He began sorting the ocean of knowledge. Stars, spirit world, reality, fate. Classifying, organizing, restructuring. He even had spare attention to reflect. So the real purpose of analyzing mythic forms was to reduce the difficulty at this moment. Knowledge you've previewed is always easier to digest. The ritual's minimum of 3 forms must correspond to one of the 5 gods' pathways, one of the 3 high sequences, one of the fate-related paths. Only then is success barely possible. If one only previewed adjacent pathways, they'd already be dead under the foreign knowledge's impact. But of course, cognizer, to comprehend the world's rules, grasp deep secrets, find the lever that shifts reality, and solve problems effortlessly. It sounds simple. But the amount of knowledge and analytical ability behind it is monstrous. And naturally, only by becoming a cognizer can one complete the secret technique that every past me failed to complete. After a long stretch of contemplation, Ebner's White Tower finished its temporary expansion. Rows of ethereal bookshelves became clearer, more complete. He released a quiet breath. This meant the potion's impact had fully passed. He had succeeded. He was now the sequence 3 of the reader pathway. A cognizer. End of chapter. Chapter 1069, Consecutive Advancements. Ebner had no time to study what abilities a cognizer possessed. He reflexively activated the pure white eye and, guided by an inexplicable sense, looked past the all-seeing eye and the pure white angel blocking the entrance of the passage. And saw into the depths of the unknown land. Within that unknown time, that unknown space, a slumbering, unknown figure lay still. His face was unknown, his form was unknown, all of him was unknown. Yet Ebner distinctly felt that a portion of this being's fate was intertwined with his own. And that was the only thing, as a cognizer, he was capable of seeing about him. At that moment, that unknown shadow seemed to sense Ebner's gaze. And its body trembled ever so slightly. In the next instant, Ebner felt a deep tranquility wash over his soul. And then he lost consciousness entirely, falling into a deep sleep. Simultaneously, the unknown figure whose fate was linked to him stopped trembling and returned to slumber. In the real world, Ebner's mythic form collapsed back into human form, and he was caught and gently held by the waiting mother of the sky. Backlund, Westborough, Horatio family villa. The Flora Jacobs parasitizing Emma suddenly caused her host's head to turn toward the outskirts. Her mouth whispered softly. Unknown. My lord, has awakened. After a few seconds of dazed silence, Emma herself curved her lips into a soft smile. Her expression filled with pure devotion. In the same city, Bridge Southborough, beneath the Harvest Church. Lilith, having descended using the goddess of beauty's body, also looked toward the outskirts and nodded. It seems the conclusions drawn from that experiment in the forsaken land of the gods were correct. The impact from advancing to sequence 3 can indeed be dispersed by the power of Evernight. In that case, the influence Ebner receives from the unknown should be the smallest among all versions of him. It is a pity that when Alwyn realized this and sought Evernight, it was already too late. Otherwise, there would have been no need to wait until HM. I wonder whether he will manage to break through the barrier of sequence 1. Even Oliver, Rhine, and Vicente never dared attempt advancement to sequence 1. For fear of losing themselves completely. Within the secrecy-cloaked mirror world, Vera Tamara, who had just temporarily bound the Black Saintess using the fog of uncertainty, turned toward the outskirts beside the manifested spirit angel, Tholzna. Her expression turned complicated. Unknown. Vera murmured. The doll-like Tholzna remained expressionless, her thoughts unreadable. Eastchester County, Cabot Town, Deep Nightmare Church. Yalarin and Kohinum suddenly sensed something. They exchanged a glance. You think he can replace the unknown in this lifetime? I don't know. But if he fails, with how polluted we already are, we will eventually become mindless puppets. The apocalypse draws near. The unknown cannot sleep forever. Yet the unknown's attitude is also unknown. He might not do that. Then do you dare gamble on it? I do not. So let us hope he succeeds. On a certain primitive island in the fog sea, a pure black shadow suddenly surfaced. 2 cracks tore open on its face, forming a pair of grotesquely uneven eyes. But these eyes had no pupils, only blood-red color. The blood-red eyes gazed eastward for a while. When another crack split open beneath them, forming a mouth, the shadow burst into eerie laughter. Unknown, briefly awakened. No wonder the monster inside me weakened slightly. Pity, if I'd chosen to believe in Lubo back then. I might have escaped my predicament through this. Wednesday night, Having completed all reviews and finally left the Church of Storm's headquarters on Paso Island, Alger drove the Blue Avenger into a remote sea region. He then used a batch of vampire anesthetic gas, bought from the moon for 130 pounds, to knock out all the sailors. Only then did he lay out a ritual and chant in ancient Hermes. I summon in my name. The spirit wandering the illusions. The friendly creature available for command. The messenger belonging to Gairman Sparrow. On the deck, the wind suddenly roared, becoming violent. The flames of the candles expanded, turned pale. A bright gold-haired, red-eyed head emerged from within them. Alger was about to speak, when he realized that behind the head was not a neck, but a hand holding it by the hair. Renette Tinicol stepped out in her somber, ornate long dress. The 4 heads she carried all turning toward Alger, speaking in turn. You need fruit. Ice. Fruit ice. What? I didn't summon her for snacks. I asked the world for the Loanese, no, for the Obnus sea monster. And this spirit creature talks. As expected of the messenger of the fools favored. Alger, confused, corrected her. I need the Obnus sea monster. Then. That's not wrong. The 4 heads nodded in unison. And then Renette spat out a block of ice containing a strawberry. Before Alger could react, she lifted the transformation curse. And an enormous sea monster appeared on the ocean surface like a small mountain. Its tentacles writhed wildly, excited at its regained freedom. Until it noticed Renette. Instantly, it behaved like a domesticated pet, falling obediently still. Opening a mouth large enough to swallow a full-sized ship. Clearly, after days of training, it had become very obedient to this ancient, eldritch being. Seeing this, Alger wasted no time. He dove into the water and swam inside the Obnus's belly. There, he took out the jars and bottles he had prepared. After preparing the materials, he calmed his emotions, meditated once, and then drank the metal vial of Ocean Songster Potion in one gulp. 10 minutes later. Now successfully advanced to Sequence 5 Ocean Songster, Alger excitedly raised his voice, testing his singing ability. A moment later, the sea monster spat him back out. Singing. Just like a murderous seaweed head. Thursday, the capital of Lenberg, Isara. Edwina Edwards's archaeological discoveries went on public display in dozens of museums. Because Admiral of Iceberg was widely known, and with excellent pre-show publicity, crowds flooded in to visit. Everyone was stunned. For these artifacts came from various periods of the Fourth Epoch, spanning its entire history, capable of overturning many historians' established theories. Meanwhile, Edwina's academic papers were published worldwide simultaneously. Even though none mentioned anything supernatural, every scholar who read them felt their worldview collapse. Amid this global upheaval in the fields of history and archaeology, Edwina performed a ritual. Shattered the mirror formed from the prophet characteristic granted by God. And brewed it into potion, drinking it all. After nearly losing herself in the river of fate and the world of absolute rationality, Edwina Edwards succeeded. Advancing to Sequence 4 Prophet. I'm now the 5th Queen of the Sea. The Iceberg Queen. At last. I've somewhat caught up. Backlund, 28 Kingster Street. When Ebner woke again, it was already Friday morning. He groggily sat up, trying to recall what had happened before, only to hear someone calling his name. He turned toward the sound, and saw that Furs and Sue, who had been leaning on the bedside, were now looking at him in pure joy. End of chapter. Chapter 1070, The Abilities of a Cognizer. Ebner, you're finally awake. The worry on Furs and Zio's faces completely faded, replaced by bright smiles. Seeing their clearly weary faces, Ebner's gaze softened. Even though he had already seen through everything Furs and Zio had done for him over the past few days within just a few seconds of awakening, he still pretended confusion and asked, what happened? Of course, he also wanted to know how he returned here. After all, he couldn't see through anything involving the goddess during the earliest part of his slumber. You're asking us what happened? You've been asleep for almost 4 days. Do you know how worried Zio and I were? Furs scolded him as she brought over a bowl of reheated congee. You're hungry, right? Eat something first. Once your stomach adapts, we'll ask the butler to prepare real food. So meticulous. As expected of a medical student. But I'm a demigod. Even if I ate an entire cow, it wouldn't kill me. Ebner complained silently, but still accepted Furs's kindness and finished the congee spoonful by spoonful. Zio pursed her lips and said, I won't ask about the details since it involves angels. But I hope you'll act more cautiously in the future. To be honest, ever since you became a demigod, you've been a lot more reckless than before. You don't calculate everything ahead of time like you used to. That's because after absorbing Giuseppe's memories, it inevitably influenced me. And I've already reflected on that. This time I was extremely cautious. I called 5 angels and a goddess to deal with the catastrophe demoness. The fainting afterward was probably an accident. Thinking this, Ebner still nodded obediently and repeated. So what happened? How did I get back? Furs suddenly came out of Alvin's answering labyrinth and found you already unconscious. Oh, right. According to Furs, your clothes were shattered all over the floor. Like someone had just ravaged you. Zio said in a teasing tone. Furs nodded vigorously. The scene back then had indeed been shocking. Ebner's mouth twitched. Right, my clothes did burst when I took on the incomplete mythic form. I originally planned to conjure new clothes after advancing to sequence 3, but I fainted immediately afterward. Which means, was I naked in front of the goddess? Nope. Stop. Cannot think about that. That's divine blasphemy just imagining it. He shook his head. Even though he couldn't see through the exact events, he could roughly guess why he fell into slumber. So there really was an unknown being deep within the unknown land. Who is that? Lubo. Hard to imagine I'd have that much status. After chatting a bit more with Zio and Furs, Ebner got up to have breakfast. The servants were not surprised at all to see their Viscount appear. But watching Furs and Zio follow him out of the room, they couldn't help but carry faint hints of disdain, envy, and admiration. Ebner, of course, wasn't surprised. He had already seen through the reason. To cover up his unconscious state these past few days, Zio had been using her 100-faced silk to disguise herself as Ebner and appear publicly on his behalf. After breakfast, Zio left for work at MI9. And Furs went to the steam train station to receive her teacher Dorian, who was arriving in Backlund. Soon, the large bedroom was quiet again. Only Ebner remained. He lay back on the bed, placed a pillow behind him, and began examining himself. So the potion finished digesting right after I drank it. At least 2/3 of it. Which past version of me prepared this in advance? Based on all current information, the acting method of a cognizer has 3 directions. First, seeing through the structure and rules of all things. Second, seeing through the origins and future of all things, fate. Third, seeing through the logic and internal relationships of all things, especially between people, philosophy. All 3 must be fulfilled. The first is relatively easy. The advancement ritual already requires analyzing mythic forms. And mythic forms are essentially massive bundles of interwoven knowledge. Once I succeed, especially since I've fully analyzed all 22 paths, this part naturally completes itself. And I have countless lifetimes of accumulated experience. Unfair advantage, really. The second is extremely difficult. Even though advancement greatly improved my predictive abilities, I still can't freely observe others, River of Fate. To act properly, I would need a huge amount of preparatory investigation. But, I cheat. The Wheel of Fate uniqueness combined with the virtual all-seeing eye lets me observe the fate rivers of others far more easily. And I've already done similar things during the prophet stage. So I've pre-acted some of it. Still not enough. I need to see through the origins and futures of entities at higher tiers. Heh. Nothing fits better than my original plan. Seeing through myself. The third, philosophy. I've somewhat acted that already. After all, like Klein, I was a keyboard warrior before transmigrating, who didn't analyze society online. But still not enough. Do I have to write a full philosophical treatise? In summary, the scope of insight is the 3 expressions of wisdom: creation, foreknowledge, philosophy. In my previous life, Einstein, scientist, Zhuge Liang, strategist, and Plato, philosopher, were all considered men of wisdom, each representing one direction. And the next sequence is Angel of Wisdom. So eventually it all ascends into the authority of wisdom. What would the authority of wisdom include? Creation. Omniscience. Philosophical weapons. I'll test it with the pure white eye later. As for the next stage of digestion: 1. Fully understand the arrangements of my previous selves and complete the multi-generational secret technique. 2. Complete Lilith and Vera's missions, see through the secrets involving Sphirot and outer gods. 3. Construct my own occult worldview. After confirming the advancement effects and contemplating the future, Ebner began analyzing his abilities, combining newly gained occult knowledge, his own divine inscriptions, and his cognizer insight. First, all abilities like analysis, prophecy, backtracking, information extraction, absolute rationality, have fused into the core ability insight, and fundamentally strengthened. Now, as long as I will it, I can see through a person or object's past and future, structure and composition, strengths and flaws. Even certain private details and interpersonal connections. This is nearly on par with erodes. The only difference is, I cannot see information from nothing. I must either observe or have a fate-level connection. Second, based on Insight's understanding of structure, the simulation ability has gained a hint of the authority of creation. I could already manufacture materials within the White Tower. Now I can even create beyonder characteristics, though only up to sequence 4. And when I want to use abilities from other pathways, I no longer need to simulate. I simply create a sequence 4 characteristic of that path in the White Tower, and gain the same abilities as a demigod of that sequence. One of a cognizer's core combat abilities, transforming into other incomplete mythic forms, is possible because of this. After all, if I have the characteristics of a path, I can naturally transform into its mythic form. And since I completed analysis of all 22 mythic forms during the prophet stage, I can now create 22 different sequence 4 characteristics. Unfortunately, created characteristics still cannot enter reality. Otherwise, selling fake characteristics alone would make me the world's richest man. Third, because Insight grasps structure, rules, fate, and connection, I naturally grasp the leverage needed to shift the world or target with minimal effort. I haven't reached the level of the White Tower opens its eyes, all phenomena converge. But I can already solve extremely difficult problems with extremely small costs. End of chapter. Chapter 1071, Giuseppe gets looked down on again. For example, when creating a storm, a disaster, a Sea King can directly use the corresponding authority, ignoring physical rules entirely. But a cognizer instead sees through all things, and at a certain causal node. Well, in extreme cases, he could even make a butterfly flap its wings, use that as leverage to shift the fate of events, and ultimately cause a storm at a predetermined location. Of course, no cognizer would actually do something that extreme. It looks simple, but who knows how many fate paths one would need to see through in the process. It's far easier to simply simulate the corresponding ability, or to pick a far more appropriate causal node to pry at. In short, what I call the event lever is somewhat similar to a writer's ability. But the latter is based on the collective unconscious C. Manipulating fate and behavior as long as it follows a certain logic, they can achieve an intended effect. Even completely illogical fantasies can work, as long as the price is paid. But the event lever, while it can influence people, works mainly by fully understanding the target, then prying at their fate from elsewhere to reach a result. The success rate is questionable, since humans, intelligent beings, have far too many branching fate streams. Impossible to see through every possibility. By comparison, objects, environments, and supernatural abilities, anything that follows rules and belongs within strict determinism, are far easier to shift. In the end, a cognizer is still far inferior to a writer when it comes to manipulating the world to achieve intended outcomes. I wonder if the later stages, Wisdom Angel and Omniscient Eye, can improve that. Also, just like Klein in the original timeline, once at sequence 3, the divine patterns begin to take on personal traits. This is deeply tied to prayer and response, meaning that even among cognizers, their honorifics will differ in essence, because personality, experience, and traits vary. I can let my cognizer eyes take shifts listening to prayers, then organize them into the corresponding shelves inside the White Tower. Multi-threaded thinking has its advantages. Each cognizer eye is essentially me. For other pathways, they'd be limited to simple autoresponse mechanisms. I'll think of an honorific matching my traits later. For now, continue studying the cognizer's abilities. At sequence 4, the learning space, combined with the all-capable heart, and ascended by the incomplete mythic form into the White Tower, is now much more complete. It finally resembles a tower. Still missing a lot, but far larger than a mere bookshelf room. With more knowledge, the White Tower now even has functions similar to Sapphira Castle. It can draw all beyonders of the reader pathway within a certain range into it. Of course, only if they chant my honorific to connect with me. And they're pulled in only as spiritual bodies. In a sense, what I learned from Edwina, Scholar Communion Ritual, must be a simplified or trial version of this ability. Should I pull some readers in and form an organization? But, if it's only the reader pathway, that's too one-dimensional, and would eventually lead to internal competition. Based on the Dream Labyrinth Tower. This ability should evolve later. Not only unrestricted by pathway, but able to pull in physical bodies. Of course, the Dream Labyrinth Tower needed the Chaos Sea support to do that. The White Tower alone might not be enough. Feeling emotional, Ebner rested for a moment, then activated the pure white eye. He had prepared to see that unknown silhouette again. But once more, his sight was blocked by that illusory sun. Now that he understood how the creation side of his ability worked, he naturally made a few guesses about the illusory omniscient eye and pure white angel blocking the passage. Could those have been created by 25 dragon? But why is the pure white angel so much stronger? Not only those items and spots, but even the omniscient eye itself is relying on it. And more than one former pope of the eternal blazing sun mistook me for their lord. With these doubts, Ebner began testing the enhancements the pure white eye brought at his current level. Unlike the past's hazy senses, as a cognizer he clearly perceived the connection between the illusory omniscient eye and himself. And understood that was the omniscient eye shifting its power according to his will, adding as much leverage to him as possible. Of course, though he could see through the process, he still couldn't interfere with it at this stage. It boosted computational power again. Nothing surprising. I was already enjoying this benefit at low sequence. Thinking back, my earliest ability to deduce potion formulas from beyonder characteristics was already insight in embryonic form. And now, since I can create illusory sequence 4 characteristics within the White Tower, reverse engineering formulas isn't hard. Just time-consuming when tracing origins. Anyway, back to the point. My processing power has risen again, likely reaching sequence 2 level, a qualitative leap. This means I can now use the pure white eye to preliminarily see through the mysteries of authorities. The reason I cannot create sequence 3 characteristics or simulate many sequence 3 abilities is because sequence 3 already borrows the power of authorities. For example, Sea King in ocean domains, ancient scholar manipulating historical fissures. These all involve authority. They can be recorded, but not simulated. But with the wisdom angel's talent for mimicking authorities, I can now preview the core abilities of other pathways sequence 3. It's still extremely difficult, even with the pure white eye. Understanding one authority takes years of accumulation. But fortunately, I have countless lifetimes of memories at sequence 3 and above. At least for Wheel of Fortune, Moon, Death, Door, Chained, Paragon, and Red Priest. I should be able to master their sequence 3 abilities quickly. Otherwise this power would be rather useless. As for the other pathways, impossible in the short term. Thinking this, Ebner once again looked down on Giuseppe Castilla, who hadn't even reached sequence 3. Then he took a deep breath, split off several cognizer eyes, and prepared to explore the imprints left by Danet and the far older Alvin within the unknown land. End of chapter. Chapter 1072, Bribery and Prophecy. Intis, the western city of Toulon. A cavalry brigade stationed here had finally been unable to suppress their dissatisfaction with the Prime Minister's high-pressure policies. Under the instigation of their commanding officer, they joined the citizens in seizing the armory, preparing to resist the Parliament's chaotic orders with force. Meanwhile, a guard force loyal to the Prime Minister, led by Beyonders of the Demon Pathway, had long been lying in ambush. They swiftly defeated the spontaneously uprising rebels, driving both the soldiers and the citizens of Toulon into the central square. Then dozens of high-pressure steam machine guns were set up around them. "Sir, this is a massacre." One machine gunner spoke with trembling voice, clearly unable to bear it, hoping the officer behind him would retract the command. But the officer simply raised his revolver and, bang! The bullet pierced the questioning soldier's skull. The officer ordered another shaking, terrified gunner to take the dead man's position, then coldly said, "The cavalry brigade betrayed Intis first. Traitors are to be executed. As for the citizens who supported them, they share the same guilt." His gaze swept across the remaining gunners, making all of them tremble, not daring to think further. As a cold-blooded one, a member of the Noise family, this officer had long since lost his humanity. In truth, if he weren't worried about the church discovering that this was a large-scale sacrifice ritual, he wouldn't have bothered with all these steps. But this works too. Once their fear and anger peak, the machine gunners will open fire immediately. Then we execute the gunners as well. And report that the cavalry brigade massacred the town, forcing the guards to respond. That way, the case level won't be raised too high. And it should stay buried for a good while. Just as he thought this, the officer realized that chaos had spread among the citizens and cavalry trapped in the square. Smirking, he muttered, "So someone has figured out my plan." Hey, too late. After shooting down several desperate men trying to break out, he checked the extraordinary item in his hand, confirmed that the fear and anger levels were now sufficient, and was about to issue the order. "All machine guns, fire." Just as the bullets were about to be fired. Just as despair flooded the square. Every machine gun jammed at once. In that instant, a rider in cavalry uniform, Parliament member Fanny Surrey, charged forward on a magnificent stallion. The white horse leaped over the guards' encirclement, and mid-air, Fanny raised her arm and shot. blowing the noise, cold-blooded ones, head apart. She landed in the square and stood between the citizens and the guards, one hand holding a steam rifle, the other waving forcefully, launching into a fiery, impassioned speech. She condemned the Prime Minister's policies, criticized the cavalry brigade for choosing such radical resistance, and finally exposed the cult backing the Prime Minister's guard, revealing their conspiracy intent on sacrifice. Meanwhile, the Noise family beyonders hidden among the guard attempted to silence Fanny. But strangely, they acted with extreme clumsiness, allowing her to spot and eliminate each one effortlessly. Eventually, thanks to Fanny's intervention, the planned Toulon massacre did not occur. The cavalry brigade and the guards reached a temporary reconciliation, agreeing to place themselves under Fanny's command for the moment. But the one who truly prevented this catastrophe was not Fanny Surrey at all. In the outskirts of Toulon, in an empty field, two apostles of desire, both in their full demon forms, now lay motionless on the ground, their heads separated from their bodies, their hearts and other vital organs completely pierced through. Floating above them was a mechanical doll wearing a maid outfit, gold hair tied with a red ribbon. At this moment, the doll retracted the beam it had fired. As if reporting, or perhaps muttering to itself, it said, "Shanghai reporting. Enemy eliminated." Soon, two more voices sounded in its ears. Penglai reporting. Enemy eliminated. Goliath reporting. Protection target is safe. Meanwhile, in the empty streets of Toulon, with chestnut hair, tall build, and strikingly handsome features, Bornova Gustav looked at the old acquaintance before him and asked with a blank expression, "Yaldabaoth, what exactly are you planning?" Wearing a red suit and round lens glasses, Yaldabaoth smiled. "Bornova, long time no see. You're still the type Roselle never liked. As for what I'm doing, you've known me for years. Can you see it? Hey, if it were Bernadette or Nast here, they would guess instantly." Bornova ignored the provocation. After a moment of thought, he asked, "You intend to destroy the Noise family's overt forces, forcing that hidden one, the former shadow of the universe, to show himself?" Yaldabaoth merely chuckled, not confirming, but replied, "There's also another reason. To curry favor with a certain existence." "A certain existence?" Bornova pondered, then nodded. "I see." His gaze pierced through countless barriers, settling on the figure of Fanny delivering her speech in the square. He murmured, "This counts as a rather successful bribery." It was because of that bribe that everything went so smoothly. Backlund. Sherwood Borough, Hope Road number 22, Hat Trick Inn. After Furs unsealed a card, Dorian saw the face he would never forget. Compared to when he attacked the Abraham family headquarters, Louis Wayne's smug smile was gone, replaced by peaceful calm, as though he had died naturally in his sleep. As an astrologer, Dorian Gray's spiritual intuition confirmed immediately. This corpse was Louis Wayne. "Good, very good," Dorian whispered, voice trembling. He raised his head to his student. "Which powerhouse did you ask to kill him? What price did you pay? I can hardly imagine anyone in Backlund willing to touch someone as troublesome as him." Furs hesitated, then said with pride, "It was Viscount Belden, Ebner Bryan." "Ebner Bryan? That hero detective? He's actually that strong?" Dorian nodded lightly, silently exhaling. After accepting Furs as his student, he had naturally investigated her relationship with that detective. But for the men to personally eliminate an Aurora Order envoy of God, that surprised even him. It meant their relationship was far closer than he had assumed. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he sat Furs down, pulled up a chair, and cautiously asked, "Mr. Bryan is a powerful beyonder?" "Yes, teacher." Furs nodded. She had already gained Ebner's permission to reveal some information. "He is a true prophet." "Prophet? A prophet?" As a member of the Abraham family, Dorian knew exactly what a true prophet represented. A demigod. Possibly even a member of the Church of Knowledge. But just as he thought this, his student uttered a sentence that made him spit all the tea in his mouth. Ebner prophesied that Abraham's Alvin is about to ascend to angel, return to reality, and restore the family's glory. End of chapter.